The tale unfolds in a parallel universe on the Azure planet in the Great Xia Kingdom, in the city of Shiguan, within a modest 30-square-meter rental apartment. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, taking another swig of the fiery 42-degree liquored my dear, I implore you to meet me. May I come to see you? Leave me be. I've told you not to call again. If you persist, I shall block you. We won't even be friends anymore. My boss is giving me a 500 yuan raise next month. I could take you out for a meal at Haishang Lao. Stop weaving dreams. 7 meetings, and each time it ends with you treating me to 10 yuan spicy noodles. I've had enough. Meng Meng, please listen to me. Listen to what? It's been 4 years, if not 3,000 calls, then certainly over 2,000. I owe you nothing. Stop pestering me, you ultimate waste. How dare you? Wang Ming, filled with rage and humiliation, cursed vehemently. A waste is a waste, but to be called an ultimate waste? Zhou Mengmeng ended the call abruptly. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Ming's words would soon reveal their ominous truth. When Wang Ming attempted to call Zhou Mengmeng again, he was met with a persistent busy signal. Opening a social media app, he sent her a message. Let's meet one last time. The appearance of a red exclamation mark left Wang Ming momentarily stunned. His girlfriend had blocked him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Having endured a one-sided breakup for half a month, he had already cried himself into silence. Zhou Mengmeng, how could you treat me this way? What's wrong with spicy noodles? What's wrong with 7 meetings? You are oblivious to the fortune you possess. Wang Ming slammed his fist onto the table, downing another half-jug of liquor. The fiery burn of the alcohol, mixed with the sting in his heart, made him cough violently. Cough, cough. Despite not being accustomed to drinking, Wang Ming had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol these past few days. That a fortnight prior, his ex-girlfriend Zhou Mengmeng had called for a breakup. They had been together since their first year of university, just 6 months after graduating. Wang Ming, orphaned at a young age, had been raised by his uncle in the countryside. Throughout university, he worked tirelessly to support himself, spending any spare change on Zhou Mengmeng in his 6 months of work, earning a meager 4,000 yuan monthly. After deducting rent and daily expenses, most of what remained had been devoted to her. Indeed, little was left, yet he had tried his utmost to care for her. However, his efforts were overshadowed by the casual advances of others. Zhou Mengmeng, now navigating the world, had come to understand its harsh realities. Wealth was the ultimate power. While others treated her to extravagant meals in lavish restaurants and high-end entertainment venues, she could not bear the thought of marrying the ordinary Wang Ming. With her beauty and figure, she refused to be a mere passenger on a bicycle, hoping instead for a life of luxury. Moreover, there was no guarantee that her future partner would not be a Prince Charming. Wang Ming's gaze fell upon the keys on the table. Zhou Mengming's spare key, left behind in his possession. Resolute, he picked up the key, declaring, "If you won't see me, then I shall come to you." Fueled by liquor, he descended the stairs, knowing his ex-girlfriend lived nearby. Having commuted there daily during university, he pulled out his phone, summoned a ride, and set his destination to Emerald Garden, Area A. As he sat in the ride, his consciousness began to blur, his mind replaying Zhou Mengming's resolute words from the past fortnight. Memories of their time together flickered before him, sweet moments flashing like a film reel. Outside the window, the city lights rushed by. Indeed, in a society where vehicles outnumbered people, he could not afford even a modest car. It was no wonder that Zhou Mengming's disdain for him had grown. He lamented his humble beginnings. His degree in design had become part of a fading industry, making it increasingly difficult to find employment in his field. Upon arriving at Emerald Garden, Area Wang Ming stumbled out of the car. Emerald Garden was a mid to high-end community with strict security. Zhou Mengming's key included a gate access card. Wang Ming entered the community seamlessly. The midnight neighborhood was eerily quiet, the streetlights casting a soft yellow glow, elongating his shadow. Striving to maintain his clarity, he walked to Building 2, which housed a single unit, and after clocking in, he headed straight to the main lobby to AT the doorstep of 1101. His fingers, uncooperative due to the alcohol, struggled to insert the key into the lock. Upon opening the door, a familiar yet foreign scent enveloped him. The room was pitch black. Growing increasingly disoriented, he stumbled, first colliding with a wall, producing a dull thud, then striking the corner of a table. He felt no pain and continued to stagger towards the bedroom. He opened the door to a bedroom, mumbling incoherently, "Zhou Mengmeng, I've tried so hard. Give me some time, and I will buy a car to take you for a drive." With that, he collapsed onto the bed. The woman on the bed, startled by his sudden arrival, let out a scream. Instinctively sitting up, she assumed the intruder was merely her daughter, who had returned home inebriated as she wore a sleep mask. For days, the neighbors above had been undergoing renovations, and she had even donned earplugs, oblivious to Wang Ming's drunken ramblings. "You little brat, coming home so late. You must have drunk a lot," the woman murmured without removing her mask, preparing to drift back to sleep. Wang Ming wrapped his arms around her waist, his breath heavy with alcohol, the scent wafting against the nape of her neck. The woman remained oblivious, thinking her daughter was simply seeking comfort. As Wang Ming tightened his embrace, his consciousness began to fade. In a moment of clarity, he pressed a kiss to the back of her neck. "Since we broke up, there's no one to kiss or hold me, Sai," the woman complained. Awakened abruptly, she felt a sense of confusion, not realizing anything was amiss, only sighing internally as she allowed her daughter to hold her waist. The fragrance of the woman was distinctly different from Zhou Mingming's. Yet Wang Ming, inebriated and lost, had no capacity to discern this. He drifted into slumber first, while the quality of the woman's earplugs allowed her to hear only faint snores. And so, they slept on, entwined, as the sun rose. Light filtered through the sheer white curtains. Today, the sounds of renovation from above were absent, creating an unusual tranquility. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the woman finally stirred. "Sweetheart, wake up." She felt a large arm draped across her, realizing it didn't belong to her daughter. Something fell off. She reached back, her hand grazing firm muscle. Oh no, this was... She abruptly removed her mask and turned to find Wang Ming, still asleep beside her. "Ah, Wang Ming." The woman shrieked in terror, pushing him away forcefully before sitting up and clutching the blanket to shield herself. Wang Ming, jolted awake by the sharp scream and the forceful shove, squinted in confusion. The sight of the woman before him left his mind blank. The headache from his hangover rendered him momentarily speechless at awe. "Auntie?" Wang Ming could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them fervently. Upon reopening them, he was met with the panicked visage of Aunt Zhou. "What are you doing in my bed?" "Wang Ming, you scoundrel!" Aunt Zhou's voice trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Ming finally regained his clarity, surveying his surroundings without any memory lapses, and he began to recollect the events of the previous night. I'm terribly sorry, Annie. I must have entered the wrong room," he stammered, filled with embarrassment and guilt. The woman's breathing became slightly steadier as she observed the remnants of last night's revelry still lingering on Wang Ming's flushed face. He was somewhat handsome. Putting everything else aside, being cradled in his arms for an entire night was hardly a loss, especially considering she was already 37. However, this man was her daughter's ex-boyfriend, and they had only parted ways a mere fortnight ago. The thought of him sharing her bed for the night was scandalous. If word got out, how could she ever face anyone again, let alone her daughter, Zhou Mingming? "Auntie, I truly walked into the wrong room. I was looking for Zhou Mingming." Wang Ming's voice still trembled with panic. "Walked into the wrong room? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you know you've trespassed into a private residence?" Wang Ming scrambled out of bed, but as his feet touched the ground, his unsteady state from the hangover nearly caused him to topple again. He quickly steadied himself against the headboard, exclaiming, "Auntie, it's genuinely a misunderstanding. I drank too much and my mind isn't clear." "Greetings, master. Let us embark on a journey of growth together. I shall assist you in achieving a life of elegance." Wang Ming's body jolted. What was that? This voice seemed to emanate from within his own mind. "You may attempt to communicate with me through your consciousness." "Hello?" "Indeed. Precisely, clever one. Is this a split personality? Am I triggered by Zhou Mingming?" "Hold on. I'm not experiencing a split personality. Your binding just occurred. It's a lot to absorb at once, but you will gradually acclimate to my presence." System initial activation gift dispatched. Reward package has been added to your inventory. Get out of my head immediately. Do not be alarmed, Master. You will come to cherish my presence. I will automatically initiate tasks. Upon task completion, rewards will be issued. I shall enter sleep mode now. Please explore the system interface at your leisure. Remember, boldness is key to task completion. Farewell. Ding ding. Hey, I'm addressing you, Wang Ming. How did you get in here? Wang Ming had been so engrossed in his dialogue with the system that he momentarily overlooked Zhou Shuqing's inquiry. Zhou Shuqing repeated her question that, "I have a key," he replied, realizing the absurdity of his situation. How on earth did he wander into Zhou Mingming's mother's room? Yet, reflecting on it, it was indeed quite thrilling. Zhou Shuqing was not Zhou Mingming's biological mother. She had adopted Zhou Mingming from the orphanage when she was just 5 years old. Zhou Shuqing remained an unmarried, single mother. Her beauty was undeniable, surpassing even that of Zhou Mingming. At 37, her skin was devoid of wrinkles, brimming with collagen. Her figure exuded maturity, an allure point one had to wonder, had she truly slept so soundly last night? Didn't she notice? It couldn't all be his fault. Wang Ming glanced at Zhou Shuqing in a flurry, hastily retrieving the key. Look, this is the key Zhou Mingming left with me. I'm not lying. I drank too much last night and lost my bearings. I ended up in your bed without any ulterior motive. Just look how honest I was throughout the night. Honest my foot. Zhou Shuqing recalled how Wang Ming had held her close, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She quickly turned her face away, embarrassed to let Wang Ming witness her current state, deliberately covering her neck with her hand to shield her fair skin. Enough. I shall consider this a misunderstanding. Now, please leave. Bowing, Wang Ming replied, I'm on my way out. Yet wait, didn't the system just declare that the binding target was the ant? A peculiar interface flickered in his mind. With a mere thought, the interface slowly unfolded before him, and as it fully materialized, Wang Ming was left utterly astounded. This so-called system was indeed real. On the left side of the interface, his binding status was displayed. Current task, spend 3 days together. 1 hour of interaction daily. The difficulty level was no less than that of a monkey causing havoc in heaven. Wang Ming clicked on the inventory section, where the system's initial activation gift was prominently featured. He opened the package. A prompt appeared. Received 1 Bull Run sports car voucher. Received 1 Orange Notebook computer voucher. Received 1 bouquet of Heart's Desire flowers. Wang Ming was dumbfounded. The Bull Run sports car was a luxury domestic brand, with the cheapest model costing no less than 1 million xia currency. An Orange Notebook computer also fetched a price of 20 to 30,000. He meticulously reviewed the details of the car voucher, which stated it could be redeemed at any authorized dealership, and the computer voucher bore the same information. Upon examining the Heart's Desire flowers, the description indicated that presenting the flowers to someone would increase their admiration by 30 points. Wang Ming pondered. This admiration level must correlate to someone's fondness. Captivated by his own system, he lingered for quite some time before finally withdrawing his consciousness from the interface, shaking his head vigorously. Zhou Shuqing observed Wang Ming standing still for an extended duration and gently urged, Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to stay the night? I was just considering that very notion. Chapter 3. How did his coat end up on your bed? What did you say? Zhou Shuqing trembled with anger. Aunt, your fury is quite beautiful, he remarked. You insufferable fool. Zhou Shuqing clutched her chest, her breath quickening with ire, her beautiful eyes wide with rage. The system urged him to be bolder. To accomplish his mission, he must cast aside his shame. Zhou Mingming, you cast aside our relationship for a better life and dare to call me a waste. I too can pursue your mother for the sake of the system's task. He inhaled deeply, locking his gaze with Zhou Shuqing's, and earnestly declared, Aunt, I must express my gratitude for the warmth of this night. I have relinquished my feelings for Zhou Mingming and shall no longer pursue her. I will not meddle in your affairs, but you must leave at once. Zhou Mingming could return at any moment. How shall I explain your presence in my bedroom? Zhou Shuqing appeared increasingly anxious. Aunt, may I invite you out? Your fragrance provides me great comfort in slumber. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, her expression shifted from urgency to indignation and disbelief. Wang Ming, are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend what you are saying? I am the mother of your ex-girlfriend. You must dismiss these absurd notions immediately. Such notions are hardly absurd. You have remained single, having only experienced a brief romance during university that ended because of parental disapproval. Have you truly no yearning for love? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, shedding his inhibitions to continue. Who can definitively articulate matters of the heart? My past with Mingming is over. The woman before me now is mature, beautiful, and alluring. I cannot suppress my feelings. Grant me a chance. Yes, indeed, he must adhere to the system's advice. Thick-skinned, no, devoid of shame. Fuming. Zhou Shuqing rose from the bed and pointed toward the door, exclaiming, I considered you a child. How could you entertain such blasphemous thoughts? Get out this instant. Such directness proved ineffective. Perhaps a more gradual approach was warranted? Recalling the heartflower gift from the system, he accessed it. With a click, a bouquet of roses materialized in Wang Ming's grasp. I am not a child. Do not presume that a mere trick will coax me into a date. Zhou Shuqing crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at Wang Ming, entirely uninterested in the unexpected flowers. Wang Ming, having worked hard through university during summer and winter breaks, boasted a muscular physique, which made Zhou Shuqing avert her gaze. She mused to herself, recalling the firm arms that had embraced her the previous night. Taking a few steps forward, Wang Ming extended the flowers to Zhou Shuqing. If she accepted them, his infatuation level would increase by 30 points, significantly enhancing his chances of securing a date. Zhou Shuqing took 2 steps back and realized she was still clad in shorts and a tank top. Her voluptuous legs and full figure captured entirely in Wang Ming's gaze. You scoundrel, I have no need for your flowers. At my age, what magic have I not witnessed? She declared, hastily grabbing the blanket from the bed to cover herself. Although her sleepwear was not particularly scandalous, after all, the young ladies outside often donned more revealing attire. She considered herself too modest. Wang Ming chuckled and smirked, as you mentioned. It would be difficult to explain to Zhou Mingming why I was in your room. Accept the flowers, and I shall take my leave. Fine, I will accept them. Zhou Shuqing extended a hand to receive the bouquet, inadvertently allowing one side of the blanket to slip. Wang Ming instinctively glanced at her fair, delicate shoulder. Noticing his captivated expression, Zhou Shuqing quickly readjusted the blanket, a blush creeping onto her face. You should go now. Goodbye, Auntie. I will arrange a meeting with you. Wang Ming tossed Zhou Mingming's keys onto the bed and exited the bedroom. The system interface indicated that Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level had reached 35. Inside the bedroom, Zhou Shuqing inhaled the fragrance of the roses, her gaze following Wang Ming as he walked toward the entrance. Could it be that this lad has truly developed feelings for me? The flowers smell delightful, and his muscles are quite impressive. Oh dear, what am I thinking? This is the ex-boyfriend of my daughter. Zhou Shuqing shook her head vigorously, trying to regain her composure. As Wang Ming bent down to change his shoes at the entrance, the door swung open, and Zhou Mingming walked in. He looked up suddenly, their eyes locking. Zhou Mingming's black stockings had several holes, and having just returned home that morning, Wang Ming felt a pang of hurt. This wretched girl, why wear torn stockings instead of discarding them, forcing me to witness such a sight? Zhou Mingming's eyes widened with fury. Wang Ming, how could you be in my home? Wang Ming's heart raced, his mind racing to form a response. Before he could speak, Zhou Shuqing emerged from the bedroom. He came to return your keys. All right. I gave the keys to your mother. I'm leaving now. Stop. Zhou Mingming shouted angrily. She glared at Wang Ming. You have crossed the line. I told you not to bother me again. Do you have no shame? How dare you come to my home? Wang Ming furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he replied, Zhou Mingming, I will never trouble you again. Just remember, you are you, and I am me from now on. Huh, me seek you out. Dream on. Now get lost. Wang Ming slammed the door behind him, feeling a mixture of resentment and regret. Initially, he had thought of spending the night with her mother and even contemplated asking her out, but now he felt no guilt. There was nothing left to ponder. He would simply pursue his intentions. Mom, if he comes again, do not let him in, Zhou Mingming said, taking off her shoes and yawning. Zhou Shuqing steadied her emotions and calmly walked into the living room. The keys have been returned, and he cannot enter the community. Besides, he claims he won't trouble you anymore. That guy is so perplexing. Yesterday he was in tears, and today he acts so nonchalant, Zhou Mingming pondered, somewhat bewildered. Zhou Shuqing understood that Wang Ming's intentions were now directed towards her. She noticed that Zhou Mingming's stockings had developed 2 significant tears, furrowing her brows in concern. My dear, how did your stockings end up like this? Why didn't you return home last night? Were you at a night venue again? Although you are an adult now, you must still adhere to the family rules. You must be home by 11 o'clock. I do this for your own good, she admonished gently. Zhou Mingming, feeling guilty, lowered her voice. Oh, Mom, there were many social events at the company. We had a celebratory party, and I drank too much. So I ended up sleeping at a colleague's house. It was a female friend. And how did your stockings get torn? Did you spend the night at your new boyfriend's place? Though Zhou Shuqing had no experience in romantic matters, she was not naive at her age. Zhou Mingming seemed oblivious to the tears on the side of her stockings, murmuring, "Oh, I must have been too intoxicated yesterday to notice. How troublesome. It must have happened while I was singing at the KTV." Laughing, she dashed into Zhou Shuqing's bedroom. "Mom, can I borrow a pair of your stockings? Mine are all ruined." Zhou Mingming rummaged through Zhou Shuqing's wardrobe and found a pair of black lace-trimmed stockings. She removed her torn pair and slipped on her mother's stockings. Noticing a bouquet of roses on the bed, she frowned and called out to the living room, "Mom, what is the story behind these flowers? And isn't this Wang Ming's jacket? How did it end up on your bed?" Chapter 4. The account received 1,830,000 upon hearing Zhou Mingming's exclamation. Zhou Shuqing's heart skipped a beat. Was this fellow doing it on purpose? How could he leave his jacket on her bed? She feigned composure as she entered the bedroom. "Oh, the flowers are from Wang Ming, and he must have left his jacket here when he was looking for the keys earlier." Zhou Mingming nodded, frowning as she remarked, "If he has this kind of money, he should spend it on a good meal instead. Only after breaking up does he suddenly remember to send flowers. What do you think has caused Wang Ming to change so drastically? Just yesterday, he was so attached to me, and today he seems so resolute." Zhou Shuqing dared not meet her daughter's gaze, pretending to organize the wardrobe as she replied, "Perhaps he has come to a realization. If he no longer wants to pursue this, isn't that a good thing?" Zhou Mingming twirled in front of the mirror, pleased with her mother's stockings. "Humph, regardless. I will have nothing to do with him again. But Mom, do you seem troubled? You appear a bit restless." Zhou Shuqing felt a flush of warmth on her face and quickly defended herself. "What could possibly trouble me? I am merely concerned about your busy work schedule. You should try to avoid those social gatherings. They can be quite complicated." Zhou Mingming stuck out her tongue, grinning. I know. You care for me the most. Mom, I'm off to work now." Watching her daughter slam the door behind her, Zhou Shuqing took a deep breath and gently sat on the bed, glancing at the roses with a thought. Could it be that this young man truly intends to ask me out? Meanwhile, Wang Ming had arrived at a breakfast shop in the Emerald Garden and purchased a few buns before hailing a taxi to the company. The clock-in time was perfectly timed. Throughout the morning, I immersed myself in studying the system, utterly devoid of any inclination to work diligently. The system encompassed bound objects, current tasks, and a marketplace. Within this marketplace, one could procure items both existent and non-existent in reality. Once the fascination value of each bound object reached 100, it could be exchanged for 1,000 system coins, which could be used for purchases. A mid-sized vehicle in the marketplace cost merely 100 system coins, while a villa's starting price was a mere 2,000 system coins. A premium Australian dragon could be acquired for just 1 system coin. Wang Ming marveled at the system's extraordinary capabilities, realizing he would soon be moving out of his rental accommodation. "Zhou Mingming, you'd better brace yourself. You will surely come to regret this," he mused. Engrossed in the system interface, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of high heels striking the floor, drawing nearer. Wang Ming instinctively disengaged from the system and turned his head. His boss, Jiang Yao, had approached his side, lifting herself onto his desk with an elegant grace. "Wang Ming, I have observed you throughout the morning, and you have shown little dedication to your work. This task you hold is not urgent, yet do be mindful of your work ethic." Hastily averting his gaze from Jiang Yao's form-fitting skirt and shapely legs, he swallowed involuntarily. "I understand, boss. I will commit myself to my duties." Jiang Yao, at 33 years of age, was a divorcee with a child. She had recently promised him a raise of 500 yuan. Rising from her perch, she smiled alluringly at Wang Ming, inquiring, "Is there something troubling you at home? You seem distracted lately. Would you like a few days off?" Wang Ming politely stood, responding, "Perhaps 2 days off? I could use a 4-day break and return to work next Monday." "Very well, but once your personal matters are resolved, focus is imperative," Jiang Yao replied, her hips swaying as she returned to her office. Wang Ming sighed inwardly, recognizing her kindness but acknowledging that if everything within his system were truly real, he would soon bid her farewell. With a powerful vehicle at his disposal, who would still need to work? Grabbing his coat, he exited the office and made his way directly to the Hanyo 4S dealership. Presenting his exchange voucher at the front desk, he inquired, "Could you please check if this voucher is valid?" The front desk attendant, initially unimpressed by Wang Ming's ordinary appearance, immediately stood upright upon seeing the voucher, bowing respectfully with a flattering smile. "Sir, of course, it is valid. This is universally accepted. Would you like to redeem it today?" "Yes, today. Xiaoling, please assist this gentleman." Coming. A woman clad in an OL uniform rushed over. Although it was merely a voucher, the dealership offered bonuses for customers driving away with a vehicle. Typically, clients possessing such vouchers were either philanthropists or high-ranking officials. The attendant named Xiao Ling escorted Wang Ming to the VIP lounge, pouring him a cup of tea and presenting a plate of refreshments. Realizing the authenticity of his system, Wang Ming's heart raced. Entering such a 4S dealership was a dream he had never dared to envision. The sudden transformation felt almost surreal. His hand trembled slightly as he lifted the teacup. Driving a formidable vehicle to the university town, even placing a bottle of mineral water on the hood, would attract beautiful women knocking on the window. Goodness, he was about to drive such a magnificent beast himself. Wang Ming steadied his emotions. Even though he had acquired the car, he lacked the funds for fuel. Perhaps it would be wiser to sell it first and use the proceeds to pursue the mother of Zhou Mingming. In the future, acquiring the funds to buy such a vehicle would be effortless. Sir, do you intend to take the car today? Upon reviewing your exchange voucher, it is for the 2.3 million model of the ferocious vehicle. At present, we only have it available in black. Should you desire a different color or custom accessories, there would be a 2-month wait. Do you accept trade-ins? I wish to sell the car to you. The receiving consultant was momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring. Are you saying you want to sell us a brand new car that hasn't been registered or driven? Yes, how much can I sell it for? Wang Ming replied resolutely. Sir, do you truly wish to sell? Although it is a brand new vehicle, the buyback price for an unopened model can only be 80 of the original value. Deal, let us sign the contract. Wang Ming had managed to suppress his excitement. Yet his heart began to race at the mention of the 80 buyback. It was hardly surprising that he felt unworthy, having grown up in the countryside. He had never encountered such a sum of money. 80% of 2.3 million daxia coins amounted to over 1.8 million, with a salary of only 4,000. Albeit recently increased by 500, it would take over 30 years of frugal living without any expenses to save such an amount. The receiving consultant was equally exhilarated. A buyback before the car had even hit the road meant a commission of 100,000. Such opportunities are rare. She hurried to find the manager. Wang Ming nibbled on some snacks, waiting for about 10 minutes, when he noticed the consultant returning with a well-dressed man. The man sat across from Wang Ming, nodding and smiling. Good day, sir. Here is the buyback contract for your review. If all appears satisfactory, the exchange voucher will be ours. And you can write your account number on the contract. The funds will be transferred directly to your card. He placed the contract, pen, and seal on the glass round table. Wang Ming picked up the contract, reading it attentively twice before signing without hesitation and placing his fingerprint. Let us proceed with the transfer, he instructed the two individuals. Right away, the man rose, taking one copy of the contract toward a glass office. Sir, do you have a girlfriend? The standing consultant inquired with a smile. I recently ended a relationship. With your striking looks, I'm certain you will encounter someone even better soon. May I have your contact information? Wang Ming chuckled. Indeed, the life of the affluent seemed effortlessly attractive, with women seemingly drawn to him. He opened his QR code, and after the consultant scanned it, she flashed a flattering smile. Sir, I could privately introduce you to our new car models. We could arrange a meeting sometime. Wang Ming waved his phone, indicating a message notification. Open information, Daxia Citizens Bank. Card number 622151556XXXX credited 183,000,000. Wang Ming attempted to transfer 100,000 yuan to the Weixin app, and the recharge was successful. His original bank balance was less than 3,000 yuan, and the credit was indeed real. Chapter 5. A flicker of affection. Wang Ming departed from the Hanyu 4S dealership. Having successfully exchanged for an orange laptop, he proceeded to the Dazhong Automobile 4S store, where he acquired a model of a compact sedan priced at 200,000. With a temporary license plate affixed, he drove towards the Emerald Garden district. He dialed Zhou Shuqing's number. Wang Ming, is there something you need? She answered. I mentioned I would arrange a meeting with you. You must be out of your mind. I am Zhou Mingming's mother. How could I possibly go on a date with you? Child, you've just experienced a breakup. Annie does not hold it against you. But if it's about such matters, please refrain from calling me again. Zhou Shuqing sat at her desk in the living room. Glancing at the several roses nestled in the vase atop her table, a blush creeping onto her face. Her resistance towards Wang Ming had lessened, yet she still struggled to overcome her inner discomfort. Wang Ming also did not anticipate that with a fascination level of 35, his tone would soften. It appeared that the difficulty of the system's task was not excessively challenging. Aunt Shuqing, I wish to present you with a gift. I am at the entrance of your community. If you do not come down, I shall entrust it to Zhou Mingming for delivery to you. You may choose how to proceed. Upon concluding his message, he hung up the phone. Zhou Shuqing pouted, gradually lowering her phone. What is this child thinking? If Mingming discovers that Wang Ming is pursuing me, what shall I do? She set aside her work and began to pace the living room. No. This boy must have been affected by something. I need to comfort him properly. If this continues, he may face mental distress. She donned a white knitted jacket and slipped into high-heeled shoes before making her way downstairs. As she walked the brief distance outside her community, her heart raced. She was both worried that Wang Ming was genuinely distressed from his breakup and flustered by the inexplicable affection emanating from this young man's pursuit. Strangely, she found that despite her initial aversion upon waking, receiving the flowers stirred a flicker of excitement within her. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she instantly spotted the brand new compact sedan with a temporary license plate, where Wang Ming leaned against the car door. The sunlight bathed him, exuding a youthful aura that made her envious. Zhou Shuqing approached, feigning seriousness. Wang Ming, how can you threaten me? Return home at once and cease these foolish actions. Wang Ming's lips curled into a confident smile as he opened the passenger door. Shuqing, get in the car. Zhou Shuqing was puzzled. Wang Ming came from humble beginnings and earned a modest salary. How could he afford a new car? Did you win the lottery? Hurry and get in. Let us have lunch while we talk. How could she agree to such a proposition? If she truly went to lunch with Wang Ming, it would indeed turn into a date. Zhou Shuqing shook her head vigorously. Child, I still have work to attend to. Once I finish, we can have a proper discussion. Zhou Mingming has changed, but she remains my daughter. You are quite handsome and diligent. You will surely find someone better. Wang Ming gazed at Zhou Shuqing, who was adorned in a purple inner garment, complemented by a white knitted sweater, a floral knee-length skirt, and elegant white high heels. Her figure was alluring, and her beauty was striking, far surpassing that of Zhou Mingming. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed a vision of grace. Wang Ming, retracting his scrutinizing gaze, spoke earnestly. It's merely a meal. There's no need for such resistance. Consider it a means to comfort me after your separation from your daughter. Zhou Shuqing resolutely shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I truly cannot go. This is not as simple as dining. I am your aunt's generation and the mother of your ex-girlfriend. What would that imply? The implications would be detrimental if it were to spread. Please, do not place me in such a difficult position. If you continue like this, I might think you are intentionally seeking revenge on Mingming. You should know, my initial impression of you was quite favorable. In fact, her impression had elevated significantly after receiving the floral gift from Wang Ming. Wang Ming tilted his head slightly, a mischievous smile gracing his features. We aren't engaging in anything scandalous. It's just a meal and a chat. Besides, in this modern age, isn't a romance with a notable age gap even more exhilarating? A flush returned to Zhou Shuqing's cheeks as she bit her lip. Exhilarating? Don't speak nonsense. I genuinely have work to manage. Time does not permit. Wang Ming glanced at his watch. It's still early. Let us grab a quick meal. It won't take long. I assure you it won't interfere with your work. There are some things I wish to share with you. Consider it a chance for me to vent. As he spoke, he gently took her arm and guided her toward the passenger seat. Zhou Shuqing stumbled slightly as she settled in. Wang Ming, how can you do this? I said I wouldn't go with you. With a definitive thud, the heavy door of the vehicle closed. Wang Ming moved to the driver's side, secured the door, and locked it. Zhou Shuqing met his hopeful gaze, and her defenses began to wane. She realized her attitude toward Wang Ming had subtly shifted, though she was unaware of the reasons. Despite her internal conflict, her verbal refusal belied a growing anticipation for this outing. All right, just this once, and it shall not happen again. Moreover, we must be swift. I truly cannot linger outside for too long. Zhou Shuqing relented. She owned a bespoke Qipao online store, working from home daily, handling everything from design to finished garments independently. Upon hearing Zhou Shuqing's acquiescence, a smile illuminated Wang Ming's face as he pressed the ignition, starting the car. As they drove toward the restaurant, the cabin was filled with the delicate fragrance of a mature woman's perfume, subtly enchanting and slightly intoxicating for Wang Ming. He stole a glance at Zhou Shuqing, who was gazing out the window, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. The fragrance you wear is truly delightful. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Zhou Shuqing felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. She cleared her throat softly, responding, "Is that so? This is a perfume I frequently use." "Indeed, it suits you perfectly, embodying your elegance and charm," Wang Ming complimented. Zhou Shuqing shot him a playful glare, saying, "You shouldn't speak like that." Though her words suggested disapproval, her heart felt as sweet as honey. As they continued their journey, the two engaged in trivial conversation about their work, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed. 15 minutes later, the car came to a halt in front of a Western restaurant. Wang Ming exited the vehicle, circled around to the passenger side, and opened the door for Zhou Shuqing. With graceful movements, she stepped out, adjusted her attire, and together they entered the restaurant. The ambience inside the restaurant was striking, clearly indicative of a high-end establishment. The soft lighting and soothing music created a sense of relaxation. Wang Ming guided Zhou Shuqing to a table by the window and handed her the menu. "Shuqing, take a look and see what you'd like to order. Feel free to choose anything. It's my treat today." Zhou Shuqing glanced at the menu and remarked, "Ming mentioned your monthly salary is 4,000. This place is quite expensive for you. Allow me to treat you instead." Such thoughtfulness and kindness. Why has a woman like her remained unattached for 37 years? Wang Ming gazed at Zhou Shuqing, who was perusing the menu, and earnestly declared, "I believe I have truly developed feelings for you." Chapter 6. Unraveling Psychological Barriers. Hearing Wang Ming's confession, Zhou Shuqing's hand trembled slightly, almost causing the menu to slip from her grasp. She lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting his, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks. "Why you shouldn't say such things." Her voice, laced with shyness, quivered as she continued. "What we have is too absurd." "I'm being sincere," Wang Ming insisted, his expression serious as he gently took her hand. Startled, Zhou Shuqing recoiled as if shocked, exclaiming, "Wang Ming, please don't. If you continue like this, I will leave." Wang Ming shook his head lightly. "All right, I won't touch you. In truth, age is not a concern. Besides, you have yet to experience intimacy with a man. You are a treasure. The maturity and gentleness you possess, qualities that young girls lack, are evident. I understand you may not wish to focus on men, but if you could spare some time to accompany me, that would suffice." "You seem to know me quite well?" she inquired. "Having been with Zhou Ming for nearly 4 years, I am aware of your circumstances. Even if age were not a factor, I am still Ming's mother. Furthermore, you are going through a phase. In a few days, you may not dwell on this matter." "Excuse me, may I take your order?" a waitress inquired, interrupting their conversation. Embarrassed, Zhou Shuqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She passed the menu to Wang Ming, stating, "I would like a serving of mashed potatoes and a salad, please." Wang Ming took the menu, flipping through the pages. This, and this. Do you want one of each?" he asked, as the waitress noted down the orders. "No, omit these. Just bring everything else. And add a plate of spicy shredded pork." "Sir, we are a Western restaurant and do not serve shredded chili pork." Wang Ming chuckled. "If you cut the steak into strips and add some shredded chili on the iron plate, wouldn't that suffice?" "All right, sir," Zhou Shuqing replied awkwardly, resting her elbow on the table to shield her face. Once the waiter had departed, she furrowed her brows, pondering whether they could finish all this food. Wang Ming, unfazed, replied, "If we can't finish it, we can take it home. Besides, you still need to cook for Zhou Ming tonight. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out. I care for you." Zhou Shuqing was left speechless. This guy was becoming increasingly outrageous. Wang Ming smirked. "What were we discussing earlier?" Age is not an issue. As for Zhou Ming, we have already parted ways. You raised her, not the other way around. She has no right to control you." Just as Zhou Shuqing attempted to retort, Wang Ming lifted a package from the floor and placed it on the table. "This is an orange computer. The latest model with excellent specifications. I heard from Zhou Ming that your computer hasn't been replaced in years, with all the design software you use. It must be quite sluggish. You should use this from now on." Zhou Shuqing was taken aback. An orange computer? It was something she had longed to buy, but had hesitated due to the cost. "Where did you get the money? Did you win the lottery or something?" Zhou Shuqing felt increasingly bewildered. Wang Ming then pulled out the keys to a car. "Your little beetle has been running for over a decade. This car is a gift for you. I've already signed the transfer documents, so you can handle the ownership transfer at your convenience." Zhou Shuqing felt utterly perplexed. Wang Ming was inexplicably pursuing her and had suddenly gifted her a car and a computer. "Child, you must take this back. I cannot accept such expensive gifts. Regardless of where your money comes from, you should save it. Money should not be spent so frivolously. You are too kind." Originally, the system's task was merely to date her. But Wang Ming was resolute in his determination to win over the gentle and considerate Zhou Shuqing. My money is entirely legitimate, and not only will I gift you a car and computer, but I will also assist you in repaying your loan. What? Zhou Shuqing's eyes widened as she regarded Wang Ming, whose serious demeanor left no room for doubt. The situation was becoming increasingly unbelievable. Zhou Shuqing earned a decent income, but as Zhou Mingming grew, her expenses increased. The new house she purchased years ago was financed through a loan. She had been living frugally, with most of her earnings spent on Zhou Mingming and the mortgage, and now that Zhou Mingming could earn her own money, she occasionally asked Zhou Shuqing for financial assistance. Wang Ming seemed well informed. He produced a bank card. From what I understand, you have 20 years left on your mortgage, with monthly payments around 5,000. This card contains 1,200,000, and the password is your birthday. 1,200,000? My birthday? Zhou Shuqing was dumbfounded. Both pieces of information shocking her. 1,200,000 could easily allow Wang Ming to find a good woman to marry, and he even knew her birthday. Did you forget, Aunt? Previously, when Ming Ming and I came to your house to celebrate your birthday, I didn't conduct any covert investigations. Zhou Shuqing suddenly recalled, nodding her head as she gazed at the bank card on the table. You can't be serious, can you? Is there truly 1.2 million within this card? Of course. Wang Ming replied, his eyes fixed on the bank card, devoid of any trace of remorse. He had spent 200,000 on a car, a gift for Zhou Shuqing, while the card held 1.2 million, alongside several thousand on various gifts. He still retained 360,000 for himself. Furthermore, once he successfully elevated Zhou Shuqing's affection level to 100, he could redeem 1,000 system coins, which could procure items valued at 3 million Daxia currency within the system mall. As Zhou Shuqing examined the bank card, car keys, and laptop, her brow furrowed deeper. Wang Ming gently placed his hand on the back of hers. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but was unsuccessful. His grip was too firm. Biting her lip, she implored, "Listen to me, you are still young. I cannot accept these gifts." Had he not been Wang Ming, her heart might have already succumbed. Wang Ming observed the system panel as Zhou Shuqing's affection level surged from 35 to 50. The task list indicated, current task, date with the bound object, Zhou Shuqing. For 3 days, current progress, day 1 of the date duration, 19 minutes, 60 minutes. Wang Ming tightened his grip on Zhou Shuqing's hand. Auntie, please accept these gifts. If you agree to 3 dates with me, I promise I won't bother you any longer. You're giving me all of this just for 3 dates? She questioned, incredulously. Indeed, Wang Ming affirmed resolutely. Zhou Shuqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never anticipated a young man would express his affection for her with such unwavering sincerity. While she felt deeply touched, she was also conflicted. Was she on the brink of becoming his mother-in-law? Yet, his earnestness was undeniable. The gifts he offered were genuine, tangible wealth, while in her 3 years with Zhou Mingming, she had never received more than 2,000 in gifts. Could it be true love? At that moment, 10 waiters approached, each balancing a tray. Zhou Shuqing suddenly realized they were still holding hands and quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Ming smiled at the waiters and said, "Please pour us some wine." "Sir, the wine hasn't fully aerated yet. It will take another 2 minutes," one waiter responded. "By the time it's ready, I'll be asleep." "What is the point? Western dining often defies convention," Wang Ming retorted playfully. The waiter smiled awkwardly. "Very well, sir. I shall pour the wine for you both shortly." As all the waiters placed the dishes on the table, it became overcrowded, necessitating the addition of another table. Once they departed, Zhou Shuqing lifted her gaze to meet Wang Ming's sincere eyes, her defenses beginning to crumble once more. "Then let us start as friends. Please give me some time. Your affection is too sudden for me to process, especially regarding Zhou Mingming." "Agreed. As long as we can overcome this psychological barrier, the opportunity will arise." Chapter 7. The capricious and materialistic daughter. After dining together, Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing drove back to the Emerald Garden, Area A. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Wang Ming graciously opened the passenger door for Zhou Shuqing, carrying the carefully packed leftover delicacies. She alighted from the vehicle with a lightness in her step. She slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. "Thank you for today's lunch. I will accept the notebook, but I truly cannot accept the money or the car." Wang Ming gazed at her silently for a few seconds, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and gently placed the car keys and bank card on the hood of the car. Resolutely, he turned away, leaving her with a simple remark, "I look forward to our next meeting." Zhou Shuqing watched his retreating figure and sighed. Despite having declined multiple times at the dining table, Wang Ming remained steadfast. With no parking space at the entrance of the community, she picked up the bank card and car keys and got back into the car. After registering the vehicle's license plate, she drove into the community. Once home, Zhou Shuqing placed the packed dishes on the dining table and sank onto the sofa. Her mind was devoid of work. It was entirely consumed by Wang Ming's ambiguous declarations of affection. He remembered her birthday, recognized her outdated computer, acknowledged that her car had been in use for a decade, and was aware of her mortgage burdens. Such details warmed her heart. Her daughter, though adopted, was cherished with great devotion, yet she remained oblivious to these concerns. Wang Ming was indeed a commendable man. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted Zhou Shuqing from her reverie. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Zhou Mingming. "Mom, I'm back." Zhou Mingming entered with a beaming smile. "Oh, aren't you working this afternoon? It's not time yet. I just had lunch with someone nearby and decided to return." As Zhou Mingming strolled into the living room, her eyes caught the sight of several bags and 2 bottles of wrapped red wine on the dining table. "Wow, Mom. Did you order takeout today?" Zhou Shuqing forced a smile. "It's not takeout. It was sent by someone." With a puzzled glance, Zhou Mingming inquired, "Sent by someone? Who?" As she spoke, she began to open the bags. "A friend. By the way, Mingming, how has work been for you lately?" Zhou Mingming shrugged. "It's just the same. Exhausting, and the pay is meager." "Mom, can you lend me some money? I want to buy a new handbag." Zhou Shuqing looked at her daughter with a sense of helplessness. "You're already an adult. Stop frivolously spending. Am I to provide your dowry as well?" Zhou Mingming sulked. "Just lend me some. I'll pay you back." "Wow, it's all Western cuisine. How did you end up with so much?" "Too bad I'm full. I'll save it for dinner." "All right, I'll leave it all for you." Zhou Shuqing sighed, realizing her daughter was both lazy and indulgent, traits that made her seem less like her own flesh and blood. Zhou Mingming suddenly noticed the orange laptop resting on the sofa along with a pile of cosmetic product bags. "Did you buy a new computer? An orange one? That must have cost quite a bit." Zhou Mingming picked up her computer and then set it down, her gaze fixated on the cosmetics packaging, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Dior eye cream. Wow, this lipstick is so expensive." Zhou Shuqing felt a twinge of panic. "These are all gifts from others." Zhou Mingming halted her movements and looked up at Zhou Shuqing, suspicion gleaming in her eyes. "Gifts from others? You wouldn't happen to have a boyfriend, would you?" Zhou Shuqing's face flushed crimson. "What nonsense. It's merely a gift from a friend. I don't have a boyfriend." Zhou Mingming narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Shuqing from head to toe. "Come on, don't lie to me. With that expression, it's clear you're hiding something. Just tell me. Who gave you this?" Zhou Mingming then noticed the car keys and her eyes widened. "You say you don't have a boyfriend? How could you afford a car? Wow. If someone gifted you a car, he must be a big boss. I knew it. You're so beautiful. You must have captivated many." Zhou Shuqing felt flustered and hurried to clarify. "Mingming, it's truly not what you think. It's just a friend who noticed my old computer and my aging car. So he gifted me these. We are merely ordinary friends." Zhou Mingming crossed her arms, her face a mask of disbelief. "Ordinary friends? Since when do ordinary friends gift computers and cars? That eye cream and lipstick cost a fortune. Come on, stop being stubborn. I wouldn't oppose you finding a companion. You've been alone for so many years. It's time someone took care of you. By the way, what does he do? How old is he? As long as he is not an old man, it's fine. But with that kind of wealth, even an old man wouldn't be too bad." Zhou Shuqing wished she could send her daughter back to the orphanage. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Stop speculating. I will return the car." Zhou Mingming persisted, sidling up to Zhou Shuqing with a playful smile. "Mom, just tell me. Perhaps he genuinely likes you. You shouldn't keep rejecting him. Look at these gifts. If it weren't sincere, would he give them to you? Returning them would only hurt his feelings." "Oh, you think he is sincere?" Zhou Shuqing asked, her expression serious. Zhou Mingming nodded vigorously. "Of course. I'm telling you, don't let your Prince Charming slip away. You're already 37. It's time to blossom. But our circumstances and the age difference, it's impossible for us to be together." Zhou Mingming's eyes sparkled. "So what if he is older?" "Older men can be more caring. Mom, just try to get to know him. Besides, he is wealthy." Zhou Shuqing shot her daughter a reproachful look. "You child. All you think about is money. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to borrow money for a bag? What kind of bag are you planning to buy?" Zhou Mingming perked up at the mention of the topic. I want to buy a designer bag. That brand is so popular now, and many celebrities are carrying it. But it's a bit pricey, which is why I thought of borrowing some money from you. Please, Mom, just lend me some. I promise to pay you back soon. Zhou Shuqing shook her head. Since you started working, you've borrowed tens of thousands from me. Have you paid back even a penny? Mingming, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you. You are well aware of our family's situation. I have to pay the mortgage every month. And the living expenses are also considerable. Can't you be a bit more frugal? Once you start earning more in the future, you can buy whatever you desire. Zhou Mingming, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, Are you really that stingy? Other mothers buy this and that for their daughters. Can't you be a little kinder to me? It's just a bag. It's not a big deal. Zhou Shuqing looked at her daughter's petulant demeanor, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Fine, I will transfer you 10,000 shortly. Is that sufficient? Zhou Mingming sulked on the sofa. 10,000 isn't even enough for a zipper. I need 50,000. What? Zhou Shuqing's anger flared. Just then, her phone rang. She reined in her fury and took out her phone to check the caller ID. It was Wang Ming. Chapter 8. Heart flutter. A wave of panic surged through Zhou Shuqing as she instinctively glanced at Zhou Mingming. After a moment's hesitation, she swiped to answer. Hello, Shuqing. Wang Ming's gentle voice came through the line. I just remembered something. Some functions of the car might be a bit complicated. I've sent you an operation guide via Weixin. If you find it confusing, I can explain it to you in person sometime. Zhou Shuqing felt her cheeks flush slightly as she cast a sideways glance at her daughter, who was straining to eavesdrop. She endeavored to keep her tone steady. No need. I can't accept the car. I will find a time to return it to you. I will also repay that money. I truly cannot accept such a valuable item. There was a brief silence on the other end before Wang Ming replied. Don't be too hasty in rejecting my offer. Consider it a loan. You can use it to pay off the mortgage, and there's no interest involved. Whenever you feel ready to accept my feelings, you can make a decision then. Zhou Mingming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she leaned closer to Zhou Shuqing, trying to catch the conversation. Suddenly, she snatched the phone from her mother, exclaiming, Hello, future dad. It's your daughter. Don't worry. I'll make sure there are no obstacles on my end. You're so generous and thoughtful. If my mom doesn't accept, that would be quite foolish. Don't worry. I will help persuade her. Zhou Shuqing gasped, her eyes widening as she attempted to reclaim her phone, but Zhou Mingming adeptly evaded her. Wang Ming, hearing Zhou Mingming's voice, was momentarily taken aback, then said, Mingming, thank you. Remember what you just said. Zhou Mingming giggled. You can count on me. Leave it to me. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Ming hung up. Zhou Shuqing, both furious and anxious, quickly snatched back her phone. Mingming, how could you do that? Who told you to take my phone? Zhou Mingming stuck out her tongue. I was helping you. After a moment, she frowned slightly and murmured, Strange. His voice sounds so much like Wang Ming. That is a deduction. Zhou Shuqing's heart raced. Did her daughter not realize? It was indeed unlikely that she would ever suspect her ex-boyfriend would pursue her mother. Fortunately, she did not notice the name displayed on the caller ID. Observing that Zhou Mingming was entirely oblivious to the fact that the caller was Wang Ming, Zhou Shuqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhou Mingming playfully tugged at her arm, coaxing, Mom, you mentioned earlier that he even gave you money. Aren't you rich? Just lend me some. How much did he give you? A flicker of weariness crossed Zhou Shuqing's eyes. The money is not mine. How can I lend it to you? I can only give you 10,000. If you don't want it, then so be it. Upon sensing her mother's firm stance, Zhou Mingming's tone turned sulky. All right, I want it. Transfer it to me later. I'll go back to my room for a 10-minute nap. You're really such a miser. Zhou Shuqing felt a pang in her heart at her daughter's words. It was like a bottomless pit. Wang Ming had indeed chosen poorly in relationships, and he must have endured considerable strain during their 3 years together. Perhaps she could make amends for him? She opened WeChat and clicked on Wang Ming's chat window, sending a vehicle operation manual along with a heart emoji. Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing fiercely. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had returned to the apartment complex, and before he could unlock the door, the landlady called out to him from behind. Wang Ming, it's time to pay the rent. Wang Ming turned around. The landlady, dressed in a leopard print skirt and a lace top, still exuded charm in her 40s. His eyes nearly popped out. Aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? My girlfriend is nowhere near as beautiful as you, he replied. You little rascal. Are you trying to seduce me? She retorted. Let me tell you, I won't waive your rent just because you're handsome. The landlady, Jiao Fong, had a husband who was a corporate executive, frequently away on business. The entire three-story apartment complex was theirs. They resided in a small, two-story house next to the apartment building, where Jia Fong spent her days idly playing mahjong. Wang Ming chuckled, "Wave rent? I won't shortchange you a single cent. I was actually considering moving out, but since you're so lovely, I'd like to see you a bit longer. Do you have any larger rooms available on the second floor?" Jia Fong, with a playful twinkle in her eye, deliberately bit her lip. "You do have a sweet tongue, but the second floor is all large units, with the cheapest starting at 2,500. Wang Ming pulled out his phone and, after a moment of searching for Jia Fong's profile, transferred 20,000 yuan in one go. "Consider this as rent for a quarter. The rest, please help me find someone to assist with my move and select a spacious apartment for me." Jia Fong frowned, glancing at her phone to confirm that Wang Ming had indeed transferred 20,000 yuan. She was taken aback. The most expensive unit on the second floor was only 4,000, and a quarter's rent amounted to merely 12,000. He had overpaid her by 8,000. When he first rented, he specifically requested the cheapest unit. It seemed he had changed considerably. One must not look down on others. "All right then, get your things ready, and I'll call someone to help you move whenever you're set." Wang Ming relished this newfound sense of financial ease, basking in his delight. Suddenly, a system panel popped up, blinking incessantly, followed by a series of expressionless electronic tones. The electronic sound faded, leaving Wang Ming in a daze. "Find the landlady?" "What did you say?" Jia Fong, noticing Wang Ming murmuring softly, inquired curiously. Wang Ming hastily shook his head, insisting it was nothing, merely expressing his desire to stay a bit longer and to see her more often. Jia Fong blushed slightly, her face radiant with a smile, remarking that she remembered him as quite an honest person, wondering how he had become so glib. She invited him to dinner, boasting of her excellent culinary skills, suggesting they arrange it later. After winking playfully at Wang Ming, she sauntered away with a graceful stride. "Certainly, I will arrange it." As Wang Ming observed Jia Fong making her way towards the independent unit on the second floor, he opened the door and stepped inside. He gazed at his cramped 30-square-meter studio with a bathroom, exhaling deeply. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly, transforming everything around him. His personality was shifting, and the demeanor of women towards him was changing as well. He collapsed onto the sofa, checking his bank balance, which revealed 342,000. Opening the system interface, he noted that there was only one current binding object. He looked at the information panel for Zhou Shuqing. Current task progress, 3 dates, 13. Her infatuation level had already reached 75. The description of infatuation indicated that once it surpassed 60, an irreversible affection would develop. With continuous increase, love would also grow. Upon reaching 90, it would signify a deep and singular love. Once the infatuation level hit the maximum of 100, it would lead to unwavering devotion. They had only been on one date, and already Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level was at 75. This suggested she had indeed begun to take an interest in him. It seemed he should seize the moment. Continue dating. Exchange 1,000 system coins. Chapter 9. Taking responsibility. In the afternoon, Wang Ming tidied up his room. Living alone, he had few belongings, and within an hour, he had packed everything up, ready to notify the landlady to assist him with the move. He then lay down on his bed for an afternoon nap. Zhou Shuqing arrived at the bank, and after verifying her identity at the service window, she discovered that Wang Ming had provided her with a notarized couple's card in his own name. There was no need for the original owner's signature or an appointment. It was available for immediate use. Inside, there was indeed 1,200,000. "Ma'am, how much would you like to withdraw?" "No appointment needed. You can take out the entire amount," the teller inquired. After a brief internal struggle, Zhou Shuqing recalled Wang Ming's words. The loan interest was indeed exorbitant. She decided to utilize the funds temporarily, intending to repay Wang Ming gradually, thus saving tens of thousands. "I would like to process an early repayment." Half an hour later, Zhou Shuqing exited the bank, looking lighthearted and carefree. She walked towards the parking lot, took her place in the driver's seat, and marveled at the dashboard, which was far more advanced than those from a decade ago. The car's display screen was larger than a tablet. Wang Ming truly cared for her. Regardless of the circumstances, borrowing such a substantial amount deserved heartfelt gratitude. With this thought, Zhou Shuqing dialed Wang Ming's number. Wang Ming, who was indulging in an afternoon nap, was abruptly awakened by a disturbance. Without opening his eyes, he groped for his phone and pressed it to his ear. "Hello? Who is this? Are you sleeping? Then continue to do so. We can talk later." Recognizing the voice of Zhou Shuqing, he became a bit more alert and glanced at the screen, confirming her identity. I just woke up, and now it's convenient for me to talk. I've used your money. Thank you. I would like to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow at noon? Absolutely. Wang Ming replied without a moment's hesitation, eager to accept. Great. I will send you the address. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhou Shuqing slowly released her grip on her thigh, which she had been nervously squeezing. What am I doing, inviting my daughter's ex-boyfriend? She vigorously shook her head, convincing herself that it was merely a friendly gesture, a way to express gratitude for a friend's concern, nothing more. On the other side, Wang Ming sat up from the sofa, now fully awake. Is this what happens when infatuation reaches 75? I was contemplating how to ask for a second date, yet she called me first. If he exerted a bit more effort to complete his objective, the reward of 1,000 system coins would soon be within reach. That evening, he enjoyed a long-desired bowl of beef rice. It was a mere 20 yuan, a trivial amount considering his current financial status. It was only during the half-month of his breakup with Zhou Mingming that he had permitted himself to indulge a bit more in dining. Although he hadn't dined lavishly every day, most of his funds were spent on alcohol to drown his sorrows. Now, he felt no need to be frugal. With over 300,000 yuan at his disposal, successfully completing the task could yield items worth millions. Wang Ming slept soundly that night, dreaming of repurchasing his beloved Hummer and taking Zhou Shuqing for a drive. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuqing tossed and turned until midnight, unable to find rest. She was moved by Wang Ming's sincerity and thoughtfulness. His demeanor suggested he was earnestly striving to pursue a romantic relationship with her. Yet, as the mother of his former girlfriend, she found the situation rather absurd. She resolved to clarify things at noon the following day, lest she inadvertently fall for him. Wait, why am I sleeping with Wang Ming's jacket? The next morning, Wang Ming sent a message to Jia Fong, informing her that she could assist him with his move at any time. He ventured to a shopping mall in the city center, purchasing a pair of limited edition sneakers and a tailored suit. With no time for custom fitting, he needed to wear it today to ensure he presented his best self before Zhou Shuqing. After browsing the mall for a while, as the appointed time approached, he picked up his gift and hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he immediately spotted the striking Zhou Shuqing. She was seated at a table, adorned in a light blue dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, radiating freshness and beauty. Wang Ming was mesmerized, finding her to be like a fairy stepped out from a painting. Indeed, with such beauty enhanced by makeup, she was even more stunning. You look truly beautiful today, he stammered as he approached the table. Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you. Have you been waiting long? Wang Ming took his seat and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. Not really, I just arrived. I usually don't wear much makeup, so I was a bit slow. Wang Ming gazed at Zhou Shuqing for a moment longer, silently pleading. Please, don't wear makeup in the future. Is it really that unattractive? My eyebrows are uneven, right? And the lipstick color is too pale, Zhou Shuqing remarked, covering her face with her hands, feeling somewhat flustered. No, you look even more beautiful with makeup on. I can hardly concentrate on eating. Just looking at you brings me immense satisfaction. Zhou Shuqing's heart raced. What was this? This guy was quite the charmer, handsome, muscular, and so sweet. It seemed she was developing a growing fondness for him. She intended to clarify her feelings, but found the words stuck in her throat. Seeing Zhou Shuqing's shy demeanor, Wang Ming smiled knowingly. He picked up a bag and pushed it across the table towards her. I visited numerous counters and sampled many fragrances. This scent resembles the one you wear. Do you think it's the same as yours? Zhou Shuqing opened the bag and was taken aback to find it contained the luxurious red Encounter perfume from Xiang'ai Air. Although the fragrance was similar to her own, hers was the pink Encounter, while Wang Ming's gift was the prestigious version, crafted from 10,000 jasmine blossoms and the finest agarwood. She had tirelessly sought the exquisite version of her fragrance among countless counters and samples, and now her mental defenses crumbled. Wang Ming observed Zhou Shuqing's reaction, biting his lip, his brows slightly twitching. You've lent me so much money and even gifted me a car and a laptop. This perfume is too extravagant. You are the most precious thing. It's merely an object, Wang Ming replied earnestly. The system indicated that Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level had reached 83. Please don't say that. We really can't. Zhou Shuqing's eyes turned red as she struggled to control her emotions. Due to her work, she had limited interactions with men, and after raising her adopted daughter, Zhou Mingming, she realized she had entered the realm of older women, losing interest in men. Now, this young man was showing her such care, but there was a wall between them. Wang Ming, noticing her emotional turmoil, took a deep breath and summoned his courage to say, I like you, and I want to take care of you. Zhou Mingming is your daughter, not your mother. She has no right to interfere with us, especially since she was the one who ended things with me. Zhou Shuqing's heart raced. She maintained her composure. I have a feeling you might be intentionally retaliating against Ming Ming by pursuing me. Am I right? Wang Ming scoffed, but then adopted a more serious demeanor. She has been erased from my heart. From now on, she is her own person, and I am mine. She is not worthy of my retaliation. She does not deserve to waste my time. He recalled the night spent holding Zhou Shuqing, continuing with a meaningful tone. I just feel a sense of peace when I'm holding you. And besides, you've never shared a bed with a man before. I should take responsibility. Chapter 10. The landlady let us not mention that day again. It was quite embarrassing, just a misunderstanding. Responsibility? What for? Zhou Shuqing awkwardly lifted her glass of lemonade and took a sip, deliberately averting her gaze to the window. I dislike dilly-dallying. I have expressed my feelings. And you have rejected me, have you not? Wang Ming asserted with determination, leaving no room for Zhou Shuqing to evade. Wang Ming, I truly do not know what to do. Zhou Shuqing's voice trembled slightly. I have feelings for you as well, but I cannot face Ming Ming. She paused, looking earnestly at Wang Ming. Could you grant me some time? This is all too sudden. Even without this connection, it cannot happen so swiftly. Wang Ming found her reasoning valid and decided to give her a few more days. After all, there were rewards to be gained from the task. There was no rush for the affection meter. At this pace, it would not be long before results manifested. He nodded. Well, regardless of whether you agree or not, I shall remain by your side. Zhou Shuqing sighed, then suddenly inquired, how did you arrive? I took a taxi. You sent your car with me and took a taxi yourself? Indeed. Zhou Shuqing, feeling exasperated, pulled out her car keys and handed them over. Here, take it back. As you step into society, you should have your own vehicle. Noticing Wang Ming's reluctance to accept the keys, she offered, if not, you may drive my old car. Though aged, it is well maintained and still has plenty of power. Wang Ming gently accepted the keys, saying softly, shall we consider this exchange of vehicles as tokens of mutual affection? Zhou Shuqing, upon hearing his words, felt her cheeks flush even more. She cleared her throat, striving to compose herself, unwilling to respond to Wang Ming's playful banter. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with delicately presented Japanese cuisine, though it seemed devoid of aroma. Zhou Shuqing sat up slightly, pointing to the dishes on the table. I ordered double portions of my favorites. You must try them. They are truly delicious. Feel free to order more. Do not hesitate. Wang Ming glanced at the food, chuckling as he waved his hand. This is sufficient. Ordering more would only result in Ming Ming eating it, and the leftovers you packed for her yesterday were consumed, weren't they? Zhou Shuqing smiled gently, remaining silent as her gaze fell upon her wristwatch. Wang Ming noticed her gesture and inquired with concern, are you in a hurry? Zhou Shuqing nodded yes. I need to ship a client's clothing before tonight. Time is tight. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, checked the system and noted that only 16 minutes had passed since their date began. He quickly added, I will drive you back shortly, so you can rest your eyes in the car and return ready to work. Zhou Shuqing shook her head, worry etched on her face. Ming Ming returned home yesterday afternoon. What if she comes back today and happens to see us together? How would I explain that? Wang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to explain? Just tell her I am her future father. Zhou Shuqing could no longer contain herself, her brows furrowing in reproach. You said to give me some time. I have not agreed to you yet. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will truly leave. Wang Ming, sensing her genuine annoyance, quickly put on a sheepish smile. All right. I will refrain from speaking further. During today's lunch, Zhou Shuqing felt less awkward than the previous day, and her fondness for Wang Ming had notably increased. After they finished their meal, Wang Ming's system indicated that he had completed 40 minutes of his task, leaving him with an additional 20 minutes. If he did not fulfill this requirement now, he would miss the opportunity to date Zhou Shuqing later in the evening when Zhou Mingming returned home. Opening the task prompt, he noted that the total duration for the date could be accumulated across multiple outings, but it must be completed within the same day. Any unutilized time would reset at midnight. Since accumulation was permissible, there was no immediate rush. He could arrange to meet Zhou Shuqing for another 20 minutes in the afternoon. As they exited the restaurant, Wang Ming suddenly remembered that he had yet to retrieve the car Zhou Shuqing had lent him necessitating a trip to Emerald Garden. I still want to go back with you. Your car is at the community, he remarked. Zhou Shuqing frowned but nodded, suggesting, why don't you come by this afternoon? You could even come upstairs then. Upstairs? But I haven't reached level 90 yet. Does that mean I would have to take the initiative to bring myself home? Then see you this afternoon. Be careful on the road, she replied. All right, goodbye. Zhou Shuqing waved as she walked toward the parking area. Upon returning to his rented room, Wang Ming opened the door to find the place empty. He took out his phone and sent a message to Jia Fong. Which room is the new one? Where's the key? Less than 2 minutes later, Jia Fong replied. It's the innermost room, 206. Come to my house to pick up the key. Wang Ming tucked his phone into his pocket and turned to head toward Jia Fong's standalone 2-story house. He pressed the doorbell, and the main door slowly opened. Stepping into the yard, the entrance door swung open to reveal Jia Fong. Dressed in form-fitting yoga pants and a tank top, her curvaceous figure was fully on display. Wang Ming found himself momentarily entranced by her appearance as he approached the entrance. Noticing his gaze, Jia Fong couldn't help but smile, her lips curling to reveal a perfect set of white teeth. Come in, she beckoned. Wang Ming hesitated slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he asked, Am I presentable enough? Jia Fong raised an eyebrow, her tone lighthearted. Now that you're here, why not come in for a glass of water before you leave? The two entered the house, which featured an exquisitely designed Western-style decor, though the furnishings had an ostentatious air about them. Your home is quite spacious, Wang Ming remarked. Jia Fong chuckled. Make yourself comfortable. I'll pour you a glass of water. Wang Ming settled onto the sofa while Jia Fong went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water. She returned, offering him one. Try this. It's my freshly brewed floral tea. Wang Ming took a sip, appreciating the pleasant flavor. Now where's the key? I should head back, he said. Unfazed, Jia Fong settled on the sofa opposite him, leaning forward slightly, her chin resting on her hands, a smile gracing her face. Why the rush to leave? Stay and chat with me for a while. Wang Ming gazed at the enchanting woman before him and recalled the system prompt. Yet, his primary focus was on Zhou Shuqing. And with success nearly in reach, he felt little inclination to linger. I have plans this afternoon. Can we chat another time? Jia Fong curled her lips. Oh, who are you dating? You seem quite invested. Didn't you say you broke up? Wang Ming hesitated for a moment. Well, my current relationship hasn't been officially established, but it should be soon. Jia Fong's eyes widened slightly before she resumed her flirtatious demeanor. How old is your new girlfriend? 37. Chapter 11. A new task. Absolutely insane. 37. Jia Fong's eyes grew wide. You must be joking. You're not referring to me, are you? She laughed lightly. Lowering her hand from her mouth, she gazed at Wang Ming. But I'm already 40. You look quite dashing today. That suit makes you more handsome than many grooms. However, I must decline, as I am married. Who said it was you? The person I'm pursuing is indeed 37. Wang Ming's expression was earnest. Jia Fong stood up, sauntered over to the sofa where Wang Ming sat, and gracefully settled beside him, her legs elegantly crossed, her body slightly leaning back, unabashedly showcasing her alluring figure. With a sultry gaze, she said, All right then, let us have a nice chat. I'm curious about your new girlfriend. Do you prefer older women? As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with temptation. Noticing Wang Ming's interest, Jia Fong intensified her approach, resting her hands on his shoulders, her body leaning just enough to almost touch him, her yoga top accentuating her curves. She softly blew into his ear and whispered, What? Afraid Annie might devour you? She chuckled softly afterward. Wang Ming was taken aback. His infatuation level was already at 40 upon just binding. What does purity truly mean? Zhou Shuqing had a score of 100, while Jia Fong stood at 60. Consciousness control. Click purity to view. A small note appeared, and upon clicking, a detailed description unfolded. Seeing Wang Ming silent for a moment, Jia Fong lightly tapped his shoulder. What are you pondering? I'll come by another day to chat. I truly have matters to attend to today. Wang Ming refocused on Jia Fong. She smiled as she stood up. I won't tease you anymore, but someday. I really must invite you to my home to taste my cooking. As she spoke, she approached a cabinet, opened a drawer, retrieved a set of keys, selected one, and returned to hand it to Wang Ming. He stood up, accepting the key and placing his original key on the table. When is someday? How about the day after tomorrow? My husband is off tomorrow. Wang Ming smiled knowingly. Are you implying I should dine with you while your husband is away? Jia Fong raised an eyebrow. There are some delicious dishes I'd rather he not have. I want you to try them. Wang Ming felt a jolt of excitement. All right, I love steamed buns. Don't be stingy. You'll have plenty of fluffy buns. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, sealing the agreement. Jia Fong escorted Wang Ming out, watching his retreating figure with a dreamy gaze as she gently bit her lower lip. As Wang Ming exited the courtyard, the system prompted a task notification. Wang Ming stared blankly at the task details, his mind reeling. Dining at her mother-in-law's home? And with Jia Fong's daughter? Wasn't she attending university in the city and already had a boyfriend? The difficulty of this task far exceeded that of Zhou Shuqing. Master, you have emerged. Please enlighten me about this task. Are you toying with me? Do you wish for my demise? Wang Ming inquired, listening to the system's cheerful notification chime. How can I procure system currency? You resemble Ultraman. But no, Ultraman maintains his presence for a considerable duration each time he appears. This task is utterly heartless. Returning to 206, he gazed at the pristine abode, 100 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms and an independent kitchen. Jia Fong had already prepared everything for herself. The packages she had sealed remained unopened. Everything else was neatly arranged. The money spent was certainly not in vain, likely due to her hiring assistants for the organization. Casually tossing the keys onto the coffee table, he collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes fixated on the ceiling, his thoughts still entangled in the bizarre tasks assigned by the system. What guise should he adopt when dining at Jia Fong's mother-in-law's house? And climbing the mountain with her daughter? After all, she had a boyfriend. What position would he hold in that scenario? Setting aside the tasks triggered by Jia Fong, he turned his attention to Zhou Shuqing. He had already helped her settle her loan, leaving himself with only a little over 300,000. Rising, he approached the refrigerator, discovering that Jia Fong had stocked it full of red wine and potent spirits. Her intentions were rather transparent. Not even a bottle of cola in sight, just a few bottles of goji berry tea. He retrieved one and took a few hearty gulps. Rest assured, I shall certainly put it to good use, Wang Ming thought with a knowing smile. After freshening up, he set his alarm for 2 in the afternoon and collapsed onto the large bed, surrendering to slumber. Awakened by the alarm at 2, he glanced at his phone to find several messages from Zhou Shuqing. Come and pick up the car. You can stay upstairs for a while. Call when you arrive. Wang Ming arrived at the entrance of the Emerald Garden community and dialed Zhou Shuqing's number. Before long, she emerged from the complex. Capturing his attention, Zhou Shuqing had changed her attire, no longer clad in the previous dress. She wore a white strapless top paired with a fitted black skirt and delicate white high heels. Her hair had been meticulously styled, with a few wisps framing her face, clearly indicating her effort to present herself beautifully. As Zhou Shuqing approached him, Wang Ming noticed her makeup was also different. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Weren't you supposed to be busy today? How did you find the time to apply such exquisite makeup? As a flush of crimson suddenly graced Zhou Shuqing's cheeks, her gaze faltered slightly. I just happened to have some time. And it wasn't specifically to meet you that I dressed up. I merely wanted to change my outfit. Wang Ming, observing her bashful yet endearing demeanor, chuckled softly and shook his head, opting not to tease her further. The two ascended the stairs together, the familiar fragrance enveloping them, no longer foreign. Zhou Shuqing guided Wang Ming to the sofa, then turned to enter her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged holding a coat. My car is parked downstairs, she stated, handing the coat to Wang Ming. As he accepted it, the scent was pronounced. He looked up, puzzled, and inquired, why does this garment smell so strongly of your perfume? You haven't been hugging it in your sleep, have you? Upon hearing this, the blush on Zhou Shuqing's face deepened. Indeed, she had unconsciously embraced the coat while sleeping. And now, under Wang Ming's scrutiny, she became flustered. And no, that's not it. I merely placed it beside my bed, she stammered. Wang Ming found her reaction amusing and remarked, aren't you busy? You should work. I'll just watch you. Zhou Shuqing furrowed her brow slightly. What is so interesting about work? Wang Ming gazed at her with earnestness and replied, I'm not observing your work. I'm watching you. His frankness made her heart race. And after years of being single, she felt as bashful as a young girl. She teased, with your charm, how could Zhou Ming let you go? Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, she did. Otherwise, I would never have discovered your virtues. Zhou Shuqing's face grew warm, and she dared not meet Wang Ming's eyes, muttering softly, I'm ignoring you. Intentionally turning away, the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight smile, her heart swelling with sweetness. Suddenly, Wang Ming rose and gently embraced Zhou Shuqing from behind, wrapping his arms tenderly around her waist. Startled by this unexpected gesture, she instinctively broke free and turned to confront him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is outrageous." Wang Ming, taken aback, stammered, "You clearly have feelings for me." Zhou Shuqing's face flushed crimson as she hastily retorted, "Who said that? I'm just grateful to you. Besides, I've already asked for time to consider things. How could you do this? You've disappointed me greatly." Wang Ming observed her genuine anger, feeling somewhat helpless, and inwardly pondered. Why is she so resistant despite the undeniable chemistry between us? After all, she had always been traditional regarding relationships. Her sole previous romance had ended in mere weeks because she refused to allow physical intimacy. Seeing Wang Ming silent, Zhou Shuqing assumed she had silenced him and continued sternly, "If you do this again, I won't speak to you anymore, and I will return your money promptly." Wang Ming feigned disappointment, sighed, and said, "Since you have no feelings for me, I won't bother you again. You can keep your money. I'll just take your car as a keepsake." With that, he took small, deliberate steps toward the door, deliberately slowing his departure. Zhou Shuqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Wang Ming's resolute stance. After a brief internal struggle, she called out to him, "Wait a moment, it just caught me off guard. Could you grant me a little more time?" If they were to define their relationship, she would certainly allow him to embrace her. Wang Ming turned around, a gentle smile gracing his face. "May I observe you at work? Just for 20 minutes. Zhou Shuqing shyly nodded in agreement. "All right, but no touching, please," Wang Ming promptly assured her. Returning to her desk, Zhou Shuqing opened the new computer Wang Ming had provided. "Thank you, the software runs smoothly now." Wang Ming did not respond. Instead, he focused intently on her. Zhou Shuqing manipulated her graphics tablet, alternating between modifying design patterns and meticulously sewing a qipao with needle and thread. Wang Ming gazed at her, utterly entranced, finding her exceptionally beautiful. Previously, he had regarded her through the lens of an elder, appreciating her distinguished demeanor. Now, observing her as an equal, he was struck by her stunning beauty, rivaling that of a star. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. Zhou Shuqing set down her work, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Am I really that captivating? I don't recall you being this focused on Ming Ming before." Wang Ming replied with affection, "Of course, she cannot compare to your beauty." Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed with warmth as she urged, "You should be on your way. It will soon be evening, and what if Ming Ming returns early?" Wang Ming, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Can we continue our date tomorrow?" Zhou Shuqing hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. "We can stroll by the lake tomorrow." Wang Ming's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful. Tomorrow at noon, let us have lunch together first, then we shall head to the lake." After seeing Wang Ming off, Zhou Shuqing closed the door and leaned against the wall in the foyer, taking a deep breath. "What is happening? Why is this becoming more complicated?" "Ming Ming, please don't blame me." Wang Ming found Zhou Shuqing's car and drove it back to his home. As she had described, though it was somewhat older, its performance remained impeccable. The acceleration and gear shifts were smooth, and the interior still bore her scent. Upon returning home, he opened the system panel to check the progress. Zhou Shuqing's affection level had reached 87. The substantial investment was not in vain. He would complete his task by tomorrow, and the rewards would follow swiftly. He recalled the last time the system consciousness had appeared, informing him of newly developed products. He opened the system marketplace to browse. To his astonishment, a new category for functional enhancements had appeared. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the offerings displayed before him. Kidney enhancement, 100 system coins. Muscle enhancement, 100 system coins. Vision enhancement, 100 system coins. Bone enhancement, 100 system coins. A whole page of enhancement products awaited him. Clicking on the descriptions revealed that each enhancement would increase a given attribute by 1/10, but only one enhancement could be applied each week. Zhou Shuqing's affinity is rapidly approaching 90, merely a few points shy of reaching 100. Soon, she shall be rewarded with system coins. "Zhou Mingming, you are fated to miss out on my fortune. Let Zhou Shuqing experience my benevolence instead." Just as the phone rang, it was my boss calling. "How are things at home? Will you be able to come to work on Monday?" Wang Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "Boss, I wish to resign." There was a brief silence on the other end, and then Zhang Yao spoke slowly. "Please help me get through this month. We have taken on an unusually large number of orders, and I am in the process of hiring. The HR department has interviewed many candidates in recent days. Once we have enough staff, I will not retain you, but I will increase your salary by 1,000 yuan this month." Wang Ming reflected that Zhang Yao was being quite fair to him, unlike some bosses who treated their employees like mere beasts of burden. All right, I will wait until you have sufficient personnel before I leave. Okay, see you on Monday. As soon as he hung up, a message from his landlord, Jia Fong, popped up on his phone. Upon opening it, he found several photos of Jia Fong in various outfits and hats. Wang Ming, take a look and tell me which hat suits me. Chapter 13. Zhou Mingming desires to meet her father. Wang Ming couldn't help but acknowledge that despite being in her 40s, Jia Fong still possessed an impressive figure and beauty. His disdain for Zhou Mingming had grown immensely, to the point where he even found his landlord more attractive. He scrutinized each photo carefully. This was not merely a request for assistance in choosing a hat. It was a showcase of her modeling for him. This woman is indeed bold. He replied, it's hard to see clearly. I'll help you choose in person when the opportunity arises. Jia Fong responded almost instantly, great. How about you come to my house for dinner on Monday? Are you working? If not, how about 6 in the evening? Sure. I'll bring the strong liquor and Red Bull you gave me. It's a date then. Jia Fong sent a flirty emoji. Wang Ming realized he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. It would be remiss to refuse food offered so graciously. Suddenly, he recalled his system task and messaged, is your mother-in-law's home far from here? Wang Ming thought that if he could glean some information about Jia Fong's mother-in-law's residence, it might provide insights for fulfilling the task of dining at her home. After all, the task didn't stipulate that he must go with Jia Fong. Simply showing concern for the elderly and bringing a gift for a meal wouldn't be too difficult. It's not far, just 3 kilometers. Why do you ask? Oh, just wanting to show a bit more concern for you. Haha, is this your way of preparing an apology in case things go awry? We haven't even begun yet. Jia Fong sent another shy emoji. See you on Monday. After Wang Ming replied to the message, he opened the food delivery platform. With over 300,000 remaining and the system tasks nearly completed, he felt free to indulge. He ordered 300 yuan worth of hot pot ingredients. At 10 o'clock that evening, Zhou Mingming was on the verge of sleep in her bedroom when a knock echoed through the door. Rising from her bed, she switched on the light and opened the door. Mom, why are you still awake? You usually go to bed early. Zhou Shuqing entered the room, her expression troubled. I can't sleep. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Zhou Mingming, puzzled, noticed her mother's bashful demeanor and instantly understood. Is it about a man? Zhou Shuqing gently nodded and took a seat on Zhou Mingming's vanity chair, with her hands resting on her knees and her teeth grazing her lips. She remained silent for a while. Zhou Mingming burst into laughter. Mom, there's no need to be shy. Just speak up. Is it about the man who gifted you the car? Zhou Shuqing nodded, pursing her lips before confessing, I've developed feelings for him. He has not only showered me with expensive gifts, but also cleared all my debts. It's not merely these gestures that captivate me. It's his genuine care and affection. What? He cleared your debts? You mean the mortgage? Yes. Oh my goodness, is he really that wealthy? Over 1 million just like that. And with so many gifts like cars, computers, and cosmetics. What are you hesitating for? He is so proactive. You're already 37. If you miss this opportunity, you may never find someone this good again. Zhou Mingming grew increasingly excited. Zhou Shuqing's expression turned more troubled. There's a significant age gap between us, 15 years. Zhou Mingming furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing. 15 years. You mean he's in his 50s? That's not too bad. Given his wealth, 15 years isn't a big deal. I'm even a bit intrigued. If you don't want him, introduce him to me. Zhou Shuqing's demeanor suddenly became serious. How can you be so focused on money? After saying this, she became bashful again. What I meant is, I am 15 years older than him. What? He's the same age as me? Zhou Mingming was taken aback, her expression frozen. Her lips trembled. Mom, you're incredible. This is a real catch. Truly, when you make a move, you make a bold one. Still hesitating? Wealthy, young, whether day or night, you will be blissfully happy. What are you saying? That's so inappropriate. Zhou Shuqing blushed further. She composed herself to continue earnestly. Our relationship is quite complicated. You will likely dislike him. And I fear you may come to resent me. Zhou Mingming laughed heartily, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. What's there to fear? With such wealth and a young father, how could I ever dislike him? Just love boldly. By your fortune, my allowance could increase as well. Zhou Shuqing felt helpless against Zhou Mingming's views, as she seemed only focused on money. Are you serious? You would accept anyone, regardless of who they are? Of course. Whatever he offers you, it's likely close to 2 million. Do not hesitate any longer, mother, speak with him. He is merely a young man in his 20s. Even if it is just for fun, there is no loss on your part. Zhou Shuqing, rendered speechless, opened the door for her daughter, who had returned home. This is precisely what you mentioned, Mingming. If I truly engage with him, do not forget what you stated today. Zhou Mingming pouted, eagerly anticipating a meeting with her young father. Good night, dear mother. Zhou Shuqing rose and returned to her bedroom. Sleep eluded her as she picked up her phone, repeatedly opening and closing Wang Ming's profile. Back and forth she went. Summoning her courage, she sent a heart emoji. You must be feeling quite sad today. Tomorrow, you can hold my hand. No response came. At that moment, Wang Ming was at a bar. His left arm draped around one girl while his right embraced another. His companion, Zhang Jian, had already acclimated to Wang Ming's lavish lifestyle. Brother, if Zhou Mingming knew you had money, she would surely regret it. Zhang Jian was also surrounded by beautiful women. Wang Ming laughed heartily. She will soon feel a thunderous shock. Do not mention my visit to the bar to my girlfriend. He added. She messaged me asking where I was, and I told her I was at your house. One of the girls beside Zhang Jian chuckled. Handsome, does your girlfriend keep such a tight leash? You should consider switching. Wang Ming opened his phone and discovered a message from Zhang Jian's girlfriend inquiring whether Zhang Jian was with him. Need I even say? Of course. But this bar outing must remain a secret. The message was already 2 hours old, and a hint of concern crept in as Wang Ming remarked. Li Zhishuan messaged me. And I missed it. It should be fine, right? Zhang Jian waved dismissively. No worries, just reply. I'll conjure up a lie tomorrow. It was then that Wang Ming noticed the message from Zhou Shuqing. Tomorrow, can we hold hands? Upon opening the system panel, he was astonished to find Zhou Shuqing's affinity for him had risen to 90. It appeared that even in their absence, feelings could flourish and intensify with the desires of the one bound to him. Since she had permitted hand-holding, did that not signify the establishment of their relationship? Excitedly, he replied to Zhou Shuqing, Can I call you darling now? Meanwhile, Zhou Shuqing was tossing and turning, and upon seeing Wang Ming's message, she felt a rush of sweetness and laughed aloud under her covers. Of course, my dear. Wang Ming's fingers flew over the keyboard. Darling, see you tomorrow. Chapter 14. I want to follow you always. As dawn broke, Wang Ming awakened. He reached for his phone beside the pillow, and upon unlocking it, he was greeted not only by a message from Zhou Shuqing, but also by numerous missed calls from Li Zhishuan. Opening the social app Weixin, he found a barrage of questions from Li Zhishuan. Where is Zhang Jian? Did Zhang Jian take you out to have fun? Why are you both ignoring my calls? Wang Ming, tell Zhang Jian to wait for me. Wang Ming cast a fleeting glance at the timestamps of the messages, all of which were sent in the dead of night. Zhang Jian, his university roommate, had remained in Shiguan City with his girlfriend, Li Zhishuan, after graduation. The couple shared a modest 50-square-meter apartment. It was evident that Zhang Jian had not returned home last night. He had likely indulged in revelry with 2 enchanting ladies from the bar, completely losing himself in the moment. Wang Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that this time, it was he who was footing the bill for their outing, rather than Zhang Jian treating him. If Li Zhishuan were to discover this, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of fury upon him. Hastily, Wang Ming returned Li Zhishuan's call. As soon as the line connected, her furious voice thundered through the receiver. Wang Ming, where is Zhang Jian? Were you not together? Zhishuan, please let me explain. His phone ran out of battery, and I have a habit of putting my phone on silent while I sleep, so I missed your call. Wang Ming replied. Li Zhishuan relentlessly pressed on. Where is he? Did he spend the night at your place? Yes, we had a bit too much to drink last night. So he stayed over, Wang Ming said. Rest assured, our orientations are quite normal. Li Zhishuan, exasperated, interrupted. Who asked you that? I want to know where he is now. Have him talk to me. Wang Ming's mind raced as he pondered for a moment. He must have gone to work. He didn't have time to charge his phone. Li Zhishuan scoffed. Fine, you better not be lying to me, or you both will be in serious trouble. After ending the call, Wang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief and immediately dialed Zhang Jian's number, only to be met with the sound of a disconnected line. Brother, you must weave this tale seamlessly. Do not let it ensnare me. Shaking off thoughts of Zhang Jian and Li Zhishuan, he resumed scrolling through his messages. A chat notification from Zhou Shuqing read, I'll pick you up at noon. A wave of joy washed over Wang Ming. Today marked the final day of his date with Zhou Shuqing. If all went smoothly, a reward from the system awaited him. Initially, he had sought merely to complete the task of 3 dates, but he found himself increasingly enamored with this mature woman. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing brilliant sunlight to flood the spacious living room, warming his heart and invigorating his spirit. He reminisced about the dim, north-facing room he used to inhabit, where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Now, his living room was large and bright, and if things continued this way, the goal of purchasing a home would be within reach. No, a mere home would not suffice. He envisioned acquiring a grand apartment or a luxurious villa. The transformations had occurred so rapidly. Just days ago, he had been a penniless laborer, struggling to make ends meet. Wang Ming opened his mobile banking app to check his account balance, which stood at 230,000. Just yesterday, Zhang Jian had extravagantly treated him at the bar, indulging in a variety of fine wines. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, he settled onto the sofa in the living room to watch television. The new residential project, Tianxi Garden, developed by Hung Tai in our city, has been completed, and the model units are now open for viewing. The sales office has announced the starting price at 100,000 per square meter. The south-facing Riverview apartments reach prices between 150,000 and 200,000 per square meter, potentially making them among the top 10 luxury residences in our city. Watching the news on television, Wang Ming scoffed. 200,000 per square meter? A lifetime of hard work would barely afford a bathroom. He wondered if there was no one to regulate the market. Wang Ming never forgot that he once struggled as a laborer, quietly feeling a sense of injustice. Time swiftly passed to 11 o'clock. According to their agreement, Zhou Shuqing would arrive in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and loud knocking echoed from the third floor of the apartment building. Wang Ming opened the door and stepped onto the platform, recognizing the familiar female voice from above. The building featured a corridor layout with an open-air platform. He craned his neck to look up, but the third-floor corridor obscured his view. However, the voice seemed to be emanating from the vicinity of his former residence. The woman's voice grew increasingly insistent. Wang Ming, come out. I know you're home. Don't hide in there in silence. Wang Ming's body tensed. It was Li Zhishuan's voice. This was troubling. Upon reflection, he realized that just because he had gone home to sleep did not mean he was responsible for Zhang Jian's absence. Just then, a door on the third floor swung open, and a woman called out to Li Zhishuan, "Stop knocking. The family has moved away." Wang Ming initially intended to retreat back inside to avoid Li Zhishuan, but considering Zhou Shuqing's imminent arrival, he feared that if Li Zhishuan found him, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. He hastily ascended to the third floor. Li Zhishuan, hearing someone call her from the staircase, turned to see Wang Ming. She immediately pouted, hands on her hips, and confronted him. Zhang Jian didn't even go to work. Give me an explanation. Wang Ming, feeling helpless, replied, Am I a legal channel host? What am I supposed to explain? Should I perform a legal right for you? How would I know where he is? You don't even know. How could I? Fine. You just help him deceive me. I must break up with him. Wang Ming realized he was only adding fuel to the fire and quickly masked his indifferent expression. Is it really worth breaking up over such a trivial matter? He's gone too far, coming home at dawn without a word. Now he is missing overnight. Li Zhishuan's frustration escalated. Her fair complexion was nearly purple with anger. Just like a delicious dish can become tiresome if overindulged, Zhang Jian had long lost interest in her. Seeing her face turning so red with rage, Wang Ming hurried to soothe her. Calm down. He won't come to harm. He is an adult. He won't just vanish. Li Zhishuan stamped her foot in exasperation. It would be better if he did disappear. It would save me the trouble of dealing with him. Wang Ming found her fury somewhat amusing yet concerning, pondering how to continue comforting her when his phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he saw that Zhou Shuqing had arrived. Wang Ming felt a tightening in his chest as he noted Li Zhishuan's unwavering attitude, fearing that trouble might ensue. Why not take a moment to calm down? Perhaps you should return home and await a message from Zhang Jian. He may reach out once his phone is charged, he suggested, gently guiding her towards the staircase in an attempt to hasten her departure. I refuse to go back. Unless you help me find him today, I will follow you relentlessly, Li Zhishuan declared firmly, hands placed defiantly on her hips. Chapter 15. Jealousy. Wang Ming internally lamented the situation. Li Zhishuan was indeed a handful, especially at such a critical moment. With Zhou Shuqing having arrived, he worried that her careless remarks might diminish his standing in Li Zhishuan's eyes. However, the system had indicated that once the infatuation level reached 60, any goodwill became irreversible. Presently, Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level with him was already at 90. The sound of crisp high heels echoing on the staircase announced Zhou Shuqing's graceful ascent to the third floor. In her perception, she believed Wang Ming still resided there. He hastily leaned closer to Li Jixuan, whispering urgently, "Please, refrain from speaking out of turn." Upon spotting Wang Ming standing in the corridor, Zhou Shuqing's face instantly brightened with a gentle smile as she sweetly called out, "Darling." Li Jixuan turned towards the voice, then scanned the surroundings, her face a mask of confusion, wondering whom the endearment was directed at. As Zhou Shuqing approached, her brow furrowed upon seeing Li Jixuan, and she quietly inquired of Wang Ming, "Who is this?" Wang Ming quickly introduced, "This is my brother's wife." Li Jixuan scoffed, retorting, "Who is his wife? We are merely friends. We might even become strangers in the future." Upon understanding the situation, Zhou Shuqing's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and she nodded gently. "Oh, I see." Li Jixuan scrutinized Zhou Shuqing, noticing her clad in a light pink dress paired with sheer tights and black and white high heels. Though her makeup was minimal, her beauty was striking, and her aura resembled that of a star. "Wang Ming, who was she calling darling?" Li Jixuan asked, her surprise evident. Wang Ming chuckled, explaining, "She is my girlfriend." A faint blush crept onto Zhou Shuqing's cheeks. Li Jixuan, seemingly frozen in disbelief, widened her eyes and stammered, "Is this beautiful lady really your girlfriend?" Wang Ming nodded vigorously, then added with some displeasure, "Stop calling her lady. From now on, refer to her as sister-in-law." Li Jixuan remained in disbelief, casting another scrutinizing glance at Zhou Shuqing. With a polite smile, Zhou Shuqing graciously extended her hand, "Hello." Only then did Li Jixuan slowly reach out, shaking Zhou Shuqing's hand lightly, still in a daze. Wang Ming pushed Li Jixuan toward the staircase, urging, "You should head back now. Zhang Jian will contact you once his phone is on." Although Li Jixuan was reluctant to leave so easily, the sudden appearance of such an elegant beauty made her hesitant to be the third wheel. With no other option, she reluctantly descended the stairs, casting her gaze upwards at Wang Ming, exclaiming loudly, "You'd better not deceive me, auntie. Take good care of your little boyfriend. He is not exactly trustworthy." Wang Ming, infuriated, felt an urge to kick her down the stairs for uttering such words before leaving. As Li Jixuan departed, Zhou Shuqing slowly inched closer to Wang Ming, her beautiful eyes glancing askew as she teasingly inquired, "Have you been out indulging in pleasures?" Wang Ming feigned righteousness, responding, "Absolutely not." Zhou Shuqing scoffed, pressing on, "Last night, you called me baby while cuddling with another, didn't you? Already feeling possessive on the very first day of our relationship?" As he spoke, Wang Ming reached out, attempting to embrace Zhou Shuqing. She hastily evaded him, playfully scolding, "I told you, we can only hold hands. Why do you keep overstepping?" Reluctantly, Wang Ming withdrew his hand, conceding. He then took her hand, and at the moment their fingers touched, Zhou Shuqing shuddered slightly. Wang Ming was taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Shuqing appeared bashful, resembling a young girl, despite her 37 years, a rare gem indeed. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhou Shuqing noticed Wang Ming's grip tightening. She bit her lip and murmured softly, "You still haven't answered. Did you indulge in revelries last night? My friends used to treat me to meals, and now that I can afford it, I must return the favor." Zhou Shuqing said this with a hint of annoyance. "So? You were out partying, then?" As she spoke, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Wang Ming held on firmly. "Not at all," he replied dismissively while leading her onward. Upon reaching the first floor and arriving beside the car parked below, they climbed in. Zhou Shuqing started the engine and slowly drove away from the apartment complex. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance of a two-story house was Jiao Feng, who happened to witness the scene of the two boarding the car. She furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, "His girlfriend seems quite exceptional in demeanor, and she certainly doesn't appear to be young." Jiao Feng took out her phone and snapped a selfie, thinking, "I'm not too shabby myself." Upon arriving at the restaurant, the pair placed their orders, and soon their meals arrived. "Last night, I told Ming Ming that I'm starting a relationship," Zhou Shuqing said shyly as she ate. Wang Ming, seemingly unfazed, inquired nonchalantly, "Did you mention that I'm the one?" Zhou Shuqing shook her head. "How could I say that? You just broke up less than a month ago, and here I am with you." Wang Ming set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. "What do you mean by being together? We are above board." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, when I called you that day, she said she would fully support us being together. Although she didn't recognize my voice, she agreed." Zhou Shuqing sighed, "That girl thinks you're wealthy. Last night, when I mentioned this, she expressed a strong desire to meet you, her dad." Wang Ming burst into laughter, I actually want her to call me that. She used to call me daddy. However, he quickly stopped as Zhou Shuqing fixed her gaze intently upon him. She turned her head to the side, feigning anger. Wang Ming realized he had misspoken and hurriedly explained. That relationship between her and me has ended. From now on, when she calls me dad, it will be in the capacity of a junior. Zhou Shuqing lowered her beautiful eyes, unwilling to acknowledge Wang Ming. Upon seeing her genuine anger, he stood up and moved to sit beside her, gently taking one of her hands. It's rare for someone like you, with a romantic history as blank as a canvas, to be upset. You know about my relationship with Ming Ming. Please don't be angry. Zhou Shuqing turned her head and glared at Wang Ming, declaring, from now on, you are not to mention your past affairs. She shook her hand, yet was unable to free it from Wang Ming's grasp. Wang Ming scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. I didn't mean to bring it up. It just slipped out. Zhou Shuqing remained pouting, but did not forcefully pull away. Wang Ming gently patted her hand, attempting to placate her. Let us eat. We still need to go to the lakeside later. Zhou Shuqing turned her face towards him and huffed. If you mention it again, I won't easily forgive you. Wang Ming nodded vigorously. Absolutely, let us eat. He glanced at the system panel, noting the date progress. 41 minutes 60 minutes. Chapter 16, Narrow Paths of Enmity. We can take a stroll later. The timing is just right. The two drove to Swan Lake Park, walking hand in hand along the lakeside path. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the trail. Zhou Shuqing softly remarked, I never expected to be with you. It feels like a dream. Wang Ming gazed ahead, exhaling gently. Indeed, it feels like a dream to be in love with you. And this system feels dreamlike as well. But everything is real. The surface of the lake shimmered, with a few small boats drifting lazily in the center. Wang Ming, observing the boats on the lake, suggested, how about we go rowing? Zhou Shuqing nodded and smiled. Sounds good. They rented a small boat and slowly made their way to the center of the lake. Wang Ming rowed while Zhou Shuqing sat at the bow, admiring the scenic surroundings. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, making her look as enchanting as a fairy in a painting. The system rated Zhou Shuqing's beauty at 93, which felt somewhat low. She surely deserved at least 99. Zhou Shuqing watched a flock of geese gliding across the water, envisioning a future with Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, captivated by her beauty, lost focus, causing his rowing to become erratic. Suddenly, a loud engine noise erupted from behind the boat. As Wang Ming turned to look, before he could comprehend what was happening, a motorboat sped towards them, crashing into their small boat with a resounding bang. The tremendous force caused their boat to tip over, throwing both of them into the lake. Fortunately, they were both wearing life jackets, ensuring their safety. After falling into the water, Zhou Shuqing quickly surfaced, instinctively choking on a mouthful of lake water. Her hair clung to her face, damp and disheveled, her eyes filled with terror. Wang Ming, not far away, expelled the lake water from his mouth. After regaining his composure, he swam vigorously towards Zhou Shuqing, and upon reaching her side, he anxiously asked, Are you all right? Zhou Shuqing shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. I'm fine. Just a bit startled. Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief, glad that she was unscathed. He wrapped his arm around Zhou Shuqing and swam towards a nearby small boat. After helping her aboard, he struggled to climb up himself. He scrutinized Zhou Shuqing carefully, ensuring she was indeed unharmed, before directing his furious gaze towards the boat that had caused the incident. The motorboat was turning around, slowly approaching their vessel. At the helm stood a man, his face etched with guilt as he called out, Are you all right? I'm truly sorry. I lost control of the speed and direction. At that moment, a woman emerged from the cabin, making her way to the bow, murmuring to the man, I told you not to go so fast. Now look what has happened. Zhou Shuqing froze in shock. Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman on the boat was none other than Zhou Mingming. Zhou Shuqing felt her mind go blank, utterly at a loss, her breath caught in her throat. Zhou Mingming turned to look at their boat, initially taken aback, thinking she must have misseen, and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Upon a second glance, she confirmed it was indeed her mother and Wang Ming. Her mouth agape in disbelief. She exclaimed, Mom? Still in a daze, Zhou Shuqing remained silent, while Wang Ming steadied his emotions and paddled closer to Zhou Mingming's boat. As the two vessels drew near, Zhou Shuqing finally spoke. Mingming. Zhou Mingming, still in shock, asked, Mom, how are you with Wang Ming? She racked her brain, unable to comprehend how they could possibly be together, let alone in a romantic relationship. Wang Ming glanced at Zhou Shuqing, noticing her subtle shake of the head and a meaningful look. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, he chose to withhold the truth for her sake. He explained to Zhou Mingming, "Our company is venturing into the apparel sector, and coincidentally, your mother has been invited to be a freelance designer for us. The boss asked me to discuss the work details and compensation directly with her, seeing that I was downcast from a recent breakup. Your mother suggested we go boating to clear our minds while discussing work." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingming questioned, "My mom never takes on outside work, and besides, you're just an employee. How could it be your place to discuss matters?" The man on the motorboat interjected, "Mingming, is this your mother?" Zhou Mingming nodded. The man quickly waved at Zhou Shuqing from the small boat, speaking courteously, "Hello, Auntie. I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate first meeting." Zhou Shuqing, her expression composed, replied, "It's all right." She took a moment to compose herself and said to Zhou Mingming, "This is how it is. I am currently in a partnership with Wang Ming's company." Zhou Mingming frowned and reluctantly nodded. Wang Ming glared at the man at the bow of the boat, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although he and Zhou Mingming were no longer involved, seeing this man still ignited his anger. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be quite well off. The man at the bow continued to warmly invite, "Auntie, please come aboard our boat." Wang Ming retorted sharply, "We are drenched. Do you have spare clothes on your boat? Or perhaps a dryer to dry us off?" Zhou Mingming, equally infuriated, added, "Just seeing you irritates me. Mom, next time, have someone else handle the transition. Let's sever ties with this guy." Zhou Shuqing clenched her thigh tightly, fearful of revealing any weakness, and merely nodded. Zhou Mingming, however, persisted, "Mom, let us board my boat and leave him to paddle back alone. How pathetic, renting a boat, yet having to row it." Zhou Shuqing was about to explain her fondness for rowing when Wang Ming interjected, "Zhou Mingming, you are clearly not her biological daughter, so sharp-tongued and vain. You have yet to learn even a fraction of Zhou Shuqing's virtues. It's puzzling that you haven't picked up any of them. You truly do not deserve to be her daughter." The man on the motorboat shouted angrily at Wang Ming, "How dare you speak of my girlfriend that way? You're asking for trouble." Zhou Mingming yelled back, "You don't even deserve to live. Mom, hurry up. I don't want to see this guy anymore." Zhou Shuqing hesitated, and after a shared glance with Wang Ming, she decisively stated, "I'm not going. I want to go ashore with Wang Ming. We have matters to discuss." With no other option, Zhou Mingming could only admonish, "Remember, Mom, keep your distance from him. It's better not to earn a dime from his company." The man waved and said, "Next time we meet, I will prepare a proper gift to apologize to you." "Goodbye, Auntie." Wang Ming dismissively replied, "Get lost. Who cares for your gifts?" Zhou Mingming, seething with fury, wished to push Wang Ming into the lake and spat, "What business is it of yours?" Wang Ming inhaled deeply and smirked ominously. "Oh, my apologies. It seems that manners are indeed too early for you." He paddled away, gradually drifting into the distance. Chapter 17. A shocking revelation. Zhou Mingming gazed at the small boat, muttering to herself, feeling that something was amiss. The man beside her also watched the departing vessel and remarked, "Auntie is truly beautiful." Zhou Mingming, lifting her foot, stomped hard on his, exclaiming, "What are you drooling over?" Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing returned to the shore, having returned the boat to its owner, and stepped onto the land. Zhou Shuqing's face still bore traces of fear as she exclaimed, "Oh, that frightened me to death. What a coincidence." Wang Ming, with a knowing tone, replied, "This matter will have to be addressed sooner or later. You need to ponder it deeply." Zhou Shuqing sighed helplessly, thinking that if they could delay for a day, they would. The clothing of both individuals had become thoroughly drenched, and Wang Ming noticed that the outline of Zhou Shuqing's inner garment was increasingly apparent. Upon catching Wang Ming's unwavering gaze fixed on her attire, Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a flustered manner, she hastily covered herself with her hands, playfully admonishing him, "What are you staring at? Our clothes are soaked. Let us go to a hotel for a shower." Feeling increasingly bashful, she reproached him, "We've only just established our relationship. A hotel? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Ming chuckled lightly. "What is so scandalous about going to a hotel? What on earth are you thinking?" He continued, "This place is close to the commercial district. I simply meant we could buy some clothes and then rent 2 rooms to freshen up." With a blush, Zhou Shuqing nodded in agreement. The two proceeded to the parking lot, retrieved their vehicle, and drove to a nearby shopping mall. Just as Zhou Shuqing was about to exit the car, Wang Ming gently stopped her, saying, "Why don't you wait here? I'll be back shortly. What size do you wear?" Please tell me your measurements. Zhou Shuqing lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. 93, 63, 90. I've gained a little weight, so my waist might be around 64, and my hips about 91 or 92. Unable to resist stealing another glance, Wang Ming noticed her embarrassment as she nearly buried her head in her chest. I'll take care of the shopping, he declared. Upon entering the mall, Wang Ming set about making various purchases. Through his discussions with the shopkeepers, the staff lauded Zhou Shuqing's 93-centimeter bust, declaring it an exceptionally alluring figure, one that outshone even many celebrities. This was evident, as the system had rated Zhou Shuqing's physique a remarkable 97. After selecting several outfits for her and acquiring a new ensemble for himself, Wang Ming was preparing to exit the mall when his phone rang. Burdened with numerous bags, he set one down to check the caller ID. It was Li Zhixian. Could it be that she hadn't reached Zhang Jian yet? This was indeed troubling. Even he found Zhang Jian's behavior somewhat excessive, let alone her girlfriend. Zhixian. He answered, but was met with her sobs. Zhang Jian is dead. The packages in Wang Ming's other hand slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Stunned, he stood frozen, struggling to process her words. After a prolonged silence, he incredulously uttered, Zhang Jian? Dead. Between her tears, Li Zhixian managed to explain, yes. He passed away last night. I just emerged from the morgue. Wang Ming's lips trembled as he responded, you must be joking. But Li Zhixian's cries intensified. How could I joke about something like this? Can you come over? I've never dealt with anything like this and truly don't know what to do. Wang Ming forced himself to remain composed, inhaling deeply before asking, where are you? I'll come right away. At the Guanlin crematorium, she replied. After hanging up, he steadied himself, picked up the fallen bags, and made his way out of the mall. Throughout his journey, he felt as though he were in a daze. Li Zhixian's anguished tone and weeping were far from mere jest. How could this happen? He had but one good brother in Shiguan City. His other two college roommates were not in this city. Upon returning to the parking space, Wang Ming opened the car door and placed the clothes he had purchased for Zhou Shuqing on the seat. With a grave expression, he said, my dear, I have an urgent matter to attend to. You should drive back first. Zhou Shuqing noticed the unusual demeanor of Wang Ming and asked with concern, what has happened? My brother is in trouble. I must hurry, he replied. Zhou Shuqing nodded, sensing the seriousness of the situation from his expression. After a brief phone call, Wang Ming closed the passenger door and exited the shopping mall parking area, heading to the street to hail a taxi. Zhou Shuqing gazed at the expensive clothing bags. Her curiosity piqued about how Wang Ming had suddenly come into wealth. As they were already in a romantic relationship, she felt entitled to know the truth and resolved to find an opportunity to inquire further. Wang Ming entered the taxi, and the system display indicated that their third date was progressing at 56 minutes. Just 4 more minutes to go. However, the matter concerning Zhang Jian was far more critical. The date could be accumulated throughout the day, so there was no rush. Driver, please speed up, he urged. We're already going 80. We're exceeding the limit. Just get me out of the city. Wang Ming was consumed with anxiety in the taxi. He attempted to call Zhang Jian, who was no longer in a powered-off state. But the call went unanswered. Upon reaching the Guanlin funeral home, Wang Ming hurriedly paid the fare, sprinting towards the morgue. Li Zhixian was seated on a bench outside the morgue, her eyes swollen from crying. Upon seeing Wang Ming, she sprang to her feet, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Ming. What should I do? What am I to do? Wang Ming, struggling to suppress his own grief, asked, what exactly happened? Through her sobs, Li Zhixian recounted. The police contacted me at 1 o'clock this afternoon, stating that he had died suddenly in a hotel. After speaking, she broke down into tears again. Died suddenly in a hotel? Where is he? Wang Ming inquired. Li Zhixian pointed to the door behind her. Stealing himself. Wang Ming took Li Zhixian's hand and led her inside, approaching the body on the mortuary table. As he pulled back the white sheet, he beheld Zhang Jian lying there, pale and lifeless. A wave of shock washed over him, and his legs nearly gave way beneath him. Tears brimmed in his eyes. That damned fellow. Dying in a hotel room with someone else. Li Zhixian lamented, her gaze filled with a mix of hatred and sorrow. Wang Ming was taken aback. With someone else? Li Zhixian, shaking with sobs, continued. The police reviewed the hotel surveillance footage. He was with a woman. She suddenly halted, overwhelmed by grief. But then composed herself to continue. The police managed to locate this woman. After investigation, it was confirmed that Zhang Jian died of natural causes. Terrified, the woman fled without reporting it. Wang Ming stood in disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Zhang Jian must have gone to the hotel with one of the women from the bar. What a tragic end, he thought to himself, striving to maintain his composure. Perhaps their meeting was merely a professional exchange. What nonsense. The woman confessed everything. He died while in the act. Li Zhishuan exclaimed. You were with him just yesterday. Didn't you know he was fooling around? Wang Ming wore an expression of innocence, asserting, Indeed, we were drinking together, but I returned home. Can he blame me for not going back? Li Zhishuan was at a loss for words, continuing to weep. Between sobs, she lamented. What am I supposed to tell his parents? The family must be present for the cremation. This fellow's funeral will require a substantial amount of money. How can I afford that? What a tragic fate. At this moment, Wang Ming's brow furrowed with concern. Zhang Jian was their only child, and upon hearing this news, his parents would undoubtedly be devastated. If only they hadn't gone drinking the previous day, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Overcome with guilt, he gazed at Li Zhishuan's helpless demeanor and enveloped her in an embrace. Leave the financial matters to me, he reassured her. Li Zhishuan leaned against Wang Ming's shoulder. The system's notification jolted Wang Ming. Li Zhishuan. He looked down at her in his arms, contemplating, is it my responsibility to care for my brother's widow? Indeed. With Zhang Jian gone, Li Zhishuan is left alone in this city. I cannot turn a blind eye. Although he currently had only 200,000 left, he anticipated that the completion of his mission with Zhou Shuqing would yield a reward, providing him with funds. Zishuan, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will do my utmost to support you. Through her tears, Li Zhishuan choked out. Zhang Jian once said the same. Yet look what happened. He perished at the hands of another. Gently, she pushed Wang Ming away and hesitantly asked, could you possibly lend me some money? I need to pay for the body storage and refrigeration fees. Wang Ming retrieved his phone, swiftly transferring 50,000 to her account. Use this for now. If it's not enough, just let me know. Li Zhishuan stared in astonishment at the 5,000 transfer, wiping her tears, fearing her eyes had become puffy from crying. Indeed, it is 5,000, but I won't need this much. The entire funeral won't cost that much. You can keep the remainder for now. Zhang Jian mentioned just yesterday that your rent is due soon. You pay every 6 months, correct? Li Zhishuan nodded gratefully. Thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible. We can discuss that later. I am not in urgent need of the money, Wang Ming replied. Li Zhishuan was puzzled by how Wang Ming could so readily lend her such a significant sum, given his modest salary of over 4,000. However, the gravity of Zhang Jian's situation left her little room for contemplation. I will go settle the fees now, she said, turning to leave the mortuary. Wang Ming took one last glance at the lifeless Zhang Jian, sighed, and gently covered him with the white cloth once more. His phone rang. Zhou Shuqing was calling. He answered. How are things on your end? I've been a bit worried about you. Her soft, concerned voice came through the receiver. Wang Ming felt a warmth spread through him. Don't worry about me. Have you returned home? Yes, I'm at home. Let us find a time to meet later. Our earlier parting was too hurried. The date was merely 4 minutes away and had to be completed today. Otherwise, the previous 56 minutes would be rendered null. Zhou Shuqing fell silent for a moment. Before 5 o'clock, it was indeed feasible, but later in the evening was out of the question. If Ming Ming were to see us again, it would be quite difficult to explain. Very well, I shall do my utmost to meet you before dusk. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Goodbye, my dear. Zhou Shuqing hung up the phone. Wang Ming let out a sigh, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. The landlord's task remained untouched, and now he had inadvertently triggered a binding with Li Zhishuan. Yet, given Li Zhishuan's current loneliness in Shiguan City, the task should be relatively easy to accomplish, unlike the landlord's task of meeting the mother-in-law and the mother. After a while, Li Zhishuan returned after paying her fees, her eyes still red-rimmed. She looked at Wang Ming and said softly, I've settled the fees. Thank you, Wang Ming. Wang Ming forced a faint smile. No need for thanks. Just try not to be too emotional. We must confront reality. What are your plans moving forward? Li Zhishuan shook her head, her expression forlorn. I don't know. First, I need to figure out how to inform Zhang Jian's parents. After that, I might leave this city. I have no attachments left here. Wang Ming nodded, understanding her sentiments. Perhaps a change of environment will bring you some solace. Whatever decisions you make, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Binding successful. Bound object. Li Zhishuan. Age, 22. Attractiveness, 86. Physique, 88. Purity, 90. Obsession, 59. The binding task with Li Zixuan has been updated. Guide her to remain in Shiguan City and help her regain confidence in life. The task will be completed once she has fully let go of her inner pain. Wang Ming gazed at the system prompt, pondering to himself. This task does indeed seem manageable. Her purity has only diminished by 10 points, indicating she has only had Zhang Jian as a partner. Why is her obsession level so high? Zhou Shuqing had an initial level of 5, which increased through the floral endeavor. The landlord had an intrinsic attraction towards him. Starting with a 40-point obsession, Li Zixuan began with a 59-point obsession. Perhaps it was due to the 50,000 yuan he had lent her. She must hold a strong affection for him. Since they are bound, he might as well strive to fulfill the task. Though he was uncertain about the rewards that awaited upon completion, seeing that Wang Ming remained silent for an extended period, Li Zixuan assumed he was still in distress. Wang Ming closed the system panel and turned to Li Zixuan, asking, "Once you handle Zhang Jian's affairs, will you leave Shiguan?" Li Zixuan slightly lowered her head. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Staying in this city will only remind me of our shared memories. I truly cannot endure it." Wang Ming patiently advised. "Zhang Jian mentioned that your job is not very stable, yet it offers good benefits. Shiguan is quite developed, and finding a better job in another city is not guaranteed." Li Zixuan raised her head, contemplating her work, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in her eyes before quickly dimming. "But I truly do not know how to begin anew. We once aspired to remain in this city, striving to purchase a home, but now that he is gone, life feels utterly directionless." Wang Ming found her sentiment somewhat amusing. It was a notion born solely from her own desires. Zhang Jian's salary barely sufficed for his own needs, let alone contributing to hers. The dream of buying a house seemed distant. "He may be gone, but your aspirations remain. You can still strive for that home," he encouraged. "You possess a commendable job. That is your strength." After a moment's reflection, Li Zixuan replied, "You are right. Perhaps, without him, I can expedite the process of purchasing a home. I will ponder this matter thoroughly. Thank you for your guidance, Wang Ming, and for the money you lent me. I shall repay you promptly." Wang Ming shook his head. "Consider that 50,000 as my contribution in support of our late friend. As long as I reside in Shiguan, I will do my utmost to look after you." Li Zixuan felt a swell of gratitude and nodded lightly. "Thank you. Shiguan is indeed a wonderful city. During my university years, I lacked the funds for leisure. Now that I can earn, I hesitate to explore, as there are many places I have yet to visit." Wang Ming grew increasingly sympathetic towards Li Zixuan, recalling Zhang Jian's extravagant spending habits, which she could never match. "I will accompany you to those places," he offered gently. Li Zixuan turned, surprised by his proposal. "You will join me?" Wang Ming nodded affirmatively. After a moment's calm, she responded, "Hey, don't you have a girlfriend? The one they call the beauty?" Wang Ming retorted, "Can't friends go out together?" Li Zixuan hesitated, pondering the potential misunderstanding from his girlfriend. Wang Ming chuckled lightly, "Don't overthink it. In the past, Zhang Jian accompanied both of us. Now we simply eliminate the intermediary." Chapter 19. The woman in the body freezer. Li Zixuan chuckled at Wang Ming's words, her tense demeanor easing slightly. "So, you mean, you will replace Zhang Jian to accompany me, and I will replace him to accompany you?" Wang Ming's sentence remained unfinished as a faint sound of sobbing seemed to resonate from the morgue. Both of them jolted in surprise. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhang Jian, in spirit, was responding to their conversation? "You heard that too?" Li Zixuan inquired, glancing at Wang Ming. He nodded numbly, taking a few steps toward the morgue's entrance to peer inside. Zhang Jian lay there, still and quiet. Li Zixuan approached and remarked, "Your buddy knows he should spend more time with me." Wang Ming hurriedly covered her mouth. "Stop talking." Li Zixuan broke free, exclaiming loudly, "What is there to fear? I am here to collect his body, and you shall cover the funeral expenses. We owe him nothing. It is he who has wronged me." Wang Ming nodded. "You are right, but respect for the deceased is paramount." He returned to the main topic. "By the way, when do you plan to inform Zhang Jian's parents?" Li Zixuan's expression dimmed once more. "I want to wait until I have prepared adequately before telling them, as I fear they might struggle to cope upon arriving from afar and become flustered. If it becomes too difficult, once everything is arranged, you could leave it to the police to notify them." Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ming with gratitude in her eyes, agreeing that this approach might be best. Just then, the faint sound of sobbing echoed once again, causing both to freeze in place. This time, the sound penetrated their ears with disquieting clarity. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Ming's back, and Li Jixuan felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck, as if tiny creatures were crawling atop her skull. Despite her earlier bravado, her face now turned ashen, her lips devoid of color. What on earth is happening? Li Jixuan stammered, her gaze fixed on the still body lying quietly in the morgue, terrified that it might suddenly sit up. Wang Ming took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Perhaps it is merely the sound of the wind. This place is eerily quiet, so noises are to be expected. Suddenly, the lights in the morgue began to flicker, illuminating and darkening erratically, as if someone were tampering with the switch. Li Jixuan pressed herself tightly against Wang Ming, her fear escalating. Could it truly be Zhang Jian's ghost causing this disturbance? Her teeth began to chatter. Wang Ming, who had never feared the supernatural, found himself unnerved. After all, with his newfound abilities, anything seemed possible. Yet he reasoned that he had done nothing wrong. He was merely there to look after Li Jixuan, and as of now, he had no cause for guilt towards Zhang Jian. Surely, Zhang Jian would not wish to harm them. One was his brother, and the other his girlfriend. As Wang Ming spoke, a faint sound of footsteps emerged slowly from the depths of the morgue. 1 step, 2 steps. The footsteps were deliberate and growing closer. Wang Ming and Li Jixuan widened their eyes, intently focused on the source of the sound. A figure clad in white gradually materialized from the corridor. Upon seeing the silhouette, Wang Ming's heartbeat steadied somewhat. Li Jixuan remained tightly pressed against Wang Ming, her grip on his arm unwavering. As the white figure became clearer, they discerned that one hand held a broom while the other clutched a dustpan. It turned out the slow approach was due to the earnest task of sweeping the floor. Li Jixuan let out a sigh of relief, suddenly aware of how tightly she had been clinging to Wang Ming's arm, and quickly released her hold. Wang Ming smiled slightly, teasing, "You may act tough, but inside, you are quite frightened." Li Jixuan retorted, "I am a staunch atheist." Just then, the crying resumed, now intermingled with a scream. "Let me out." Li Jixuan abruptly pressed herself against Wang Ming again, clutching his arm as she shrieked, "There really is someone. No, it's a ghost. Could it be Zhang Jian?" Wang Ming furrowed his brow, straining to listen carefully. No, it was a woman's voice, coming from next door. He hurriedly made his way to the adjoining room, which turned out to be a cold storage facility. A thump echoed from the refrigeration unit, and the voice of a woman emerged from within. Wang Ming felt a shiver of apprehension, standing at the doorway and observing. Li Jixuan, her eyes brimming with tears, cried out in a trembling voice, "Could there truly be a ghost? Help! Help!" The woman's wails grew increasingly harrowing. Wang Ming shook his head, resolutely asserting, "This is a living person." He approached the cold cabinet, forcefully pulling open the door, revealing a pair of disheveled legs flailing within. Upon seeing the light, the woman cried out urgently, "Save me! Please, save me!" Wang Ming hastily reached for her ankle and pulled her out of the refrigeration unit with all his might. The woman collapsed onto the floor, her body limp. Though the room was dim, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the brightness, trembling all over. Her face etched with terror. Her hair was unkempt, and her makeup, though meticulously applied, was unmistakably that of a corpse. The wrinkled white garment she wore gave the impression of someone rising from the dead. Wang Ming cautiously squatted beside her, softly inquiring, "How could you be alive yet confined in a refrigeration unit?" The woman sobbed, struggling to speak through her tears. I don't know. It grew colder inside. I thought I was going to die." Li Jixuan, shivering at the doorway, gradually relaxed her posture. "Is she really not a ghost?" she pondered, hesitant to approach the woman too closely, glancing around the eerie corridor. Feeling safer near Wang Ming, she hurried to stand behind him, her voice quivering. "Is this truly a person or a ghost?" "I am a person," the woman shouted, hugging her knees, her body still trembling uncontrollably as she strained to recall what had transpired. Noticing her severe shaking, Wang Ming reached out, intending to guide her into the sunlight. However, upon touching her garment, he was met with an icy chill. It was perilous. Had he and Li Jixuan not heard her cries, the woman could have succumbed to the freezing temperatures within the cabinet after several hours. Wang Ming helped the woman to her feet, urging, "Let us go outside and bask in the sunlight. You are far too cold." Li Jixuan, still trembling with unease, clung tightly to Wang Ming's side, unable to muster the courage to look at the woman. The woman, her frozen feet unresponsive, stumbled along, her pace agonizingly slow, nearly being lifted out by Wang Ming. As they exited the ominous building, The warm sunlight bathed the woman, prompting her to abruptly shield her eyes, exclaiming, "Ah!" Observing this, Wang Ming quickly extended his hand to shield her from the glare, remarking, "It appears you have been inside for quite some time. You are indeed fortunate." As Li Zixuan confirmed that the woman was alive, her fear began to dissipate. She stepped out from behind Wang Ming and began to scrutinize the woman closely. The woman's disheveled hair obscured her features, yet her trembling form clearly conveyed her profound distress. It must have been a state of apparent death, mistaken by her family for true demise, which ultimately led her to the crematorium, Wang Ming murmured, while Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. "No, I am a victim." Chapter 20. The leading actress, a fragment of dialogue suddenly flashed through her mind. It was the conversation between the director and the male lead. Just before she succumbed to unconsciousness, her awareness not yet completely faded. Li Zixuan pursed her lips, frowning as she stepped closer to scrutinize the woman, a victim. Wang Ming also felt perplexed, suspecting that the woman was mentally disturbed. The woman trembled incessantly, her shivers intensifying from a combination of rage and the cold. "Come, let us warm you up first," Wang Ming suggested, assisting the woman. Li Zixuan supported her on the other side. "Bastard! Bastard!" the woman repeatedly cried out as they made their way. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan helped her slowly navigate towards the service hall of the crematorium. The few individuals inside caught sight of the woman's bizarre funeral attire and hairstyle, recoiling in fright, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They rushed over. Wang Ming frowned deeply, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Can't you distinguish between the living and the dead? You nearly pushed a living person into the incinerator." One of them quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his face turning crimson as he stammered, I'll go find the supervisor." The other two younger individuals stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scenario, unaccustomed to such occurrences. Li Zixuan urgently called out to them, "Quick, find a room for us to enter. Do you have any blankets?" "Oh, I'll go look," one of them replied, hastily departing. Another pointed to a nearby room with an open door. "The reception room is over there. Let us go." Wang Ming turned to the man, "Get some hot water." "Oh, yes, yes." The last man hurried off as well. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan escorted the woman into the reception room. She slumped into a chair, covering her face with her hands, quietly sobbing. "You want to have a good end, you beast." Wang Ming glanced at Li Zixuan, their eyes meeting in confusion. He pulled up a chair, gently sitting beside the woman, and softly inquired, "What exactly happened?" The woman struggled to regain her composure, brushing her disheveled hair back. Li Zixuan quickly retrieved tissues from her bag, offering them with a gentle, "Here, wipe your face." The woman looked at her tear-soaked hands, the inferior makeup smudged, and disdainfully shook them before accepting the tissue. She dabbed at the tears on her face, then swept her tousled hair away from her forehead. As Wang Ming gazed intently, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Zixuan was similarly stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "Lin Qi." Wang Ming, fearing he might be mistaken, scrutinized her closely again, his face a mask of astonishment as he asked, "Are you truly Lin Qi?" Lin Qi gently nodded. Li Zixuan instinctively covered her mouth, her face a canvas of disbelief. Wang Ming, having received a definitive response, immediately wore a frozen expression. Lin Qi, a prominent movie star of the Great Xia Kingdom, possessed several luxurious residences in Shiguan City. Even for a mere guest appearance, her remuneration soared to tens of millions. At the tender age of 30, she had become an artist of discernment, selectively choosing her scripts, and had not released any new work in 2 years. After a prolonged moment of shock, Li Zixuan regained her composure and excitedly inquired, "Could you please sign your name for me? Right on our photograph. I adore you so much. I've watched your performance in Empress Lai Zhao over a dozen times." Wang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Li Zixuan, teasingly remarking, "Are you certain you wish to capture a photo with her in that state? You might just find yourself on the front page." Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then vigorously nodded her head, exclaiming, "Indeed." The headline could read, "Upon hearing the emotional redemption of young love, a top female star makes an extraordinary comeback." Wang Ming, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, inwardly lamenting the rapid shift in Li Zixuan's emotions, which was nothing short of a complete turnaround. Had she forgotten that she had lost her boyfriend? Lin Qi had ceased her sobbing, gradually regaining her composure. Wang Ming turned his gaze toward her, marveling inwardly. Truly, she was a leading star. And even with makeup for the deceased, her beauty remained astonishing. Her funeral attire could not conceal her graceful figure, Reflecting on Zhou Shuqing's appearance, Wang Ming thought the two bore a striking resemblance. Lin Chi gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. It was you who saved me. I am determined to repay you. Upon hearing this, Li Jixuan nearly leapt from her seat in excitement, leaning forward and asking, "Then can you take me into acting? I'm willing to take on a minor role, as long as it leads me into the industry." Wang Ming couldn't help but glare at Li Jixuan once more, firmly stating, "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Miss Lin Chi, what is happening here? You mentioned someone harmed you." Lin Chi nodded, gritting her teeth. "Indeed. This is no dream. It is something I distinctly heard. The story dates back 2 years, when I met a director with whom I shared a kindred spirit. Our tempers aligned, our discussions flowed seamlessly, and our standards for men were in harmony. We became the best of friends in no time. She was merely a third-tier producer, having directed several television dramas that garnered little attention. Having never acted in a drama before, I agreed to portray the leading role in a historical epic she was producing and directing, hoping to help her gain recognition in the film industry. I accepted a nominal fee, eager to aid my dear friend. During the filming, we maintained strict confidentiality, and for 2 years, no one knew a whisper of this project. Now that the filming has concluded, at the celebratory party, she betrayed me. I overheard her words. Wang Ming, his expression grave, pressed on. What did she say? Lin Chi, her emotions surging, continued with a quivering voice. She said, "Thank you. Just quietly go die." Upon finishing her words, she covered her face with her hands and began to weep profusely. The sister she once cherished as a confidant had turned against her, seeking her demise. Li Jixuan was utterly astounded. This was even more dramatic than a soap opera. A leading actress makes a guest appearance, yet the director resorts to such nefarious acts to avoid paying her. Wang Ming cast a helpless glance at Li Jixuan and solemnly suggested, "We should contact the authorities." Lin Chi nodded in agreement, relieved to be alive once more. "I am forever grateful for your life-saving assistance. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to film a movie," she said, looking at Li Jixuan. The young beauty, exhilarated, covered her mouth and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "That is fantastic. I'm going to be a star." At that moment, a staff member entered the room, carrying a blanket. "Here, I found the blanket." Lin Chi glanced at him and replied, "No need. I'm feeling much warmer now." The staff member, upon seeing Lin Chi, was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief before exclaiming, "Lin Chi?" Wang Ming couldn't help but jest. "Your crematorium is about to gain notoriety." He took out his phone and dialed the police, stating, "Hello, there's an attempted murder case at the Dongxi crematorium. We are in the reception room." After hanging up, Wang Ming checked the time. It was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. Realizing the journey home would be lengthy, he needed to return before dusk to spend some time with Zhou Shuqing. Chapter 21. Underground Romance. Wang Ming rose to his feet. "Miss Lin, I must take my leave." Li Jixuan noticed his urgency and furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "Why the rush? Don't we need to cooperate with the police investigation?" Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to cooperate about? The surveillance clearly shows us rescuing her. If necessary, we can provide statements at the police station later. I truly must be on my way." Despite the rare opportunity to converse with a top-tier actress, Li Jixuan felt reluctant but slowly stood up. Lin Chi also sprang to her feet, her face radiant with gratitude. She nodded slightly and inquired softly, "You two saved my life, yet I do not know your names." "I am Wang Ming," he replied. Li Jixuan quickly added, "I am Li Jixuan." Lin Chi nodded earnestly, her gaze sincere. "I shall remember you both, Wang Ming, Li Jixuan. Your act of saving me today will surely accumulate blessings for your future children, ensuring their health and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Li Jixuan's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "We are not a couple." Wang Ming smiled gently, replying, "I appreciate your kind words." Li Jixuan was taken aback by his response, thinking it rather opportunistic of him, especially after just losing a friend. Lin Chi continued, "Please leave your contact information with me. Once this matter is resolved, I will certainly reach out to express my gratitude for your life-saving actions." Wang Ming and Li Jixuan provided their phone numbers, which Lin Chi diligently noted down. The staff member who had previously entered with a blanket wore a sycophantic smile and rather brazenly inquired, "Miss Lin Chi, may I also note down your contact information?" Lin Chi's initially grateful expression instantly turned cold. She glared at the staff member with malevolence, her tone frigid. "You all at the crematorium. Just wait for the doors to close for good. The staff member trembled at her gaze and words, his smile freezing in place as he awkwardly stood still. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan exited the crematorium, taking refuge in the shade beneath a willow tree as they observed the sparse traffic on the street. Li Zixuan continued to lament, "It's not every day you get to chat with a celebrity. Why are you in such a hurry? All you think about is the star. I see you've completely forgotten about Zhang Jin's matter." Li Zixuan seemed momentarily lost, as if she truly forgot the purpose of their visit to the crematorium. Wang Ming checked his phone, and no one was accepting the orders. The location was remote, and there were no taxis available, with the clock nearing 4. If they didn't reach Emerald Garden before 5, given Zhou Shuqing's temperament, she certainly wouldn't be coming out today. Noticing Wang Ming's anxious expression, Li Zixuan asked, "What on earth is so urgent?" "A date," he replied. "What?" Li Zixuan was taken aback. She slowly continued, somewhat bashfully, "You're in too much of a rush. Why don't you ask if I agree?" Wang Ming turned abruptly, realizing that Li Zixuan had evidently misunderstood. Observing her bashful demeanor, it seemed the task triggered by the system would be the easiest to accomplish. Li Zixuan continued her monologue. "You have a girlfriend. I'm worried about misunderstandings. Moreover, she's so beautiful. Her figure even surpasses Lin Qi's." Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh at her earnestness. "Haha, are you feeling insecure?" Li Zixuan placed her hands on her hips. "What do I have to be insecure about? I don't need your admiration. I simply think your girlfriend is beautiful." At that moment, a driver applied for a fare increase. The journey from Guanxi Crematorium to their designated destination was over 30 kilometers, and this driver had the audacity to request an additional 100 yuan, making the total fare 350. How outrageous, Wang Ming thought to himself. He was not particularly bothered by the extra charge, but he found it despicable to take advantage of others' misfortunes. He clicked to agree. Li Zixuan, pondering the beautiful mature woman, grew increasingly curious. Connecting Wang Ming's sudden financial ease, she queried, "Wang Ming, have you been supported by someone?" Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. "What?" Li Zixuan glanced at his biceps, noting his handsome features and height, which was at least 5 or 6 centimeters taller than Zhang Jin, standing at nearly 180 meters. It all began to make sense. Zhou Mingming broke up with you because she thought you were broke, and now you haven't escaped the rules of society. However, she is truly stunning. You are not at a loss at all. In fact, it almost seems like a small gain for you." Wang Ming chuckled. "Oh, are you suggesting that I am somewhat unworthy of her?" Li Zixuan pouted, contemplating. I suppose so, considering she is both beautiful and wealthy." "How do you know she is wealthy?" "You borrowed 50,000 from me, which suggests that she must have given you at least several hundred thousand." "Several hundred thousand, indeed." Wang Ming chuckled disdainfully. Li Zixuan, observing his demeanor, sensed that the matter was far more complex than mere hundreds of thousands. She gazed at Wang Ming's nonchalant expression and, with a furrowed brow, jested, "Being attractive has its perks. Who would be willing to support me?" "I would," Wang Ming replied. Li Zixuan paused momentarily before laughing. "In that case, I want to be repaying you the 5,000. Wang Ming nodded, having never anticipated repayment in the first place. Seeing the seriousness etched on Wang Ming's face, Li Zixuan quickly added, "Oh no, I was merely joking. I wouldn't dream of dragging you into this." Wang Ming glanced at the taxi app, noting that they were merely a kilometer away. Upon returning to the city, he conveniently dropped Li Zixuan off at the entrance of her residential complex. As she exited the vehicle, she waved to Wang Ming, saying, "Goodbye, I'll be in touch." Wang Ming waved back, watching as she entered the complex before rolling up the car window and instructing the driver to proceed towards Emerald Garden. He retrieved his phone and called Zhou Shuqing, saying, "Shuqing, I will be downstairs shortly." On the other end, Zhou Shuqing glanced at the time, hesitating before responding. "Let us skip today. Zhou Mingming could return at any moment." Wang Ming quickly interjected, "I'll only stay for 5 minutes. I promise I'll leave as soon as the time is up." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Shuqing relented. "All right then." Upon arriving at Emerald Garden, Zhou Shuqing was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Wang Ming alighting from a car, she hurriedly approached and pulled him into the complex, saying as they walked, "I want to take you upstairs. It's safer here in the courtyard." Wang Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. "It feels so clandestine, like something out of a spy film. Let us just make our relationship public." Zhou Shuqing wore a troubled expression, pleading for just a little more time. Hadn't she previously agreed to be with him? Biting her lip, she slowly reached out, gently taking Wang Ming's hand. yet she was unaware that he considered her to be his partner. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. What transpired? You seemed off when you left. Wang Ming reflected on Zhang Jian's situation, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. My friend has passed away. What? Zhou Shuqing furrowed her brow, placing her other hand on his. Please accept my condolences. Lowering her head, she murmured in confusion, your friend must have been quite young. How could this happen? Wang Ming sighed. Alas, he died in pursuit of pleasure. In pursuit of pleasure? Zhou Shuqing's eyes widened in confusion. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, and she instantly understood. What? How could he be so young? And Wang Ming shook his head in resignation. He clearly had health issues, yet he indulged in this vice. Zhou Shuqing blushed slightly. Realizing this served as a warning. One must not take youth for granted and overexert one's body. Wang Ming leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Then you shall be responsible for keeping me in check. If I fail to exercise restraint, you must administer a proper punishment. Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she gently smacked Wang Ming's hand, playfully rebuking him. Who asked you to supervise me? Just take care of yourself. Wang Ming, undeterred, leaned in closer, insisting, I simply wish to heed your words. You said a few days, so I shall adhere to that. No, wait. I meant several times a day. Zhou Shuqing's breath quickened, exclaiming, you lack discipline. I merely worry for you, after all. You have been rather indulgent in this regard in the past. Wang Ming, perplexed, inquired, how do you know? Zhou Shuqing lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Murmuring softly, Mingming always sleeps for 12 hours whenever she returns on Sundays, and when she wakes, she looks utterly lifeless. Sunday? He echoed. Indeed. Didn't you used to date on Fridays? She would be away for 3 days and only return on Sunday night. I have had my fair share of arguments with her about this. Wang Ming released Zhou Shuqing's hand, attempting to absorb this revelation, yet confusion clouded his mind. Previously, during his relationship with Zhou Mingming, they would meet on Friday evenings, and she would depart the following day, claiming she had dance classes over the weekend. Did she tell you she was meeting her boyfriend? Wasn't she busy with classes on weekends during university? She has continued her dance lessons post-graduation. Zhou Shuqing, equally puzzled, replied. No, she stopped her dance classes in her sophomore year. At that moment, Wang Ming realized he had been rather naive. Each Saturday when they parted ways, she had not returned home at all. Where had she been for the past few days? He dared not dwell on it, for the thought conjured images of verdant pastures. Noticing Wang Ming's clenched jaw, Zhou Shuqing inquired with concern, what troubles you? Wang Ming calmed himself. After all, his connection with Zhou Mingming was now a thing of the past, and he felt no guilt in pursuing a relationship with Zhou Shuqing. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he forced a natural smile and teased, when will you supervise me? On the days Mingming is not home. Shall I come over? Zhou Shuqing swatted away Wang Ming's hand resting on her shoulder, exclaiming, that's too much. No touching until we are married. Beep. Task completed. The reward has been automatically granted. A new task has been triggered. Upon hearing the system notification, Wang Ming accessed the system interface. A bright yellow exclamation mark glimmered in the lower right corner. Clicking on it revealed a reward gift for completing the task. The icon of his designated partner, Zhou Shuqing, flickered incessantly. Upon clicking, a new task appeared. Stay up all night watching movies at Zhou Shuqing's house. 22 to 6 o'clock next day. A new task? An all-nighter? At her home? Wang Ming scrutinized the task panel. It appeared simple, yet was fraught with challenges. Zhou Shuqing was quite conservative, permitting only hand-holding at this stage, let alone embracing. Would she really allow him to stay overnight at her residence? Furthermore, with Zhou Mingming also at home, there was no way Zhou Shuqing would permit such a thing. However, the infatuation level of Zhou Shuqing has reached 92. With a little more persuasion, perhaps it could blossom further, but for now, the rewards are already secured. Hurry and click on the gift package. What are the rewards for completing the system tasks? Open it. Congratulations. You have received 1 million Daxia coins, which will be automatically credited upon entering the card number. You have obtained a bouquet of heartfelt flowers. You have acquired the property rights to an office in the CBD Skyline building of Baiyun District. 1 million? That is still less than what I have spent on Zhou Shuqing. However, the Skyline building is the most sought-after CBD edifice in Shiguan, with a 100-square-meter office worth at least 10 to 18 million. Unfortunately, the heartfelt flowers cannot be gifted to individuals with an infatuation level above 60. Otherwise, I could immediately cash out the system currency. Zhou Shuqing noticed that Wang Ming was in a daze, thinking he was hurt by her words. She gently spoke, "My dear, let us take our time. I will surely fulfill your wishes in due course." With that, she softly took Wang Ming's hand again. Realizing he had momentarily disconnected from the system, Wang Ming hurriedly asked, "What did you just say?" Zhou Shuqing, blushing and looking down, replied, "I said that I will let you touch me in the future." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure entering the community. It was Zhou Mingming. Quickly, she pulled Wang Ming behind a tree. "It's Mingming." Wang Ming peered out slightly, observing her wave at a man outside the community before heading deeper inside. "You should go back. I'm going upstairs now. Give me a kiss before you leave. Do it with your own hands." Zhou Shuqing extended her delicate, flawless hand. Wang Ming lifted her hand and planted a kiss on it. "Goodbye, my dear. Don't be too sad." Zhou Shuqing waved at Wang Ming while glancing in Zhou Mingming's direction. "I have to work tomorrow. Let us find time to meet again." With that, Wang Ming turned and departed. As Zhou Shuqing saw him exit the community, she hurriedly made her way home. Upon returning, she had just taken off her high heels when Zhou Mingming emerged from the bedroom. "Mom, where have you been?" "Ah, have you met your boyfriend?" Mom. "When will you invite him over for a visit? He helped us pay off the mortgage and even gifted you a car and cosmetics. You should treat him to a meal." Zhou Shuqing felt a pang of anxiety in response to Zhou Mingming's words and stammered, "Ah, I know, I'll handle it." After leaving the community, Wang Ming hailed a taxi. He regretted allowing Zhou Shuqing to pick him up during lunch. It was always such a hassle to find a ride, especially during peak hours when drivers typically refuse to accept orders. Just as he clicked on his phone screen to increase the fare by 10 yuan, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Who is this?" Chapter 23. Transforming into a repairman, a soft woman's voice echoed in his ear, slightly mumbling. Mr. Wang, I am a business representative from Hanyu Automobile. We have met before, do you remember?" Wang Ming instantly recalled the identity of the woman before him. To his mind, her call could only serve two purposes. Either she sought to ensnare him with her charm in pursuit of wealth, or she was employing sales tactics, again for financial gain. The intent was abundantly clear. He tentatively inquired, "Oh, I remember now. What brings you to contact me? Would it be convenient for us to share a dinner? I find your demeanor quite remarkable and would love the opportunity to befriend you." Wang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, both amused and intrigued. "Sure, what a coincidence. I haven't eaten yet." The woman quickly added, "Allow me to treat you. I've added you on WeChat. Please accept my request, and I will send you the address." "All right." Wang Ming ended the call, and the image of Zhou Shuqing, the enchantress, flooded his mind. Just the thought of her made his heart race uncontrollably. Yet she adamantly resisted his advances. Now, however, an opportunity had presented itself. After a surge in ride-sharing prices, he found a driver ready to take him. "I need to change the destination," he instructed the driver. "Of course," the driver replied courteously. On the way, Wang Ming entered his card details into the system, and a seamless transfer of 1 million was confirmed. Additionally, he had secured a rather expensive office space as a reward. The previous expenditure on Zhou Shuqing didn't seem like a loss after all. In truth, even if the reward had been less substantial, he would willingly spend on Zhou Shuqing. What irked him was that while Zhou Shuqing thrived, Zhou Mingming also basked in her glow, and he needed to devise a plan to ensure Zhou Mingming ceased to benefit from Zhou Shuqing's success. Upon arriving at the Rendezvous, a Korean barbecue restaurant, Wang Ming caught sight of the sign and scoffed, "Bah, what is there to enjoy from the cuisine of that country?" As he entered, the details of the woman's appearance eluded him. He dialed her number, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a woman raised her phone and waved her arm in his direction. Wang Ming approached and took a seat. This invitation came rather unexpectedly, but opportunities to meet you are rare. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, puzzled by her meaning. The woman chuckled, "My partner will not be home tonight. Otherwise, I would have to prepare dinner for him." Wang Ming observed her. She was still clad in a professional outfit and black stockings, evidently having come directly from work. "You've had quite a busy day." "Indeed. I've wanted to invite you for many days, but today I could no longer suppress my yearning." Wang Ming found her allure even more captivating than that of a landlord. He smiled and queried, "So, what do you imply by that?" The business representative replied, "My husband didn't return last night, and the faucet at home has been leaking. Would you be able to fix it?" Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. "That is my forte. I excel in unclogging drains, repairing faucets, and even car undercarriages." She laughed again. "What is your name?" Wang Ming inquired. I am Zhang Ailing. May I ask if you are married, sir? Not at all. Zhang Ailing pressed her lips together, a shy smile gracing her face. That's wonderful. No need for reporting when it comes to fixing the faucet. Dishes were gradually served at the table, and Wang Ming found it quite difficult to acclimate to the taste of the kimchi and the miso soup, which resembled excrement. He opted for a plate of fried rice. After they finished their meal, Wang Ming inquired of Zhang Ailing, "Do you own a car?" Zhang Ailing nodded. "I have a family sedan." "Did you not drive?" "I was picked up at noon today and did not drive." With a charming smile, she added, "You can tell you're the boss. Someone is always there to escort you. I'll take the wheel, but when it's south your turn to drive, do try not to be lazy." With that, she winked playfully. Upon arriving at Zhang Ailing's residential complex, they found themselves in an old community with buildings that had aged 2 to 3 decades. The structures appeared worn, with walls marred by time. As they entered the complex, Zhang Ailing skillfully parked her car and led Wang Ming upstairs, opening the door to her home, which was approximately 60 to 70 square meters. The interior, though not extravagant, was tidy and inviting. Above the sofa in the living room hung a wedding photo, depicting a couple lovingly embraced, their smiles radiating sweetness. It was evident they had been deeply in love at the time of their marriage. Perhaps they still cherished one another. Yet societal norms compelled Zhang Ailing to pursue more lucrative avenues. Changing into slippers, Zhang Ailing playfully remarked, "I'm going to take a shower first. It's been so hot today, and I'm all sweaty." She swayed her hips as she made her way to the bathroom. Wang Ming stood in the living room, his gaze unconsciously following her silhouette. Her black stockings encased her proportionate legs, and her dimples appeared as she smiled. Her husband must indeed be fortunate, with a beautiful wife and presumably a profitable career at a luxury car dealership. The sound of running water from the bathroom tantalized Wang Ming's senses. After a brief moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Zhang Ailing wrapped in a towel, her hair cascading against her fair shoulders, the towel's neckline slightly ajar. She approached Wang Ming, deliberately closing the distance between them. "You should take a shower too. It's so hot." Her tone brimmed with allure, her eyes sparkling with charm. It was clear this was not her first time inviting someone over. Wang Ming understood her implication, his throat involuntarily tightening as he replied, "All right. I'll help you fix the faucet after I'm done." He rose and entered the bathroom, fully aware that this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Just as he turned on the faucet to adjust the water temperature, his phone rang. Quickly drying his hands, he opened the glass door to grab his phone from the washing machine. "Hello? This is the Guanxi police station. You made a report today, correct? We have reviewed the surveillance and recorded statements from the involved parties. You do not need to come to the station at this time, but please keep your phone available for further contact." It was regarding Lin Shi's case. Wang Ming replied, "Understood. Very well, we won't disturb you further. Goodbye." "Hey, your food is ready. Come and enjoy," Zhang Ailing called from the other room. The next morning, Wang Ming opened WeChat and transferred 10,000 daxia coins to Zhang Ailing. It truly was peculiar. He was assisting others, and yet still felt compelled to offer compensation for their efforts. What sense did that make? Upon noticing an unanswered call from her superior, Zhang Yao, Wang Ming promptly returned the call. "Boss," she said, "today a new recruit is joining us, and I would like you to mentor them. Can you come to work today? I'll even increase your salary by 500 if necessary. I'll be there shortly." I overslept, or else I would have arrived by now. Chapter 24. The system. Something felt amiss. The landlady's casual remarks had triggered a binding response. Yet Zhang Ailing showed no such reaction. Was it not the case that anyone could activate the binding? Perhaps there were criteria regarding physique or purity. This system appeared rather discerning. Having neglected to retrieve the car that Zhou Shuqing had gifted him, he opted to take a taxi to the office. The day was once again hectic. He needed to assist in onboarding the new employee while also verifying the authenticity of property ownership at the real estate office. There were tasks related to Zhou Shuqing, the landlady, and Li Jixuan. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed. He had intended to invest his funds into a venture, but found himself lacking the time to strategize. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Yao spotted Wang Ming through the transparent glass. She exited her office and beckoned to him. "Wang Ming, come here for a moment." Turning back, she re-entered her office, while Wang Ming stepped inside and casually closed the glass door behind him. Zhang Yao pressed the remote for the blinds, and the surrounding glass panels were draped with curtains, isolating her office from the larger employee workspace. Wang Ming, observing the drawn curtains, inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter? Why all the secrecy?" Zhang Yao gently inclined her head, gesturing for him to sit. He took a seat at the chair across from her desk. With a sigh, she lamented, "I truly think you're remarkable. I really don't wish for you to leave." Frowning, Wang Ming replied, "But you promised me I could help for just one more month." Leaning forward with her elbows resting on the table, Jiang Yao implored, "Could you reconsider? Is it the salary that troubles you? You've only recently graduated. I'm not exactly a stingy employer in this industry, am I?" As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Wang Ming, her eyes filled with earnest appeal. Wang Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable under her earnest stare. It seemed contradictory that she was now wavering after their agreement. "Boss, I've made my decision. It's not about the money. I'm not in need of a few thousand in salary right now." Rising slowly, Jiang Yao approached Wang Ming, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, please, don't call me boss. Just call me Jiang Yao. I've just embarked on this venture, and among the few I've hired, you are the most capable. If you stay for a few more years, you could become one of my senior employees. As the company flourishes, I could offer you a share of the profits. How does 10% sound?" 10%? He mused. In the past, that would have been quite enticing. Over the past 6 months, the company had shown a consistent upward trajectory, a testament to Jiang Yao's exceptional talents. Yet, he acknowledged his own contributions as well, since joining the company. He estimated that they had generated over 2 million, even after accounting for rent, business travel, entertainment expenses, and employee costs. The boss has undoubtedly earned over 100. If he allocates 10% of the annual bonus to himself, that amounts to over 200,000, and it will surely increase in the future. As Wang Ming pondered, Jiang Yao continued to speak. "Would you truly abandon me here all alone?" Her voice held a sweet softness. The gentle breath against Wang Ming's neck sent an inexplicable thrill through his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. He took a deep breath and replied, "Boss, I have my own plans as well. It's not about the money." Jiang Yao gracefully perched herself on the armrest of Wang Ming's chair, her body pressing closely against him. She gently grasped his arm and swayed, saying, "Wang Ming, can't you just feel a bit for me? If you leave, I will dream about you not helping me." Her eyes were filled with an innocent plea. The boss, divorced and raising a child, clearly hadn't indulged in years. Yet, she could not continue languishing in this situation. Completing a task would yield over 1 million plus an office worth several million. Surely, she was destined for greatness. Remaining in this small company without becoming a boss seemed unthinkable. Her gentle sway nearly melted his resolve. "Don't sway me like that. I'm feeling dizzy," he protested. Jiang Yao playfully poked his chest with her finger, pouting, "Look how well I treat you. Have I not taken care of you? Have you forgotten? When you caught a cold, your girlfriend didn't come to see you, but I drove through the rain to bring you medicine. Also, my son enjoys playing with you when he comes to the office. If you leave and he finds you gone, he will surely cry. Our lives are so hard. Always abandoned by men." Wang Ming was utterly bewildered. What was this? It was clearly a dramatic ploy of feigned sorrow mixed with temptation. Just then, the system's prompt chimed again. Faced with the notification, Wang Ming wore a frown. How could they engage in a deeper conversation now? This little enchantress was nearly upon him. "Humph, why are you silent?" Wang Ming quickly turned to the beguiling Jiang Yao, wrapping his arms around her waist. She flinched, instantly jumping up from the armrest and taking a couple of steps back, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "What are you doing?" she asked, her expression slightly embarrassed. Wang Ming frowned. "I merely wish to comfort you." Jiang Yao cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. "I just wanted to keep you here." "Why did you suddenly?" Wang Ming, feeling helpless, noted that it was clearly her own flirtation that had sparked this. "Let me think it over. I don't want to keep changing what we've already agreed upon." Seeing Wang Ming relent, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Yao's eyes, and she seized the moment. "Wang Ming, please think carefully. The company truly cannot do without you. My son is also attached to you. A newcomer will arrive today, and you need to guide them. I will be expanding the company, recruiting more personnel, and acquiring more business. If you leave, I genuinely do not know what I will do. As long as you remain, I promise to deliver a 10% dividend." However, as Jiang Yao stammered towards the end, her face flushed ever more crimson. She sighed, urging him to reconsider. Wang Ming rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Do, Jiang Yao, age, 32, appearance, 90, figure, 91, purity, 80, obsession, 80, task triggered. Jiang Yao's son must call his father 100 times to complete the task. What is this? Forcing the boss's son to call me dad? Becoming an unintended father? Curse you! Wang Ming silently berated the system. Chapter 25. Fury Boss. How old is your son? 4 years old. Why do you ask? Don't tell me you're thinking too far ahead. How annoying. Wang Ming's lips twitched. What is the name of the new employee? Lu Guohua. A boy. Yes. Wang Ming's mouth continued to twitch. Among the 7 employees in the company, 6 were male, and the only female was in HR. The new recruit was yet another male. Even the hired cleaning staff were elderly men. Jiang Yao pouted. What are you thinking? There are others who are capable and appealing. It's not just you. If I weren't truly short-staffed, I would have dismissed them all long ago. It was truly exasperating. This boss must be quite desperate. If he were to entangle himself with her, he would undoubtedly be devoured whole. Wang Ming rose to take his leave. I'll return to my workstation. Jiang Yao nodded slightly, her gaze soft as she replied, he'll arrive shortly. I've already informed him of your workstation and name. He will seek you out. I'll have him positioned next to you for your guidance. Wang Ming acknowledged. All right, I understand. Returning to his workstation after several days away, he gazed at the mountain of documents that had accumulated on his desk. With wealth comes a complete lack of motivation to work. He sighed gently and began to organize the papers. Upon opening the work queue, he found several new orders from the boss, alongside a myriad of complex requests from clients. He meticulously sorted through them. After finishing, he picked up his phone and noticed a good morning emoji from Zhou Shuqing. Jia Fong had sent a brief message, see you at 6 tonight. It suddenly dawned on him that he was expected at Jia Fong's residence this evening. The system task triggered by her made Wang Ming scratch his head in confusion. While he pondered, a man dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers approached his workstation. The man wore a polite smile and greeted him courteously. Hello? I am Lu Guohua, the new employee. As Wang Ming turned, the moment his gaze fell upon the man's face, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him, as if they had met before. The man furrowed his brow, striving to recall. It's you. Both exclaimed simultaneously, astonished. The man paused momentarily, then spoke. Aren't you? Yes, indeed. I am your girlfriend's ex. The former subordinate, Lu Guohua, stammered, still taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Wang Ming patted the table beside him, urging, come, sit down, we need to have a proper discussion. It seems there is much more I need to impart beyond mere work. Noticing the unfriendly tone in Wang Ming's voice, Lu Guohua smirked, his eyes filled with hostility, and slouched into a chair, propping his legs on the tabletop. Humph, former subordinate, you are nothing but a coward. Wang Ming shot an intense glare at Lu Guohua. A one-on-one? Shall we head to the stairwell? Whoever calls the police is the real coward. Lu Guohua scrutinized Wang Ming, the faint outline of muscles beneath his short sleeves causing a flutter of unease within him. He steadied his voice. Heh, you uncivilized brute, resorting to violence to settle disputes. Wang Ming revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, even Zhou Mingming believes I am rather violent. Lu Guohua instantly glared at Wang Ming, who promptly flexed his arm to showcase his biceps. Look, I'm stronger than you. Lu Guohua swallowed hard, realizing that a punch from such a muscular arm would surely leave him bruised. I have no intention of wasting words with you. I'm here for work, he declared, shaking his legs atop the table to feign nonchalance. At that moment, Jiang Yao emerged from her office, calling out to the 2 men, Lu Guohua, is this your attitude on your first day? Put your legs down. This is a company, not your home. Lu Guohua, seeing Jiang Yao glaring at him with arms crossed, quickly withdrew his legs from the table. Jiang Yao clapped her hands, addressing the people in the office. Everyone, please pause. I have an announcement to make. 7 or 8 individuals set aside their mice and keyboards, directing their attention toward her. Jiang Yao exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Ming before surveying the group. From today onward, Wang Ming is our company's vice general manager and office director. All client assignments you receive will be reviewed by him. Any minor work-related issues should be directed to him first. If he cannot resolve them, then come to me. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. The other 7 were equally perplexed, wondering how he had been promoted so swiftly after merely entering the room. Observing the silence, Jiang Yao raised her voice. Is there any objection to this decision? A few voices chimed in unison. Understood, boss. Yes, boss. Jiang Yao flashed a radiant smile at Wang Ming before returning to her office. Wang Ming turned to Lu Guohua, exclaiming, Ah, you are my lucky star. Your arrival has led to my promotion. In truth, he was indifferent to the promotion, merely seeking to provoke Lu Guohua. Lu Guohua scoffed. Do you think I came here to earn money? I simply wish to experience a more vibrant life. My family runs a supermarket. It spans hundreds of square meters. Daily revenue amounts to several thousand. Wang Ming clapped in mock admiration. Impressive, impressive. A small affluent family. He then shifted his tone to one of disdain. Revenue? What about rent? Stock costs? Employee expenses? Surely, your family profits a mere 100 to 80,000 a month, right? You wouldn't earn that in a year. Why was I broken up with? And yet I remain in the dark. Being a mere manager in a small company, is this truly the pinnacle of my existence? Lu Guohua wore a disdainful expression towards Wang Ming. He continued with a mocking smile. Oh, by the way, I knew Zhou Mengmeng before she broke up with you. We met weekly. Wang Ming, seemingly indifferent, responded, I know that. By the way, she always appeared utterly exhausted whenever she met you. My apologies, she is simply too drained. Lu Guohua clenched his teeth in fury, wishing to curse but refraining, his biceps intimidating him. Stop talking. Lu Guohua nearly roared, unable to contain his anger. His hatred was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart the incessantly chattering Wang Ming. He was deeply in love with Zhou Mengmeng and wished to marry her. The scene was vivid, and he nearly spat out his pent-up frustration. At the sound of the outburst, everyone turned to observe the two. Zhang Yao, from the boss's office, emerged to confront Lu Guohua, asking, What are you yelling about? Chapter 26. Cousin Wang Ming, come here. Zhang Yao beckoned Wang Ming into her office. With a concerned tone, she inquired, What is going on? Are you two arguing? Wang Ming nodded. Why are you arguing? Is he really that foolish? Be a bit more patient. You were once inexperienced yourself, and I taught you to be more understanding. Wang Ming, with a tone of resignation, replied, We know each other. It's a matter of personal life. Zhang Yao pondered for a moment before decisively stating, Then I'll fire him. How can someone who makes you unhappy stay? Wang Ming hurriedly shook his head. No, that would make me seem petty. Let someone else handle him. All right, I'll have him moved to another workstation. Upon exiting the boss's office, Wang Ming did not return to his desk, but instead headed out into the corridor. The money he received from the system previously was spent to enhance Zhou Shuqing's affection. Now that the system rewards had arrived, he contemplated sending some money to his uncle. He dialed his uncle's number. Uncle, I transferred some money to your bank card. His uncle's tone was earnest. No need, child. Do you have enough for yourself? Wang Ming replied, It's not a matter of having enough. It's about how to spend it. His uncle, with a tone of wisdom, advised, Although you are earning now, you need to save. When it comes to marrying, buying a car, buying a house, and paying dowries, all require money. You should be frugal. Wang Ming dismissed the advice. Uncle, you should have received the message by now. I received it. 50,000 arrived. It must be a scam message. Wang Ming quickly clarified. No, it is indeed 50,000. It's what I transferred to you. His uncle, bewildered, frowned. You transferred it? Try withdrawing it to WeChat. His uncle, astonished, asked, Is it really from you? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Wang Ming reassured him. I am now an executive at a company. Though it is small, the dividends are decent, and the company is set to grow. You need not struggle any longer. Consider buying a house in the county. You should save for yourself. Do not worry about me. Your sister will be entering university next year. And after a few more years of toil, I shall finally be liberated. She plans to apply to a university in Shiguan, and once she graduates, you will be able to look after her there. Wang Ming chuckled. Of course. By the way, how has my cousin been? It's been ages since we last communicated. Your cousin seems to be contemplating resigning, but she hasn't shared much with me. Let us leave it at that. You need not worry about finances. If you find yourself in need, just let me know. I'll visit you during the new year. Uncle, with a hint of resignation, advised, Take care, dear child, and always strive to be a law-abiding citizen of Great Xia. Rest assured. Wang Ming ended the call and dialed his cousin's number. Before long, the call connected. Sister, are you faring well in Nanzhou? His cousin teased. You little rascal, it's about time you showed some concern for me. It's been nearly a month since you last called. Wang Ming explained. There have been too many matters to attend to lately. I heard from Uncle that you're considering resigning. His cousin sighed on the other end. This place in Nanzhou is so competitive. The boss treats us like beasts of burden. I have already resigned and plan to take a month off to clear my mind. How are things with you in Shiguan? I'm doing all right. Why don't you come visit me? You must feel rather lonely in Nanzhou all by yourself. His cousin laughed and quipped. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you think you can look after me? But I genuinely wish to show you around Shiguan. It has developed significantly more than Nanzhou over the past 2 years. Come on, having me around will provide you with some company. His cousin replied earnestly, I will consider it. Sister, I want to keep you. I have a lot of work to attend to. All right, goodbye. After the call ended, Wang Ming clicked on his cousin's profile and transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan. His cousin, Zhou Sherman, aged 25, had been working for several years and was living paycheck to paycheck, yet she was self-sufficient and had never asked uncle for money, even using her modest savings to buy New Year goods for the family. Wang Ming had grown up in Uncle S' household and shared a close bond with his sister and cousin. Upon opening the message, Zhou Sherman was taken aback to see the transfer of 100,000 yuan, accompanied by a note. Since you need a break, go travel. Use this money. Do not be too frugal. I have also sent a considerable amount to uncle, so there is no need to worry about him. Zhou Sherman stared at the transfer and replied, Did you win the lottery? Wang Ming responded, I got promoted. I am now the second in command at the company. It took Zhou Sherman a moment to regain her composure, thinking how accomplished her younger cousin had become. Wang Ming urged her to accept the money, and Zhou Sherman clicked to receive it, confirming the arrival of the 100,000 yuan. You rascal, impressive indeed. Wang Ming felt a sense of accomplishment from his cousin's praise. Upon returning to his workstation, he noticed Chang Yao had sent him all the client orders from the company. He lamented inwardly. The workload was utterly overwhelming. Without consulting him, they had elevated him to the position of second in command, placing the entire responsibility of business approvals upon his shoulders. By midday, Wang Ming had hardly taken a moment to eat lunch, as time slipped away unnoticed, and he realized it was nearly time to clock out for the afternoon. Exhausted and dizzy, Jiang Yao rubbed her tired eyes and stretched her stiff neck. She appeared beside his workstation, carrying a meal, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Have something to eat. You've worked hard today. After all, you've become my right-hand man. I plan to raise your salary to 8,000 next month, and as we agreed, there will be a 10 bonus at the year's end. Keep up the good work. Wang Ming paused momentarily, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. However, I need to think it over. Jiang Yao nodded lightly, not rushing him. Take your time. You're here at the company, so there's no need to hurry. Yet, she felt perplexed. In the past, Wang Ming had eagerly requested salary increases. Even a mere rise of 500 would have thrilled him. Yet now, with such generous terms offered, he appeared unmoved. Wang Ming pondered silently. If it were previously, he would have been overwhelmed with emotion, perhaps even embracing this single mother. But circumstances had changed. His office was worth millions. Perhaps I should invest in Jiang Yao's company? She had always aimed to expand her business, and he had no experience as a boss. This was a perfect opportunity to gain practical experience from a small venture. As he completed more systemic tasks and accumulated sufficient funds, he could gradually scale his career. If I had the capability and the chance, I must acquire the supermarket owned by Lu Guohua. Wang Ming turned to Jiang Yao. Boss, I have already familiarized myself with everyone's customer orders in progress. May I step out this afternoon? Jiang Yao dismissed his concern casually. Feel free, you're my right-hand man now. As long as work is fine, you can do as you wish without needing to consult me. I'll be back shortly. Wang Ming bid farewell to Jiang Yao and drove off in the little car gifted to him by Zhou Shuqing, heading towards the property hall. Chapter 27. Investment plan. After confirming at the service window of the property hall, the ownership was genuine. The office in the CBD of Baiyun District. A spacious 150 square meters. Such valuable land. Wang Ming's heart began to race again. He did not currently possess enough funds to manage this office. Perhaps selling his stake to invest in Jiang Yao was more prudent. If she declined, he could utilize the money for other ventures. He then drove to the real estate agency to list his property for sale. After an evaluation, the agency deemed a listing price of 6 million to be suitable. Please list it for 5 million. The sales manager's eyes widened in disbelief at Wang Ming's words. Are you sure? Absolutely. I need the money urgently. The sales manager adjusted his glasses, his eyes darting as he smiled ingratiatingly. If you lower the price a bit more, we could purchase it directly. Wang Ming frowned. This man was clearly trying to take advantage of him. Observing the middle-aged man's protruding belly, he suspected he had profited considerably from clients. Nevertheless, he was unfazed by potential deceit. His priority was to swiftly convert the system reward into cash. The money in hand was what truly mattered. How much lower? Wang Ming inquired earnestly. A middle-aged man, with a scheming mind, suddenly spoke up. 5 million. Deal. Great. Tomorrow we will prepare the full payment and head directly to the property office for the transfer. No problem. With the system in place, Why worry about trifling sums? Those who fail to seize the moment are merely mules in the grand scheme of things. As Wang Ming drove back to the company, his thoughts flowed freely. 5 million with such ease. At this rate, becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire was no longer a distant dream. Gazing at the system interface, he noticed that Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level stood at 92. When would it reach 100 so he could exchange for system currency? The allure of the properties and cars in the system's marketplace was undeniable. Throughout the day, Zhou Shuqing sent numerous messages, expressing concern for Wang Ming's well-being. What a gentle soul she was. If he were to start a company for her in the future, would she be moved enough to throw herself into his arms? Just as he pondered this while driving, a call from Zhou Mingming interrupted his reverie. Hello? Weren't you the one who blocked me? What? You miss me? You scoundrel, what did you say to my boyfriend? I merely remarked that you used to be fair-skinned. But now you've darkened. Zhou Mingming became agitated, hurling insults. You poor fool. Have you become a little leader now? That doesn't change the fact that you're still a loser. My boyfriend's family earns over $1 million a year. He can whip out 40,000 for a handbag without a second thought. Do you have any idea of the disparity between you two? If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll ensure you regret it. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't he her boyfriend's family earning over $1 million a year? Just wait, Zhou Mingming. Hanging up the phone, he slammed the accelerator in fury. Upon returning to the company, he marched straight to the boss's office and knocked on the glass door. Come in. Boss, I've made up my mind. You want me to stay and help, right? I knew it. Our future is so bright. You're destined to buy a car and a house in Shiguan. Perhaps my home will be yours someday, Jiang Yao remarked, lowering her head shyly. Wang Ming had no time for idle chatter, cutting straight to the chase. I want to invest. Huh? What do you mean? Surely we must discuss feelings first. Wang Ming's face twitched. What was the boss thinking? I mean, I want to invest. I want a larger share of the company. Invest? Jiang Yao looked puzzled. Do you have the funds? Of course. Otherwise, how could I invest? Jiang Yao chuckled softly. Oh, how much could you possibly have? Even if you do have some. You know the company is thriving. Would I care about your few 100,000 or even tens of thousands? At present, Wang Ming indeed had little. He had given the system's reward, the Daxia currency, to his uncle and cousin, leaving him with only 500,000. However, 5 million would be credited to him tomorrow. Wang Ming collected his thoughts and stated earnestly, given the company's current state, it would take you 5 years to earn back 5 million. Excluding expenses for improving your life, you might save 2 to 3 million in 5 years. Even if you manage to save this money, you must consider whether to invest it all in the company. I will invest 5 million for a 49% stake. Is that agreeable? 5 million. Jiang Yao struggled to absorb Wang Ming's information, momentarily overwhelmed, her gaze slightly vacant. Wang Ming nodded. Jiang Yao shook her head, thinking it was a jest. If you truly wish to leave, I cannot stop you. How could you utter such nonsensical words? Am I jesting? Jiang Yao's laughter grew more unrestrained. 5 million? You would find it arduous to even produce 50,000. I've visited your rental place before. And during my last visit to deliver medicine, I noticed your takeout bags were filled with pig trotters, pancakes, and grilled cold noodles. Do you possess 5 million? Wang Ming, disinclined to elaborate, believed only the sight of money would persuade her. Just say this. If I really had 5 million, would you agree? If you could indeed present 5 million, I would certainly agree. Wouldn't it be splendid for the company to grow stronger? It's a deal. Jiang Yao felt Wang Ming must be somewhat deranged from his personal matters. She continued to reassure him. If you truly wish to become the company's owner, there are easier paths. Wang Ming leaned on the table and smiled, stating he would discuss the matter further with her the next day. After saying this, he turned and exited Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao gazed at Wang Ming's retreating figure, sighing and shaking her head, wondering if he had genuinely lost his mind. The afternoon passed indifferently, during which Lu Guohua occasionally cast resentful glances at Wang Ming. After work, upon returning to the apartment building, he observed the smoke curling up from the small second floor opposite. Jia Fong was preparing dinner. Once home, Wang Ming opened the refrigerator to find Red Bull and liquor placed there by Jia Fong, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. His gaze then fell upon a belt hanging on the wall, pondering whether Jia Fong would like it. He took the belt down and snapped it twice in the air. The sound of the air rushing forth was sharp. Should he buy 2 more candles? Jia Fong occasionally glanced toward the apartment building, finally spotting Wang Ming's car. She promptly dialed his number. As soon as the call connected, Her shy voice came through. When you arrive, come in through the backyard. If anyone sees you entering my home and not leaving, that would be troublesome. Wang Ming chuckled in response. I'm merely coming for dinner. I'll leave right after. Jia Feng's tone held a hint of playful reproach. Is that all you're here for? Wang Ming pretended to be oblivious. What else would I be here for? Jia Feng huffed. You mischievous one. You know perfectly well. Why must I spell it out? I'm afraid you'll record me and extort money. Wang Ming continued to tease. If you don't clarify, why should I come? Stop joking. Just come for dinner. I've prepared deliciously fragrant steamed buns. Chapter 28. The plan begins following Jia Feng's instructions. Wang Ming gently pushed open the small gate at the back of the yard, swiftly traversing the backyard. I attempted to pry open the rear door of the small second floor, which, to my delight, was still unlocked. It seemed fate had destined me to enter through the back today. The tantalizing aroma of sumptuous dishes wafted through the air. Jia Feng had been waiting beside the door for quite some time, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beheld Wang Ming's entrance. He inhaled deeply, the enticing scent prompting an eager response. Are you referring to the food, or to me? He teased. What do you think? Jia Feng giggled, playfully grasping Wang Ming's hand and leading him toward the dining table. Wang Ming set down the potent liquor and Red Bull he had been carrying. A smile blossomed on Jia Feng's lips, unable to contain her joy. Do indulge, she urged. Is this lamb? No, it's venison. Upon hearing her answer, Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the extent of her preparations. Did you make this for your husband too? He would eat anything, regardless, she replied. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, jesting. Ah, so this venison is my exclusive treat, is it? Jia Feng laughed delicately. Indeed, I hope you enjoy it thoroughly. Wang Ming picked up a piece of venison, savoring it slowly while his gaze remained fixed on Jia Feng. The flavor was exquisite, and he felt an undeniable connection. Jia Feng's cheeks flushed slightly, urging him to eat more. Don't just talk. You must also act. Wang Ming lifted his glass, gently swirling the liquor infused with goji berries. Come, let us toast. Soon, you will understand what it means to be a warrior. Jia Feng raised her glass in return, clinking it against his, her lips parting enticingly. I shall await your performance. After taking a sip, Jia Feng dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin, casting a seductive glance at Wang Ming. If you perform well, not only will your rent be waived, but I shall reward you. Wang Ming appraised Jia Feng, feigning a gasp. If you perform well, I shall pay you 5 years' worth of rent. Jia Feng paused, taken aback. Wang Ming surveyed the vast house. How large is your home? Over 400 square meters. She replied. What was the cost of this house? Jia Feng pondered for a moment and said, it was self-built, so it didn't cost much. But the land alone was over 2 million, and that was a decade ago. Wang Ming nodded, understanding that, given current market conditions, the house was worth at least 10 million. This place has quite a number of rooms, he remarked. Jia Feng's smile grew more mischievous. Why not try each room? Just don't show up to work tomorrow looking lackluster. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she picked up her chopsticks and served him a sea cucumber. A feeling of excitement washing over her. Wang Ming took a bite, chewed, and then set down his chopsticks. I'm not hungry anymore. Jia Feng frowned. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? It's quite delicious. I simply desire something even more delectable. On the first and second floors, every half hour, a room would illuminate. By 1 o'clock, every room was aglow. That night, Wang Ming learned from Jia Feng the whereabouts of her mother-in-law's residence. The name of the daughter and the information regarding the university have been acquired. The tasks assigned to Zhou Shuqing and Zhang Yao are somewhat challenging. Therefore, it is essential to devote more attention to the assignments concerning Jia Feng and Li Jixuan. At 7:40 in the morning, Wang Ming was awakened by the alarm clock. He silenced it, while Jia Feng continued to sleep soundly, showing no signs of waking. Observing the multiple strawberry marks on her collarbone, he pondered how she would explain them. Yet, he decided it was of no concern. She could handle it herself. He drove directly to the real estate hall, his heart brimming with excitement. 5 million, soon to be in his grasp. Upon entering the hall, Wang Ming immediately spotted the portly sales manager from the agency he had encountered the previous day. The manager noticed him as well, his face instantly lighting up with a smile as he hurried over. Mr. Wang, we've been expecting you. Wang Ming nodded and inquired. Is the money ready? Absolutely, Mr. Wang. You can rest assured. Our company is known for its reliability, the manager replied, producing a document from his bag. Please provide us with your card number and sign here. Later, You will need to sign again at the window when collecting the property certificate. Wang Ming retrieved his phone and displayed the card number to the man. The manager quickly took out his phone and dialed. I will read the card number. Please listen. XXXX. Mr. Wang, our finance department has already arranged the transfer. The 5 million will soon be credited to your account. It's a pleasure collaborating with you. If the transaction proceeds smoothly, there will be many opportunities for future partnerships. The manager's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the potential fortune before him. He cautiously asked, Do you own many properties? There will be more, Wang Ming replied. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification from the bank. He opened it to find confirmation of the 5 million transfer. Yes, the funds have been received. Let us go, the manager exclaimed, dashing towards the window. With Wang Ming following closely, holding the property certificate. Arriving at the transfer window, Wang Ming cooperated with the staff to complete various formalities. The staff meticulously verified the network information and property documents, and upon confirming their accuracy, commenced the transfer procedures. The entire process was completed swiftly, leaving Wang Ming with little to do. After exiting the real estate hall, he drove to the company, eager to find Jiang Yao. Soon, he would present the money before her, relishing the prospect of continuous profits. Contemplating Zhou Mengmeng and Lu Guohua, he silently vowed, once the system rewards increased or he could withdraw system currency, he would venture into the supermarket sector. Right across from his home, he would establish a store, not for profit, but to undermine. If your ribs sell for 20, his would sell for 10. If you sell items for 1 or 2, he would give them away for free. He would ensure that not a single customer would remain, leaving you unable to pay rent. Zhou Mengmeng, brace yourself for your boyfriend's family to sell their possessions. Chapter 29. If it is of no use, then farewell. Wang Ming arrived at the company, hastily stepping into Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao sat before her desk, intently examining a document. Upon hearing a noise, she lifted her gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Oh dear, now that you've become the manager, you no longer bother to knock, she jested. Wang Ming strode confidently to Jiang Yao's side, presenting his phone before her. Jiang, take a look at this. Jiang Yao accepted the device, her eyes drawn to the staggering balance of 5,500,000 in the bank account. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did this money come from? Don't worry about it. It's all clean money, Wang Ming replied with a confident smile. Jiang Yao furrowed her brow. You must be joking. How could you possibly have such a sum? Are you trying to pull my leg? Wang Ming maintained his self-assured demeanor. I can transfer it to you right now. Just give me the company account details. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao divulged the information. Wang Ming swiftly manipulated his phone, and soon her device buzzed incessantly with incoming notifications. As she opened the messages, she sprang from her chair, eyes glued to the screen, her voice trembling. It really has been credited. 5 million. She gazed at Wang Ming, astonishment etched across her face. Where did you acquire such wealth? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Wang Ming pondered momentarily, uncertain how to explain the source of the funds without sounding ridiculous. Jiang, my family's property was redeveloped. You remember the 49 shares you promised me, right? Redevelopment? 5 million. Where is your hometown? She queried. Let us discuss that later. Right now, we need to focus on business. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. Very well, as promised, I shall grant you the 49% share in the profits. Wang Ming nodded. Jiang, I entrust you with the expansion of the company. Also, I will be absent for a while, as I have some pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Yao approached Wang Ming, resting her hand on his shoulder. You can take as long as you need. The company is your second home. Now that you are my partner, you can simply await your dividends. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly as she added in a quieter tone. But when my son misses you, could you possibly play with him? Realizing the blinds were still open, she quickly withdrew her hand. Wang Ming chuckled knowingly. Prior to his connection with Jiang Yao, he had no intention of engaging with her young son. Now, however, the system's task revolved around that very child. Despite the challenge it posed, he was willing to attempt it for the reward. Sure, as long as I have the time. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, a playful pout forming on her lips. Well then, it seems I'll have to take on even more work. Not only must I review the company's affairs, but I must also oversee its expansion. Are you truly not going to involve yourself in the expansion? Jiang Yao inquired. Wang Ming shook his head. Handle it as you see fit. I have faith in you. The system interface indicated that Jiang Yao's level of infatuation had reached 85. As Jiang Yao noticed Wang Ming's serious gaze fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed as she gently cleared her throat. You truly have invested heavily for my sake. Throwing all the demolition compensation my way, Wang Ming snapped back to reality. It's not a gift. I'm merely using my company's dividends. Rest assured, I will handle the company's expansion flawlessly, he added with a smile. Given your remarkable capabilities, I have complete confidence in you. Once I manage the matters outside, we shall count the profits together, he continued. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at him, yet her lips could not help but curl into a smile. You really do have a way with words. By the way, how long will you be occupied? I need to make some plans. Wang Ming scratched his head. I can't say for certain, but I will keep in touch. Jiang Yao nodded and walked to the window, gazing at the CBD skyline, murmuring, if the company can expand smoothly, the future prospects will undoubtedly be bright. Wang Ming approached her from behind and embraced her, saying, if the company thrives, I shall reward you. Startled, Jiang Yao spun around, her eyes wide with panic, pushing him away with urgency. I haven't closed the blinds yet. The employees might see. Wang Ming froze, suddenly recalling Lu Guohua, and his heart sank. If this were to reach Zhou Mengming's ears, and she mentioned it to Zhou Shuqing, it would surely lead to chaos. He quickly released her, standing awkwardly in place. Jiang Yao, flustered, raised her hands to smooth her hair, playfully scolding. You claim the investment department is for me? You rascal. But remember, unless you grant me a proper status, I won't engage with you. I need to find a father for my child. Wang Ming chuckled. Let us discuss that once you have expanded the company. For now, I must take my leave. Yes, let us keep in touch. I will begin the expansion process soon. With that, Wang Ming exited the office, carefully observing his surroundings. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed the earlier exchange between him and Jiang Yao, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Scanning the area, he found no sign of Lu Guohua. As he approached a staff member's workspace, the employee looked up and promptly stood, respectfully addressing him. Manager, where is Lu Guohua? Wang Ming inquired. He has already resigned, came the reply. A smirk crept onto Wang Ming's face. That fellow must have found it unbearable to remain under my leadership. He chuckled. Upon exiting the company, his phone buzzed with an influx of messages. Li Zhixuan, Zhang Jian's family has handled the funeral arrangements. The body has been cremated, and the ashes have been taken back to their hometown. Zhou Shuqing, darling, I've missed you so much after just one day. You've been very busy, haven't you? Zhang Ailing, are you free today? The water pipe has broken again. Wang Ming replied to Li Zhixuan. Yes, don't be too saddened. We should visit the amusement park together when you have time. To Zhou Shuqing, he responded, the company is quite busy, but I will make time to see you. After replying to Zhou Shuqing and Li Zhixuan, he swiftly blocked Zhang Ailing and her phone number. Unable to establish a connection, he found no reason to squander any more time on her. Engaging with such a woman was bound to lead to trouble sooner or later. He arrived at the shopping mall and purchased some nutritional supplements before driving to the Lakeside District, where Jiafang's grandmother resided. As long as he could persuade her to prepare a meal for him, the first part of his task would be accomplished. Chapter 30. The Landlord's Daughter. He drove to Longwan Baoqi in the Lakeside District, an area known for its tranquil environment. Jiafang's grandmother lived in one of the elegantly designed standalone houses. After parking his car, he adjusted his attire and made his way to the house, carrying the items he had bought. Upon ringing the doorbell, it was not long before the door opened, revealing Jiafang's grandmother, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Wang Ming immediately broke into a radiant smile. Auntie, Grandma. I am an employee of the Elderly Care Foundation, distributing nutritional supplements to all seniors over 60. Saying this, he extended the nutritional products towards her. The confusion on Jiafang's grandmother's face began to dissipate, replaced by a hint of a smile. Oh, thank you, but I don't need it. My son is well off. Give it to someone in need. Wang Ming felt somewhat at a loss, having overlooked this detail. Jiafang came from a prosperous family. Her husband was affluent. So how could her grandmother be concerned about such items? Faced with this challenge, he realized that in order to enjoy her meal, he needed to mention Jiafang. Composing himself, he said, Grandma, Jiafang is a goodwill ambassador who looks after many of us. She specifically asked me to bring this to you. She has an engagement today and couldn't come herself, so she entrusted us from the foundation to deliver her thoughtful gesture. A glimmer of surprise crossed Jiafang's grandmother's eyes, and her smile became more genuine. So this is Jiafang's kindness. I must accept it then. Please, come in and sit. It's quite a journey for you. Wang Ming followed her into the house, which exuded a sense of quality living. The elderly lady invited him to sit on the sofa and busied herself with preparing tea. Wang Ming contemplated how to naturally broach the subject of staying for a meal. As she brought the tea over, she smiled and said, "This child. How could she suddenly think of me?" Wang Ming was taken aback. From the elderly lady's words, it was evident that Jiafang did not often show concern for her grandmother. Perhaps he had been too hasty. He should have done his homework, for if things went awry, would it jeopardize Jiafang's marriage? Jiafang has always been thinking of you. It's just that she has been exceedingly busy with work lately. She learned about our foundation's initiative to deliver nutritional supplements to the elderly and immediately thought of you. Jiafang's grandmother placed the tea on the coffee table and sat down opposite Wang Ming, letting out a sigh. She finally seems to be doing something worthwhile. Every day, she plays mahjong, dressing up extravagantly, which is infuriating. It has led my granddaughter astray. Wang Ming took a sip of tea, pondering how to steer the conversation towards the topic of sharing a meal. Grandmother, Jiafang mentioned that your cooking is truly delightful, and she has been reminiscing about your culinary skills. Jiafang's mother-in-law paused for a moment, perplexed, as I have never prepared a meal for her. Did Jiafang really say that? A fleeting sense of embarrassment crossed Wang Ming's face as he chuckled awkwardly. Are you referring to Jiafang, my daughter-in-law? Wang Ming nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, that's correct. She adores wearing black stockings, and there's a mole on her lower back. Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, lower back? Where's that? Wang Ming hastily attempted to change the subject, his gaze darting around nervously, and remarked, oh dear, it's nearly noon. He discreetly pressed his phone, and immediately, the sound of a rumbling stomach echoed through the room. Upon hearing this, Jiafang's mother-in-law promptly abandoned her thoughts about the lower back and inquired, are you hungry? Shall I heat up some leftovers for you? Expecting Wang Ming to graciously decline, he unexpectedly responded, how can I refuse such kindness? The corners of the mother-in-law's mouth twitched involuntarily as she forced a smile. All right, I'll heat it up. With that, she stood up and walked into the kitchen. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, observing the elderly lady as she entered the kitchen, silently reflecting. Jiafang's mother-in-law appeared to be around 70 years old. Although her hair was somewhat graying, she walked without a hint of tremor, her physique appearing quite robust. Just moments ago, he had become increasingly flustered, inadvertently mentioning Jiafang's mole. But fortunately, her mother-in-law seemed slow to react due to her age. After a while, Wang Ming began to eat symbolically. At the dining table, the elderly lady continued to lament about Jiafang, criticizing her for not dressing like a proper daughter-in-law. She also complained about her granddaughter, who dressed like a beggar, seemingly unable to afford decent pants, insisting on wearing tattered, excessively long stockings with holes in them. To her, they looked like a beggar. To Wang Ming, however, this style was quite appealing. Ding! The first part of the task regarding Jiafang has been completed. Wang Ming glanced at the system interface. 1. Dined at Jiafang's mother-in-law's home. Completed. 2. Hike with Jiafang's daughter. 01. It was time to depart. Lingering any longer would surely reveal his true intentions. Grandmother, I must take my leave. I want to help you with the table. No worries. The housekeeper will return shortly to tidy up. As Wang Ming exited, Jiafang's mother-in-law sat on the sofa, furrowing her brow. This little girl, where is there a mole? Just what did this child mean by lower back? She gradually fell into contemplation. Departing from Longwan Baodi, he drove to Shiguan Normal University. Wang Ming inquired around the campus about Jiafang's daughter's name. As he navigated through the students, he couldn't help but reminisce. Just a year ago, he too was a vibrant university student. Now, everything felt increasingly distant, filling his heart with nostalgia. Damn it, nostalgia for what? Just thinking of university brings back memories of Zhou Mingming. Wang Ming approached with a sharp slap to the face, as if his left and right brains were at odds. In the square before the foreign language building, he inquired of one person after another, gleaning crucial information from the conversations of several students. Two of them remarked, Zheng Shushuai hasn't attended class. It seems she went to an internet cafe with her boyfriend. She frequently misses classes. After the two students departed, Wang Ming began to mutter softly. Zheng Shushuai had a boyfriend, while he possessed a mere 500,000 in savings. Moreover, her family was well off. Even if he were to spend all his savings on her, it seemed unlikely that they could develop a deeper relationship. He felt utterly at a loss on how to approach her. Nevertheless, he resolved to make an effort. All it would take was a shared climb up a mountain to earn system rewards once more. He arrived at the largest internet cafe across from the school. The previous day, he had meticulously examined Zheng Shushuai's photograph at Jiafeng's home, leaving him with a profound impression of her appearance. Upon entering the cafe, he diligently searched every corner of the first floor, his gaze sweeping across each seat. Ultimately, in the high-end 20 yuan area of the cafe, he spotted a girl who bore a striking resemblance to the photograph. Observing closely, he confirmed it was indeed her. Clad in a JK skirt, ripped black stockings, and small black shoes, she blew bubbles with her gum. However, Zheng Shushuai was alone. Wasn't she supposed to be with her boyfriend? Wang Ming slowly approached her from behind. Zheng Shushuai, engrossed in her game, had her headphones firmly in place, her focus locked on the computer screen. On the screen, a female character wielding an AK crouched in a second-floor room, her gun aimed out the window. Smoke. Smoke. No one in the final circle. We hold this position, and the chicken dinner is ours. Chapter 31, Climbing the Mountain. Mark the point. 3 of them. Blow up their vehicle. Zheng Shushuai commanded. Wang Ming stood behind her, leaning against her gaming chair, watching intently. Zheng Shushuai successfully secured the victory. Wang Ming had already begun to formulate a plan to engage her. He gently tapped her shoulder. Classmate. Zheng Shushuai turned her head, glancing at him. She did not recognize Wang Ming, yet he seemed vaguely familiar. She had never entered the apartment building on her way home, but had coincidentally brushed past him. However, that was not something she remembered well. Who are you? She asked, her tone laced with annoyance. Wang Ming cleared his throat awkwardly, gathering his thoughts. You play PUBG exceptionally well. Zheng Shushuai raised an eyebrow playfully, of course. She appraised Wang Ming, noting his decent looks, muscular build, and considerable height. Her tone softened gradually. Are you trying to flirt with me? I have a boyfriend, you know. What of having a husband? It's just a boyfriend. Zheng Shushuai chuckled, continuing to scrutinize Wang Ming. Chasing me won't be easy. I'm not short on cash. But since you have some charm, perhaps if you possess any particular talents, I might consider granting you a chance to get to know me. The laughter, the sparkling gaze, unmistakably belonged to a biological daughter. It had successfully piqued her interest. Wang Ming chuckled and said, I'll give you 100,000 yuan to accompany me on a hike up Baiyun Mountain. Zheng Shuang was taken aback. 100,000 yuan. Indeed. Observing Wang Ming's serious demeanor, she stood up, crossing her arms, and continued to scrutinize him. You can't possibly be serious about pursuing me, right? Wang Ming shook his head. I merely wish to spend some time with a beautiful woman, hike a mountain. 100,000 yuan is quite the bargain for you. Zheng Shuang furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. If you can truly produce 100,000 yuan, I'll accompany you on a roller coaster ride as well. But if you're trying to deceive me, I'll have my boyfriend teach you a lesson. Despite her affluent background, Zheng Shuang's monthly allowance was merely 10,000 yuan. To suddenly receive 100,000 for a simple hike was an enticing proposition. Wang Ming had anticipated that such a sum would persuade her to join him on the mountain. He promptly pulled out his phone. Send me your payment details. I'll transfer it to you right now. With a hint of skepticism, Zheng Shuang retrieved her phone. Without hesitation, Wang Ming scanned the code to transfer the funds, and Zheng Shuang's phone chimed with a notification of the deposit. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her initial skepticism transformed into delight. Such a generous sum. His family must be quite wealthy. Am I really that beautiful? Zheng Shuang mused quietly to herself. All right, I'll grant you this favor. Given your generosity, I shall accompany you to Baiyun Mountain. So, when shall we set off? She placed her hands on her hips, her tone laced with pride. Wang Ming, without a moment's hesitation, replied, right now. Zheng Shuang shrugged. Fine, I'll follow your lead. But let me make one thing clear. Don't hold me back during the hike. My stamina is excellent, so don't keep me waiting. Wang Ming smirked thoughtfully. If it's truly hereditary, your stamina should be impressive. You aren't being vain. What are you laughing at? Zheng Shuang pouted, puzzled. Wang Ming quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. By the way, if your boyfriend finds out you're out with someone else, won't he break up with you? Zheng Shuang rolled her eyes. You needn't worry about that. I've been wanting to kick him to the curb for ages. He is utterly useless. Tired after just a few rounds of games, lacking stamina. Wang Ming teased. Oh, it seems you have quite high standards. Zheng Shuang huffed in response, of course. To be honest, my family isn't lacking in wealth. Being as exceptional as I am, if my boyfriend doesn't possess some noteworthy skills, how can he be worthy of me? The two exited the internet cafe, and Wang Ming led Zheng Shuang to his beetle. She gazed at the old car with a puzzled expression and wrinkled her nose, asking, "Why are you driving such an old car?" She couldn't fathom how someone who could so easily offer 100,000 yuan would drive anything less than a sports car. At the very least, it should be a Maserati. Wang Ming smiled as he opened the car door and replied leisurely, "I have a fondness for nostalgia. I simply adore these vintage vehicles." Though he said this, who wouldn't love a sports car? After all, wasn't the money an investment? Zheng Shuang, somewhat skeptical, settled into the car, muttering, "I truly cannot comprehend your peculiar preferences. The interior decor is so reminiscent of a young girl." The vehicle began to move slowly, and throughout the journey, Wang Ming and Zheng Shuang engaged in extensive conversation. Wang Ming observed that Zheng Shuang's personality closely mirrored that of her mother. Both were extroverted, self-assured individuals, with a hint of allure. As Zheng Shuang spoke animatedly, she gradually shed her initial unfamiliarity with Wang Ming. Upon arriving at the foot of Baiyin Mountain, sunlight filtered through the trees, adorning the lush greenery with a golden hue. Zheng Shuang turned to Wang Ming and said, "Hey, you go ahead. I'm wearing a short skirt." A smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. He had seen her hometown before. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Discovery of potential binding target. Zheng Shuang. Another binding? With 4 tasks already at hand, the emergence of a binding target felt overwhelming. However, an increase in binding targets signified a greater number of tasks, and consequently, more monetary gain. Wang Ming continued to lead the way. After a while, Zheng Shuang began to lag behind, yet she was taken aback by Wang Ming's remarkable stamina. He showed no inclination to rest. However, having boasted earlier, she resolved to persevere. Wang Ming noticed her struggle and suggested, "Shall we take a break before continuing our ascent?" Zheng Shuang stubbornly shook her head, insisting, "No, I can manage." As Wang Ming observed beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her breathing becoming labored, he recalled Jia Fong, who had similarly overexerted herself and ended up exhausted, barely waking in time for dinner. After climbing a bit further, Wang Ming not only refrained from resting, but also quickened his pace. Zheng Shuang could no longer endure. She plopped down on a rock, gasping for air. "I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted." Wang Ming turned back, approached her side, and retrieved a bottle of water from his bag, offering it to her. "Drink some water slowly. There's no rush." Zheng Shuang accepted the bottle, gulping down a few sips, and after regaining her composure remarked, "I never anticipated that this mountain, though seemingly low, would be quite so strenuous to climb." Wang Ming chuckled, "My stamina is commendable, isn't it?" Zheng Shuang raised an eyebrow, indeed impressive. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Let me take this call," she said, pulling out her phone and pressing it to her ear, listening intently. Her previously rapid breaths halted abruptly. "What? You're lying. This can't be true." Zheng Shuang's words grew increasingly fervent, her emotions escalating. Wang Ming furrowed his brows. Judging by her reaction, something significant had occurred. Could it be that Zheng Shuang's boyfriend had seen her getting into his car? Zheng Shuang began to break down in tears, the phone slipping from her grasp and tumbling down the hillside. Yet she seemed utterly indifferent, her demeanor bordering on madness. "Mom, how could this happen?" At the sound of Zheng Shuang's cries, Wang Ming's body jolted. Jiafeng. Chapter 32. The sudden incident. As I gazed at Zheng Shuang, her tears streamed down uncontrollably, indicating that something grave had transpired. Could it be akin to what had happened to Zhang Jian? My heart sank at the thought. It was unbearable to contemplate such a possibility, as it would surely entail grave responsibility. Yet, just that morning, Jiafeng had been breathing lightly and peacefully. Wang Ming, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He abruptly stepped in front of Zheng Shuang, grasping her shoulders and shaking her, demanding, "What has happened to your mother?" Zheng Shuang's face was obscured by her tears, rendering her oblivious to Wang Ming's words as her sobs grew louder. Amidst her cries, she called out for her parents. Wang Ming shook her more forcefully, urging, "Calm down. What has happened to your mother?" His heart raced, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Zheng Shuang seemed momentarily disoriented, her tear-filled eyes meeting Wang Ming's as she clutched the hem of her JK skirt, her voice trembling dreadfully. "My mother, she passed away due to failed resuscitation." Wang Ming's mind was engulfed in a deafening silence, akin to a thunderclap. Zheng Shuang regained a semblance of composure, her expression one of utter helplessness as she implored, Drive me to the hospital. Wang Ming shook his head vigorously, trying to steady himself, then extended his hand to help her up as they made their way down the mountain. Throughout the descent, both appeared as if they had lost their very souls, nearly stumbling several times. Upon reaching the base, Wang Ming hurriedly opened the car door for Zheng Shushuang, assisting her into the passenger seat before swiftly taking his place behind the wheel and starting the engine. Zheng Shushuang sat there, her eyes vacant, tears flowing incessantly, murmuring softly, "Mom, Dad." Suddenly, a jarring realization struck Wang Ming. The system interface displayed only the binding objects of Zhou Shuqing, Li Zhishuan, and Jiang Yao. Jiafang's task and avatar had vanished. She was truly gone. Just moments ago, Zheng Shushuang and he had nearly reached the mountain summit, so close to their objective. Yet, in comparison to the task at hand, the reality of Jiafang's death was far more difficult to accept. She had appeared so well just hours earlier. "Your mother? What exactly happened?" Wang Ming inquired anxiously as he drove. "My mother," Zheng Shushuang murmured through her anguish, her emotions too tumultuous for coherent explanation. Upon arriving at the hospital, she leapt from the car. Wang Ming, initially intent on following her, reconsidered. He knew he must remain hidden. He called out to the distant figure of Zheng Shushuang running towards the hospital, "I'll wait for you here." Zheng Shushuang did not respond, her focus solely on reaching the hospital entrance. Once inside, she was beyond words, her cries echoing as the nurse led her to the morgue. As the white sheet was gradually lifted, revealing Jia Fang's pallid visage, Zheng Shushuang collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Her grandmother, too, was filled with tears. She had sent nourishment just that very afternoon, and now, Jia Fang lay cold and lifeless. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Wang Ming was a bundle of nerves, each passing second feeling like an eternity in torment. Time crept by like a sluggish snail, each passing moment tightening the knot of anxiety in his heart. He gripped the steering wheel with fervor, his gaze fixed intently on the hospital's entrance. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the screen illuminated with a call from Zhou Shuqing. The already restless turmoil within Wang Ming's heart escalated further with the ringing, as Zhou Shuqing's concerned words echoed through the receiver. He had no inclination to engage in conversation, offering only perfunctory replies before hastily ending the call. After hanging up, he couldn't suppress a sigh of despair. Yesterday had been excessive. What could be done now? His once promising life had barely begun, and now he was on the verge of entering the unknown. After what felt like an eternity, Zheng Shushuang finally returned to the car. She was no longer the wailing figure from before. Instead, she merely choked back sobs, her tears seemingly spent, her eyes hollow and filled with despair. Upon seeing her, Wang Ming anxiously inquired, "What happened?" "Your mother." Zheng Shushuang did not respond. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the windshield, muttering fiercely to herself, "I must uncover who you are. You have brought ruin upon my family. I will ensure you pay for your blood debts." Wang Ming felt as if the world was spinning around him, an ominous premonition growing stronger. Could Jia Fang truly have met a fate akin to Zhang Jian? Had she passed away suddenly? Zheng Shushuang abruptly turned to him, locking her gaze onto Wang Ming. "Do you care about me?" Startled, Wang Ming hesitated before nodding, "Of course." A bitter smile flickered across Zheng Shushuang's lips. "So, you have fallen for me at first sight? That is why you were so concerned." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming nodded again, pressing for more details. "Can you tell me what happened?" His mind raced with confusion. If it were indeed a sudden death, the police would surely investigate him. Yet, there had been no contact from them. His heart was in torment. Zheng Shushuang wiped her nose with a tissue, took a deep breath, and slowly revealed, "I have been quite fond of you as well. After dating so many boyfriends, you possess both strength and wealth, and you are not lacking in looks. However, I am not in the mood for romance right now. I must find the true culprit." Wang Ming's urgency increased, and he raised his voice, "Perhaps I can help you." What truly transpired? Zheng Shushuang's expression suddenly turned icy, and she enunciated each word with precision. "My mother was killed by my father." "What?" Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you certain?" He stammered. "I admit, my mother was somewhat alluring, but that is not a crime. She was a human being, after all, with desires." Zheng Shushuang's voice faltered as she looked at Wang Ming. "Today, I will confide in you about my family's disgrace. I truly do not know whom else to share this with." Wang Ming nodded gently, unable to contain his insatiable curiosity. "This afternoon, my father returned home to find several rooms in disarray. My mother lay in the bedroom, and the scene was chaotic. Upon seeing the marks on her neck and the bruises on her skin, my father realized something was amiss and reviewed the surveillance footage. It was he who secretly installed surveillance cameras throughout the house, unbeknownst to my mother. The shocking revelation came when she was discovered with a man. Wang Ming swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Zheng Shuang continued, stating that my mother was awakened and interrogated by my father, yet she stubbornly denied everything. My father produced the surveillance storage card, only for my mother to break it in half. Wang Ming's heart sank, and he swallowed again, feeling the weight of the situation. My father, in a fit of rage, grappled with my mother, and she unfortunately struck her head against the corner of the table, leading to her demise despite attempts at rescue. Wang Ming finally exhaled in relief. The cause of the altercation was indeed his own. Yet the ultimate tragedy had nothing to do with him. Zheng Shuang had never viewed the footage and was entirely unaware of the identity of the man involved. He composed himself and slowly inquired about his father. He has already been detained. I must find this man. I will tear him apart. Zheng Shuang exclaimed in fury. Chapter 33. Infuriating. Wang Ming's heart oscillated between calmness and frantic beats. If Zheng Shuang were to discover that he was her adversary, she would surely want to rend him to pieces. Such matters were only fit to be confided in someone newly acquainted, but would she still pursue him? Zheng Shuang, wiping her nose, asked. Wang Ming's lips twitched. He had no intention of pursuing her, but to placate her, he reluctantly nodded. Beep. Successfully bound to subject. Bound subject. Zheng Shuang. Age. 19. Attractiveness. 90. Figure. 88. Purity. 100. Obsession level. 30. Binding to Zheng Shuang triggered a task. Cohabit under the same roof for 1 month. Wang Ming sighed heavily. This system task was becoming increasingly absurd and challenging. He was currently in a relationship with Zhou Shuqing. Living with Zheng Shuang for a month would inevitably expose his true self. The sudden passing of Jia Fong had also caused his system tasks to vanish just as he was on the verge of receiving a reward. Presently, among the tasks, spending the night at Zhou Shuqing's home appeared to be the simplest, especially since her obsession level had risen to 93. The system currency would soon be credited, indicating that he needed to invest more effort into his girlfriend. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why have you been silent? Zheng Shuang gently nudged Wang Ming with her elbow. He snapped back to reality, forcing a strained smile. Nothing. Noticing the hint of disappointment in his eyes, Zheng Shuang assumed he was saddened about her situation. You care so much about me, even though we've just met. The system interface displayed that Zheng Shuang's obsession level had increased by 10 points. Wang Ming bitterly smiled to himself. She was merely concerned for her own well-being. However, it struck him as odd that she claimed to have had several boyfriends, and yet her purity level was still at its maximum. After the system's introduction, it was clear that even a mere kiss would result in a deduction of 2 points from one's purity score. Wang Ming couldn't help but inquire. Haven't you had several boyfriends? Indeed, Zheng Shuang reminisced. From my freshman year until now, this is my 5th relationship. She then fixed her gaze on Wang Ming, teasingly asking, Are you feeling jealous? Wang Ming's expression darkened. He had just been lamenting about Jia Fong's situation and was now embroiled in this. Yet, her untainted nature intrigued him, and he felt a twinge of guilt regarding Jia Fong. Are you truly intent on investigating that man? From a certain perspective, your mother's passing is not directly linked to him, he suggested. Suddenly, Zheng Shuang glared fiercely, exclaiming, What do you mean it's not related? How could it not be? He had to come to my house. I will ensure he pays dearly. Wang Ming was taken aback, realizing that Zheng Shuang's animosity towards this man ran deep. It seemed futile to dissuade her. Allowing her to proceed with the investigation was a chilling thought. What if she left Xiwan? Yet, his cousin was set to attend school there next year, and her potential suitors were all in Xiwan. Moreover, having just invested, it was inevitable that Jiang Yao's company would grow stronger. Zheng Shuang, impulsiveness is a devil, Wang Ming urged gently. With a defiant expression, she declared, I don't care. I will make him pay. My mother left this world, and I cannot let it go unpunished. I must hire the best detective in Daxia. As she spoke, her eyes grew red with tears. Wang Ming sighed, realizing that it would be difficult to change her mind at this moment. Just then, the system interface flickered, revealing a new prompt. Bonded object Zheng Shuang has triggered a hidden task. At her mother's funeral, ask her why her mother did not attend. What? Was the system treating this as some sort of game? Given her sorrow, to further inflict pain was a task devoid of humanity. The task was simple enough, just a question to fulfill. Wang Ming stole a glance at Zheng Shuang, whose eyes were filled with hatred. Zheng Shuang, actually, he began. But she interrupted, don't try to dissuade me. You don't understand my feelings. I cannot let him go. Wang Ming nodded helplessly. May I attend your mother's funeral? Zheng Shuang gently wiped her tears, her voice tinged with gratitude. Of course, thank you so much. I will definitely break up with my boyfriend. So you pursuing me won't be under any pressure. Wang Ming's expression twisted awkwardly as he replied, reflecting on the last time he completed the task involving 3 dates with Zhou Chuqing, which earned him the fragrant heart flower as a reward. He had originally intended to give it to Li Jixuan to quickly enhance her affection for him and expedite task completion. However, it now appeared that presenting the flowers to Zheng Shuang might be the more prudent choice. At this moment, Zheng Shuhuai's affection level stands at 40. After receiving the heart flower, it can rise to 70. Once it surpasses 60, the fondness will no longer diminish. At that point, when uttering the phrase required by the system at the funeral, she surely wouldn't hold it against herself, would she? Wang Ming retrieved the heart flower from the system's inventory. Zheng Shuhuai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, teasingly saying, is this magic? You truly know how to charm someone. Before Wang Ming could extend his hand to present the flower, Zheng Shuhuai eagerly accepted the heart flower. In an instant, Wang Ming's system interface lit up with Zheng Shuhuai's avatar, and her affection level surged from 40 to 70. She brought the flower close to her nose. Gazing dreamily at Wang Ming for a fleeting moment, then earnestly said, thank you. I feel you are the one I have been searching for all along. Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief, eager to proceed with the next plan. He inquired, are you heading back to school, or do you wish to go elsewhere? I can accompany you. I have to deal with my father's affairs today with my grandmother, considering it was manslaughter. I hope to find someone to help smooth things over. Wang Ming nodded in understanding. That sounds reasonable. Please remember to inform me of your mother's funeral date. Of course. Thank you for your comfort. I must take my leave now. Wang Ming waved goodbye as she exited the vehicle. Watching Zheng Shuhuai depart, he fell into a brief contemplation. Originally, he was poised to reach the mountain peak soon, and upon receiving the task reward, he could commence his plans for the supermarket. However, those plans would now be delayed, especially since Jia Fong had perished because of him, and she insisted on investigating. The system had previously mentioned that upon reaching an affection level of 90, one would experience a profound love. Achieving a maximum affection level of 100 would result in unwavering devotion. If Zheng Shuhuai's affection for him reached 100, would she still seek revenge upon discovering his true identity? Wang Ming steadied his emotions, turned off the mechanical key, and drove towards the hospital. Dialing Zhou Shuqing's number, he said, Dear, I am coming to find you. Chapter 34. Overnight plans on the other end. Zhou Shuqing responded gently, all right. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the community. Before long, Wang Ming arrived at the community entrance. He spotted Zhou Shuqing standing gracefully with her bag in hand, her long wavy hair flowing gently in the breeze. With a light makeup that accentuated her gentle demeanor, her eyes radiated warmth, and a charming smile graced her lips, exuding an irresistible mature beauty. Wang Ming slowly stepped out of the car, and before he could steady himself, Zhou Shuqing quickly approached, taking his hand while softly asking with concern, have you been busy these past few days? Wang Ming looked at her, acknowledging the chaos from work and a friend's misfortune that had left him feeling overwhelmed. I'm sorry for not being able to arrange a meeting. Zhou Shuqing gently shook her head, her eyes filled with compassion. We have plenty of time together. Just don't overexert yourself. Wang Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he teased. Are you afraid that before you even enjoy it, I might exhaust myself? You ought to hurry up then. Zhou Shuqing playfully swatted Wang Ming's hand away. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and she feigned annoyance, saying, I believe it's you who is anxious. Your gaze is always so lecherous when you see me. Wang Ming laughed heartily, then inquired, why aren't you concerned about Zhou Mengmeng returning to find us today? Zhou Shuqing smirked. Zhou Mengmeng won't be back tonight. She asked with her boyfriend. Wang Ming nodded, a secret satisfaction blooming within him. Isn't this a splendid opportunity? The task Zhou Shuqing had triggered was to spend the night at her home. If not now, when? He took a deep breath, summoning his courage to ask. Since she won't be coming back, may I stay over at your place? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuqing quickly released Wang Ming's hand, her eyes widening in shock. You truly are insatiable. I merely let you hold my hand, and you're already thinking about staying overnight. Wang Ming hurried to clarify. You've misunderstood. I only wish to watch a movie with you all night. With her arms crossed, Zhou Shuqing's tone became increasingly discontented. What movie are you talking about? Is it one of those films? Wang Ming, exasperated, spread his hands in surrender, a faint smile of resignation on his face. Of course not. We can watch whatever you want, as long as I can stay up all night. Besides, she won TB back. Zhou Shuqing frowned, questioning, stay up all night? Don't you have work tomorrow? Wang Ming confidently raised his chin. I'm now a leader at the company. I decide my own schedule. Zhou Shuqing nodded. I've heard about your promotion from Ming Ming. Her boyfriend also started working at your company, and they even had a quarrel. You've spoken ill of Ming Ming too. Wang Ming's eyebrows shot up, displeasure evident on his face. What do you mean by speaking ill? I merely stated some facts. He couldn't handle the truth. Seeing Wang Ming's irritation, Zhou Shuqing quickly took his hand again, gently saying, it's all in the past. Don't let their matters upset you. You have me now. Sensing the depth of her affection, Wang Ming seized the moment to lean closer, but Zhou Shuqing instinctively recoiled. A touch of shyness gracing her face as she waved her hand. That's not permissible. Besides, I can't let you stay over. What if Ming Ming returns? Wang Ming felt an increasing urgency to expedite the opening of the mall, not for profit, but for sheer enjoyment. He feigned disappointment, letting his head droop. His eyes filled with melancholy. I've been so busy these days, and I thought I could spend more time with you today to unwind. But it seems your attitude is quite different. Very well, I shall return home. Perhaps we one team meet again for days. It's no matter, as you seem indifferent. Farewell. With a soft sigh, he turned to leave. Witnessing Wang Ming's despondent departure, Zhou Shuqing, who had been hesitant, was suddenly moved. Her mouth opening to speak, yet faltering momentarily. After a brief pause, she finally called out, Hey, darling. Her voice tinged with urgency. Wang Ming slowly turned around, a hint of melancholy deepening in his gaze. Zhou Shuqing bit her lip, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. Observing the man before her, who seemed so disheartened over her, she contrasted him with her daughter Zhou Ming, who at just over 20 was out there living freely. Meanwhile, she, an aging woman, had never experienced such romantic escapades. She hesitated even to spend a moment longer with someone she cherished. Realizing her own timidity, she thought perhaps she should just invite him to stay the night. After all, it was merely a movie. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and spoke. Why don't you stay tonight? Her voice trembled slightly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Wang Ming's previously dim eyes sparkled with joy, his face lighting up with a smile. He stepped forward, took Zhou Shuqing's hand, and kissed it. Shall we prepare dinner together and enjoy it at home? Zhou Shuqing, feeling a surge of shyness, nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way to Wang Ming's car. As Zhou Shuqing settled into the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed even more, and she nervously clasped her hands in her lap. The thought of having a man stay overnight was entirely new to her, and the pace of her relationship with Wang Ming seemed to accelerate. Silently, she mused, Oh, Ming Ming, I must be a little selfish. After all, he's someone you don't want. You won't hold it against me, will you? Wang Ming, seated in the driver's seat, wore a slight smile. Once tonight is over, the rewards will be mine. And once I find out where Lu Guohua's supermarket is located, I shall open one nearby. Ha ha. Upon arriving at the market, now bustling with evening shoppers, Wang Ming held Zhou Shuqing's hand as they strolled together. What shall we eat? He inquired. Zhou Shuqing tilted her head thoughtfully, a radiant smile gracing her face. I'll make you braised pork and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Wang Ming nodded in approval. Sounds wonderful. They wandered through the market, selecting ingredients, with Wang Ming occasionally picking up vegetables and seeking Zhou Shuqing's opinion. As they were choosing meat, Wang Ming deliberately selected a piece of pork belly, intending to use it for the braised dish. Boss, please weigh this piece of meat for me, he said, pointing to the pork belly. Do you have spare ribs? The tender ones, came a familiar voice from beside him. Wang Ming turned swiftly to see Li Zhishuan standing beside him, her bag slung over her shoulder. Gazing at the meat stall, Li Zhishuan immediately turned to Wang Ming as well. Wang Ming, she exclaimed. Zhishuan, what brings you here to shop for groceries? He asked, surprised. Li Zhishuan smiled. Well, my lease just expired, so I've moved. I now live above the market. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow in confusion. But your workplace is in the Xiaohu district. Why did you relocate here? Li Zhishuan sighed. I really had no desire to work anymore. I just resigned today. I know the Baiyun district too well. It's all just a shadow of Zhangjian. I wanted a change of scenery. Wang Ming nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Li Zixuan then noticed Zhou Shuqing on the other side of Wang Ming. Zhou Shuqing turned her gaze towards Li Zixuan, revealing a gentle smile. Hello, we have met before. Li Zixuan politely nodded in response. Yes, aunt. Oh no, I mean sister-in-law. Zhou Shuqing's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hand. Please don't call me that. We are merely friends. Li Zixuan turned to Wang Ming and suggested, since it's such a fortuitous encounter, would you care to visit my home? It would be a good opportunity to get acquainted. I still owe you my gratitude regarding the money matter. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, any day works. But today is not suitable for a visit. Opportunities to spend the night at Zhou Shuqing's are rather rare. We have plans today. How about another time? Li Zixuan smirked and teased Wang Ming. I understand. I wish you a delightful time. Let's reschedule. After saying this, she called out to the butcher. Do you have any prime cuts? Yes, indeed. I have a large piece that hasn't been chopped yet. How much would you like? 2 pounds, please. After completing her purchase, Li Zixuan bid farewell to Wang Ming. Goodbye. As she left, she waved to Zhou Shuqing. See you, sister-in-law. Chapter 35. Moving forward, goodbye. Zhou Shuqing replied with a warm smile, waving back at her. Once Li Zixuan was out of sight, Zhou Shuqing's expression shifted to one of vigilance as she turned to Wang Ming and inquired, why did she seem so disappointed when she heard you say it was inconvenient to go to her house? Wang Ming looked perplexed in the direction where Li Zixuan had vanished, frowning as he replied, really? I didn't sense that at all. He checked the system and opened Li Zixuan's profile, noting that her affection level had risen to 76. He had not been monitoring her status closely, only to discover that it had been gradually increasing over the past few days. However, they hadn't seen each other since the funeral. Could it be that she had been thinking of him all this time? Zhou Shuqing's brows knitted tighter, a hint of jealousy emerging. She can't possibly have feelings for you. Can she? Wang Ming's body jolted slightly, deliberately feigning disbelief. She is my brother's girlfriend, the one who has passed away. Zhou Shuqing pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes dropping to the ground as she murmured softly, oh, the widow. After purchasing the ingredients, Wang Ming returned to Zhou Shuqing's home, where they entered the kitchen together. Zhou Shuqing tied on an apron and began preparing the meal. Wang Ming assisted her, passing spices and lending a hand here and there. During the cooking process, Wang Ming playfully remarked, once we are married, and Zhou Ming is married off, this will be our future life, right? Humph. You certainly think far ahead, Zhou Shuqing replied, starting to dream of their future together, without the burden of a mortgage or financial strain. And with the daughter of a vampire also married off, they would relish a cozy life as a couple. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile. Before long, the meal was ready. Wang Ming placed the braised pork and stir-fried vegetables on the dining table, along with 2 bowls of rice. Zhou Shuqing examined the dishes before her. It looks delightful. Let us taste it. Wang Ming savored a piece of braised pork, a look of rapture gracing his features. It's exquisite, melting in my mouth. He found himself increasingly captivated by Zhou Shuqing. Her beauty, kindness, and gentle demeanor, coupled with her culinary prowess, felt like an extraordinary treasure that had been overlooked until now. Observing Wang Ming's satisfaction, Zhou Shuqing felt a surge of joy within her. She took small bites herself, glancing at him as she ate. The transformation in him since his relationship with Zhou Ming was nothing short of remarkable. Back then, he had arrived with nothing but meager gifts. Now, he effortlessly flaunted wealth. Clad in designer attire, with over $1 million at his disposal. As Wang Ming dined, he occasionally looked up, sensing that Zhou Shuqing's expression was somewhat off. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? She asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Where exactly did your money come from? Please, enlighten me. If you merely wish to toy with me, that's one thing. But if your feelings for me are genuine, then I implore you to speak the truth, no lies. Noticing the seriousness etched on her face, Wang Ming realized that if he did not clarify matters today, she might consider parting ways with him. However, given their current relationship, it was only natural for Zhou Shuqing to express concern over his sudden change. He set down his chopsticks, his expression turning grave. Well, the company distributes dividends to me now. Zhou Shuqing's eyes widened in surprise. What? Dividends? He nodded, affirming, indeed, I possess over 40% of the company's shares. Her expression morphed into one of skepticism. When you broke up with Ming, your monthly salary was only 4,000. How could you possibly have received over $1 million in just over a month? Moreover, considering the gifts you've given me and your daily expenditures. It seems the sum is far greater than that. Please, do not deceive me. Wang Ming, hearing her words, quickly gathered his thoughts. His explanation did seem implausible. How could a small company yield such substantial dividends in a month? Suddenly reminded of the tale he had spun to deceive Jiang Yao, he hastily replied, "My family's property was redeveloped, and I invested part of the proceeds into the company, while the rest has been spent on you." Zhou Shuqing paused, her brows knitting slightly in contemplation. After a moment, she inquired, "But didn't you grow up at your uncle's home? Would he really share the redevelopment funds with you?" Wang Ming calmly clarified, "My uncle has only 2 daughters and has always treated me like his own son. He allocated some funds to me so that I could settle down in Xiwan." Zhou Shuqing remained perplexed, pressing further, "So a portion went to investment, while the rest was all spent on me." Wang Ming nodded solemnly. "When you encounter someone you deeply cherish, it is only natural to devote oneself entirely." Zhou Shuqing was momentarily taken aback, her lips quivering. You love me so much?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and as she gazed at Wang Ming's earnest expression, she felt increasingly bewildered. Biting her lip, she spoke, "You so readily spent the redevelopment funds on me." Wang Ming smiled confidently, assuring her, "You need not worry about that. I now hold shares in the company, and there will be ample income in the future. Moreover, I have several other investment plans, and our lives will undoubtedly improve." Zhou Shuqing wiped away the tears that had involuntarily streamed down her face, nodding with a faint smile. "All right, if you encounter any financial difficulties, I will sell the house and return the money to you. I have already told you, do not worry about my financial situation." Wang Ming noticed that Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level had risen to 96, merely 4 points shy of the maximum. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Shushuang. He swiped to answer. "Hello? The funeral is scheduled for 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the ceremony will be at 9 in Baiyun District. I will add you on WeChat and send you the location." "Oh, all right. Goodbye." Zhang Shushuang hung up, her voice clearly indicating she had recently cried. Zhou Shuqing observed a change in Wang Ming's expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming hesitated for a moment before responding, "It's a friend. Her mother's funeral is tomorrow. She just reminded me of the time and place for the ceremony. I will be attending the funeral." Zhou Shuqing nodded. "Oh, do you want me to accompany you?" Wang Ming shook his head vigorously. "No, it's not a pleasant affair. I'll take you to a wedding when the opportunity arises." The two engaged in conversation at the dining table for quite some time. After finishing their meal, Wang Ming took the initiative to clear the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Zhou Shuqing settled on the sofa, turning on the television to select a movie. After washing his hands, Wang Ming sat down beside her, leaning closely against Zhou Shuqing. She chose a romantic film and placed the remote aside. Wang Ming nestled in closely. Previously, Zhou Shuqing would have deliberately distanced herself. Yet, considering his earnest efforts for her, she felt that resisting would surely hurt his feelings. With this thought, Zhou Shuqing leaned in towards Wang Ming as well. Noticing her movement, he extended his arm to embrace her. Zhou Shuqing shivered slightly, but did not resist. She merely bit her lip and accepted his embrace. As the film reached its climax, Zhou Shuqing suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Wang Ming. He turned to meet her eyes, and their gazes intertwined. "Darling, let us kiss," Zhou Shuqing shyly suggested, her heart racing like a startled deer. Wang Ming, captivated by the proximity of Zhou Shuqing, felt a warm surge within him. This was the first time she had actively sought intimacy. Gradually leaning closer, he gently pressed his lips against hers. Zhou Shuqing closed her eyes, reciprocating Wang Ming's kiss, her heart fluttering with a sweetness that seemed to melt away. This is what passionate kissing is like. It is truly splendid. Their kiss lingered for an extended duration, while the protagonists of the film began to advance their romantic escapade. Zhou Shuqing, hearing the sounds from the television, felt her cheeks flush deeper. She pushed Wang Ming away and lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Wang Ming gently cupped Zhou Shuqing's face, declaring, "I love you." Zhou Shuqing lifted her head to look at Wang Ming, her eyes brimming with affection. "I love you too." Chapter 36. The deepening affection of Zhou Shuqing. The system panel indicated that Zhou Shuqing's level of infatuation had reached an impressive 97. Wang Ming's gaze slowly descended, resting upon Zhou Shuqing's alluring legs clad in sheer stockings. The delicate fabric clung closely to her leg's contours, elegantly outlining smooth curves, while her fair skin subtly peeked through, exuding the sensual allure characteristic of a mature woman. as his eyes traveled upward along her legs. Wang Ming felt a slight swallow in his throat. Upon shifting his gaze to her front, his eyes instantly brightened. Zhou Shuqing sensed Wang Ming's intense scrutiny, a flush blooming on her cheeks akin to the warmth of intoxication. She instinctively gripped her thighs with both hands, her head lowering slightly, long lashes fluttering with nervousness. Leaning slightly to the side, she endeavored to evade Wang Ming's overt gaze. "Please, don't look at me like that," she murmured, her voice trembling. Wang Ming, captivated by her rosy complexion, felt desire surging within him. He swallowed hard, his gaze still drawn to Zhou Shuqing's form, as his hand began to rise slowly. Realizing his intentions, her shyness morphed into anxiety. She quickly clasped her hands over her chest, retreating slightly. "Don't do this, Wang Ming." Her voice quivered, brimming with unease. "We are not at that stage yet." Wang Ming paused, his hands suspended in midair, momentarily bewildered. Yet, the desire in his eyes had not entirely faded. He bit his lip, striving to regain composure. "My dear, did you perhaps add something to the food? I can hardly contain myself." A hint of pleading flickered in his gaze. "I wish to draw closer to you," a yearning far stronger than the desire for wealth. Zhou Shuqing bit her lip, her eyes reflecting both affection and hesitation as she regarded Wang Ming. His feelings were genuine, yet she was unprepared for such a leap. It felt shameful to fully surrender after only a few days of acquaintance. "I know you love me, and I have already shown you my utmost affection. This step is absolutely not acceptable. Let us take our time." She took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm tone. "I wish for our relationship to develop gradually, without haste. I want to give myself to you completely at a more suitable moment." Gradually, Wang Ming's desire began to wane. At that moment, Zhou Mingming was likely with Lu Guohua in a hotel, and it frustrated him that he could not savor his own desires. Given Zhou Shuqing's temperament, he understood that he could not be too forceful. Under normal circumstances, with his current system rewards, future wealth would surely be substantial. In response to a woman's attitude toward him, a firm reprimand could easily be warranted, followed by a lavish gesture. Yet, as his affection for Zhou Shuqing deepened, he found himself reluctant to act harshly. What a perplexing situation. Initially motivated by a task, he now felt his heart deeply invested. Zhou Shuqing observed that Wang Ming had been silent for quite some time. She gently rested her head upon his shoulder, a soft smile gracing her lips. "I hope you can understand me. I have now realized that you are the man I envision for my future. Yet I find myself unable to fully surrender to you at this moment." Wang Ming nodded in understanding, tenderly stroking Zhou Shuqing's hair. They sat in serene silence, the film continuing to play on the television, but their attention had drifted away from it. After a while, Zhou Shuqing lifted her head and gazed at Wang Ming. "Shall we watch something lighter?" she suggested with a bashful smile, referring to the previous film's content. Wang Ming picked up the remote and began to change the channel. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7. The system's task indicated that the overnight stay was to be from 10 in the evening until 6 in the morning. They continued to watch until 9 o'clock, at which point Zhou Shuqing stifled a yawn, covering her mouth with one hand and slowly shifting her head away from Wang Ming's shoulder. "I'm not accustomed to staying up late. What will I do?" "I can't keep you company for too long," she remarked. "What time do you usually go to bed?" Zhou Shuqing lowered her gaze slightly and replied softly. "Before that night you held me while I slept, I would retire at 10 sharp every night. However, since then, I've struggled with insomnia. Thankfully, my sleep has improved in recent days." Wang Ming pondered. The system only required him to spend the night at Zhou Shuqing's home and did not stipulate that she must stay with him. He spoke gently. "If you wish to rest, please do so. You need not concern yourself with me." Zhou Shuqing stood up. "I'll go take a shower first," she announced before gracefully walking into the bathroom. Wang Ming settled onto the sofa, listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, his thoughts wandering elsewhere, making it impossible for him to focus on the television. His gaze frequently drifted to the bathroom door. After a while, Zhou Shuqing emerged in her sleepwear, her makeup washed away, her hair tied up, radiating a refreshing aura that belied her 37 years. Noticing Wang Ming's unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed with color, and she shyly remarked, "Make sure you don't accidentally wander into the wrong room again tonight." Wang Ming snapped back to reality, hastily explaining, "I was genuinely drunk that day. Why don't you believe me?" Zhou Shuqing chuckled softly. "I'm just teasing you. I'll attend to some work for a bit before heading to bed. If Mingming isn't back, you may sleep in her room." Zhou Shuqing's home had 2 bedrooms, and Wang Ming glanced disdainfully at Zhou Mengmeng's room, thinking to himself, I can just sleep on the sofa. Zhou Shuqing nodded lightly, retreating to her bedroom to retrieve a set of blankets and a pillow, which she placed on the sofa. She then sat down at her desk and began to manipulate her digital drawing tablet. Seeing Zhou Shuqing so busy at this late hour stirred a sense of tenderness in Wang Ming. How could he allow the woman he cared for to work so hard? He resolved to ensure she would never have to worry about finances. After half an hour of diligent work, Zhou Shuqing approached the sofa and sat beside Wang Ming. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with deep affection as she gently parted her lips and softly uttered, "You have been so good. Just a kiss before sleep." Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Zhou Shuqing leaned in, her eyes fluttering shut, long eyelashes trembling delicately. A sweetness blossomed in Wang Ming's heart. This woman was gradually becoming more proactive. He slowly extended his hands, tenderly cradling her face, leaning in to meet her. Zhou Shuqing's breath quickened, her nostrils flaring slightly, and her fingers instinctively clutched Wang Ming's arms tightly. With a soft whimper, she melted into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him, holding him close. Their movements caused her hair to become slightly disheveled, releasing a faint fragrance of shampoo. Zhou Shuqing's body became increasingly soft, like a pool of spring water, completely immersed in the kiss. It was not until 10 minutes later that they gradually parted. With a bashful gaze, her eyes dreamy, she breathed softly, "Good night," before standing and unsteadily making her way to her bedroom. "Good night." Wang Ming picked up the remote, lowering the volume to avoid arousing Zhou Shuqing's suspicions. After receiving a call from Zheng Shuang, he had set his phone to silent. Glancing at his phone, he noticed several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. Chapter 37. Mission accomplished. These calls had come 2 hours earlier. Checking the time, he decided it was best not to return the calls now, but to wait until morning. Wang Ming focused on the television, though his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the system's task. Tomorrow morning, the rewards for completing the mission would be credited. Last time, he had received 1 million daxia coins, an office, and a bouquet of heart-flowering plants to enhance his allure. During dinner, he had chatted idly with Zhou Shuqing, managing to glean the general location of Lu Guohua's supermarket. Once the money arrived, he would promptly set this plan in motion. Time passed slowly. The clock striking midnight as Wang Ming began to yawn repeatedly. Zhou Shuqing's door was firmly shut, and he felt an itch of curiosity, longing to enter. He recalled the brazen saleswoman who had willingly drawn him into her bedroom, and how Zhou Mengmeng had gone to a hotel with him back in their freshman year. Sighing, he pondered the vast differences between people. Wang Ming, feeling utterly bored, flipped through the television channels, finding no program to pique his interest. Tossing and turning on the couch, he struggled to endure the night. Rising, he headed to the refrigerator, intending to grab a bottle of cold drink to invigorate himself. The system task required him to stay awake all night. He simply had to endure for another 6 hours. Returning to the living room with a bottle of fruit juice, he was about to recline on the sofa when his gaze fell upon the door to Zhou Mengming's bedroom. The items he once gifted her would remain untouched, yet he felt compelled to destroy them. Gently, he pushed open the door to Zhou Mengming's room, switched on the light, and stepped inside. The vanity was in disarray. Cosmetics scattered haphazardly, and the bed was piled high with socks and skirts, a complete mess. The trash bin was overflowing, seemingly indicating that Zhou Shuqing had grown indifferent to it. Wang Ming's gaze wandered around the room until it landed on a familiar pink package atop the trash can. He recognized it from his time dating Zhou Mengmeng, having purchased it for her. It was a pregnancy test. He hurried to the trash bin, crouching down to pick up the package with 2 fingers, revealing a used pregnancy test beneath it. Rising to his feet, Wang Ming retrieved a cotton swab from Zhou Mengming's makeup vanity and crouched down once more to inspect the pregnancy test, flipping it over. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unmistakable 2 lines. Zhou Mengmeng was pregnant. Rage surged within him. How could she have been so careless after over 3 years together, during which he had taken every precaution, spending more on protection than on dining with her? It had barely been a moment since their breakup, and she was already expecting. A thought struck him. Zhou Shuqing would soon be a grandmother, which meant he would become a grandfather. The prospect of sitting on the couch during the new year alongside Zhou Shuqing, doling out red envelopes to Zhou Mengmeng and Lu Guohua kneeling on the floor, made him chuckle bitterly. Disgusted, he tossed the cotton swab into the trash can, his resolve hardening further. He was determined to drive Lu Guohua's family business into debt, even if they could not sustain it. he would pursue them relentlessly. If they turned to selling chickens, he would not sell ducks. If they sold watermelons, he would cultivate an entire field of them. Zhou Shuqing was increasingly disenchanted with her adopted daughter. Once his relationship with Zhou Shuqing deepened, he would ensure she severed ties with Zhou Mingming. Zhou Mingming would not even be able to afford diapers for her newborn. The thought brought a smirk to Wang Ming's lips, washing away any lingering drowsiness. A cold smile graced his face as he exited Zhou Mingming's room, gently closing the door behind him, and returned to the living room. Settling back onto the sofa, he opened his phone and began to search for information regarding Lu Guohua's supermarket. The data from the food delivery platform revealed that their online sales alone amounted to tens of thousands of orders per month. Fresh produce, daily necessities, a quintessential community supermarket. He was surprised at how lucrative it was. His online search indicated that only one storefront was available for rent on the same street. A 400 square meter ground floor shop. It required a monthly rent of 60,000 to be paid annually, totaling 720,000, with renovations and initial inventory estimated to be over 100,000, possibly nearing 200,000. And accounting for employee wages and miscellaneous expenses, he would need at least 3 million. As time passed, fatigue began to creep in once more. But Wang Ming fought against it. He had never endured such sleeplessness during his university days, when he had little money to spare for all-nighters. His eyelids grew heavy, and he struggled to keep them open until, finally, it was 6 a.m. Congratulations on completing the task triggered by binding with Zhou Shuqing. Rewards have been distributed. The system's voice chimed, and Wang Ming's eyelids drooped immediately. He succumbed to sleep, unable to resist even for a second longer. At 7 o'clock, Zhou Shuqing gracefully emerged from her bedroom, only to find Wang Ming snoring peacefully. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she tiptoed to his side and gently pecked his cheek. She then turned to freshen up before diving into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Wang Ming, in his slumber, remained oblivious until 9 o'clock, showing no signs of waking. Sitting at her desk, Zhou Shuqing listened to the rhythmic crescendo of his snores, glancing at the clock and then at the dining table. She noted that breakfast had long lost its warmth. Rising slowly, she approached the sofa and tentatively patted Wang Ming's shoulder, softly calling, "Darling?" After several attempts, he remained deeply asleep, his snores as cheerful as ever. With a slight furrow in her brow, she checked her watch, gritted her teeth, and vigorously shook him awake. "Wake up, darling." Wang Ming stirred from his slumber. Seeing his disoriented expression, Zhou Shuqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you really sleep all night? You look like a giant panda." With bleary eyes, Wang Ming mumbled, "Since Zhou Mingming isn't back, I might as well sleep a bit longer." Zhou Shuqing quickly reminded him, "Hurry up, Mingming might return any moment, and you have a funeral to attend today." Initially closing his eyes again to resume his nap, Wang Ming shot upright at the mention of the funeral, sitting up straight, rubbing his swollen eye bags, which resembled walnuts. He attempted to awaken himself and glanced at his phone to check the time. It was already past 9. Several missed calls flashed on the screen. Some from unfamiliar numbers last night, and 2 from Zheng Shushuang. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you woke me. I almost missed it." Zhou Shuqing gently urged, "Get up and wash your face, then have some breakfast." Wang Ming slipped on his slippers and hurried toward the bathroom. Time was of the essence. As the funeral had already commenced, he hastily splashed water on his face when Zhou Shuqing knocked on the bathroom door, saying, "There's a new toothbrush in the cabinet." Wang Ming stepped out of the bathroom, unconcerned, replying, "I want tea brush. I want to keep the taste of your kiss from yesterday." Zhou Shuqing paused, her cheeks flushing, and playfully scolded, "You really know how to flirt. Stay faithful and don't go chasing after others." All right, you can rest assured," Wang Ming said. Heading toward the entrance, he quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and said a swift goodbye. Zhou Shuqing intended to hand him an egg to take with him, but when she turned back, Wang Ming had already closed the door. Chapter 38. Strengthening muscles. Wang Ming drove his little beetle out of the community just as Zhou Mingming stepped through the gate. She immediately recognized the familiar car and, upon scrutinizing the license plate, confirmed it was her mother's. "Wait, didn't Mom change cars? Where is she going?" Zhou Mingming ascended the stairs and opened the door to find her mother at home, folding the blankets on the sofa. She slipped into her slippers and walked into the house, frowning as she asked, "Mom, did we have guests last night?" Zhou Shuqing's tone was tinged with anxiety, her hands faltering as she folded the blankets. "No, I just wanted to lie down and watch a movie yesterday, so I fell asleep on the sofa. Zhou Mingming suddenly recalled the car that had just exited the community, and a realization struck her. Wait, if you were home, then who drove your car out just now? She glanced at the breakfast on the table. Although one portion remained untouched, there were 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Zhou Mingming crossed her arms, chuckling teasingly. Oh, come on, just tell the truth. You changed cars, and didn't let me take the old one. Turns out you lent it to someone else. Was it my future father-in-law who stayed over last night? How strange, he is so wealthy yet he needed your old car. Zhou Shuqing grew increasingly flustered. Her speech becoming stammered. He. Zhou Mingming approached her mother, bending slightly with raised eyebrows. Since he stayed over, why not share the bedroom with him? Mom, I'm serious. Don't be so conservative. One day he might just leave if it gets too much. Zhou Shuqing, exasperated, recalled the past 3 years of Zhou Mingming and Wang Ming, feeling a pang of jealousy. Are you like that? Staying out all night in your freshman year? Hurry and clean your room. Also, didn't you say you'd repay me this month? Zhou Mingming pouted, giving a huff. Are you really my mother? Do you actually want me to pay you back? Lu Guohua gave me 40,000 for a purse without a second thought. And he promised to buy me a 200,000 car when we get married. Zhou Shuqing's expression turned serious at the mention of marriage. Zhou Mingming nodded. Guohua and I have been discussing this lately. Once our plans are finalized, we'll arrange for you to meet him and his parents. That's good. While his family isn't extremely wealthy, you shouldn't have to worry about finances after marrying him. An average family really cannot support you. Zhou Mingming smiled. This is what I call fate. You adopted me when I was 5, and now Guohua will take care of you. Goodbye. I need to catch up on sleep. Zhou Shuqing watched her daughter retreat into her room, shaking her head helplessly, silently wishing that her future in-laws would be understanding of her daughter's capriciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was rushing towards the funeral site. Zhou Shuqing had fallen asleep immediately after completing her tasks the previous day, entirely neglecting her new assignments. Zhou Shuqing proactively gives herself 3 gifts. 03. Given Zhou Shuqing's current feelings about herself, 3 gifts did not seem particularly challenging. Wang Ming observed the system panel, noting the reward for completing the morning task, 2 million Daxia coins. This was significantly less than last time. It seemed the rewards for completing tasks were random and not necessarily improving, with a remaining balance of 600,000 needed. He hoped that Zheng Shuruang's hidden task would cover this deficit. Wang Ming arrived at the funeral site. The funeral had reached its midpoint when he hurriedly found a spot to stand, gazing at the portrait of the deceased in the mourning hall, his expression somber. Ah, Jiafeng, it is I who have wronged you. Yet, I cannot bear sole blame. You insisted on making such a grand affair at home. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, Zheng Shuang spotted Wang Ming in the crowd and approached him. I called you this morning, but you didn't pick up. What happened? My phone was on silent. He replied. Zheng Shuang observed the bags under his eyes, swollen like walnuts. Are you, perhaps, mourning my situation? Wang Ming paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. Thank you for coming. Zheng Shuang's eyes were red and swollen. She had been crying nearly every 2 hours since last night. Wang Ming looked at the system panel under Zheng Shuang's avatar, which displayed a task. Live under the same roof for 1 month. Hidden task. Ask her why her mother did not attend the funeral. This hidden task was utterly inhumane, a clear ploy to ensnare him. Where on earth is the system's consciousness? It certainly deserves a stern reprimand. How should he express this? There still remained a deficit of 600,000. And a funeral is a singular event. If missed, the hidden task would surely become void. Forgive me, Jiafeng, in light of our past shared nights. I hope you understand my offense. Wang Ming's left brain and right brain engaged in a silent battle, with the right brain narrowly prevailing. He timidly ventured. Why didn't your mother come? What? Zheng Shuang's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Wang Ming. He quickly waved his hands. No, I meant. How could she not come? I hired a crying troupe. He thought that their presence would enhance the somber atmosphere. Fortunately, he hadn't paid a deposit. Zheng Shuang's wide eyes softened as she slightly nodded. Oh, it's better she didn't come. I wish for my mother to depart in peace. Hidden task completed. Rewards have been issued. Wang Ming exhaled in relief, grateful not to have provoked Zheng Shuang's ire. He noticed an elderly woman before Jiafeng's portrait. It was Zheng Shuang's grandmother. Having met her before, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications, so he bid farewell to Zheng Shuang. I must take my leave. Zheng Shuang grasped Wang Ming's hand, stifling a sob. I've broken up with my boyfriend. For a while, I need to liquidate my assets. I will contact you in due time. Wang Ming broke into a cold sweat. It seemed Zheng Shuang had developed feelings for him. Investigating the matter was no mere impulse. She was preparing to sell her belongings. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Ah, Jiafeng, may your spirit find solace and help alleviate your daughter's resentment. After bidding farewell to Zheng Shuang, Wang Ming returned to his car and clicked to open the reward package. Congratulations, you have received 300 system coins. System coins. He could finally purchase items from the marketplace. The last time, the system's consciousness had developed some enhancement products. Enhancement of renal function, 100 system coins. Muscle enhancement, 100 system coins. Bone enhancement, 100 system coins. Various attributes can be enhanced, but purchases are limited to once per week. As for my renal health, I am currently more than adequate. Perhaps I should invest in muscle enhancement. Not only will it augment my physique, but it will also bolster my strength in that regard. Click to purchase. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10% increase in muscle strength. Wang Ming could distinctly perceive the transformation in his muscles, visibly gaining some bulk. Strengthen it tenfold. Wouldn't a single punch send Lu Guohua flying? With 200 system coins remaining, he scanned the system marketplace for other offerings, a surge of impulse coursing through him. A high-spec customized Audi A6 happened to cost exactly 200 system coins. This vehicle is valued at 600,000 Great Xia coins. Chapter 39. Li Zhishuan's reaction system coins cannot be directly exchanged for Great Xia coins. They can only be utilized to purchase goods for resale. If I buy the A6 and sell it at a discount, coupled with the system's reward of 2 million, I will have enough to reach 3 million. Wang Ming couldn't contain his laughter. Ahaha. Zhou Mengmeng, Lu Guohua. Your days of comfort are numbered. His excitement brought tears to his eyes, and after calming down, he noticed the numerous missed calls from an unknown number from last night and this morning. It must be something significant to warrant so many attempts. He dialed back. A sweet voice emanated from the receiver. Wang Ming? The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. Who is this? It's me, Lin Qi. Wang Ming instantly recognized her. Oh, it's you. I thought the voice sounded familiar yet strange. I wanted to sincerely thank you. Can we meet? Do you have time tonight? Wang Ming pondered for a moment. I don't have anything planned. Great. I'll add you on WeChat. See you tonight. Lin Qi hung up, and Wang Ming opened WeChat, accepting Lin Qi's friend request. He could hardly believe he had just added a renowned movie star's personal WeChat, just as he was savoring Lin Qi's sweet, enchanting voice. A call from Li Zhishuan came through. What's up, Zhishuan? Did Lin Qi call you? Yes, she invited you too? Indeed. She mentioned meeting tonight. I'm so excited to dine with a movie star. It must be an extravagant restaurant. Wang Ming recalled the task triggered by Li Zhishuan and realized he had no pressing matters that afternoon. Perhaps he should invest some effort in her. He inquired, Where are you? I'm at home. Is it the building above the market? I'll come find you. Send me your door number. After he finished speaking, he hung up. On the other end, Li Zhishuan put down her phone, frowning slightly. Aren't you coming to work? If you're free, come visit me. Wang Ming arrived at the building where Li Zhishuan lived. Following the door number she provided, he knocked on the door. Coming, came Li Zhishuan's voice from within. The door swung open to reveal Li Zhishuan, standing at the threshold in her shorts and short-sleeved pajamas, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. A hint of surprise gracing her features as she exclaimed, You actually came. Wang Ming smiled, responding that he had come to have a chat with her. As they stepped inside, Li Zhishuan poured a glass of water for Wang Ming and took a seat across from him. Her curiosity piqued. Aren't you supposed to be at work? You mentioned you weren't being supported by anyone. Are you envious? Otherwise, I might consider sponsoring you. Li Zhishuan playfully placed her hands on her hips, her voice laced with mock indignation. Just days after Zhang Jian's passing, and you're already plotting against me. She noticed Wang Ming's biceps, which had grown noticeably larger since their last meeting, and she involuntarily swallowed hard. Wang Ming recognized that Li Zhishuan was feigning anger. The system indicated her affection level had reached 76, her feelings deepening. Since you're renting here, does that imply you're not leaving Shiguan anytime soon? Li Zhishuan nodded yes. I plan to take a break before seeking new employment. I'll transfer you 30,000 now, and the rest will follow shortly. Let's not discuss financial matters anymore. I've already stated there's no need for repayment. But how can that be? It's all due to your charm and physique, Wang Ming replied. Shifting to a more serious tone. My girlfriend earns a decent amount, but she's not wealthy, just somewhat better off than the average worker. So she is generous with you? You'll understand our situation eventually. Li Zhishuan was quite familiar with Zhou Mengmeng. During their university days, They had often mingled with couples. Wang Ming pondered that if she were to discover that her girlfriend was Zhou Mingming's mother, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. Preferring to steer clear of discussing Zhou Shuqing, he changed the subject. Since you're considering a job change, why not assist me instead? Assist you? In what capacity? I'm planning to open a supermarket. I'm the owner of my previous company now, and I have numerous other matters to attend to. I need a general manager to oversee the supermarket. Setting up a store near Lu Guohua's parents' supermarket would certainly not be wise for him to handle personally. Li Jixuan's task was to remain in Xiguan while moving past the shadow of her boyfriend's death. Her taking on the managerial role would be quite fitting. Li Jixuan asked in astonishment, "You're the owner? Are you saying you want to open a small supermarket? Am I to help you with the cash register?" Wang Ming shook his head. Not a small supermarket, but a large fresh produce market of several hundred square meters, similar to the Jialid beneath your apartment. Li Jixuan was momentarily stunned, feeling that Wang Ming's words were becoming increasingly absurd. Becoming a company owner and opening such a large supermarket. Surely this fellow must have won the lottery. As she stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, Wang Ming continued, "I'll offer you a monthly salary of 10,000. Take some time to consider it. I'll begin preparations soon. So please provide me with your response at your earliest convenience." Li Jixuan struggled to regain her composure, murmuring, 10,000? This is only the initial salary. I will certainly increase it in the future. As long as I have money in my hands, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Li Jixuan still found it hard to believe, her face filled with skepticism. Where did you get so much money? Are you merely fabricating these stories to placate me? If you truly wish for me to stay in Xiguan, just say so. There is no need to speak of such improbable matters. 2 months ago, your salary was less than half of mine, and now you are a boss? Opening a supermarket? Offering me a salary of 10,000? Wang Ming, seeing that Li Jixuan remained unconvinced, pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened the savings page, presenting it to her. Li Jixuan leaned in, gazing at the balance displayed on the screen, 240,000. Her expression became momentarily blank, her lips trembling. 240,000? I also have a car, which if sold could fetch around 50 to 60,000. This amount is sufficient to open a medium-sized supermarket. Li Jixuan pressed her lips together. Still in a daze. It seems you really do have money. No wonder such a beautiful woman would be with you. While speaking, she maintained a look of astonishment. Wang Ming observed the system panel, noting that Li Jixuan's level of infatuation had increased to 80. Now do you believe me? So will you help me? I need to think about it. Well, while you ponder, I'll be here this afternoon, and we can head to Lin Qi's place together in the evening. Wang Ming scanned the entire room, a one-bedroom apartment with a bathroom, covering an area of 30 to 40 square meters. The living room was exceedingly small. You rent such a tiny place with the money I lend you? You used to live in a much larger space with Zhang Jian. Li Jixuan glanced around the room and chuckled wryly. Why would I need such a large space for just myself? I think I want to be dating for a long time. This space is sufficient. Wang Ming sighed. If a guest comes, there's no place for them to stay. I only know you and Zhou Mingming in Xiguan. Who would stay with me here? Huh, what do you mean by that? Chapter 40. Lin Qi's gratitude. A mischievous smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. He leaned closer to Li Jixuan. What I mean is, if I were to stay at your place, where would I sleep? This small sofa barely accommodates me. Are we to squeeze together on one bed? Li Jixuan feigned anger. Don't push your luck. Be careful that Zhang Jian doesn't come back to haunt you. Wouldn't you like to know if you were part of my future plans? Li Jixuan stiffened, shooting Wang Ming a glare. I have no interest in knowing that. If you continue to tease me, don't even think about being the manager. Wang Ming chuckled. You want to consider a monthly salary of 10,000? Don't regret it. Li Jixuan scoffed. Who would regret it? Wang Ming mused internally. Returning to the apartment he rented was indeed inconvenient for the time being. If Zheng Shurong were to encounter him and discover he lived there, she would inevitably learn of his acquaintance with Jia Fong. Since this matter had remained unspoken, it was best to keep it hidden. With that thought, Wang Ming inquired, "How much is your rent?" 2,000, with 1 month's deposit, payable monthly. Thus, you still have a considerable amount of the money I lent you. Are you truly not going to take it back? Wang Ming shook his head affirmatively, asserting, I assure you, as long as I have it, I will not let you suffer any loss. Li Jixuan felt a stirring in her heart. Why are you so kind to me? Wang Ming replied, Zhang Jian is my dearest brother, and his widow is my wife. I mean, of course, I must take good care of you. Moreover, even aside from Zhang Jian, we are good friends. Li Zixuan regarded Wang Ming with a skeptical gaze, sensing that he harbored ulterior motives. She hastily changed the subject. Why do you want to know how much this house costs? Wang Ming sighed in exasperation. I no longer wish to live in my place. I want to move out. Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow. Why not stay at your girlfriend's house? She's not young anymore. She should agree to cohabitate with you. Wang Ming sighed again. She is even more coy than a young girl. There are only 3 buildings in my community. It seems there are no rentals available. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, there are plenty of houses. He recalled Zheng Shuang's subordinate task, which required him to live in the same house with her for a month. However, having only just met, he wondered how to broach the subject. It seemed prudent to rent a place first. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan conversed for an extended period. Although Li Zixuan did not formally agree to be Wang Ming's supermarket manager, her attitude indicated she was considerably swayed. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Ming drove Li Zixuan to the restaurant that Lin Qi had sent the location for. It was a Michelin 3-star restaurant with a view of the river. Lin Qi had already settled at an exquisite table by the window. When Li Zixuan and Wang Ming approached Lin Qi, they were instantly captivated. Compared to her ghostly appearance last time, Lin Qi today resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her brows resembled delicate spring foliage. With a high-bridged nose and lips that curved like petals, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly. Clad in a black jumpsuit, her waist was slender, and her exposed calves and ankles were remarkably fair. She emanated an innate air of nobility, embodying the essence of a stunning and commanding woman. Upon seeing them, Lin Qi's lips curved into a gentle smile as she beckoned. Please, take a seat. Li Zixuan was entranced, exclaiming, in comparison to what I see on television, you're even more beautiful in person. Oh my, stars truly are stars. Wang Ming quickly pressed his lips together, concerned about losing composure, and teased Li Zixuan. Television isn't animated, you know? Lin Qi laughed, her charm growing ever more enchanting. The two took their seats across from Lin Qi. Lin Qi adopted a serious tone. Thank you both, especially you, Wang Ming. I saw the police surveillance footage. It was you who pulled me from the cold storage. He replied. I could not simply stand by and do nothing. Lin Qi then turned to Li Zixuan with a smile. And thank you to you as well. Your boyfriend truly is remarkable. Li Zixuan, flustered, quickly clarified. I've told you, I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Qi winked. Yet the way you look at him is so affectionate. Just look at how shy you are. Li Zixuan's face flushed even deeper, and her voice grew more fervent. No. He is simply kind to me. I am merely expressing my gratitude towards him. Lin Qi retrieved 2 cards from her bag, handing one to Wang Ming with genuine sincerity. This is 10 million. For my life, it's not substantial. But all my funds are tied up in the stock market and real estate. I haven't taken on any roles for 2 years. So my cash on hand is limited. Please take this for now, and once my finances are more stable, I will repay you. Wang Ming accepted the card. His expression one of surprise. 10 million? Lin Qi nodded, indeed. Without you, I would have been a corpse, so please accept it. Wang Ming, without further contemplation, readily agreed. All right, I won't be polite. 10 million is trivial for you, and I cannot decline your heartfelt gratitude. Lin Qi then turned to Li Zixuan, smiling as she said, everyone who witnesses this has a share. You were my lucky star that day, so here is 1 million. I promise to bring you into acting, and once I resolve the matter that harmed me, I will take you to shoot. Li Zixuan was overwhelmed with excitement. 1 million. And with a superstar like Lin Qi taking me to act, I never dared to dream of this. Thank you, Sister Lin. Wang Ming inquired with concern. How are things on your end, Lin Qi? Lin Qi's expression darkened. During the celebration, there were no cameras, and no drugs could be detected in my system. I have no idea how she rendered me unconscious. I will uncover the truth, and even if I have to sell all my possessions, I will not let her off. Wang Ming shivered at her words, which echoed those of Zheng Shuang. Dishes began to arrive at the table, and Li Zixuan, having never experienced the delights of a Michelin-starred restaurant, found herself choked with emotion at every course. Wang Ming had been wealthy for some time. Thus, his craving for high-end cuisine was not as intense. The three engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Lin Qi displaying no hint of star arrogance towards Wang Ming and Li Zixuan, laughing and discussing personal interests. After a while, Lin Qi stood up, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she bid farewell. I must take my leave. Should you encounter any difficulties regarding finances or in Xiguan, do not hesitate to contact me directly. If there is something I cannot resolve in Shiguan, then you shall have no hope. You may also reach out to me just to hang out. Wang Ming stood politely, nodding. All right, let us stay in touch. Li Jixuan rose alongside Wang Ming, saying goodbye. Sister Lin. Wang Ming and Li Jixuan waved to Lin Qi as she departed the restaurant. Once seated, Li Jixuan slumped in her chair. Her gaze fixed on the direction Lin Qi had left. Am I dreaming? Wang Ming, pinch me. Ah, where should I pinch? Can I pinch your arm? Oh, that hurts. Realizing his strength had increased by 10%, Wang Ming felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Let me help you massage it. Li Jixuan hastily shifted her arm inward, exclaiming, No, men and women should not engage in intimate contact. And you are being rather careless. She gently rubbed her arm and then gazed at Wang Ming with deep gratitude, her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Thank you so much. You are not only Lin Qi's lucky star, but mine as well. My goodness, I have actually come into possession of 1 million. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Jixuan embraced Wang Ming and planted a kiss on his cheek, unable to contain her exuberance. When she regained her composure, she discovered Wang Ming staring at her, a mark of her lipstick still evident on his face. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and said, Oh dear, I got a bit too carried away. Aren't you excited? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Moments ago, he had spoken about the propriety between men and women, yet now they were embracing and kissing. He wiped the kiss mark from his face and remarked, Since you understand that this 1 million came about because of me, doesn't that mean you should heed my guidance from now on? Li Jixuan hesitated for a moment, contemplating, listening to you isn't out of the question. What do you want me to do? Wang Ming continued, It's about that matter from before. I want you to assist me with work. I have long envisioned you as the general manager, and I wish to keep you here in Shiguan. Li Jixuan felt a jolt within her. Once again, he expressed a desire to keep her in Shiguan. However, Wang Ming had resolved her immediate financial concerns and had facilitated her acquisition of 1 million. Now he wanted her to be his manager with a salary of 10,000. His kindness left her speechless. She realized that he had transformed remarkably, becoming both affluent and ambitious, a stark contrast to the man who had once drowned his sorrows in drink after their breakup. Blushing, she declared, I am willing to be your manager. I will stay. I won't leave. I will remain in Shiguan. As the system notification faded, Wang Ming excitedly took her hand, expressing gratitude. Li Jixuan frowned, confused. Shouldn't she be the one saying thank you? Did Wang Ming truly harbor feelings for her? Was his exhilaration due to her decision to stay in Shiguan? Yet, he had a girlfriend. The affection in his gaze when he looked at her was undeniable. Wang Ming's consciousness navigated the system interface to the inventory section, where he opened a gift package. The reward was 3 million Daxia coins, along with a voucher for a premium Daxia mobile phone valued at 50,000 Daxia coins. Li Jixuan felt her hand tightening painfully in his grip. Ah, Wang Ming, you're holding too tightly. This is too much. Sorry, I got lost in thought and didn't manage my strength well. Wang Ming quickly released her hand, inwardly reflecting. It seems the 60,000 deficit for the supermarket can be resolved without selling A6. Lin Qi had given him 10 million, and now the system rewarded him with 3 million. The company retained a 49% stake. Shiguan, I have put down roots. Not even the heavens can stop me. That is what I declare. Li Jixuan rested her elbow on the table, cradling her chin in her hands as she murmured, How on earth should I spend this million? Suddenly coming into wealth brings its own troubles. Wang Ming let out a deliberate sigh. I suppose I have even more reason to worry. Li Jixuan turned her head, her eyes shimmering with jealousy and admiration, gazing intently at Wang Ming. Ming must be blind. You are the epitome of a true affluent and handsome man. I saw her new boyfriend on social media, and compared to you, he is simply a disgrace. As she spoke, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wang Ming's well-defined biceps, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Wang Ming, flattered by her praise, felt a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. Please don't mention my affairs to Zhou Ming, he said. We hardly communicate anymore. She has changed so much since graduation. Wang Ming thought that since Li Jixuan was so eloquent, he might as well gift her a phone from Xiaowei. He retrieved a redemption voucher from the system and presented it to her. Li Jixuan received it with a look of astonishment. What is this? The premium version of Xiaowei? Wow, this must cost several tens of thousands. Wang Ming smiled and replied, Though you now have 1 million. This is merely a token of my appreciation. Li Jixuan pressed her lips together, her heart touched even more. Compared to Zhang Jian, Wang Ming was the model of a good man, and considering she wasn't even his girlfriend, his kindness toward her was perplexing. The more she pondered, the more anxious she felt, her tone tinged with a hint of panic. Wang Ming, please don't treat me this way. I'm afraid I might really start to like you. Wang Ming glanced at the system panel, noting that Li Zixuan's infatuation level had reached 88. He couldn't suppress a smile, reflecting inwardly, if you don't like me, why would you willingly don a maid outfit for me? Zhao Shuqing's new task was relatively simple. With patience, she would naturally present him with 3 gifts. The boss's task was somewhat daunting and best left for another time. Zheng Shuang's task was even more challenging. However, Li Zixuan's first task rewarded him with 3 million daxia coins, and gifting her an A6 would serve as a fitting return, while also fostering their relationship. With this thought, he retrieved the A6 redemption voucher purchased with system currency and offered it to Li Zixuan again. This is for you as well. Li Zixuan accepted it, gazing down at the words on the voucher, her hands trembling with emotion. You want to give me an A6? Her voice quivered slightly. In the next moment, Li Zixuan threw herself into Wang Ming's embrace, tears streaming down her face. I told you not to be so good to me. I might make mistakes. She clung tightly to his neck. Wang Ming looked back at the system panel, noting that Li Zixuan's infatuation level had soared to 91. At this moment, she had clearly developed a deep affection for him. So, becoming my manager is a foregone conclusion? Li Zixuan released him, wiped her tears, and earnestly nodded. Even if you don't pay me, I will help you. From now on, I will devote myself entirely to your affairs. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that with Lin Qi directing him in future film shoots, he would be unable to assist her. Your needs come first. Filming is secondary. You must grant me permission before I proceed. He was genuinely taken aback by Li Zixuan's transformation. Indeed, the allure of infatuation was a powerful force, particularly when it exceeded 90, an uncontrollable obsession. He recalled how Zhou Shuqing's infatuation had also surpassed 90, leading to an outpouring of affection. Li Zixuan extended an A6 voucher towards Wang Ming, asserting, from now on, I shall be your employee. You can drive this car yourself. It is unheard of for an employee to drive an A6 while the boss drives an old Beetle. Wang Ming gently declined, pushing the voucher back into Li Zixuan's hand. If I desired to drive a fine car, would I not simply purchase one at will? Li Zixuan pondered this, acknowledging that he could no longer assess his situation through the lens of his financial capacity. When do you intend to begin planning the supermarket venture? It is already planned. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to undertake this task. Chapter 42. The supermarket of happy days. Li Zixuan found herself inexplicably enamored with Wang Ming. Was it due to her financial contributions? When had she ever been so materialistic? Her fondness for Wang Ming surged like an unrelenting river, oblivious to the fact that his infatuation system bestowed emotional enhancements. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Ming escorted Li Zixuan home. As she alighted from the car, she waved goodbye. From now on, I will be your dedicated chauffeur for that A6. See you tomorrow. Farewell. Farewell. After waving goodbye, Wang Ming closed the car window and drove towards Baiyun District on 4th Horizontal Road. Lu Guohua's mall was located there. He planned to check into a nearby hotel to observe the situation. In the 2-story standalone building of Jiafang, Zheng Shuquang had organized Jiafang's belongings and was currently calling each tenant listed on the rental contracts to issue refunds. She longed for a chance to see her father. After such a tragic event, no one was willing to assist her in navigating the connections required, leaving her with no opportunity for a meeting. Having listed the property with an agency, all her father's assets had been transferred to her name. Upon reaching the last contract, her attention suddenly intensified, and an expression of shock spread across her face. The name of the party on the contract was Wang Ming. The phone number matched precisely with that of the Wang Ming she knew. It appeared that Wang Ming and her mother were indeed acquainted. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had secured a room on the 3rd floor of a hotel opposite the Happy Days supermarket. No sooner had he stepped inside than Zheng Shuquang's call came through. He swiped to answer. Hello, Zheng Shuquang. You know my mother, do you not? Wang Ming's body jolted, leaving him momentarily speechless. You rented a room in my family's apartment building. I have seen your contract. Hearing this, Wang Ming's heart rate steadied slightly. Initially fearing that Zheng Shuquang had quickly uncovered the identity of the man involved with Jiafang, he composed himself. I no longer reside there, which is why I did not inform you. Indeed, you are acquainted with my mother. I had assumed your presence at the funeral was solely for my sake. But it seems I was mistaken in my sentiments. Zheng Shuang spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. After a brief pause, she continued. I reviewed the contract and noted that there remains a considerable amount of rent. I shall refund you the money. No need, he replied. Your mother has been exceedingly kind to me. Consider the remaining rent as a token of my gratitude. Zheng Shuang reflected on her own actions and realized she may have been overstepping, especially since Wang Ming had offered to take her hiking with an extravagant sum of 100,000. Surely, he would not be troubled by this modest rent. Have you been busy these past few days? She inquired. Very busy, with a multitude of matters to attend to, he affirmed. Yes, I too am quite occupied. Let us schedule a meeting once our tasks are complete. They exchanged farewells, concluding the call. Zheng Shuang harbored little suspicion at that moment. Her infatuation with Wang Ming stood at 80, and her emotional state was one of deep affection. Wang Ming suddenly sat up on his bed, a wave of anxiety washing over him. That was startling, he muttered, placing a hand on his chest to steady himself. He contemplated. The system is currently linked to 4 individuals. Should I sever ties with Zheng Shuang? Her objective within the system is to cohabit for 30 days, a challenging feat indeed. However, considering her infatuation has reached 80, it would be a lamentable decision to cut her off. Wouldn't the heartfelt gift of flowers I previously bestowed upon her be wasted? Fortune favors the bold. If her infatuation reaches 100, even if my identity is uncovered, she would surely refrain from seeking revenge. Having resolved his thoughts, Wang Ming approached the window, gazing at the vibrant Happy Days commercial establishment across the street. The green sign still illuminated, with a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting. Even at this hour. Happy Days shall henceforth be known as Strained Days. He chuckled to himself, already formulating a name for his own store. Super Happy Days plus Ultimate Flagship Store. There would be no need for a complex business model. Merely providing benefits would suffice. As long as he continued to fulfill the system's tasks, wealth would flow abundantly, especially since Lin Qi had granted him 10 million. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you to your knees. Just as Wang Ming reveled in his ambitious musings, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from Li Zhishuan. I will exchange for the A6 tomorrow morning and then pick you up. I am rather looking forward to being your dedicated driver. Shall we say 10 o'clock in the morning? Sounds good. You will be my exclusive passenger. A slight smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. Zhang Jian, how charming your girlfriend is, yet you fail to appreciate her. As night deepened, Wang Ming lay in bed, eyes closed, contemplating the business matters before gently drifting into slumber. The following morning, sunlight bathed the green sign of Happy Days in a warm glow. He approached the window, observing the continuous influx of customers laden with packages. Wang Ming was punctual, awaiting Li Zhishuan at the hotel entrance. Before long, an A6 pulled up beside him. Li Zhishuan rolled down the window, playfully grinning. Hop in, my passenger. Across the street, Zhou Mingming linked arms with Lu Guohua, making their way toward the Happy Days commercial establishment. Lu Guohua's face was etched with guilt as he murmured, My dear, I am truly sorry. I feel utterly useless. Zhou Mingming playfully shot him a glance, teasingly remarking, Oh, if you were truly useless, how could I be expecting a baby? You should ask your parents for more money so we can buy plenty of supplements. Besides, once the fetus grows a bit more, we won't be able to consummate our relationship, and I shall have no further desires. Just as she finished speaking, her peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Ming standing at the entrance of the hotel across the street, prompting her to mutter softly, Wang Ming? Upon hearing the name of her ex-boyfriend, Lu Guohua immediately followed her gaze, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted, Wang Ming, you scoundrel! In the safety of his family's territory, he felt emboldened. Wang Ming had just opened the passenger door when he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he spotted the 2 adversaries, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Guohua, gripping Zhou Mingming's hand, stormed across the street, positioning himself beside Wang Ming. Zhou Mingming wore a look of discontent, insisting, Why bother greeting that good-for-nothing? Let us go, ignore him. Lu Guohua initially wished to hurl more insults at Wang Ming, but hesitated upon noticing that Wang Ming appeared significantly more robust than a few days prior, causing him to swallow his words. Casting a glance at Wang Ming's car, he sarcastically remarked, Oh, promotion certainly changes a man. Now you're even riding in a luxury vehicle. Turning back to Zhou Mingming, he asked teasingly, Darling, do you have any regrets? Your ex-boyfriend seems to be quite the promising individual. Zhou Mingming shot Wang Ming a disdainful look, scoffing, Humph, even if you received a promotion and earned a higher salary. It couldn't compare to the wealth of your family's enterprise. Regret? I regret not breaking up with him sooner. As Wang Ming prepared to retort, Li Zhishuan exited the driver's seat, slamming the door with a resounding thud, and furiously addressed Zhou Mingming. Mingming, you are being utterly unreasonable. What has Wang Ming done to wrong you? Zhou Mingming, taken aback by Li Zhishuan's presence, was momentarily stunned as various thoughts raced through her mind. Oh, I get it now. Zhang Jian has passed away, and you two have gotten together, haven't you? Li Zhishuan, hands on her hips, replied with a mocking laugh. Even if we were together, what business is it of yours? At that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward, gripping Lu Guohua's collar with a fierce glare, warning. Tell your girlfriend to tone it down. I want to hit her since she is pregnant, but I could easily knock your teeth out like popcorn. Li Zhishuan stifled laughter, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, just don't hit him too hard. With that flat face of his, one more punch, and he'll be utterly unrecognizable. Lu Guohua, sweating profusely, mustered his courage to retort, do you know who my father is? Go ask around who the owner of Happiness Days is. It was then that Zhou Mingming realized the gravity of the situation and abruptly interrupted their squabble, exclaiming, Wang Ming, what did you just say? How did you know about my pregnancy? Chapter 43, The Proactive Zhou Shuqing. Wang Ming inwardly cursed, having inadvertently let slip a secret. He calmly replied, because I am your father, I know. Lu Guohua freed himself from the grip, adjusted his collar, and challenged, if you have the guts, don't leave. I'll call for my father and have him bring people to deal with you. Your father is Lu Gang? Enough shouting, Zhou Mingming exclaimed, casting a skeptical glance at Wang Ming, instinctively cradling her belly. Not even my mother knows I'm pregnant. How do you know? Are you investigating me? Are you still not giving up? Wang Ming could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Do you really think I have the time to investigate you? Aren't you being a bit too confident? Li Zhishuan chimed in from the side. Wang Ming's new girlfriend is 10 times more beautiful than you. Upon saying this, she felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Zhou Mingming's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Li Zhishuan. You, after Zhang Jian's death, you couldn't wait to find a new man. Have you no shame? You are the one without shame. You're pregnant just shortly after a breakup. You don't even know who the father is, do you? Li Zhishuan trembled with rage. Wang Ming quickly pulled her close, trying to soothe her. Let her enjoy her bravado for a few more days. We'll be there to comfort them soon. Seeing Zhou Mingming being bullied, Lu Guohua strode toward Li Zhishuan. Who are you calling shameless? I am the father of the child. If you don't clarify things today, you want to be leaving. Wang Ming, quick on his feet, seized Lu Guohua's wrist and twisted it forcefully, causing him to cry out in pain. You dare to act tough? I'll teach you a lesson worth 10,000. Wang Ming's tone was icy. Just as he raised his fist, Zhou Mingming rushed forward, pleading, let go. Wang Ming, not wishing to harm her or the unborn child, reluctantly released his grip. Zhou Mingming held on to Lu Guohua. Don't be impulsive. I told you to ignore him. Isn't arguing with a useless person a waste of our time? Humph, renting an A6 makes him think he is superior. Let us go? Though Lu Guohua felt unwilling, he feared for the child's safety and could only glare menacingly at Wang Ming. You wait. I want to let you off easily. I'll return your words to you unchanged, Wang Ming replied with a smirk, his demeanor dismissive. Lu Guohua and Zhou Mingming left in a huff, murmuring to each other. How does he know I'm pregnant? As you said, he is secretly investigating you, and now he is in for a shock. We've already crossed that bridge. Li Zhishuan watched their retreating figures and scoffed. Those two are truly a match made in heaven. They deserve each other. Wang Ming smiled and said, let us get in the car. We have important matters to attend to. Once in the vehicle, Li Zhishuan asked while starting the engine, where to? We'll split up. I'll transfer you the money. You go sign the rental contract and obtain the license under your name while I find a renovation company and source materials. Li Zhishuan was enamored with Wang Ming's emotional state and had no objections to acquiring the license under her name. All right, I'll take you to the renovation company first. Once the license is obtained, employees will be promptly recruited. During these days of store renovation, staff salaries will be disbursed regularly, ensuring that the business can commence operations immediately upon completion of the renovations. Rest assured, should there be any further matters, do not hesitate to entrust them to me. I will guarantee the fulfillment of the tasks. Ah, how I adore maid outfits. What? The system task requires Li Zhishuan to don a maid outfit voluntarily, It is imperative that she is not coerced into doing so. And Wang Ming seizes the opportunity to subtly suggest it to her. Just as Li Jixuan finds herself perplexed by Wang Ming's sudden remark, his phone rings. "Darling, are you free to come to my neighborhood tonight?" The gentle voice of Zhou Shuqing resonates. "Sure, do you miss me? I wish to present you with a gift. And I do indeed miss you a bit. But please, do not apply lipstick, or you might leave a mark on me. See you tonight. Goodbye." Listening to Wang Ming's affectionate words to his girlfriend, Li Jixuan involuntarily pouts, feeling a twinge of discontent. What is this? Why do I feel so envious? Get a grip. His girlfriend is stunning. So she is your girlfriend, she remarks with a tinge of jealousy. Yeah, seems you've become quite the busy individual, with hardly any time to see your girlfriend. Am I not seeing her now? Li Jixuan feels a mix of shyness and joy, flustered to the point of not knowing whether to press the brake or the accelerator. Humph, you're just like Zhou Mingming, quite the charmer. She muses. Wang Ming is not married. I am perfectly entitled to compete fairly. However, his girlfriend is undeniably breathtaking, with an exquisite demeanor. If she were younger, she could rival Sister Lin Qi. I possess merely youth, devoid of any other advantages. On the way, Wang Ming peruses the renovation styles and types of merchandise at Lu Guohua's supermarket, gathering relevant information regarding everything from the selection of shelves to the sourcing of products. Li Jixuan occasionally steals glances at the front passenger seat, captivated by Wang Ming's earnest demeanor. Reflecting once more on her deceased boyfriend, the contrast is stark. It is only natural that she finds herself developing feelings for someone else so swiftly. Upon arriving at the renovation company, Wang Ming provides Li Jixuan with the contact information of the shop owner and initiates a transfer of 1 million. The two then part ways to attend to their respective tasks. Wang Ming enters the renovation company, engaging in discussions with the staff. He presents the information regarding Lu Guohua's supermarket and collaborates with the designer to deliberate on the store's renovation style. Please execute this design for me. Expedite the construction. The sooner, the better. I will compensate for the expedited costs. The designer attentively listens, jotting down notes while also offering some professional suggestions. Once all details are agreed upon, the renovation company commits to having Wang Ming South goods in place within 10 days. Since some items cannot be sourced locally and must be ordered online, Wang Ming selects products online before hurrying to the wholesale market. He is bustling with energy, taking no moments of respite. Meanwhile, Li Jixuan successfully contacts the shop owner, signs the rental agreement, applies for the license, and posts online advertisements for employee recruitment. Both of their endeavors progress smoothly. After finalizing the shelving, fixtures, and merchandise, the time to meet Zhou Shuqing for their date approaches. Wang Ming hailed a taxi to the residential complex of Zhou Shuqing. Upon entering the street-side restaurant of Feizue Huading, Zhou Shuqing had already ordered the dishes and was seated on the sofa in the dining area, awaiting his arrival. As soon as she spotted Wang Ming, she hurriedly picked up the gift beside her and handed it to him as he approached. Wang Ming accepted the gift, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he enveloped Zhou Shuqing in a warm embrace. "You missed me, didn't you?" he teased. Zhou Shuqing felt a tinge of shyness, especially since they were in a public establishment, and gently pushed him away. However, she was no match for his strength. With a soft voice, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, in such a public place. Let us move to a private room." Once inside the private room, Zhou Shuqing playfully lifted her leg to shut the door with a soft thud and immediately lunged at Wang Ming, showering him with affectionate kisses. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback by her sudden fervor. Was this really Zhou Shuqing? Her demeanor mirrored that of a feral tigress in the forest, starved for affection, fiery, and eager. Chapter 44. A precious gift. Wang Ming closed his eyes, reciprocating Zhou Shuqing's passionate kisses until she gently pushed him away, breathless. "It's all your fault. Ever since that last kiss, I have completely fallen for you." Wang Ming chuckled playfully. "It seems you can hold your own against me. Shall we test that tonight?" Zhou Shuqing playfully rolled her eyes at him. "Dream on. Quickly, open it and see if you like it." Curiosity piqued, Wang Ming opened the bag to reveal an exquisite white gift box. As he lifted the lid, he discovered a smooth white jade bracelet nestled inside. Its luster was radiant and delicate, devoid of any blemish, with a subtle glow that spoke of its considerable worth. "This bracelet is quite precious, but you expect me, a grown man, to wear a bracelet?" he inquired. "What is wrong with men wearing jade? It nourishes the spirit," she replied. "I've worn this bracelet for 20 years. It carries my essence, but it's too large for me. I want you to have it, so it feels as though I am always by your side." Wang Ming gently caressed the smooth, translucent jade bracelet and asked, "This must have cost quite a fortune?" 10,000, she replied. Wang Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment. 10,000 from 20 years ago is a substantial sum. Zhou Shuqing shook her head. "It was purchased in the 70s. My mother gifted it to me." Wang Ming was genuinely shocked. In the 70s, he was but a mere tadpole. What did 10,000 mean back then? Surely, it must equate to 1 million today. 2 years ago, I took it to an appraisal program, and they offered 260,000 on the spot, but I did not sell it. Wang Ming was left speechless, swallowing hard as he remarked, "Many appraisal shows often undervalue items. By your account, this bracelet must be worth close to 10 million. You're giving me something so valuable?" Zhou Shuqing smiled gently. "You've been so generous to me. I must reciprocate with sincerity. Moreover, once we marry, this bracelet will eventually be passed down to our children. We are family now, so why should there be any distinction between yours and mine?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Ming felt a warm surge of emotion that he had not experienced with Zhou Mingming for over 3 years. A mere fraction of the sentiment he felt in this moment. The system task panel underwent a transformation. Wang Ming firmly grasped Zhou Shuqing's hand, pulling her into his embrace. "Dear one." The two shared a heartfelt embrace once more, their lips pressed tightly together, their breaths intertwining in a fervent rhythm. After the kiss, Wang Ming gently pushed Zhou Shuqing away, stating that the bracelet was far too precious for him to accept. Zhou Shuqing leaned softly against Wang Ming, tenderly declaring, "I shall entrust myself to you from now on. What is a bracelet compared to that?" She retrieved the white jade bracelet from the box in Wang Ming's hand, saying, "Look, this bracelet is too large for me. My mother has wrists as sturdy as a man's, and it fits perfectly on a man's wrist." Wang Ming gazed into Zhou Shuqing's sincere eyes, no longer refusing her. "Once I finish my current tasks, I will establish a company for you. You shall create a Qipao brand." Zhou Shuqing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "How much will that cost? Starting my own brand might just be a waste of money." Wang Ming held her hand tightly, his voice brimming with confidence. "I will ensure it happens." Zhou Shuqing's lips curled into a sweet smile. "Then I shall await it." Little did she know, not long after, she would indeed create her own brand, and with Wang Ming's assistance, bring it to market, ultimately becoming a wealthy and influential woman. Zhou Shuqing looked at the bracelet on Wang Ming's wrist and said, "From now on, it will accompany you wherever you go." She then turned to grab a large bag from the table, retrieving an album from within. "What is this?" Wang Ming inquired as he took it and gently opened it, revealing photographs of Zhou Shuqing from her childhood to the present. Each image exuded a different essence of youth, from innocent exuberance to gentle grace. As he flipped through the pages, Wang Ming became increasingly captivated. "Ah, you blossomed in college, didn't you? Wow, you were already a D at this age," he murmured to himself. Zhou Shuqing covered her mouth, blushing with laughter. "This is for you, to help you understand me better." As the system task neared completion, the gifts received far exceeded his expectations in both significance and value. Wang Ming thought to himself, if a devotion level of 99 could lead to such unwavering loyalty, what might a full score entail? He embraced Zhou Shuqing tightly once more. Just as Zhou Shuqing closed her eyes and parted her lips, yearning for another kiss, Wang Ming's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, having deleted Zhou Mingming's contact information, yet the number felt all too familiar. Furrowing his brow, he answered with evident impatience. "What is it? Did your child go missing?" On the other end, Zhou Mingming's furious voice erupted. "Damn you. You're finished. Do you dare come to Xihing Road? Aren't you strong? Just tell me, do you dare to come?" Wang Ming let out a cold snort, perhaps surmising that Lu Guohua intended to take revenge on him. He inquired icily, "Is it on Xihing Road?" Zhou Mingming replied with fierce determination, "Indeed, at the Shifeng Rizi supermarket. Lu Guohua instructed me to convey to you that whoever reports to the authorities will be deemed a coward." Without a trace of hesitation, Wang Ming responded resolutely, "Very well. I shall arrive shortly. Await my presence." With that, he ended the call. Noticing the grim expression on Wang Ming's face, Zhou Shuqing asked with concern, "What is it, my dear? Who called?" Wang Ming clenched his jaw, deciding against divulging any details regarding Lu Guohua and Zhou Mingming's dealings with him during the day, knowing it would only cause her worry. "It's nothing. I must take my leave." Zhou Shuqing anxiously grasped Wang Ming's hand. "But we haven't eaten yet." Wang Ming gazed at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. albeit with an undercurrent of chill. You may pack the food for Zhou Mingming. However, she likely won't have an appetite when she returns tonight. He then placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. We'll meet again soon. I will expedite matters regarding the Qipao brand. After placing the photo album into a bag, he strode towards the exit. All right then, goodbye. Zhou Shuqing reluctantly waved her hand. Watching Wang Ming's retreating figure, her thoughts lingering momentarily, she murmured to herself, Wang Ming has been quite busy lately. Upon exiting the restaurant, Wang Ming hailed a taxi at random. Sitting in the cab, he reflected on Zhou Mingming's tone during the phone conversation, pondering. It seems they are indeed preparing to take action against me. Although I am physically strong, they must certainly be well prepared on all fronts. Venturing alone is bound to lead to disadvantage. Yet, his only brother in Shiguan, someone who would have stood by him in battle, had already passed away. Surely, he could not summon Li Zhishuan to engage in a brawl with him? Suddenly, the thought of Lin Qi flashed through his mind. Ah yes, Lin Qi had promised him that he could seek her assistance in any trouble he encountered. This was indeed a formidable ally. Chapter 45. Lin Qi to the rescue. He promptly dialed Lin Qi's number. Hello, Miss Lin. Call me Lin Qi or Qi Jia. The title Miss sounds so unpleasant. Ah, Qi Jia. What is the matter? Do you wish to hang out? I am in trouble. Oh, do share. My ex-girlfriend has arranged for someone to confront me, and I am unfamiliar with anyone in Shiguan. Huh, what are you saying? Knowing me is akin to knowing half of the influential figures in Shiguan. But really, who arranges fights in this day and age? You should report it to the police. I prefer to resolve this privately. I want to teach her a lesson. Lin Qi fell silent for a moment, then decisively replied, Understood. I will enlist the help of a security company. Send me the address. Thank you, Qi Jia. I appreciate your help. If you continue to be so polite, I might just get upset. All right then, goodbye. Wang Ming hung up the phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. How had he not thought of a security company before? Now that he had the means, he could afford to hire someone to stand by him. Nevertheless, since Lin Qi was arranging it, he decided to leave it for another time. The taxi driver jested. You share a name with a celebrity, Lin Qi. Recently, headlines have been ablaze with news about Lin Qi's alleged death, and short videos have gone viral, filled with a myriad of speculations. Is the Lin Qi you spoke to truly that celebrity? How amusing. Knowing Lin Qi and yet hailing a cab. Huh? Wang Ming, choosing not to engage further, sent Lin Qi her address and crossed his arms, reminiscing about her voice and visage. He couldn't help but wonder what state she would be in if her admiration for him were to amplify. Upon reaching Siheng Road, Wang Ming instructed the driver to halt beside an alley. After settling the fare and alighting, he peered toward the direction of Happiness Supermarket. There was no sign of Zhou Mingming or Lu Guohua. The storefront was as unremarkable as ever, bustling with pedestrians but devoid of any gatherings. Had they played him for a fool? Doubt began to creep into Wang Ming's mind. He cautiously emerged from the alley, his steps hesitant as he advanced toward the supermarket while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. After a short distance, he realized something was amiss. Every dozen meters or so, he spotted 2 or 3 burly men huddled together, some whispering conspiratorially, others casting furtive glances, and a few sauntering down the street with an obvious intent in their gaze. Wang Ming's heart raced, an ominous premonition swelling within him, just as he contemplated retreating to the alley to await Lin Qi's arrival. A heavy hand landed forcefully on his shoulder, accompanied by a boisterous voice. Came here alone? Ha ha ha. Startled, Wang Ming spun around to find Lu Guohua standing before him, laughing boisterously, flanked by 2 imposing figures radiating menace. With arms crossed and a smirk of derision, Lu Guohua taunted, Oh, you really dared to come alone, Wang Ming. Quite bold of you. Here, everyone, gather around. Zhou Mingming emerged from behind Lu Guohua, beckoning the scattered men, who promptly converged on Wang Ming. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 burly men had encircled him, each cracking their knuckles and hurling curses. You little brat, picking on my brother's son. I'll take you down today. Lu Guohua sneered. No need to tell your father about this. Just come to me. Zhou Mingming, hands on her hips, wore a triumphant expression. Wang Ming, if you kneel before Guohua today and bark like a dog, I'll let you go. Do you dare to fight in broad daylight? Lu Guohua spat defiantly. This is evening. Wang Ming's heart raced furiously. While he could hold his own against any one of them, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. He feigned ferocity and shouted, Zhou Mingming, I refrained from harming you earlier. Otherwise Lu Guohua would have been in for a beating long ago, still putting on airs. Lu, take him down. Lu Guohua pointed at Wang Ming and shouted at the man in his 30s beside him. You dare to bully my brother's son. Watch me throw a punch. The man whom Lu Guohua referred to as Uncle Lu bellowed, lunging forward to land a powerful blow on Wang Ming's chest. Wang Ming swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. However, fists rained down from all directions, and Wang Ming dodged and weaved desperately, struggling to fend them off. Yet the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed him, and he endured several heavy blows, the pain searing through his body. The onlookers failed to notice when Wang Ming retrieved a metal rod from behind him. With a vigorous swing, he extended the length of the weapon, wildly brandishing it to disperse the crowd. Stay back, he shouted fiercely, rather than fear. Nearly 20 onlookers burst into laughter at his display. Uncle Zhang, Lu Guohua's accomplice, sneered disdainfully, rubbing his fists together before pulling out a fruit knife from his pocket. Grinning maliciously, you little brat, we were ruling this area long before you were born. You think you can play tough? Panic washed over Wang Ming as more than a dozen men brandished fruit knives. Lu Guohua laughed heartily, proclaiming, my dad was the leader of the fruit knife gang. He wielded it with unmatched skill. Let me tell you, on these streets, no one dares to disrespect my father. Zhou Mingming, witnessing the escalating situation, anxiously intervened. Let us not cause any fatalities. Just teach him a lesson. Uncle Lu spat in disdain. Today he'll see blood. Let us make it count. At his command, the group of men raised their knives and advanced menacingly towards Wang Ming, who was now drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing in his throat. Just as the tension reached its peak and the assailants prepared to strike, the sound of a speeding convoy approached, followed by the screech of tires as they abruptly halted. The sharp noise piercing through the air. Many pedestrians had already gathered at a distance, watching the unfolding spectacle, whispering amongst themselves, this is quite a rare sight. Should we call the police? Call. Let us enjoy the show first. Lu Guohua, Zhou Mingming, and the group of thugs turned to gaze at the roadside. Wang Ming recognized the arrival of Lin Qi's entourage. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, a wave of apprehension washed over him. A fleet of black luxury cars came to a precise stop along the street, doors flung open, and a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged. Their stature imposing and movements synchronized as they swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to separate Wang Ming from the thugs. As the door of the lead vehicle opened, a woman stepped out, her long, graceful legs revealing a striking figure. Who dares to harm my benefactor? Lin Qi's voice, typically sweet and gentle, now resonated with an icy chill. Chapter 46. I am your fan. As the crowd recognized the woman's identity, the fierce atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, leaving them all in stunned silence. Some stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them. The once arrogant and overbearing men were now rendered speechless. Is that Lin Qi? What brings her here? What did she just say? It seemed she mentioned a benefactor. Zhou Mingming focused her gaze, realizing that this was her beloved idol. Lin Qi often frequented Shiguan, yet she had never seen her in person. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't help but shout, Lin Qi. Lin Qi gracefully approached Wang Ming. Lu Guohua froze in place, his lips moving as he muttered, is it really Lin Qi? How did she come here? Why is she here in person? Wang Ming scanned the crowd of onlookers with concern. Lin Qi examined Wang Ming from head to toe, then reached out a hand to gently caress his face. You're injured. How foolish of you to show yourself before I arrived. I didn't expect them to be so cunning, playing guerrilla tactics against me. You need to be more vigilant in the future. Zhou Mingming was left in a daze, astonished that Lin Qi was tending to Wang Ming's wounds. Lu Guohua and the others gasped in shock, their breathing halted and pupils dilated. Do they know each other? Lin Qi suddenly turned her head, her aura commanding respect, making the 20 black-clad bodyguards stand still. Her caring gaze turned cold in an instant, and she declared sharply, Today, I am not afraid to make headlines again. Attack. Upon receiving her command, the bodyguards charged forward, unarmed. Lu Guohua trembled in fear, while Zhou Mingming remained in a daze. Uncle Zhang quickly regained his composure, shouting, Brothers, don't panic. If we take down a celebrity's bodyguards, we'll surely make headlines. Let us not be cowards. We have our skills. As soon as he spoke, before he could even raise the fruit knife in his hand, a bodyguard delivered a flying kick that sent him sprawling. Several burly men fell in disarray, their fruit knives appearing as mere toys in the eyes of the professional bodyguards. Skills, you say? Do you take us for fruit? Let me show you the might of the great Siam military boxing. The street echoed with the cries of the fallen men. The bodyguards did not lay a hand on Zhou Mingming. One merely restrained her. Lu Guohua rolled on the ground, clutching his head and wailing, "Oh, don't hit me. I have a heart condition." The crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement. "It's Lin Chi. Wow. I didn't expect this scene to be so thrilling." Indeed, it's far more entertaining than watching old movies at home. The paparazzi, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone, flashed their cameras incessantly. Wang Ming sensed the situation was dire and grew worried. "Why did you come in person? This could lead to negative headlines." Lin Chi smiled dismissively. A group of ruffians attacking a young man in the street, while Lin Chi leads her bodyguards to uphold justice. How does that headline sound? Wang Ming suddenly realized that his concerns were somewhat unfounded. After all, someone at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry could hardly be oblivious to the implications of public opinion. At that moment, Lin Chi took out a tissue and carefully wiped the wounds on Wang Ming's face. The assailants had been excessively brutal. Wang Ming wore a grim expression, realizing that these bodyguards were far from gentle. Observing the thugs lying on the ground, battered and bruised, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. It was indeed a relentless barrage of punches. Only then did the restrained Zhou Mingming come to her senses, shouting loudly, "Sister Lin Chi, I'm your fan." Lin Chi turned her attention to Zhou Mingming and softly inquired of Wang Ming, "Is she your ex-girlfriend?" Wang Ming nodded in affirmation. Lin Chi took a few quick steps towards Zhou Mingming, who was visibly agitated, exclaiming, "I plastered my dormitory walls with your posters during university. And there are more in my bedroom. I adore you." Without hesitation, Lin Chi raised her arm and delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Mingming's face. "Ah!" Zhou Mingming cried out, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Why did you hit me?" The camera flashes continued to illuminate the scene. But Lin Chi remained unfazed, her tone dripping with disdain. "I care not whether you are a fan or a mere admirer. If you pose a threat to those I hold dear, you shall be punished." On the ground, Lu Guohua, witnessing his girlfriend's assault, shouted, "Don't touch her. She is pregnant." Zhou Mingming, in a daze, had intended to confront Wang Ming, but now her boyfriend was being relentlessly beaten by a group of skilled fighters. The idol she had adored for years had just struck her. She wept bitterly. "Just wait. Assaulting a pregnant woman in public. Your reputation is ruined." "Pregnant?" Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. Wang Ming stepped forward, confirming, "She really is pregnant." Without a second thought, Lin Chi retaliated with another sharp slap to Zhou Mingming's other cheek, declaring, "I'm not hitting her stomach. I've already faced death once. I care little for such things." Zhou Mingming's cheeks flushed red from the blows, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Overwhelmed, her cries echoed through the street. "Enough!" Lin Chi commanded, and the 20 bodyguards immediately ceased their assault. Several men groaned in pain, unable to rise from the ground. Lu Guohua's Uncle Zhang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Huh? A celebrity has assaulted someone." The bodyguard holding Zhou Mingming released her, and Lu Guohua, gritting his teeth against the agony, struggled to his feet and embraced Zhou Mingming, asking, "Mingming, are you all right?" Zhou Mingming could only sob in response. At that moment, Wang Ming felt a surge of relief, harboring no sympathy for Zhou Mingming. After all, Lin Chi had stated that slapping her could entail no serious repercussions. Lu Guohua glared fiercely at Wang Ming, realizing that a deep rift had formed between them. Wang Ming chuckled, "I await your return. Let us see who will have the last laugh." Lin Chi furrowed her brow, sensing defiance. She gestured to 2 bodyguards in front of her, who immediately lunged at Lu Guohua, delivering another flurry of punches and kicks. Unable to withstand further punishment from these trained fighters, Lu Guohua ceased his bravado, pleading, "Please, don't hit me anymore. I'm not being confrontational with you. I was talking about him. He is my brother." As Lin Chi spoke, she personally stepped forward to deliver a kick, her high heel inadvertently landing between his legs. Lin Chi had not intended any harm. The 2 security guards had been swinging wildly, and she was unaware of where her foot would land. Lu Guohua screamed frantically, "Ah!" He clutched himself, his back hunched as he writhed in despair, his emotions crumbling just like Zhou Mingming's. He had already required restorative medicine to appease her, and now both his spirit and future happiness lay shattered. Wang Ming approached, lifting Lu Guohua, declaring, "This mess is of your making. Brace yourself. Your entire family will soon be weeping in anguish. Zhou Mingming is a bane. My life has improved significantly since parting ways with her." Lin Chi bellowed, "Bow down. Otherwise, I shall break your legs today." A dozen burly men, fearing further punishment, hastily knelt, exclaiming, "We were mistaken. We dare not." Lin Shi glared at Lu Guohua and Zhou Mingming, questioning, "Did I say you too? Do you wish to become disabled?" Lu Guohua found himself unable to rise, while Zhou Mingming, struggling to regain her composure, hurriedly assisted him to kneel. "Spare us, Sister Lin Shi. I truly admire you," Lin Shi retorted. "With so many who cherish me, should you provoke Wang Ming again, I shall ensure your incapacitation. Depart." Chapter 47. Binding Lin Shi. Zhou Mingming wiped her tears, casting a reluctant glance at Wang Ming before helping the dazed Lu Guohua stagger towards the supermarket. The burly men, witnessing the bodyguards clear a path, quickly rose and fled. Wang Ming was taken aback by Lin Shi's ruthless demeanor. He surveyed the area, surrounded by murmuring onlookers and paparazzi capturing the scene. "Let us get in the car," Wang Ming urged. Lin Shi's tone softened. "Come, I shall take you to the hospital." "There's no need. These injuries are trivial." "Then I shall escort you home." "Where do you reside?" "I'm temporarily at a hotel, just across the street." Lin Shi frowned, contemplating before stating, "Come with me. What if they follow and retaliate?" "Where are you taking me?" "To my place." "To your home?" "Indeed, let us go." Lin Shi grasped Wang Ming's arm, leading him towards the vehicle. They settled into the back seat, accompanied by a contingent of bodyguards, and the convoy set off. Lin Shi addressed the man in the front passenger seat. "The payment has been transferred to your company." The man, wearing sunglasses, responded courteously, "Thank you. It is a pleasure to collaborate." Wang Ming inquired curiously, "How much was it?" Lin Shi smiled gently, "Do not concern yourself. It is but a trifling sum to me." The man in the front added, "When Lin Shi travels to southern countries, the security she hires pales in comparison to today's arrangements." Wang Ming gazed at Lin Shi, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Though he owed her a debt of life, her responses were astonishingly unexpected. Lin Shi turned, inadvertently locking eyes with Wang Ming. "Wow, Lin Shi!" Wang Ming exclaimed in delight. Lin Shi felt somewhat awkward under his intense gaze, clearing her throat softly and turning away. "Thank you, Qi Jia." Wang Ming broke the silence, his voice imbued with sincere appreciation. Lin Shi turned back, beaming, "I've already told you, there's no need for such formality." At that moment, the vehicle suddenly swerved and braked sharply, causing Lin Shi to lose her balance and lean to the right, landing directly in Wang Ming's embrace. Instinctively, Wang Ming reached out to steady her shoulder, and their gazes met once more, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. "What is going on?" Lin Shi inquired, a hint of displeasure in her voice. The man in the passenger seat turned to exclaim, "Damn it! This group of reckless cyclists is dancing on the road. They almost caused an accident." Lin Shi frowned, displaying her growing impatience. Wang Ming instinctively held Lin Shi close, saying, "Are you all right?" "The number of these reckless cyclists in Shiguan is increasing." The man in the passenger seat chuckled wryly, "Sigh, my mother is one of them. Blame it on their generous pensions or their children's earnings. I fear the day my mother is out cycling and gets hit." Lin Shi quickly pushed herself away from Wang Ming, unintentionally brushing against his muscular arm, her gaze fixated on his biceps. In her mind, she mused, "So sturdy." Coming back to her senses, she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Outside, a cacophony erupted as members of the cycling group approached, banging on the car windows and hurling insults. The man in the passenger seat rolled down the window, ready to argue, only to be met with a finger pointed at him by an older woman, chastising, "How can you drivers be so uncouth? You nearly hit someone and still want to leave." Lin Shi's frown deepened in irritation. Coldly, she retorted, "It was you who disrupted traffic on the road, nearly causing an accident, and you still have the audacity to complain?" The older woman, unable to see Lin Shi in the back seat, became even more indignant. "Oh, quite audacious, aren't you? This road isn't yours. We can go wherever we please. Just because you drive a luxury car doesn't mean you can disregard pedestrians." The driver silently cursed, questioning their humanity. Other members of the cycling group joined in the uproar, creating a chaotic scene. Wang Ming, observing this commotion, was about to exit the car to confront them when Lin Shi firmly grasped his arm, urging, "Don't go. You can't reason with them." The driver sighed in resignation, realizing that dealing with the older woman was futile, even with valid points. Lin Shi took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello? I'm on Sanjiang Road. There's a group of cyclists on the road severely disrupting traffic. Please send someone to handle this." Not long after, Several police cars arrived at the scene. After assessing the situation, the officers reprimanded the members of the cycling group and instructed them to vacate the road. Faced with the authorities, the cyclists begrudgingly dispersed. Wang Ming was thoroughly impressed by Lin Chi's financial clout and connections. If only he had such status in Shiguan. He would undoubtedly gather every chicken, duck, goose, dog, and cat from his village. As the conversation continued, the car arrived at Lin Chi's residence, an upscale villa community. Beautifully landscaped and with stringent security, the convoy slowly entered and parked in front of one of the villas. Lin Chi exited the vehicle first, then reached out to Wang Ming, saying, "We've arrived. Come inside." "Goodbye, Boss Lin." The bodyguard in the passenger seat waved before getting back in the car as the convoy departed from the villa area. Wang Ming followed Lin Chi into the villa, and upon entering, he found himself captivated by the array of art pieces adorning the interior. Lin Chi guided him to the sofa in the living room and said, "Please have a seat. I will fetch some medicine to tend to your wounds." "All right," Wang Ming replied, his gaze wandering throughout the room. "Wow, this is the life of a star," he marveled, taking in the scrolls, antiques, and contemporary crafts that filled the space. Before long, Lin Chi returned with a medical kit. She sat beside Wang Ming, opened the kit, and delicately took out a disinfectant cotton ball, gently cleaning the wounds on his face. Her movements were tender, and her focus unwavering. Wang Ming gazed at her profile, increasingly enchanted. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Chi inquired softly. "Not at all. I quite enjoy being cared for by you." "It feels wonderful," Wang Ming replied, his eyes lingering on Lin Chi. Lin Chi suddenly fixed her gaze on Wang Ming. Was he? Binding successful. Bound entity. Lin Chi. Age, 30. Attractiveness, 97. Figure, 98. Purity, 70. Obsession level, 70. Wang Ming felt a rush of excitement. He was bound. Examining the panel closely, he had no doubts regarding her physical attributes and beauty. Few in the film industry could rival Lin Chi. He never anticipated her initial obsession level to be so high. Once it reached 60, an emotional state would manifest. The emotional states include 60, deep affection 70, yearning 80, profound love 90, heartfelt devotion 100, unwavering commitment. At the precise moment the binding status appeared on Wang Ming's system, Lin Chi's heart trembled. An inexplicable surge of fondness for Wang Ming washed over her. She paused in her ministrations, her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. "I want to touch his face. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel affection for this younger man?" Yes, it is indeed affection. Lin Chi's mind became muddled, and she found herself momentarily disoriented. Wang Ming noticed the shift in Lin Chi's demeanor, secretly relishing the system's overwhelming influence. After tending to his wounds, Lin Chi looked up to meet Wang Ming's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I'll prepare something for you to eat. You must be starving after taking a beating," she said quickly before heading into the Western dining hall. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, observing the purity level of Lin Chi on the system's blue interface. Only 70. Sigh. However, having navigated the film industry to her current status with 3 past relationships, ISN T2 excessive. He checked the system task listed under Lin Chi's profile, and his body suddenly went rigid. Chapter 48. Phone bombardment. Task. No intimate contact. Reach maximum obsession level with the bound entity. Task reward. 10-fold system currency and a random bonus. This task had a time constraint and disclosed part of the reward details. To understand that once the infatuation level reaches 100, it can be exchanged for 1,000 system coins. 10-fold. Doesn't that imply a potential exchange for 10,000 system coins? A single enhancement of the kidney only costs 100 system coins. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming laughed heartily. At that point, who could resist? The ancient warhorse. Within the system marketplace, a car like the A6 is valued at 200 system coins, while a modest villa in Shiguan costs over 3,000 system coins. If Lin Chi's infatuation level were to max out, disregarding any other random rewards, the mere 10-fold system coins would elevate her worth to several tens of millions. However, upon careful reflection, achieving a full 100 in infatuation for Lin Chi is no easy feat. She has encountered countless men in the entertainment industry. There are many who are more handsome and taller than she is. Unlike Zhou Shuqing, who remains completely unyielding and experiences a surge in affection with the slightest intimate gesture. Or Li Jixuan, who grows fond simply through kindness. Lin Chi is not swayed easily. Furthermore, it requires a complete absence of intimate contact to reach 100. Zhou Shuqing's profound feelings for him, despite not hitting a full home run, are still stuck at 99. What a challenge. Just as Wang Ming pondered this, Lin Shi emerged from the West Hall, carrying a plate of dim sum, intending to have a light snack first. With a smile, she placed the delicacies on the coffee table and then seated herself beside Wang Ming. As he nibbled on the treats, he discreetly observed Lin Shi. She seemed to notice his subtle glances, her cheeks faintly tinged with crimson. Standing up, she said, "I'll go change my clothes. I've tidied up the room on the second floor for you. If you're tired, feel free to rest." "All right, go ahead. It's still early," Wang Ming replied. Lin Shi ascended the stairs, and before long, she returned, donned in a sleek black sleeveless lace-trimmed nightgown. The hem gracefully brushed her knees, and the fabric appeared exquisitely smooth, accentuating her skin, which seemed as delicate as a petal, fair and alluring. Noticing Wang Ming's unwavering gaze, her eyes seemed to want to leap onto her. Unable to restrain herself, she cleared her throat. "Ahem, are you full?" Wang Ming swallowed hard, suddenly regaining his composure. "Right now, I require something else to satiate my hunger." Lin Shi was initially taken aback, then shot a glare at Wang Ming. "Hey, I see you as a brother. Do refrain from being so indiscreet." "Qijia, I merely meant I fancied something else to eat. Where did your mind wander?" Lin Shi rolled her eyes at him, sniffing. "Humph, all men are the same. It appears you are no exception. I can see through your little thoughts." While she chided Wang Ming verbally, her heart felt a flutter of excitement. Internally, she mused, "What on earth is going on? Why do I so enjoy this brother of mine teasing me?" Fixing her gaze on Wang Ming, she adopted a serious tone. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Yes," Wang Ming nodded. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Was she being so direct? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Shi quickly added, "Oh, I'm just joking. Look at your serious expression," internally berating herself for being so blunt. She felt a rush of embarrassment. Wang Ming observed her feigned jest, smirking slightly. Was it merely a joke? Not to mention the evident blush on her face. The system's infatuation level was indeed quite telling. During their conversation, Lin Shi's infatuation level escalated to 72. Wang Ming, preoccupied with the matter of the crematorium, turned serious as he regarded Lin Shi and inquired about the friend who had wronged her. Lin Shi's expression turned icy as she shook her head. "No, there is no evidence. This matter will likely come to nothing. However, I will not let her off easily. I understand her intentions. She aims to exploit my death to create a sensational buzz, transforming this drama into my final and sole work. By doing so, she could enjoy a lifetime of luxury from its success. Though I am not dead, the allure remains. She may not achieve her goal, yet this drama will undoubtedly thrive. Rest assured, I am determined to bring her to ruin." "And how do you plan to exact your revenge?" Wang Ming asked. Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, her gaze fierce. "Of course, I will employ certain tactics. I intend to make the actors in her drama commit unforgivable blunders, leading to its censorship." "Could you disclose who the actors are?" Wang Ming inquired further. Lin Shi smiled and replied, "Certainly, I have signed a confidentiality agreement, so please keep this to yourself." Wang Ming nodded, and Lin Shi continued, "I am the lead actress, Chen Dong is the male lead, and the second female lead is Zhu Bingbing." Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable cast. You are truly going all in." Lin Shi scoffed, "Just wait and see. This drama will never air." Observing the hatred in Lin Shi's eyes, Wang Ming felt at a loss for words of comfort. He sighed, "Qijia, please don't let this get to you. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Shi took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and managed a faint smile as she said, "But what can you do to help me?" Wang Ming awkwardly scratched his head. "Well, with your extensive connections, you probably don't need me at all." Lin Shi chuckled, rising gracefully. "I'm going to do some yoga and then rest. Sleeping early is good for the skin. You should also get to bed early. Take care of yourself after getting hurt." She walked lightly towards the stairs. Wang Ming watched her swaying figure, filled with longing. Yet he reminded himself that he should not be too hasty in pursuing the system's tasks. As long as he bound the system and added emotional benefits, he could gradually increase the infatuation level. Any overly aggressive words or actions might backfire. Achieving Lin Shi would be a dream come true. During his university days, Zhou Mingming had spent 10,000 yuan on a scalp ticket just to get Lin Shi's autograph. He remembered contributing several thousand himself, all earned through laboring with buckets of water. Wang Ming ascended to the second floor, entered his bedroom, and lay on his bed, opening a short video, only to be taken aback. Videos and images of Lin Qi helping him deal with Lu Guohua and Zhou Mingming had gone viral online. There were sensational titles such as Lin Qi avenging her father's illegitimate child and the revelation of Lin Qi's brother. Was he a brother or a boyfriend? Suddenly, a call from Zhou Shuqing interrupted his thoughts. As soon as he answered, he heard her choked voice, "Darling, what is going on with that movie star helping you confront Zhou Mingming? Let us discuss it when we meet. I told you not to concern yourself with her anymore." Zhou Shuqing, her voice tinged with urgency, exclaimed, "How could I not care? I do care about you. You've been hurt, haven't you? You are putting me in a difficult position, caught between my boyfriend and my daughter." Wang Ming, filled with frustration, retorted, "She's so rebellious, allowing someone to strike her own father." Hastily, Zhou Shuqing inquired, "Are you injured? Where are you now?" "It's nothing serious, just a couple of slaps." "Please do not involve yourself in this," Wang Ming replied before abruptly ending the call. Before Wang Ming could even set down the phone, another call from Jiang Yao came through. The video online shows Lin Qi teaching a thug a lesson. "He looks just like you, almost identical. Is that so?" Jiang Yao continued, "Why haven't you reached out to me? Did you think that handing over 500,000 means you're off the hook? I trust you." Jiang Yao sighed. "I've been preoccupied these days searching for a new office, hiring staff, and contacting outsourcing companies. It's been overwhelming. By the way, do you have any free time at night lately?" Wang Ming responded with a mischievous grin. "What's up? Missing me after just a few days?" Jiang Yao replied with seriousness, "Enough of that. I need your help to pick up my son. I've been too busy to manage him lately. If you have time, could you let him stay with you for a while this evening? I'll come to get him when I'm done." Wang Ming felt a stirring in his heart. Jiang Yao's current task required her son to call him dad. Spending time alone with her son was an excellent opportunity to fulfill this mission. "All right, send me your son's school address and the teacher's contact number. Okay, let us collaborate efficiently. Goodbye, see you tomorrow." Chapter 49, Elixir of the Heart. After hanging up, Wang Ming glanced at the incoming call that had come through during his conversation and sighed, realizing he had become quite popular on social media. The missed calls were from Li Zhixuan and his cousin, Zhou Sherman. Noticing Wang Ming had not answered, Li Zhixuan sent a message via WeChat. "Well done. They must have been stunned when they saw Lin Qi. Are you badly hurt?" Wang Ming replied, "Not badly. It's nothing serious. By the way, our shops are on the same street as the place where you had the altercation." Wang Ming smirked, his fingers dancing over the keys. "Soon, you will have a part to play in an exciting spectacle." Li Zhixuan felt perplexed as Wang Ming instructed her to occasionally check on the renovation progress, emphasizing the importance of keeping the business plans confidential from outsiders. Recalling his uncle, he made a call. "Why are you calling so late?" His uncle, who did not engage with short videos, was completely unaware of Lin Qi's involvement. "I'll transfer you some money. By the way, have you bought a house yet? I've looked at several neighborhoods in the county, and the prices are exorbitantly high. 4 to 5,000 per square meter. I'll send you another sum. Trust me, buying a house in the county will ease your cousin's commuting trouble." After ending the call, Wang Ming transferred 1 million to his uncle and promptly returned his cousin's call. Zhou Sherman answered cheerfully, "Hello, hello. The male protagonist from the trending news bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Almost identical. And that girl being slapped seems to resemble your girlfriend as well. However, upon further reflection, you are my younger brother. How could you possibly be Lin Qi's younger brother? It is I, Lin Qi, who has recognized you as my brother. But soon, the nature of our relationship will undergo a transformation." Zhou Sherman gasped in astonishment. "Is it really you? Oh my goodness. So the money you have was given by her?" "A portion of it was. I'll transfer some more to you. Money comes too easily, so don't hesitate to spend." Zhou Sherman on the other end of the line was rendered speechless, her mouth agape as she struggled to utter a word. "Sister? Why are you silent?" I'm a bit dazed. When you come to Shiguan, you will be even more bewildered. I have already transferred the money to you. Just wait for Shushuksin to come find me." Zhou Sherman hurriedly inquired, "How much did you transfer this time?" "I barely touched the 100,000 you sent me last time." 200,000. Go ahead and spend it." "All right, sister. I'll talk to you later." Wang Ming ended the call. Zhou Sherman opened the message, and the information about the 200,000 transfer left her frozen. Just 2 months ago, she had called to check if her younger brother had enough money, and now he was sending her sums of 100,000 and 200,000 to spend freely. In District A, Building 2, Room 1101 of the Jade Garden, Zhou Shuqing had just hung up the phone with her daughter. Her gaze fell upon a short video on her phone, where Wang Ming stood beside Lin Qi, who radiated brilliance and commanded the attention of the crowd. As Zhou Shuqing watched, a wave of bitterness washed over her. She pondered to herself that compared to Lin Qi, whether in appearance or social standing, she was leagues apart. Lin Qi was a celebrated star, basking in endless glory and wealth, while she was merely an ordinary middle-aged woman. With someone like that by Wang Ming's side, would he gradually lose interest in her? She felt restless. No, she could no longer remain so reserved. It was time to be more proactive. She must surrender herself to Wang Ming, ensuring that his heart remains firmly with her. Resolute, Zhou Shuqing bit her lip, took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers, she clicked on Wang Ming's profile picture and composed a message. Come to my house tomorrow evening. Ming Ming is at the hospital caring for her boyfriend. At that moment, Wang Ming, half reclining in bed at Lin Qi's villa, was scrolling through short videos about himself. A message alert from Zhou Shuqing popped up on the screen. Upon reading it, he abruptly sat up. Zhou Shuqing. She had taken the initiative to invite him to her home. She even included a shy emoji. Wang Ming responded with a kiss emoji. Before bed, he opened the system to review Zhou Shuqing's binding information and associated tasks. Zhou Shuqing, aged 37. Possesses a beauty score of 93 and a physique rating of 97, with a purity level of 100 and an allure index of 99. The task at hand involves binding an object that will compel the host to receive 3 gifts. Perhaps, after unlocking knowledge for her tomorrow, her allure may reach its zenith at 100. 1,000 system coins are about to be credited. The account balance stands at an astonishing 11 million, with a projected budget of 5 million for goods once the supermarket operations commence. The remaining funds will be used to establish a brand for Zhou Shuqing, in which I will hold a 50% stake. Given her industry experience and expertise, the brand is likely to flourish. That night, Wang Ming's mind was in turmoil, unable to find sleep even at 2 in the morning. While he was preoccupied with the supermarket venture, Zheng Shushuang was investigating his affairs. Additionally, there were system tasks related to Li Zhishuan, Zheng Shushuang, Lin Qi, and Jiang Yao. Although mentally exhausting, the allure of the rewards from these system tasks was too enticing to ignore, compelling him to persevere. Suddenly, amidst his restless thoughts, the consciousness of the system appeared. Master, it exclaimed. Goodness, you've finally shown yourself. Wang Ming replied. Why are you cursing me? The system retorted. What's the deal with the hidden task triggered by Zheng Shushuang? You don't know about the relationship between Jia Fong and me? You expect me to behave inappropriately at a funeral? Fortunately, I managed to navigate that situation. Both main and hidden tasks are random. The system protested. I'm solely responsible for product development, and I've brought you some exceptional goods. The system's consciousness added, sounding rather aggrieved. Wang Ming recalled that the randomness of tasks had indeed been mentioned previously by the system. Isn't this a result of your meddling? Of course not. I've reiterated countless times. Tasks are random. 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 All right, no need to be upset. What have you developed? Wang Ming inquired. I thought perhaps I could utilize the organizational code to send you some system coins, but unexpectedly, during the coding process, I inadvertently created a heart voice potion. However, it costs 500 system coins, which is rather steep. The heart voice potion allows one to hear the thoughts of others, the system explained. Indeed, but it is a one-time use item, effective only for 24 hours after consumption. And it was a serendipitous creation. The code was not retained, and once purchased, it will disappear from the system marketplace. Wang Ming pondered. Perhaps this potion could assist Lin Qi in uncovering the truth, with no intimate contact required to significantly increase allure. This potion arrived at a fortuitous moment. However, he currently lacked system coins and would have to wait until Zhou Shuqing's allure reached its full potential. It seems prudent to spend system coins on enhancing items rather than frivolously on ordinary material goods. Wow, someone's allure has reached 99. Master, keep it up. I must return to developing products in sleep mode. Farewell. The system's consciousness faded away, and Wang Ming turned to the system marketplace. Indeed, in the special items section, the heart voice potion appeared, ready for purchase but destined to vanish after the first acquisition. With this dominating entity assisting Lin Qi in uncovering the details of the victimization incident, her infatuation must surely soar. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that Zhou Shuqing is overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 50. Shall we proceed this afternoon? The following morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Shi noticed that Wang Ming had yet to descend. She approached his door and gently rapped on it. Wang Ming, are you still in bed? After a few knocks, the door creaked open slightly. Observing that it was unlocked, she pushed it open and exclaimed, time to rise. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed. It was already 10 o'clock, and if he did not wake soon, half the day would be gone. Wang Ming, stirred by Lin Shi's voice, blinked sleepily before seeing her standing by the bed. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, realizing the situation, awkwardly chuckled, I apologize, Chijia. I was in a deep slumber. What were you up to last night? Did you stay up late? Oh, this bed is simply too comfortable. I wish I could sleep here every day. Where did you purchase this bed? It's custom-made. If you desire one, I can give it to you, or if you wish to sleep, you can come find me, Wang Ming replied, sitting up and gazing at Lin Shi with earnest curiosity. Are you suggesting that I can come to you whenever I want to sleep? Lin Shi's pupils dilated, and she reproached him playfully. I meant the bed. Now get up. Wang Ming scratched his head and chuckled. What I said was also about the bed. Bonding with Lin Shi increases infatuation by 1 point. Wang Ming smiled inwardly. Even during their conversation, the infatuation had increased slightly. It seemed that reaching 100 without physical contact might not be as unattainable as he once thought. Lin Shi, with a casual glance at Wang Ming's abdominal muscles, couldn't help but fantasize about sliding down them. She exited the room, and soon after, Wang Ming tidied himself and joined her downstairs. Lin Shi sat at the table, engrossed in her phone. Wang Ming took his time with breakfast, and when he glanced up, he noticed the worry etched across Lin Shi's brow. Chewing thoughtfully, he inquired, Chijia, why the frown? Is it because of last night's incident? Is it escalating? Lin Shi set her phone down and gently shook her head. It was merely a trivial matter. My so-called friend, ugh, that venomous woman. She plans to hold a press conference and has decided to air the series ahead of schedule. I must strategize quickly. Wang Ming set down his utensils. Perhaps I could assist you. Lin Shi chuckled softly at the thought. You wish to help me? But you are just an ordinary person. Wang Ming, with a knowing smile, replied, I am not just any ordinary person. Regardless, the series has yet to premiere. Who knows, I might genuinely be able to aid you in your quest for revenge. Lin Shi dismissed his words lightly with a wry smile. Let us just eat. By the way, where are you headed later? I can give you a ride. Wang Ming waved his hand. No need. Li Jixuan will come to pick me up shortly. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and teased. You claim Li Jixuan isn't your girlfriend. Yet she is always by your side. She is currently my driver and manager, temporarily serving as my secretary as well. Wang Ming had initially meant it as a jest. But upon uttering the words female secretary, he began to ponder seriously. It was indeed time to find a female secretary. It was unreasonable for Li Jixuan to shoulder so many responsibilities alone. Now the protagonist has become the owner of a design company, and a supermarket is about to open. In the future, there are plans to establish a Qipao brand for Zhou Shuqing. It is essential to find a capable and beautiful female secretary. Certainly. His cousin will not do. After finishing his meal, Wang Ming took a leisurely stroll with Lin Shi, gradually exiting the villa area. Upon bidding farewell, Lin Shi returned to the villa. Wang Ming waited outside the villa area for a while when Li Jixuan drove her Audi A6 to a halt before him. She rolled down the window, her face radiating a brilliant smile, and cheerfully exclaimed, Boss, get in. Yet, as she spoke, she noticed the scars on Wang Ming's face, her expression instantly turning pale. She quickly shifted into neutral, engaged the handbrake, and flung open the door, almost throwing herself in front of Wang Ming. Grasping his shoulders tightly, she exclaimed, You're hurt so badly. This could leave a scar. Wang Ming gently pushed her hands away, instinctively touching his face, and nonchalantly replied, Don't make such a fuss. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing compared to the injuries you women endure at the hotel. Li Jixuan's face flushed crimson at once, and she playfully swatted Wang Ming, retorting, Oh please, I have never been hurt. Wang Ming took a step closer, their bodies nearly touching. Was Zhang Jian really so gentle? Li Jixuan panicked, turned her face away, and took a step back, declaring, I won't talk to you anymore. She promptly turned and hurried back to the driver's seat. Wang Ming also got into the car, and once seated comfortably in the passenger seat, he spoke earnestly. I plan to hire someone to help you share the workload. You're driving, managing, and also working part-time as a secretary. It's too exhausting. I need to find a dedicated driver and a female secretary so you can focus solely on the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Li Jixuan immediately pouted, secretly thinking, I'm not afraid of being tired. If Wang Ming hires a female secretary, My time alone with him will be significantly reduced. This simply won't do. She hastily replied, I can handle it. I am quite capable. Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight, playful smile, softly uttering, oh? Seeing his mischievous expression, Li Zhishuan quickly clarified, I mean I can manage many tasks. What are you thinking? She leaned forward to open the glove compartment, retrieving a neatly packaged garment. Wang Ming reached out to take it, and upon unwrapping it, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this what your secretary uniform looks like? This is clearly a maid outfit. Li Zhishuan's embarrassment deepened. In truth, she had kept Wang Ming's previous insinuations in mind and had purchased this maid outfit at the mall as soon as she stepped out that morning. However, she would never admit it and hastily explained, what? I saw in online videos that secretaries all wear this, right? It turns out to be a maid outfit, and I bought the wrong one. Wang Ming looked at Li Zhishuan, who was stubbornly defending herself with a hint of embarrassment, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. A glance at the system panel revealed that Li Zhishuan's infatuation level had reached 91, her emotional state indicating a deep affection. He teasingly said to her, why not return it then? Li Zhishuan hurriedly snatched the clothes, neatly folded them, and placed them back in the packaging, exclaiming, this store does not allow returns. Since I bought it, I might as well wear it. Are you free tonight? Wang Ming's heart raced as he thought, is she making an advance on me? But she is my brother's girlfriend. Fear not, Zhang Jian. I shall exert myself even more than usual. After careful contemplation, he recalled two important matters for the evening, picking up the child and retrieving a blood sample from Zhou Shuqing. I'm not available tonight. How about this afternoon? Chapter 51. Money is all-powerful. A look of disappointment crossed Li Zhishuan's face as she murmured, all right then, I was hoping you could help me see if this outfit fits. Wang Ming deliberately teased her, haven't you tried it on? Naturally, Li Zhishuan had tried it on when purchasing, but her remark was merely an excuse. Just as she was racking her brain for another justification, Wang Ming suddenly seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Li Zhishuan was caught off guard as he kissed her. She pushed against him with all her might, but it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. She could only emit a few faint sounds of protest. Noticing her lack of response, Wang Ming released her, locking eyes with her. Coming back to her senses, Li Zhishuan wiped her mouth and exclaimed furiously, Wang Ming, what are you doing? Wang Ming leaned in again, and instinctively, she recoiled, pressing her head against the window of the driver's seat. I'm not available tonight, but I am free this afternoon. Flustered and irate, Li Zhishuan questioned, if you're free, then why did you kiss me? You were simply too enticing just now, and I couldn't help myself, he replied. How can you act like this? Don't you have a girlfriend? She retorted. When we are alone, let's refrain from mentioning others, Wang Ming said, his tone betraying a sense of possessiveness. Li Zhishuan felt a blend of panic and exhilaration, reminiscing about the times in college when she and Zhou Mingming joked about switching boyfriends. Little did she expect that today, she would actually be kissed by Wang Ming. Wang Ming glanced at the system panel again. Li Zhishuan's infatuation level had increased by 2 points, now at 93. I want to resign. I'm done. You, the boss, are not honest. Li Zhishuan placed her hands on her hips, pouting in a feigned display of anger. To Wang Ming, her demeanor only made her more endearing. In Shiguan, I can hardly find another woman who is as familiar, charming, and capable as you. Would you really resign and leave me feeling disheartened? Li Zhishuan averted her gaze. I don't care. You're bullying me. Wang Ming's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he cradled her face in his hands, gazing intently into her eyes. Isn't there a Happy Days establishment on that street in our mall? Accompany me to the hotel across from it this afternoon for some observation. Li Zhishuan turned her head away, stealthily glancing at Wang Ming from the corner of her eye. Her gaze wavered, yet she stubbornly retorted, I have no intention of going to a hotel with you. Who knows what ill intentions you harbor? Wang Ming gently wrapped his arm around Li Zhishuan's shoulders, pulling her closer to him, and softly said, don't be upset. You didn't play along with me earlier, so it doesn't count as being intimate. Li Zhishuan felt her defenses gradually weakening. I simply want to accompany you. You're nothing but a scoundrel. I refuse to go to the hotel. Though her words were resolute, she did not push Wang Ming away. He whispered in her ear, don't you need my help to see if your outfit fits? Li Zhishuan playfully swatted Wang Ming, exclaiming, who wants to dress for you? Wang Ming tightened his embrace, leaning closer to her ear, stop being stubborn. I know you have feelings for me too. Just accompany me this once. Want you? Li Zhishuan's body stiffened momentarily, her hands struggling against him a few times before she gradually relaxed. She murmured softly, "Well, fine, just this once." Wang Ming released her, suggesting they drive. "So we're going to get a room now?" Li Jixuan puffed out her cheeks and then exclaimed, "Ah, no, I can't today." Wang Ming abruptly turned his head, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. "What's wrong? Is it your period?" "No, it's just not safe today." "Isn't that just a minor issue?" Wang Ming chuckled. Li Jixuan swallowed hard, shifting the car into drive, her voice barely audible due to shyness. "Let's just go directly first to see the renovations." "All right," she said, pressing down on the accelerator as the car departed from Jiangxin district. Along the way, they discussed Lin Qi's confrontation with Zhou Mingming, and Li Jixuan applauded the incident. Upon reaching Siheng Road, they parked and entered the establishment. Inside, the electrical and plumbing renovations were complete, and the hard construction work was underway, with walls and ceilings being simultaneously progressed. Li Jixuan raised her gaze to the busy workers and said to Wang Ming, "I've spoken with all the project managers, ensuring they maintain strict confidentiality about our business dealings. I guarantee that no word will leak before the sign is installed." Wang Ming smiled approvingly. "You've done well. Why all the secrecy? Wouldn't it be good to let everyone know what we're doing? It could generate some buzz." Wang Ming crossed his arms, his gaze profound. "I want them to have no time to react." "Them? Competitors?" Li Jixuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet she chose not to press further. Wang Ming's silence prompted her to refrain from inquiry, and at that moment, she felt nothing but obedience, admiration, and affection for him. Her eyes unconsciously fell upon the muscles exposed beneath Wang Ming's short sleeves, and her mind conjured images of their impending hotel visit, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. She instinctively lowered her head, contemplating, "He merely has a girlfriend. Everything I do is merely competition." "Yes, exactly. Thank you all for your hard work. For lunch, feel free to order more dishes at the restaurant across the street. Leave the bill here. I'll have my secretary reimburse you." Wang Ming shouted at the workers diligently engaged in their tasks. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperous business." He then urged, "Let us get to the important matters." Grasping Li Jixuan's hand, he led her out of the establishment. The hotel was merely a couple of 100 meters away. Upon arriving at the front desk, Wang Ming stated, "We'd like a room with a large round bed and functional chairs." While speaking, he placed his identity card on the counter. Li Jixuan rummaged through her bag for what felt like an eternity, only to discover she could not find her identity card. "Oh, it seems I forgot to bring it," she exclaimed. Wang Ming turned to the cashier, inquiring, "Is it permissible without an identity card?" The cashier bowed slightly, expressing regret. "I'm sorry, sir, but everyone must present their identity cards for registration." Wang Ming produced a stack of $100 bills, stating, "We'll only stay for 3 hours." Li Jixuan, now shouldering her bag once more, displayed a look of astonishment. 3 hours? The cashier, momentarily taken aback, quickly resumed her apologetic smile. "I'm afraid, sir. Not even for 3 minutes. Who mentioned 3 minutes? Are you looking to provoke a complaint? You may insult my intelligence, my appearance, or my character, but you must never insult my time. It is something I have honed through experience." "I apologize, sir. That was not my intention." Wang Ming then placed 200 daxia coins on the table, asking, "Will this suffice?" "Unfortunately, it will not, sir." He then retrieved 500 and placed it on the table. "What about this?" "Still not acceptable. Sir, please don't make it difficult for me." Another 1,000 was presented on the table. "How about now?" "That won't work either. We are leaving." The cashier hastily produced a folder and shielded the surveillance camera with her hand, smiling as she said, "Your room is 306. Chapter 52. Regret as they entered the elevator. Li Jixuan could not help but murmur, "Oh dear, spending over 2,000 at once. That's enough for my rent for an entire month." Wang Ming, seemingly indifferent, replied, "That amount is inconsequential. If you perform well, I will buy you a house in the future." Li Jixuan shot him an incredulous glance. "I know you are wealthy now, but that money was given to you by Qi Jia. I can't spend it." Wang Ming merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Li Jixuan analyzed the situation closely. Was Wang Ming genuinely considering taking care of her? Buying houses and cars, wasn't that the usual pattern? The elevator reached their floor, and they arrived at room 306. Wang Ming approached the window and pointed to the Happy Days supermarket across the street, saying, "Look, that supermarket is our only competitor." Li Jixuan joined him at the window. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I have never worked in a service-oriented industry. I truly don't know if I can fulfill the role of a manager." "You need not understand business. Just focus on doing charity. Li Zhishuan appeared puzzled. You have always been rather mysterious regarding the supermarket situation. What is truly going on? Wang Ming turned to her. Let us discuss that later. Would you like to go to the bathroom first, or shall I? At his words, Li Zhishuan's face flushed with crimson. I merely wanted to show you my outfit. Why would I want to bathe? In an instant, Wang Ming embraced Li Zhishuan. And without hesitation, he kissed her. This time, Li Zhishuan did not resist. She gently lifted her hands to embrace Wang Ming, gradually closing her eyes to immerse herself in the fervent kiss. After a long while, Wang Ming released Li Zhishuan, her heart still racing as she softly murmured, I'll go wash up first. She took her newly purchased clothes and entered the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her, her thoughts began to drift away. And in that moment, Zhang Jian had completely vacated her mind. A sense of shyness mingled with anticipation enveloped her as she pondered how Wang Ming would react when she emerged wearing the maid outfit. After a considerable time, Li Zhishuan stepped out of the bathroom clad in an adorable maid costume, a white apron over a black skirt, with her delicate calves adorned in short white stockings, and a maid's cap perched atop her head. Wang Ming, seated at the edge of the bed, was instantly captivated as he beheld her. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Task completed. Task reward dispersed. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million Daxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Special Forces combat technique. 5 million Daxia coins directly credited. And an elite combat technique. Still basking in joy, the system's voice chimed again. New task issued for the bound subject. Li Zhishuan. Transform her into a top-tier female singer. Wang Ming felt as though the system was playing tricks on him. While having singers like Zhou Shuqing and Lin Qi was manageable, Li Zhishuan had been expelled from the vocal group during her university days. To make her a singer? A top-tier one at that? It was blatantly designed to thwart his task completion. Seeing that Wang Ming had been silent for a while, Li Zhishuan playfully tapped his abs, asking what's wrong. Too tired to speak? Wang Ming, closing the system panel, tentatively suggested, why don't you sing a song for me? Sure, I love singing. Li Zhishuan cleared her throat, summoning her spirit, and began, I met you on a fine day, gazing at the clear blue sky. Wang Ming winced at her off-key, slightly lackluster voice, helplessly covering his forehead. All right, that's enough. What's wrong? Is it not good? Li Zhishuan pouted, tugging at Wang Ming's arm. It's wonderful. It makes my kidneys tremble, he joked. Li Zhishuan playfully slapped him, retorting, for 3 hours, you wouldn't tremble, but my singing does? Wang Ming sat up, all right. It's time for lunch. Li Zhishuan furrowed her brows. I really can't get up. Wang Ming nodded. How about this? I'll order takeout for you. But I have to step out. What do you need to do? Company matters. And there's also the situation with Zhou Mingming. The latest news reports that Lu Guohua has been sidelined by Lin Qi. I can't pretend I don't know about it. By the way, don't you have $1 million on hand? If you come across a suitable house, go ahead and sign it. I'll help you pay the remaining balance later. Wang Ming spoke nonchalantly, genuinely unconcerned. Not only did he harbor feelings for Li Zhishuan, but she had also completed her tasks twice already, making her deserving of such support. Li Zhishuan asked in disbelief, you spent so much money on me, but that was all given to you by Sister Qi. If she finds out how much you've spent on me, Wang Ming smiled gently, reassuring her, it's my own money. Remember to note down the card number. With that, he exited the room. A pang of regret surged within Li Zhishuan as she lamented not having bestowed her first time upon this man. He was truly the right one for her. Chapter 53. Provocation. Wang Ming stepped out of the hotel and cast a scornful glance at the supermarket across the street. He then dialed Lin Qi's number. Sister Qi, you've incapacitated someone, and now the situation is quite explosive. Do you think it might escalate to the point of your arrest? The calm and dismissive voice of Lin Qi came through the receiver. Don't worry. This will blow over soon. Nothing will come of it. Really? But he is now infertile. That's quite serious. All right. Just keep your worries at bay. The issue has been resolved. Hearing Lin Qi's unwavering confidence, Wang Ming chose not to press further. All right then. I'll come find you. I will help you get your revenge. Huh. Good. Just make it quick. Lin Qi still found it somewhat absurd that Wang Ming could assist her, but she chuckled playfully before they ended the call. Wang Ming exhaled deeply, reflecting on how Lin Qi had rendered Lu Guohua incapacitated. This grudge was indeed unresolvable. It was unfortunate that his girlfriend was Zhou Mingming. Opening his bank balance, he noted that, along with the reward from Li Zhishuan's system task, he had a total of 16 million. He had already transferred 1,500,000 to his uncle, and sending any more would likely overwhelm him, triggering his hypertension again. Through the completion of several tasks, Wang Ming discovered that the rewards rarely fell below 1 million. Being a millionaire was hardly remarkable. As long as he continued to accomplish tasks, he would surely ascend to a status akin to Lin Chi's in the future. He accessed the items in the system and clicked to use the Daxia Special Forces combat technique. Item used successfully. The host has absorbed all contents of the Daxia Special Forces combat technique. The book vanished from his inventory, and Wang Ming felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind. No need to study. He could do it instinctively. I've got skills now, he exclaimed, causing passers-by to stare at him in astonishment. Realizing the absurdity of his outburst, he considered how, in this age of open knowledge, the system would not merely provide him with a single book. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Ming demonstrated his newfound abilities on the street, performing backflips, jabs, sidekicks, and swinging punches with an ease that resembled a seasoned martial artist. 20 minutes passed, yet he had barely scratched the surface of the military boxing techniques swirling in his mind. The previous 3 hours at the hotel had drained him, and the exertion from his display left him drenched in sweat. He mused that when he acquired new system currency, he would definitely invest in enhancing his kidney function and cardiac strength. After completing a backflip, he leaned on his knee, panting heavily, utterly spent. When he looked up, he noticed a crowd had gathered several meters away, applauding and cheering him on. Bravo! Well done! A middle-aged man spoke as he tossed a coin onto the ground. Observing his actions, the gathered crowd began to take out their loose change and throw it down as well. That young man is quite bold, chuckled an elderly lady with a squinting smile. Wang Ming smirked, thinking, is he treating this like a performance? After the crowd dispersed, he returned to his shop to reimburse the renovation team for their lunch expenses, providing a total of 20,000 yuan for the next 10 days' meals and allowances. The head of the construction crew, touched to the point of tears, promised to complete the work within a week. On the 10th floor of the Shiguan Men's Hospital on Guanghua Street, Zhou Mingming sat by the bedside, peeling an apple with a vacant gaze. Lu Guohua's father stood at the bedside, glaring out the window, muttering angrily, how could they not file a case? This is an assault. Lu Guohua's mother gently rubbed Lu's back, offering comfort. Calm down, dear. Our son did instigate the fight, after all. Those men are the finest bodyguards in Daxia. It's a miracle he survived. Lu's father turned around, gritting his teeth. How can you be so naive? Our son is ruined. How can I not be furious? This isn't over. Lu's mother sighed, her tear-streaked face revealing a history of sorrow. Though Guohua is in dire straits, the next generation is still on the way. Nestled in Mengming's womb, the Lu family will endure. Lu Guohua placed the apple that Zhou Mingming had handed him on the bedside table, lacking any appetite. He took her hand, offering solace. Mingming, please don't wear such a sorrowful expression. My mother speaks the truth. We have a child. Zhou Mingming merely nodded silently, her heart still heavy. Once vibrant like a radiant hero, Lu Guohua now felt as though he had just moments left to live. Life is indeed filled with tumultuous highs and lows. Sigh. Though her previous boyfriend lacked wealth, he had brought her happiness. Now, with a boyfriend from a well-off family, she pondered the burden of a life spent in mourning at the tender age of 22. Seeing Zhou Mingming remain silent and burdened, Lu Guohua couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Ming, I will ensure you also become incapacitated. Just wait, for I still have a child. You will be left without an heir. Lu Guohua's father suddenly turned, crossing his arms, and declared loudly, indeed. An eye for an eye. I was once the leader of the Blade Gang. It seems I must return to my former life. At that moment, a nurse entered the room, carrying a small basket wrapped tightly in red cloth. Please keep your voices down. The corridor can hear you, she said. Lu Guohua, this is a gift from your friend, and I am here to deliver it from the nurse's station. Lu Guohua furrowed his brow and asked, who is it? Why don't they come in? A rather muscular young man, the nurse replied. Lu Guohua murmured, who could that be? Zhou Mingming stood up, took the basket, and said, let me have it, thank you. You're welcome, the nurse responded before exiting the room. Zhou Mingming placed the basket on the cabinet beside Lu Guohua, then gently assisted him in sitting up. As Lu Guohua reached out to unveil the red cloth, he muttered, none of my friends possess such muscularity. Intrigued, Zhou Mingming leaned closer. Upon lifting the cloth, both Lu Guohua and Zhou Mingming were rendered speechless by the sight within. Noticing their astonished reaction, Lu's mother approached with curiosity, inquiring, What did your friend send? Upon reaching the basket, she was taken aback to discover 2 broken raw eggs, their shells shattered and yolk and white spilling forth. Lu Guohua was seething with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to the point of bloodshed. This was akin to pouring salt on his wounds. He reached in to retrieve the note, and upon reading its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. With Zhou Mingming's nature, she certainly won't remain unclaimed. You must be cautious. Lu Guohua read the note aloud with trembling voice. In a fit of fury, he overturned the basket, causing egg liquid to splatter everywhere. His eyes ablaze with anger as he roared, Wang Ming, you scoundrel, I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Lu's father, equally enraged, trembled with fury, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he vowed, son, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will avenge this grievance. Lu Guohua suddenly grasped Zhou Mingming's hand tightly, exclaiming, Mingming, you must promise me. You will endure, won't you? You won't betray me. Lu's mother chimed in. Mingming is a good girl. She won't be affected by this. Zhou Mingming bit her lip, trembling, reluctantly stammering, I will be strong. Chapter 54. You just want to be a father. Wang Ming retrieved his beetle and drove to Jiang Yao's son's school, waiting at the entrance. A considerable number of parents, mostly young mothers, had already gathered. Observing the array of charming mothers, Wang Ming mused to himself that picking up children was quite an enjoyable task. As the sight of these graceful women lifted his spirits. At precisely 5 o'clock, the children poured out of the school gates in unison. He noticed a young female teacher leading a little boy outside. Ah, Teacher Li. The young woman in her 20s noticed Wang Ming, waved, and called out, quickening her pace. You must be Mr. Wang. That's correct. We just spoke on the phone. Well, I'll leave Xiao Ji in your care. His mother mentioned you would be picking him up these days. Wang Ming promptly reached out to take Xiao Ji's small hand, joking with the teacher. Isn't there a secret code or something? The teacher smiled warmly. Just look at the way Xiao Ji is gazing at you. He clearly recognizes you. Wang Ming glanced down at Xiao Ji, who was beaming up at him. Brother, can we go eat KFC? Sure. Whatever you want today, I will indulge you. Wang Ming replied, then lifted his head to bid farewell to the teacher. Goodbye. See you tomorrow evening. See you tomorrow evening. The female teacher politely waved her hand. And as she saw Wang Ming turning away with Xiao Ji, her smile instantly vanished, murmuring quietly, hee hee. Xiao Ji's mother certainly has a knack for choosing men significantly younger than herself. Wang Ming led Xiao Ji to the nearest KFC, ordering fries, ice cream, burgers, and chicken nuggets, spending over 100 yuan. Xiao Ji gazed eagerly at Wang Ming as he returned to their table, his eyes sparkling with excitement, almost bursting with joy. Normally, his mother forbade him from indulging in such treats, but today he relished the newfound freedom of fried chicken and fries. As Wang Ming sat down and smiled, he urged, go ahead and eat. Xiao Ji reached for some fries while exclaiming, you're even better to me than my mom. I like you so much, brother. Can you come and see me every day? With your mother's consent, I could visit your home daily to play with you, Wang Ming replied. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed loudly, really? Then I will definitely persuade my mom. It would be great if you could live at my house. Hee hee. Wang Ming smirked mischievously. I too long for delicious food. You can buy whatever you want, right? Adults have money. What I desire cannot simply be bought. It requires your mother's approval, Wang Ming sighed. Xiao Ji, brimming with innocent confidence, retorted, If my mom doesn't allow you to eat, I will throw a tantrum. You're so good to me. Why shouldn't she get you some nice food? Such a good child. But don't act this way with your own children in the future, Wang Ming muttered to himself, his mind occupied with the system task requiring Xiao Ji to call him Dad 100 times. How to initiate this? The system is at play, and I cannot falter. Xiao Ji, have you watched Baba Papa? While devouring his burger, Xiao Ji mumbled, yes, I've seen it. It's too childish. Today, let us pretend. You can call me Baba Papa. Wang Ming suggested. Xiao Ji pouted and furrowed his brows, contemplating before hesitantly agreeing. But Wang Ming quickly dangled a tempting offer. I'll get you a skin in honor of kings later. Xiao Ji's eyes instantly sparkled as he shouted brightly, Baba Papa. The system panel indicated that the task of calling him Dad had been accomplished twice. Wang Ming felt a surge of joy, thinking, wow, one call of Baba Papa counts as 2? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ji pressed Wang Ming. Can I have 2 Zhaoyan skins? Just remember to call me Baba Papa before you speak. Baba Papa, Baba Papa. The son of Jiang Yao has called the host Dad 100 times. 6100. Wang Ming, now elated, nodded and asked, "Not bad, not bad. What else do you want? Say it all at once." "Baba Papa, I also want a Marco Polo skin." "Baba Papa," and Xiao Ji grew more animated, his voice escalating as he named nearly every hero in honor of kings, each request preceded by a call of Baba Papa. The son of Jiang Yao has called the host dad 100 times. Completed. Reward package has been issued. Seeing the system task completed, Wang Ming hurriedly gestured for Xiao Ji to be quiet. "All right, enough of this. I will give you 10,000 yuan, but you mustn't have such a small appetite." "Is it truly 10,000? Thank you, Baba Papa. No more shouting. Just remember to call me brother from now on." Xiao Ji pouted in disappointment. "Why? Will you still satisfy me in the future?" Wang Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Not only will I satisfy you, but I will also fulfill your desires." Before he could finish, the phone rang. It was Zhou Shuqing calling. "My dear, when will you come over?" "I'll be there shortly, around 7 or 8 o'clock." Zhou Shuqing's voice softened, tinged with a hint of shyness. "I have prepared a key and access card for you. Left them with the gatekeeper. Just ask him for it." "All right, wait for me, darling." Wang Ming ended the call and promptly opened the reward package for completing the system tasks. "Congratulations, host, you have received 300 system coins." "Congratulations, host, you have received 2 million Daxia coins." "Ah, splendid. 300 system coins." He clicked on special items to purchase a kidney enhancement, only to find that it was on cooldown. The system allowed the purchase of enhancement items only once a week. Wang Ming mused that the system should consider removing the cooldown for such purchases, and he would inform it next time it appeared. He was also contemplating allowing Zhou Shuqing to experience some pleasure tonight. However, he thought to himself that he didn't need any enhancements. He was a warrior. Xiao Ji looked up curiously and asked, "Was that a call from my mom?" "No, your mom is on her way to KFC to meet us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji nodded obediently, then looked at Wang Ming with eager eyes and cautiously asked, Can I still have a large portion of fries?" Wang Ming, seeing the longing in his small eyes, took out his phone to place an order. Shortly after, Jiang Yao entered KFC. She quickly scanned the room and soon spotted her son and Wang Ming. Striding over, she sat down with a thud, her gaze landing on the table cluttered with food packaging. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Did you two eat all this?" Xiao Ji hurriedly waved his hands in protest. "No. Mom, I ate it all by myself." Jiang Yao was livid, her nostrils flaring with indignation. She turned to Wang Ming, her face full of reproach. "Why did you allow him to eat so much? This is enough to cover his rewards for an entire year." Wang Ming calmly advised, "Don't be so hard on your son. When he grows up, he won't have such a hearty appetite." Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, shot Xiao Ji another glare and retorted, "For this entire year, you won't be having KFC again." Xiao Ji immediately huffed in defiance. "No KFC? Then at SB Shu Kirk. Do a cursu. Hualai Shu. Baba Papa will buy it for me." Jiang Yao froze at this declaration. "What did you just say?" Xiao Ji, standing his ground, repeated boldly, "Baba Papa." Wang Ming felt a sudden tightness in his chest, fearing that Jiang Yao might misunderstand and think he was trying to play the role of a father to her son. He quickly interjected, "We were just discussing comic books, and this topic came up." The confusion on Jiang Yao's face gradually dissipated, giving way to a charming smile. "I see you are eager to be his father." Binding object Jiang Yao triggers new task. Transform the other into a billionaire female director. In Chapter 55. With a fascination level of 100, Jiang Yao noticed his contemplative expression and called out, "Wang Ming." She assumed he was deep in thought about the matter. Wang Ming suddenly snapped back to reality. "What did you say?" Jiang Yao sighed softly. Pretending not to hear? "You said nothing at all. Since you are here, I shall take my leave." Jiang Yao expressed her disappointment, saying, "Fine, I was hoping to take you to my home, but how about I give you my keys, and you can bring him over tomorrow?" Wang Ming smirked. "Is that really appropriate?" Little Ji excitedly shouted, "That sounds amazing. Mom's foot massages are the best. You should try it." Jiang Yao gently patted Little Ji's head. "If anyone is going to give a massage, it should be him for me. I've been so exhausted from expanding the company." Little Ji chuckled. "Oh, Mom, you've been talking in your sleep these past few nights, asking if Brother Wang Ming's water is hot." Jiang Yao playfully hit Little Ji's head again, feeling a bit embarrassed as she turned to Wang Ming. "The child is just talking nonsense." Wang Ming smiled knowingly and teased, "Children speak without restraint. I shall visit your home tomorrow." Jiang Yao, feeling shy, replied, "All right. See you tomorrow." Little Ji piped up, Mom, My phone won't let me recharge my game. Brother Wang Ming said he would give me 10,000. Can you help me get some skins? Jiang Yao shot a glare at Wang Ming, questioning, you promised to get him skins? How could you spoil him like this? Wang Ming shrugged. It's just a little play for the child. If you want him to behave, I could help you create a secondary account for proper nurturing. Jiang Yao, blushing, averted her gaze from Wang Ming, playfully scolding, what nonsense are you talking about? Little Ji looked confused. Mom, what is brother saying? Is he talking about creating another character? Jiang Yao, feeling flustered, stamped her foot. Adults are speaking. Children should not listen. Wang Ming stood up. See you tomorrow. Suddenly, Jiang Yao remembered something. Oh, by the way, our company has changed locations. I arranged an office for you. Wang Ming waved his hand. I'll visit the company in a while. I've been quite busy lately. After saying this, he exited to grab some KFC. Jiang Yao, feeling bewildered, thought to herself. Despite being so busy, he still helps me pick up my son. He truly cares. Wang Ming drove towards the Emerald Garden. Although he had endured a grueling afternoon, his excellent physique had allowed him to recover significantly, especially after consuming 2 pounds of chicken from KFC for energy. Upon retrieving the access card and house keys left for him by Zhou Shuqing from the security office, he drove into the residential complex. As he ascended to the upper floor, he felt a surge of nervousness, a sensation far more intense than when he was with Zhou Mingming, Jia Feng, or Li Jixuan, even surpassing the fluttering heart he experienced during his first encounter in college. He knocked on the door, and the moment Zhou Shuqing heard the sound, her heart fluttered violently, pounding like a drum. As she opened the door, Wang Ming was taken aback. There stood Zhou Shuqing, clad in a black Spider-Man bodysuit, her curves resembling the sleek lines of an S-shaped racetrack. Why are you wearing a Spider-Man outfit? Wang Ming stammered, unable to look away. Zhou Shuqing lowered her head slightly, her voice soft and tinged with nervousness. Don't young people enjoy cosplay? I thought I might give it a try. Wang Ming, intrigued, inquired further. Where did you find a fitting style for such a figure? Zhou Shuqing raised her head, a hint of pride in her eyes. There wasn't a suitable size online. You can't find a Spider-Man suit for a girl with a D cup. I made this myself. At this revelation, Wang Ming snapped back to reality, recalling Zhou Shuqing's expertise in sewing. She turned her face away, shyly asking, did you buy it? What? Zhou Shuqing swallowed hard, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. Wang Ming closed the door and embraced her. My dear, can't we forego precautions? I beg you. Zhou Shuqing hesitated briefly before gently nodding, responding tenderly. Well, if it happens, we shall marry. What are you talking about? This is Mingming's room. Zhou Shuqing exclaimed. It's fine. She isn't home, Wang Ming reassured her. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in room 1101, Zhou Shuqing emerged from the bathroom clad in pajamas. Leaning against the doorframe, she urged Wang Ming, come out, don't linger in her room. Wang Ming stepped out, asking, am I sleeping in your bedroom tonight? Zhou Shuqing nodded. Mingming won't be back. She has to care for her boyfriend in the hospital for a while. Noticing Zhou Shuqing struggling to stand, Wang Ming quickly supported her and led her to another bedroom. As they lay on the bed, Zhou Shuqing sighed. You shouldn't escalate matters with Mingming. I will always stand by you. But we will eventually be 2 separate families, as she is soon to marry. Wang Ming chuckled. That's true. In that case, I will provide her with a dowry. Zhou Shuqing expressed her concern. But her boyfriend clashed with you. He might not want children in the future. If they marry, Mingming will be in a difficult position. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. Zhou Mingming is already pregnant with his child. Zhou Shuqing suddenly looked at Wang Ming in shock, momentarily forgetting her fatigue. She sat up abruptly. What did you say? Mingming is pregnant? Wang Ming also sat up, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yes. Zhou Shuqing, her face filled with astonishment, pressed for more details. How do you know? Wang Ming replied nonchalantly. I found out by chance. She didn't tell you because she didn't want you to worry. Zhou Shuqing, filled with anxiety and anger, lamented, this child, why doesn't she confide in me about such significant matters? Wang Ming furrowed his brow, thinking that she should resign herself to fate. Unless she genuinely accepted him as her father one day, they ought not to concern themselves with her. Zhou Shuqing's heart felt knotted, torn by conflicting emotions. Though she verbally agreed to let go, how could she truly dismiss 17 years of shared life? Yet, fearing Wang Ming's displeasure, she could only nod gently. They lay back down together. Wang Ming opened the system marketplace. Zhou Shuqing's infatuation level had reached 100, and the task of gifting herself 3 presents was also complete. He couldn't help but wonder if the first time counted as a gift too. Upon checking Zhou Shuqing's purity level, it still displayed as 100. The system's description was accurate. Engaging with the host would not diminish the values. He clicked to open the completed task reward. Congratulations, you have received a small 2-story independent house in Longwan Baoqiu. Congratulations, you have received a bouquet of fragrant flowers. Chapter 56. Hiring a secretary. Longwan Baoqiu? Wang Ming marveled internally. Isn't this the community where Zhang Shushuang's grandmother lives? The community consists of 2-story and 3-story independent houses as well as villa areas, with prices ranging from 20 to 30,000 per square meter. Thus, his house must be worth several million. Indeed, one should not rush into buying property. Rewards can directly provide a small 2-story house. Wang Ming turned to look at Zhou Shuqing, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, nestled against him. He reopened the system interface. The fragrant flowers could only be gifted to binding objects with an infatuation level below 60. Currently, all his binding objects exceeded that threshold and could only be used later. Zhou Shuqing's panel displayed a flickering infatuation level, and upon opening it, he found 2 exclamation points. 1. 1,000 system coins available for collection. 2. Infatuation level reward package ready to be claimed. With the existing 300 system coins, he now possessed a total of 1,300 system coins. He decisively purchased the Heart Voice Potion. If used at the right moment, he would be able to decipher Lin Qi's friend's tricks. Wang Ming then opened the reward package for reaching an infatuation level of 100. Congratulations, the host has received a check for 10 million Daxia coins. Congratulations. The host's binding object Zhou Shuqing has gained the Fortune of Twins. Congratulations, the host has received a talent voucher. Fortune of Twins? Talent voucher? He clicked to view the introduction. The introduction for the Fortune of Twins. Passive fortune, upon embryo formation, the item will be automatically consumed, ensuring that the binding object Zhou Shuqing will conceive twins. Introduction for the talent voucher. After using the talent voucher, 1 talent can be conferred upon a binding object. Wang Ming clicked on the talent voucher. Vocal talent, performance talent, dance talent, artistic talent. Wang Ming gazed at the exhilarating rewards, nearly sitting up in excitement. The rewards for reaching an infatuation level of 100 were truly astounding. 10 million Daxia coins and a pair of children. Even the gift of talent is bestowed. However, the talent scroll cannot be utilized personally. It can only be given to a bound recipient. Isn't Li Zhishuan's mission to transform her into a prominent singing star? By selecting the vocal talent to bestow upon her, wouldn't she then possess a complete range of musical abilities? At that moment, Zhou Shuqing mumbled in her sleep, expressing gratitude to her husband for bringing her such joy. Husband, husband. Wang Ming affectionately stroked Zhou Shuqing's cheek, chuckling, Zhou Mingming. Your mother is going to give you a little brother or sister. The system interface remained unresponsive, with a new task yet to appear beneath Zhou Shuqing's avatar. Wang Ming paid it no mind and drifted off to sleep. That night, he slumbered peacefully. Zhou Shuqing, though physically weary, felt a deep sense of contentment. Li Zhishuan slept soundly. Xiaozhi struggled with constipation for most of the night, enduring half a night of scolding from Jiang Yao. Lin Qi oscillated between thoughts of Wang Ming and vengeful schemes against her best friend. Zheng Shuang had liquidated all her assets and relocated to her grandmother's house. Although the system's emotional enhancement occasionally conjured images of Wang Ming in her mind, her thoughts were predominantly consumed by resentment. Zhou Mingming spent the entire night awake. Lying on the hospital bed, lost in contemplation, she felt a profound hatred and inner turmoil, resenting Lin Qi and Wang Ming for ruining her precious 3 minutes. She grappled with the decision of whether to break up with Lu Guohua, especially since she was carrying his child. Ultimately, she concluded that, as she was pregnant, there was no immediate need to decide. She would address it after giving birth. However, she resolved to demand a significant bride price when the time came. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Zhou Shuqing showed no signs of awakening. Even on nights when she stayed up late, she typically rose early. Seeing her in such deep slumber, Wang Ming chose not to rouse her, instead going downstairs to fetch her breakfast before heading to the bank to exchange a check. At 10 o'clock, Zhou Mingming returned home. Upon opening the door, she noticed her mother was not at her desk. Spotting her bedroom door ajar, she entered to find the bedding in disarray, with a small pool of blood on the sheets. In alarm, Zhou Mingming rushed closer, exclaiming, "What happened? I remember the bedding being neatly arranged before I left, and it has been a long time since my last period." She approached her mother's door, gently pushing it open, to find her mother peacefully asleep. "Mom, are you hurt?" Zhou Mingming hurried to her bedside. Her mother usually rose early, and the bloodstains in her own room led her to believe something was amiss. Zhou Shuqing slowly opened her eyes, realizing the person before her was not Wang Ming, but her daughter. Startled, she sat upright and exclaimed, "Mingming, why are you back?" Guohua's mom said I could take a break since I looked exhausted. I'll go back to the hospital in the afternoon. Zhou Shuqing steadied her thoughts and asked, how is Guohua? Is there truly no way to treat him? Should we consider going to the capital? The experts from the capital have come, but there is no solution. Zhou Mingming replied, shaking her head in disappointment. Zhou Shuqing let out a sigh. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are there bloodstains in my room? And you usually never sleep in?" Zhou Shuqing grew anxious, stammering, The light in your room was broken, and I cut my hand while changing it." Zhou Mingming quickly grasped Zhou Shuqing's hand to inspect the injury. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let me see." Zhou Shuqing abruptly withdrew her hand. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor cut." She then asked with a serious face, "You're pregnant, aren't you?" Zhou Mingming was momentarily stunned. She hadn't even shown yet. How did Wang Ming and her mother know? Her gaze began to falter as she stammered, "Mom, how did you know?" Zhou Shuqing fixed her eyes on her daughter, her tone serious, yet filled with concern. "I'm your mother. I surely have an inkling." Zhou Mingming bit her lip, realizing she couldn't hide it from her mother any longer, and nodded. "Yes, I'm pregnant." Zhou Shuqing sighed gently, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "Mingming, you're moving too quickly. What will happen with Lu Guohua in this situation? With your temperament, can you really remain unperturbed like I have for 37 years? I doubt you can last even 3 days." Zhou Mingming lowered her head, her voice trembling with emotion. "Mom, I don't know what the future holds. I've been torn all night. I cannot terminate my own flesh and blood. I'll deal with everything after giving birth. When I get married, I'll demand a larger bride price. His family has at least 18 million in savings. Asking for 1 million isn't excessive. Regardless of whether we stay together or part ways, at least I'll have some financial security." Zhou Shuqing furrowed her brow, gently stroking her daughter's hair. "The bride price may resolve immediate issues, but it won't solve lifelong problems. My dear, you must think this through. This is a matter for a lifetime. For now, let us leave it at that. I will try to negotiate for a higher bride price." At the Shiguan Daxiao Bank headquarters, Wang Ming had already exchanged the check and was now seated, grinning as he gazed at the balance on his phone. His net worth had reached 28 million, including a 2-story standalone property in Longwan Baoqi. Jiang Yao's company accounted for half of that. Wang Ming felt that although Jiang Yao had set up an office for him in the new company premises, he still needed a private workspace. After all, he was becoming increasingly busy, and handling personal matters at the company was not ideal. Today's agenda: to hire a secretary and a driver. Chapter 57. As long as single Wang Ming stood up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and stepped out of the bank. Standing at the entrance, he sent a WeChat message and location to Li Jishuan. "Come find me." He opened Liujiu Tongqing, posting a detailed job advertisement. The requirements for the secretary were good appearance and temperament, diligent and capable, with strong adaptability, preferably with extensive industry knowledge. The driver's requirements were simpler: a female with excellent driving skills, stable character, and ideally, no family obligations. At the Zhou Shuqing residence in Feizue Huading, Zhou Mingming noticed the various bruises and contusions on her mother's body, and her knee appeared to be injured as well. With a sense of urgency, she inquired, "Mother, what on earth happened to you? Where's the medicine box? I shall fetch some medication for you." "No need. It's not an injury," her mother replied. Zhou Mingming furrowed her brow, observing the embarrassment on her mother's face. Recalling previous events, she asked, "Did you bring my father home to stay overnight yesterday? I am no stranger to these matters. You cannot deceive me." Zhou Shuqing paused momentarily, then gently nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Zhou Mingming's face lit up with joy. "That's the spirit. You should open your heart and embrace happiness." However, as the conversation continued, a shadow of melancholy crossed Zhou Mingming's features. "Alas, my happiness seems to be but a distant hope." Half an hour later, Li Jishuan arrived at the Longjun building in the Tianhe Road CBD. Following the floor instructions sent by Wang Ming, she pressed the elevator button. Upon reaching the 21st floor, she knocked on the office door. "Come in." A voice responded from within, prompting Li Jishuan to enter. She found Wang Ming seated at a large executive desk, with several employee desks arranged around him. As she surveyed the surroundings, she approached and asked, "What is going on? This place is so far from the commercial center. Are we really going to work here?" "Of course not. Besides the commercial center, I have many other responsibilities," Wang Ming replied. "You have your own dedicated office over there. I will usually be here. I'm in the process of recruiting new employees, and today, I would like you to accompany me for interviews." Li Jixuan, surprised, asked, "What else do you have to attend to? This office must be over 200 square meters. How much does it cost per month?" Wang Ming disregarded her musings and asked, "Have you found a suitable place yet?" Seated across from Wang Ming, Li Jixuan no longer felt shy. She confidently adjusted her spaghetti strap dress, removed her high heels, and casually placed her feet on the desk to cool off. "I've said it before. I cannot spend the money Qi Jie gave you. I would be content with just $1 million. One day, I must treat Qi Jie to a nice meal." Wang Ming took out his phone and slid it across the desk towards Li Jixuan. She quickly used her foot to stop it from falling, then straightened up and picked it up, asking, "What is this for?" "Check my balance," he instructed. Li Jixuan looked at the phone and gasped upon seeing the amount displayed. 28 million? "What? Didn't Qi Jie only give you 10 million? Wang Ming, with his arms crossed and reclining in his chair, replied nonchalantly, "That's right. So I'm using my own money to buy you a house. You needn't dwell on it." Li Jixuan slid the phone back to Wang Ming, exclaiming, "How do you have so much money? Goodness. The grand prize for the ultimate lotto in Daxiao is only 10 million. Wang Ming straightened up, shedding his carefree demeanor. "The money is acquired through legitimate means. You need only focus on house hunting and refrain from further debate." Li Jixuan pouted, contemplating for a moment. "Since you are determined to spend on me, I suppose I shall purchase the small apartment I am renting. The owner has agreed to sell it for 1,500,000. You may provide me with 500,000, and I had originally planned to save for a few more years to afford it outright." Wang Ming picked up his phone and promptly transferred 1 million to Li Jixuan, stating, "The remaining 500,000 shall be considered your salary for this year." Li Jixuan pouted again, exclaiming, "It sounds as though I am being kept by you," which is, amusingly enough, not entirely untrue. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, causing Li Jixuan to furrow her brows. "Who could it be?" "It must be a candidate for the position," Wang Ming replied, calling for the person to enter. "Hello, I am here for the interview." A man entered. Wang Ming's expression soured. "I am only hiring women for this position." The man, appearing to be in his 40s, declared, "I am applying for the driver role. I have previously driven for individuals worth millions. My driving skills are exceptional." Wang Ming retorted, "Even if you could drive to the moon, I have no need for you. I only require a woman." Seeing Wang Ming's resolute demeanor, the man wore a look of disappointment, muttering, "Fine, I suppose I will eventually perish due to women. You bastard." Before Wang Ming could finish his retort, the man had already stormed out. Li Jixuan shot Wang Ming a disapproving glance. "Oh, so you only seek female drivers? Wang Ming, you are something else. Is it not enough, and you wish for more?" Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly. "You don't understand. Some women drive even better than men." "Are you referring to Zhou Mingming?" Just then, another knock was heard at the door, and Li Jixuan chuckled softly. "It seems we have quite a few applicants." Wang Ming nodded proudly. With a monthly salary of 10,000 for the driver position, along with full benefits, it's no wonder they are eager to apply. After calling for the next candidate to enter, a woman stepped into the room. "Hello, I am here for the secretary position." Wang Ming frowned, noticing her professional attire but mediocre appearance, and a bit of excess weight that her blazer could not conceal. "You must be nearing 50, he remarked. The woman quickly waved her hands. No, I am only 45. I just look older." Wang Ming sighed. "I made it very clear on the job listing that I require someone young and single." The woman replied defensively, "I am single. I am a single mother and have been a secretary since I was 23. Does that make you young?" Wang Ming's tone grew impatient. The woman looked crestfallen. "Please, give me a chance." At this juncture, Li Jixuan interjected, "You should leave. He will certainly not hire you." The woman turned her attention to Li Jixuan, noticing her delicate and slender form, with an undeniably attractive appearance. Comparatively, she felt she had no advantage whatsoever. With a sigh, she exited the room. Li Jixuan shot Wang Ming another glare, muttering to herself, "Humph, still insisting on hiring someone single." Hearing her murmurs, Wang Ming awkwardly smiled. "I'm just concerned that someone with a family might disrupt work." One afternoon, after interviewing over 20 candidates, none of whom met Wang Ming's expectations, he and Li Jixuan were about to leave the CBD when a woman knocked and entered the office. Upon recognizing the woman, Li Jixuan exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Yusen?" Wang Ming was equally taken aback at her presence. Chapter 58. The driver arrives. Wang Ming and Li Jixuan's gazes converged on Chen Yusen, who was clad in an impeccably tailored business suit, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding both professionalism and elegance. "Is that you, Wang Ming?" Li Jixuan. Chen Yusen expressed her astonishment upon seeing them. Li Jixuan immediately rose to greet her. "Yusen, what brings you here for an interview?" With a smile, Chen Yusen replied, "I've been without work lately, and the compensation seems quite appealing, so I thought I'd give it a shot." Wang Ming regained his composure, taking a moment to appraise Chen Yusen. He privately mused that she might be a perfect fit for the driver position, especially since she possessed a valid driver's license. He wondered how Zhou Mingming would react to her submission to him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Chen Yusen, let us commence the interview." Seated beside Li Jixuan, Chen Yusen acknowledged the public knowledge of Lin Qi's influence over Wang Ming, so she was not surprised that he could secure a position in the company. "If you were the boss, I wouldn't be capable of handling this job, and I prefer not to get involved in your affairs with Mingming." Li Jixuan crossed her arms, visibly displeased. This situation was instigated by Zhou Mingming's boyfriend. It sounds unfair to place the blame solely on Wang Ming. Although you are a close confidant of Zhou Mingming, our relationship is also quite amicable. Are you really going to take sides? Will we become strangers from now on? Listening to Li Jixuan's remarks, Chen Yusen pursed her lips, furrowing her brow. Wang Ming smiled patiently at her and said, "Yusen, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding my breakup with Zhou Mingming, and you know what kind of person I am. I am currently in need of assistance. Consider this. Driving for me could earn you double what you previously made, with all your living expenses covered. We can keep work and personal matters separate. You can still be a good friend to Zhou Mingming after work." Li Jixuan chimed in enthusiastically, "Exactly. Yusen, Wang Ming is quite dependable now. If you join him, you are sure to secure a prosperous future in Shiguan." Chen Yusen found herself somewhat swayed by their arguments, hesitating before saying, "Actually, I came to apply for the secretary position, not to be a driver." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming began to deliberate seriously. He would need to venture into the music and film industries and aim for the company's public listing. Thus, the role of a secretary could not be filled by just anyone. It had to be a versatile and capable woman, fiercely loyal to him. Not to mention, Chen Yusen, as Zhou Mingming's friend, lacked the qualifications to be his secretary. Since the secretary role is unsuitable, I will offer you a salary of 20,000 a month to be my driver, along with a year-end bonus equivalent to 3 months' salary. You work with me for 2 years, and you can surely buy a house." Upon hearing this, Chen Yusen felt a surge of emotions within her. In her previous job, she earned a meager salary of 5,000 a month, and her female boss, envious of her youth and vitality, frequently deducted her wages without reason. In stark contrast, under Wang Ming's employ, she could earn 300,000 a year. The disparity was nothing short of monumental. "Zhou Mingming, I am truly sorry, but this salary is simply too enticing." However, since Wang Ming was acquainted with Lin Qi, how could he have been so impoverished in the past? Now, he offers his employees 20,000. The generous remuneration momentarily distracted Chen Yusen from contemplating the matter further, and she nodded vigorously. "All right, when shall I start working?" "Accompany me to buy a car tomorrow, and then I will begin. You may return now. Oh, by the way, did you block me? I haven't seen your posts lately. Aren't you fond of showcasing your daily life?" Chen Yusen asked somewhat sheepishly. Li Jixuan, stifling a laugh, chimed in, "You ought to heed your boss from now on. Zhou Mingming won't be the one paying your salary." Chen Yusen readily replied, "Of course." She picked up her phone and approached Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, I mean boss. Let me scan your QR code to add you." Wang Ming displayed the code, saying, "I won't hold it against you, but do not irritate me in the future." Chen Yusen smiled, "Certainly, my boss. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Jixuan." With that, she exited the room. Li Jixuan watched Chen Yusen's departing figure, muttering in dissatisfaction, "You're giving her 20,000? How is she worth that? She is not even more beautiful than I am." Wang Ming, reclining in his office chair, explained, "I plan to have her as my driver, merely to further frustrate Zhou Mingming. The salary I give you is merely a formality. Should you ever find yourself in need of money, do not hesitate to inform me." Suddenly, Wang Ming recalled Li Jixuan's assignment, and his expression turned serious. Li Jixuan, startled, she responded, "What is it?" With a smile playing on his lips, Wang Ming replied, "Once you finish your tasks at the supermarket, I will mold you into a top-tier pop star. Li Zixuan burst into laughter. Huh? You're quite amusing. The last time I sang for you was merely to cheer you up. I am well aware of my lack of musical talent. Me, a singer? What a joke. What if you succeed? Wang Ming challenged, crossing his arms. Stop teasing me. If I were to become a top singer, I would toast you with a drink. While secretly feeling envious, Wang Ming laughed heartily. Then wait and see. He was filled with confidence, knowing that Li Zixuan, much like Lin Qi, would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, feeling as though she had been struck by a mule. If everything went smoothly and all plans came to fruition, once the system's consciousness emerged, it would surely address him as Big Brother. Li Zixuan suddenly had a thought, her face suffused with a delicate blush. With a smile, she rose and approached Wang Ming, asking, "Would you like to come over to my place tonight? It will soon be my own home, and I wish to celebrate." Wang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "I promised Jiang Yao that I would pick up Xiao Ji for a few days. You should head back first. I have some matters to attend to tonight, but I will come over once I finish." Li Zixuan huffed, "You're definitely going to see that beautiful lady, aren't you?" Wang Ming quickly clarified, "No, don't be jealous." Li Zixuan playfully retorted, "Not jealous? You should transform me into a star first. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, I want tea sleep." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "All right, I will definitely come." They locked the office and descended the stairs. Li Zixuan returned home, while Wang Ming drove the Beetle towards Xiao Ji's school. He planned to store Zhou Shuqing's car in a garage since he would be switching to a new vehicle tomorrow. Upon arriving at the school, Wang Ming found Xiao Ji, whose eyes sparkled with joy as he hopped into the car. Back at Jiang Yao's home, after an hour of play, Jiang Yao returned. "Xiao Ji, go play inside for a bit. I need to talk to your uncle," she called out as she casually kicked off her black high heels and walked into the living room. Without slippers, the sweat marks from her stockings left faint traces on the floor. Reluctantly, Xiao Ji glanced at Wang Ming before retreating to his bedroom. Once the door clicked shut, Wang Ming approached Jiang Yao, reaching for her hand. "You've returned." Chapter 59. The small house is not feasible. Jiang Yao hesitated, stepping back slightly. "I've mentioned that I'm not looking for a casual fling. I want to find a father for Xiao Ji. Have you thought this through?" Wang Ming felt perplexed. Despite an attraction level of 82, she still hesitated. She possessed Zhou Shuqing's temperament, but lacked her innocence. He could never be a wild father. For if marriage were ever on the horizon, his partner would need to embody complete purity. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. Jiang Yao shook her head with a bitter smile. "I knew you would feel this way." Suddenly, Wang Ming recalled his mission, to transform her into a billionaire woman. With ample funds at hand, given Jiang Yao's capabilities, sufficient investments could yield the desired results. Jiang Yao lowered her gaze, softly stating, "Are you feeling conflicted? I want to force you. I'm older than you, and I have a son, but Xiao Ji truly adores you, and I Jiang Jia. Let's put this aside for now. I'll invest some more money in you, but I still want half of the shares." There was no rush to secure her. Since the goal was to elevate her to billionaire status, investment was currently the only viable path, which would also enhance her affection for him. If he lacked the means, investing in someone capable was still a worthwhile endeavor. In the future, the CEO of a publicly listed company will be his own small house. Jiang Yao gazed at him in surprise and asked, "Do you still have money? How much did your family receive from the demolition?" "I can't transfer that much at once. Just send me your account number, and I will go to the counter tomorrow," he replied. "Isn't your card a premium one? How can you not transfer that amount?" "My card has a recent transfer limit. I can only send a maximum of 1 million. Tomorrow, I will transfer you 10 million. As long as it is earned legally and reasonably, I do not care how our company operates. I still expect half of the dividends." Jiang Yao exclaimed in disbelief. 10 million? An investment for me? Do you know that the local custom for marrying off a daughter in Xiguan only requires a dowry of 1 million? Indeed. That is absolutely true. Wang Ming nodded solemnly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he continued. "Our fate is intertwined. Let's not discuss feelings in terms of money." Jiang Yao remained puzzled. "What do you want? With this money, you could find a better woman, yet you choose to invest in me? I'm leaving. You should focus on planning the expansion of the company." After Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the door. Jiang Yao stood there, bewildered, muttering to herself. "He doesn't want to be a father to Xiao Ji, but is giving me so much money. What is going on? Does he want to be the man behind me?" As she took a couple of steps, she noticed the wet footprints on the floor and frowned, murmuring, "He won't mind that I sweat a lot later, will he?" Wang Ming drove towards Li Zixuan's home. The rain drizzled against the car window, and his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. Upon seeing the familiar number on the screen, he felt a surge of frustration. Zhou Mingming had seamlessly transitioned to her next partner, even secretly communicating with Lu Guohua during their relationship, and had the audacity to block him, yet still call him repeatedly. Impatiently, he slid to answer. His voice laced with irritation. Zhou Mingming, are you finished? You were the ones who provoked me, right? He had assumed Zhou Mingming was calling to confront him about the broken eggs, but instead, he heard her gentle voice on the other end. Wang Ming. Yusin said she wants to work with you for 20,000 a month, and Li Jixuan is also your employee, correct? Ah, so that's what this is about. He thought. This Qin Yusin was quite quick with her words, relaying the news to Zhou Mingming before the night was even over. Wang Ming responded curtly with a non-committal Can we meet? Zhou Mingming inquired. Wang Ming scoffed, mocking, meet you? I'd rather meet your mother. In a few days? You will see me, and it will be while you're crying. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Zhou Mingming raised her arm in frustration, nearly throwing her phone, but managing to restrain herself. Returning to the hospital room, she found Lu Guohua grinning. Mingming, my mother agreed. The dowry is 2 million. And she's buying you a car. Our wedding plans will proceed once I'm discharged. There's still time. Zhou Mingming's brows furrowed, and she mechanically nodded, completely disinterested in Lu Guohua at that moment. In her heart, Lu Guohua was entirely under her control. This 2 million was merely the first step, as she intended to further delve into her parents-in-law's finances after the marriage. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had arrived at Li Jixuan's apartment. As soon as the door opened, Li Jixuan rushed into his embrace, completely unconcerned about his rain-soaked attire, eagerly exclaiming, Quick, wash up. You're drenched. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, are you unable to wait? Li Jixuan huffed in response, Get lost. I believe it's you who's impatient. Running over in such heavy rain. Wang Ming playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Didn't you say that if I didn't come, you wouldn't sleep a wink all night? Li Jixuan hurriedly pulled him inside, pushing him towards the bathroom while urging, Hurry, hurry, don't catch a chill. Upon entering the bathroom, Wang Ming discovered that Li Jixuan, rummaging through drawers, was unable to find a single piece of male clothing, as Zhang Jian's belongings had long been cleared out. She could only retrieve a blanket. The sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Sitting on the living room sofa, Li Jixuan occasionally glanced towards the bathroom, a blissful smile illuminating her face. After 5 minutes, Wang Ming emerged wrapped in a towel. As the clock struck midnight, the elderly couple residing downstairs found themselves unable to sleep. The husband tossed and turned in bed, muttering, What a nuisance. This old community is unbearable. I hope our son can install some soundproofing for us. The wife chimed in, Hopefully, the tenants are just short-term. This is ridiculous. What time is it? The husband grew increasingly agitated and reached for his phone, preparing to call the authorities. The wife hastily grabbed his hand. Let it go, let it go. They are our neighbors. Let us not escalate things. We all had our youthful days. After a moment of hesitation, the husband set down his phone with a resigned sigh. At 2 a.m, Li Jixuan was softly snoring while Wang Ming, filled with surprise, found himself wide awake. Li Jixuan's affection level had reached 100. Not only did he receive 1,000 system coins, but the reward for reaching maximum affection with his partner was also quite substantial. A powerful supercar and 5 million daxia coins. It seemed that the rewards for reaching 100 in affection were far superior to merely completing tasks. Wang Ming mused, lightly brushing his fingertips across Li Jixuan's serene face, tracing her delicate skin. What you possess belongs to you. This small abode hardly befits you. Chapter 60. Investing 10 million at 10:10 in the morning. Beams of sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a gentle glow on Wang Ming's face. He opened his eyes to find Li Jixuan still curled up in his embrace, her eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, a contented smile gracing her lips as she slept soundly. Wang Ming quietly dressed, then paused at the bedside before leaving, pulling the blanket up over Li Jixuan as the post-rain chill lingered. Upon exiting the community, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The name Qin Yusin flashed on the screen. He coldly stared at it for 2 seconds before dismissing the call. Yesterday, this woman just conveyed a message through Zhou Mingming. It seems I must wait until the supermarket opens before I can have her as my driver. Otherwise, with her incessant chatter following me, would my entire schedule not be at her disposal? Wang Ming sent her a message. I'm occupied these days. Just wait for me to contact you. Are you pretending to be wealthy with Li Zhishuan? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Wang Ming scoffed coldly, directly transferring 20,000 without further ado. This is your salary for the month in advance. No need for complaints. All right. At your service. By the way, what car do you drive, boss? A Hummer. Chen Yusin's pupils dilated to pinprick size, and her phone clattered onto the foundation case. Goodness gracious. She lunged for her phone, her excited 2-centimeter-long nails inadvertently plunging into the foundation. She patted her hands and blew the powder off her phone. A Hummer? A Hummer that starts at $1 million. Chen Yusin waved her phone at the air. That wretched Zhou Mingming still claimed he was a pauper. Who exactly is Lin Qi to him? A person who considers a lavish hot pot feast a celebration, yet after 2 months of absence, he drives a Hummer now. After her musings, she rushed to her wardrobe, yanking out the Chanel-inspired bag that had been lying at the bottom. She struggled to slip the strap over her plump arm, panting as she tugged 3 times before managing it. She cast what she believed to be a seductive glance in the mirror. Once I become Wang Ming's driver, I'll wear Chanel every day. Let us see if Zhou Mingming still laughs at my Pinduoduo outfits. Her phone vibrated. She assumed it was a message from Wang Ming. But instead, Zhou Mingming's chat window popped up. Yusin, what's his situation? Have you found out anything? He's doing exceptionally well. He's driving a Hummer. You've seen the Hummer? Not exactly. But think about it. With a superstar like Lin Qi backing him, is driving a Hummer really that far-fetched? Plus, he prepaid me a month's salary, 2,000. He even told me to keep the receipts for meals during this time for reimbursement. Zhou Mingming did not reply to Chen Yusin. Her gaze drifted, leaning against the white wall of the hospital corridor, biting her lip. If it were merely Chen Yusin's word, she would not believe it outright. However, with Lin Qi so willing to protect him, it was not impossible for him to drive a Hummer or run a company. Zhou Mingming clutched her phone tightly in one hand. Her other hand clenched into a fist, completely unaware that her nails were nearly digging into her flesh. Has Wang Ming truly succeeded? At that moment, Lu Guohua exited the hospital room and, seeing Zhou Mingming leaning at the door with a despondent expression, furrowed his brows and asked, "What's wrong, darling? Still troubled?" Zhou Mingming forced a smile. "Not at all. I have no needs." Lu Guohua sighed, lowered his head to glance between his legs, recalling Wang Ming's muscular form, and his brow furrowed deeper. "I know what you're thinking. It feels like falling from the sky, doesn't it?" He abruptly lifted his head, grasping Zhou Mingming's hand, his eyes reddening. "My mother said she would buy you a large CC and even 100 grams of gold jewelry. Mingming, you will love me forever, won't you?" Zhou Mingming merely nodded gently, murmuring an affirmative. Noticing her lingering despondence, Lu Guohua gritted his teeth. "I instructed you to lure Wang Ming out. Have you managed to arrange a meeting? I must take him down. My father is prepared to spend $1 million to deal with him." Zhou Mingming steadied her deflated spirits and, gazing at the furious Lu Guohua, counseled, "What kind of society is this? With that money, it would be far more practical to provide me with a greater bridal price." Lu Guohua grasped her shoulders tightly, shaking her vigorously. "Mingming, I cannot let this vendetta go unpunished. You may endure this solitary existence, but I cannot swallow this humiliation." Zhou Mingming forcefully pushed Lu Guohua's hands away. Letting out a sigh, "He pays me no mind at all. My best friend happens to work for him, yet he seems to deliberately avoid us, exhibiting extreme caution, making it impossible to glean his schedule." She had learned from Chen Yusin that Wang Ming had an office in Longjun Building. She chose not to disclose this information, wishing to prevent any escalation that might jeopardize her chances of receiving the bridal price. Lu Guohua clenched his fist and struck it against the white wall, scoffing. "As long as he remains in Shiguan, my father will eventually locate him. Just wait. I'll have him dealt with." Meanwhile, Wang Ming was exceedingly busy. He donned a mask and a baseball cap while exchanging for a 2.6 million yuan supercar at the Hanyu 4S store. He had to disguise himself, as an employee at that establishment had previously encountered him multiple times in one evening. Wang Ming then proceeded to the bank. Leaning against the leather sofa in the VIP room, observing the wealth management manager entering and exiting with documents, he fiddled with a potted plant on the coffee table, contemplating his account balance of 33 million yuan, from which he intended to withdraw 10 million. In Jiang Yao's office, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting square patches of light onto her desk. She bit down on the pen as she cross-checked her handwritten reports when suddenly her phone screen lit up with a bank notification. 10 million. The pen slipped from her lips, rolling across the floor. She stood abruptly, her office chair toppling over. The figure on the screen burned into her vision, stirring tears in her eyes. The man who had urged her to bear his child had abandoned his wife and child. A youthful man, nonetheless, placed such fervent trust in her. Her fingers trembled as she dialed Wang Ming's number, and as the call connected, she recalled how, just that morning, Xiao Ji had clung to the transformer that Wang Ming had gifted him, refusing to let go. When the call connected, Wang Ming's voice, laced with a languid amusement, reached her ears. "You're worth this amount." Jiang Yao's infatuation level surged to 91 as she gripped the edge of her desk, her throat tightening. "Thank you. Thank you for daring to entrust me with this money. I also appreciate your care over the past 6 months." As the two concluded their phone call, Jiang Yao crouched down to retrieve her pen, the nib still bearing the imprint of her lipstick. She tucked the pen into the inner pocket of her suit. In the bank's VIP lounge, Wang Ming received the receipt, noting the figure of 33 million minus 10 million, leaving a sum that remained alluring enough to elicit a whistle. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, displaying a message from Jiang Yao. "I will transform the company into the most authoritative entity in the Baiyun district at the fastest pace." Shouldn't it be the most authoritative in Shiguan? Wang Ming chuckled softly at the screen, sunlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden rays across his wrist, making the jade bracelet appear even more translucent. In truth, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, how many men adorn themselves with jade bracelets? Men wear jade to cultivate their energy. Recalling the words of Zhou Shuqing when she entrusted her treasured possession to him, he thought it fitting to wear it, not to waste her sentiment. Chapter 61. Comprehensive Enhancement. The thought of Zhou Shuqing stirred a perplexity within him. Why had her new task yet to be triggered? Wang Ming murmured to himself as he accessed the system panel. Beneath Zhou Shuqing's avatar, only personal attributes were listed, the taskbar utterly devoid of entries. He meticulously examined the information of his bound characters. Bound object: Li Jixuan. Age: 22. Appearance: 86. Figure: 88. Purity: 90. Infatuation level: 100. Current task: transform her into a top-tier female singer. Bound object: Jiang Yao. Age: 32. Appearance: 92. Figure: 90. Purity: 80. Infatuation level: 91. Current task: elevate her to a billion-dollar female director. Bound object: Lin Qi. Age: 30. Appearance: 97. Figure: 98. Purity: 70. Infatuation level: 73. Current task: maximize the infatuation level of the bound object. Additional task reward: tenfold redemption of system currency. Bound object: Zheng Shushuang. Age: 19. Appearance: 90. Figure: 88. Purity: 100. Infatuation level: 70. Cohabitation under the same roof for 1 month. Wang Ming carefully analyzed the task information. Thus far, he had already transferred 10 million to Jiang Yao, alongside the previous 500,000 and the company's initial capital. It was time for her to grow independently. Lin Qi's task appeared manageable, having stayed at her home last time, based on her demeanor. It seemed that once her resentment was alleviated, the matter would largely resolve itself. Zheng Shushuang's perfect purity was undeniably appealing. Yet the thought of her fierce expression when contemplating vengeance made him apprehensive. To share a roof with her for a month would require thorough contemplation. As for Li Jixuan's task, prior to acquiring the talent voucher, it seemed akin to a celestial maiden loving a pig, nearly impossible. However, now with the talent voucher in hand, he could devise a sound plan. However, upon further contemplation, transforming her into a top-tier singing sensation necessitates not only substantial financial backing, but also the acquisition of a premier agent within the industry. The cumulative investment will undoubtedly be considerable. The rewards for accomplishing this task are unlikely to outweigh the costs incurred. Wang Ming leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. Just 2 months prior, he struggled to muster a few thousand yuan, yet now he could effortlessly allocate 10 million. If he could elevate these women to become leaders in their respective fields, would that not also signify his own success? Suddenly, a spark illuminated his thoughts. Isn't there such a thing as angel investment? Then I shall be a devilish investor. As long as I combine the system with an unwavering emotional commitment, there would be no possibility of betrayal. Indeed, one must not merely fixate on monetary returns. Their steadfast dedication to reaching the pinnacle of their professions would equate to his own triumph. With this realization, a smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips. Regardless of the magnitude of the investment, as long as he refrained from incurring debts, he ought to pursue this endeavor with abandon. Master, you've had an epiphany. This is the essence of it all. The system's consciousness suddenly emerged. Wang Ming suppressed his grin. Why do you always vanish for such long stretches? I've been diligently working behind the scenes. While you frolic, do you think I'm idle? Do you have another potion for heartstrings? I need this bottle to assist Lin Shi in her quest for vengeance. Procure another. I wonder how devastated she felt when her boyfriend's family faced bankruptcy. Am I a restaurant? You want yet another bottle? This newly developed potion is even more potent. Given your temperament, I'm certain you will prefer this one. Spare me the suspense. Just tell me directly. I have developed a function enhancement with no cooldown. You can purchase at will. Muscle enhancement and kidney function enhancement can now be bought infinitely. Indeed, all functional enhancement items are free of cooldowns, as long as you have system currency. You may purchase without limit. Furthermore, the effects have been amplified by 20%, though the price has increased to 200 system coins per purchase. Impressive. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Thank you, my friend. I'm actually a girl. Your voice is quite ambiguous. By the way, I have a couple of inquiries. Why isn't the task list for Zhou Shuqing triggered new missions? Also, why do some individuals fail to initiate binding? For instance, with that employee from the Hanyo, we have been intimate, yet binding remains elusive. Once the infatuation level reaches 100, there will be a significant delay in triggering tasks for the binding subject, but the rewards will be greatly enhanced. As for randomly binding subjects, only when you feel a genuine affection will the binding be triggered. That can't be right. Although Zhang Ailing may not be conventionally attractive, she certainly captivates me. Wang Ming muttered, and the system consciousness continued. Additionally, binding is not permitted for individuals with a beauty score below 80, a physique score below 80, or those under 18 or over 70. All right, enough, I understand. This time, I intend to remain dormant for an extended period, during which I have stumbled upon several enigmatic codes, and I am attempting to piece them together. Farewell, my master, when we meet again. I hope your fortune has soared into the hundreds of millions. Beep. Goodbye. Keep up the hard work. Wang Ming swiftly opened the system marketplace and navigated to the functional enhancement section. Indeed, each item had transformed into 200 system coins, providing a 20% increase in effectiveness. After purchasing the Heart's Whisper potion, he found himself with 1,800 system coins remaining. The enhancement for renal function was a must-add to the shopping cart. Bone reinforcement could not be overlooked either. 2 muscle enhancement items, please. 2 stamina boosters as well. Selecting all items in the cart and proceeding to check out, a total of 1,600 system coins was instantly deducted. He clicked to use the enhancements. As Wang Ming confirmed the use of the enhancement effects, he noticed an option for direct enhancement of the bound subject. Could he also augment the attributes of his bound partner? Ha ha ha. If he could strengthen Zhou Shuqing, who takes a break for 10 minutes every half hour, wouldn't she soon become a female warrior on par with him? However, with only 200 system coins left, it would be wiser to save them for now. Enhancing himself was the priority, and he could consider his bound partner later. He clicked on Host Enhancement. Wang Ming felt a warm current coursing through his lower back. His bones crackled, and the contours of his muscles visibly expanded, invigorating his spirit. The strength of his muscles, bones, renal function, and stamina surged by 40% in an instant. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his entire demeanor revitalized. A woman in the bank's VIP lounge suddenly took notice of his abrupt movement. Turning her head towards the sound, her pupils dilated, and her fingertips instinctively pressed against her lips. My goodness, those muscle lines and shoulder-to-waist proportions. Her gaze swept over Wang Ming's bulging forearm tendons and the smooth contours of his back accentuated by his short sleeves, her voice trembling slightly. How could he be so manly? Wang Ming flexed an arm, his eyes falling upon the pronounced curve of his biceps. He squinted slightly, filled with astonishment. The previously robust muscles, after a 40% increase, appeared neither bulky nor clumsy. The size and definition of his muscles were perfectly balanced, exuding strength while adhering to the golden ratio of human aesthetics. It seemed that the enhancement of muscle strength was not merely a crude augmentation. Rather, it precisely preserved aesthetic appeal while augmenting muscle fibers for increased power. Chapter 62. Preparing for the grand opening, Wang Ming noticed the woman in the distance gazing at him intently, and a smile crept onto his lips. Everyone in the VIP lounge was worth at least 10 million. yet they all eyed him with keen interest. He felt a surge of pride. Those bound to the system were indeed fortunate. Suddenly, his phone rang. Wang Ming quickly retrieved it. It was a call from Zhou Shuqing. He answered promptly, "Dear." On the other end of the line, there was no longer the gentle and affectionate voice of Zhou Shuqing, but rather a hint of reproach. "Where have you been? Why didn't you say good morning to me today?" Wang Ming responded with a smile, explaining that he had been preoccupied with an important matter at work and had forgotten. "Did you miss me? Shall I come find you now?" He felt a pang of eagerness, not out of a desire to curry favor, but rather an urge to test the enhanced state granted by the system. Zhou Shuqing let out a soft sigh. "I'm at the hospital." "What? What happened to you?" he asked, alarmed. "The diagnosis is a tear." "Where's the tear?" she replied enigmatically. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had indeed been rather excessive. Zhou Shuqing then comprehended why Zhou Mingming could no longer tolerate Wang Ming. Perhaps it was not merely due to his financial status. "I'm sorry. I will come see you," Wang Ming said, feeling guilty. Zhou Shuqing sighed again. "No need. I have to work this afternoon, and Mingming is coming back today." "All right. I will wait until your daughter is gone before I visit. Please take care of yourself." I just wanted to hear your voice." "Goodbye, dear. You take care." With that, Zhou Shuqing ended the call. Wang Ming returned to his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. In comparison, Li Zhixuan truly is an experienced person. With this thought, he called Li Zhixuan. On the first attempt, the call went unanswered. After a second try, a voice tinged with weariness finally answered, "Hello, Zhixuan. Are you still in bed? Don't you have a new driver now?" "I don't trust Chen Yusen. I'll only use her once the supermarket opens. Once I have her under control, I will let her go." "Oh right, I didn't call to ask you to pick me up. I'm driving. I wanted to see if it's convenient for me to come over." "Why are you coming? Are you returning?" she replied, half jokingly. "I slept until noon today, and I'm still not awake. If you come here, I might as well be doomed to an untimely end like that heartless person." Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. It seemed that even with 100% infatuation, one would not willingly sacrifice their life. "Well then," he said, somewhat disappointed. Li Zhixuan detected the disappointment in Wang Ming's voice, stirring her emotions. After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Come over." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming quickly hung up, exited the bank, and hopped into his rugged vehicle, the engine roaring to life. In the following days, Wang Ming did not return to the two-story house gifted by the system, but instead stayed at Li Zhixuan's home, taking advantage of Zhou Mingming's absence. He would occasionally visit Zhou Shuqing. Li Zhixuan worked diligently during this time, to the point of fainting. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of the supermarket's grand opening arrived. Li Zhixuan informed Lin Qi about the opening, a detail that Wang Ming was unaware of. At 8 in the morning, Wang Ming dispatched 2 workers to hang the sign, thus revealing to passers-by the nature of the establishment. The previous inventory had been covertly arranged under the cover of night. Super Happy Days Plus. This is clearly a direct challenge to the supermarket across the street, isn't it? A crowd has gathered, their chatter filled with anticipation. It has finally opened. My role as manager is now truly underway. Li Zhixuan exclaimed excitedly. Wang Ming turned his head and smiled, remarking, "You've certainly had your share of work these past days." Li Zhixuan shot him a glare. At that moment, a Bentley glided gracefully to a stop by the roadside. From the passenger seat emerged a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, who briskly approached the rear door and respectfully opened it. Following this, Lin Qixio elegantly stepped out, her long and graceful legs on display. She was adorned in a sleek black dress, complemented by exquisite high heels, and casually draped over her shoulders was a pink velvet coat. Simultaneously, the driver exited the vehicle, with 2 bodyguards in black trailing behind Lin Qixio. "Qixio?" Wang Ming squinted in recognition, a frown of confusion creasing his brow. He pondered how he hadn't mentioned the opening to her at all. Li Zhixuan, noticing Wang Ming's expression, chuckled and explained, "I mentioned it to Qixio casually during our conversation, and she took note, insisting on coming to officiate the ribbon cutting." The crowd, clad in green staff uniforms at the storefront, as well as passers-by drawn in by the festive atmosphere, all turned their gazes toward the statuesque Lin Qixio, erupting into exclamations. "Isn't that Lin Qixio? Wow, she's even more stunning in person. Didn't she last make headlines on Four Cross Road? Why does she keep appearing here?" Lin Qixio sauntered over to Wang Ming and Li Zhixuan, her lips curving into a charming smile. "Congratulations." What's with that expression? Am I not welcome?" Wang Ming quickly shook his head. Of course you're welcome. I just didn't expect you to come. Lin Qixio's gaze fell upon Wang Ming's physique, her nose betraying her as she fought the urge to blush. What is going on? You seem even more muscular. It's hard to find such enticing muscle definition in the entire entertainment industry. Both Wang Ming and Li Zixuan noted her reaction. Wang Ming shared a knowing smile, while Li Zixuan eyed Wang Ming's biceps, pouting slightly. Realizing she had been lost in thought, Lin Qixio feigned annoyance. Speaking of which, do you even consider me a friend? You didn't inform me about such a significant event, and you haven't contacted me these past few days. Even Zixuan here has been chatting with me on Weixin. Wang Ming lowered his voice conspiratorially as he mentioned revenge, leaning in slightly. Lin Qixio stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Oh, you're really worried about this, aren't you? Don't think too much, you can't help me. Li Zixuan glanced around cautiously, urging Lin Qixio to move inside the supermarket. Let us not linger here, the paparazzi will be swarming soon. Lin Qi was thus drawn into the supermarket, where the crowd outside clamored, eager to follow her inside. Li Zixuan shouted loudly at the staff, "Stop them. We haven't opened yet. They cannot enter." "Understood, manager," responded a group of over 20 individuals in unison. One among them, fixated on Lin Qi's retreating figure, whispered, "Does our boss know Lin Qi? It's quite evident. Our boss seems to be that young man from the incident involving Lin Qi." The throng outside the supermarket disregarded the employees' attempts to hold them back and continued to push forward. Two security guards, clad in black, swiftly approached the entrance. One of them bellowing, "Can't you understand? Stay back. Come after the ribbon cutting." Faced with the intimidating presence of the guards, the crowd hesitated and began to retreat. "What's with the attitude? Other celebrities are so approachable," someone murmured. Across the street, several individuals stood near the entrance of the Happy Days supermarket. At that moment, one of them, panting heavily, rushed back to them, breathlessly exclaiming, "That newly opened store is a supermarket, and they even borrowed our name. It's called Super Happy Days Plus." The man, having run too fast, and in his excitement, struggled to catch his breath. The manager of Happy Days Mall impatiently scolded, "What do you mean by it? So what if they opened a supermarket? Our store has been established on 4 Horizontal Road for quite a while, with numerous loyal customers. Our boss is so well known. Why should we worry?" Regaining his composure, the breathless man added, "Moreover, Lin Qi is a friend of our boss and is coming for the ribbon cutting." Lin Qi? The movie star? The manager paused momentarily before regaining her composure and continuing, "No wonder the pedestrians at the opening are so raucous. Should we inform the boss?" The male manager stroked his chin and chuckled, "No need to panic. Such trivial matters hardly warrant disturbing the boss. Can a star be present every day? Will they give away things for free? Once they commence operations, we can send someone over to check their prices. We should reward our loyal customers and sell at a lower price. Let us see how they manage." Inside Super Happy Days Plus, Wang Ming, Li Zixuan, and Lin Qi strolled through the store, engaged in conversation. Lin Qi surveyed her surroundings, noting the supermarket's considerable scale and commendable layout. "Thanks to Zixuan, who had been remarkably capable during this period, I hardly need to exert myself." Li Zixuan, blushing slightly, waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm just doing my part." Lin Qi observed the prices of the goods and suddenly frowned. 18 yuan per jean for beef, 10 yuan for pork ribs. She then glanced over at the fresh produce and fruit section, her frown deepening. Eggplants for 50 cents a jean, cucumbers for 50 cents, yam for 50 cents, carrots for 30 cents. Isn't that a loss? Li Zixuan sighed. "Alas, none of this is profitable. I can't fathom what Wang Ming is thinking." Wang Ming chuckled nonchalantly. "Sister Qi seems quite knowledgeable about vegetable prices." Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. "Celebrities are human too, not fools. It's hardly surprising that they understand market prices." The group wandered into the snack and beverage section, where a tall sign stood prominently in the aisle. Lin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as she read the words emblazoned upon it. "Red Bull only 1. 8 yuan. Buy a small umbrella and receive flowers free. Purchase steak and receive a salad. This store is your home." Lin Qi covered her mouth with laughter, finding it rather considerate to have flowers prepared. Although at this stage, they seemed a tad excessive, perhaps it would be better to offer some medicine instead. "They even sell steak?" she inquired. Li Zixuan clarified, "It's frozen." Lin Qi turned to Wang Ming, her expression earnest. "You invest so much in your store. Can such operations truly be profitable? This seems like a futile endeavor." Before Wang Ming could respond, Li Zixuan quickly interjected, Sister Chi, all the money Wang Ming has invested in the supermarket is his own. He hasn't touched the funds you provided. Lin Chi regarded Wang Ming with intrigue. Oh? It appears you were quite wealthy before. I can barely manage to come up with this million. I've recently liquidated quite a bit of cash. Perhaps I should return some to you, she added. Wang Ming shook his head. Not needed for now. When I require assistance, I won't hesitate to ask. Lin Chi nodded, then grew serious again. But really, can you sustain this business model? Wang Ming recalled Lu Guohua, and with a quiet grunt, he admitted, to be honest, I budgeted several million for this venture. But the most significant aspect is to alleviate my grievances. Just like your situation, if it could bring your friend to her knees in tears, would you not spend any amount without regret? Lin Chi jolted in surprise, contemplating for a brief moment. Before nodding, it seems there's a story behind your venture. At that moment, an employee hurriedly entered, calling out to Wang Ming and Li Jixuan, boss, manager, more and more people are gathering outside, inquiring about the opening events. Li Jixuan nodded, turning to Wang Ming and Lin Chi. We should prepare for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Chi glanced at her watch, complaining, where are they? Why haven't they arrived yet? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. Who? Lin Chi waved her phone. I invited a few more guests to make the ceremony less dreary. They're not lesser stars than I, appealing to all age groups. Wang Ming, curious, asked, are they also movie stars? Lin Chi smiled and shook her head. You'll know when they arrive. I'll go out to greet them. As she spoke, she headed toward the supermarket's entrance, where her bodyguard immediately followed closely behind. Wang Ming sighed, reflecting, Sister Chi truly goes above and beyond for me. I must also put in more effort. Li Jixuan suddenly pouted and tugged at Wang Ming's arm, pulling him behind the shelves. Wang Ming stumbled back. Hey, what is going on? You're acting like a thief. You're not planning to do something here, are you? He had not finished his sentence when Li Jixuan forcefully twisted his arm, causing him to yelp in pain. What is going on between you and Qijia? She asked, hands on her hips and casting a sideways glance. When she got out of the car, her gaze pierced through you like a laser. Just now, she was fixated on your arm holding the Red Bull. Her throat even moved. Moreover, she is cold to everyone else, yet treats you so warmly, smiling at you like a blooming flower. Let me tell you, as a woman, Qijia is undoubtedly interested in you. Stop, Wang Ming exclaimed, bemused as he restrained her flailing hands. When I was holding the Red Bull, she was looking at the price tag. Besides, look at my muscles. He intentionally tensed his arm, the biceps bulging beneath his t-shirt, then relaxed. Just yesterday, you called me an animal. Li Jixuan, fuming, poked his chest. That was just in the heat of the moment. I already have one beautiful rival. And now there's a superstar like Qijia, her slender waist, long legs, and fair skin. She stands there like she's glowing. Standing next to her, I feel like a mere star compared to the sun. Noticing her expression darkening with each word, Wang Ming suddenly pulled her into an embrace and whispered softly by her ear, no matter how bright the sun shines, it loses its light at night. When night falls, the stars shimmer enticingly. Li Jixuan felt her ears flush with warmth. You're just trying to flatter me. She gave you 10 million and claimed to have cashed in plenty. I feel like a greedy snake. She's got you, and you've got me. At that moment, a store clerk rushed into the shop, and they heard hurried footsteps. Li Jixuan quickly pushed Wang Ming away, and he immediately released her. They both emerged from behind the shelves. The clerk approached them, shouting, another bold one has arrived. Boss, manager, who are you two? My goodness, as an employee, I can't believe I get to see so many stars up close. Li Jixuan adjusted her casual suit and fitted skirt, murmuring in confusion. Who on earth are they? Let us go outside and take a look, Wang Ming suggested as he headed towards the door. Li Jixuan followed closely, questioning. Didn't you say you wouldn't make an appearance during the ribbon cutting and wanted me to come alone? My status doesn't allow me to remain low-key with so many guests present. I have to show my face, Wang Ming replied. He had indeed mentioned that earlier, initially not wanting to attend the ribbon cutting. But now, with Lin Chi's impressive support, his muscle and bone strength had increased by 40%. And he had mastered a top-tier fighting technique. When the soldiers arrive, we will block them. When the water comes, we will stop it. The two hurried after the clerk to the entrance of the shopping center. There, luxury cars were clustered together, and the crowd was packed tightly. With some even standing on the roadway, Lin Chi stood beside a stretched Lincoln, animatedly conversing with several individuals of extraordinary demeanor. Their every gesture exuded star quality, and the surrounding fans and passers-by erupted in shrieks, continuously snapping photos. The commotion was even more exaggerated than when Lin Chi made her appearance on 4 Horizontal Road, with some people setting up phone stands to live stream on Douyin, drawing in more followers. Li Zixuan's eyes instantly sparkled upon recognizing a few individuals chatting with Lin Chi. Wow, it's Black Pig. All 4 of them have come. Oh, isn't that Lin Wei? Qi Jie's younger brother. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Mr. Chen. Wang Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lin Chi truly was thoughtful, even inviting the world's premier girl group, and her equally illustrious younger brother. At that moment, Lin Chi spotted them and waved them over. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan approached. Wang Ming, this is my sister, Zixuan. Let me introduce you to these esteemed guests I invited to lend support. Lin Chi beamed as she introduced them. These are the globally renowned Black Pig. And this is my brother, Lin Wei. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan eagerly stepped forward to shake hands with them. No need for introductions. I certainly recognize all of you. Thank you, everyone, Wang Ming replied politely. Black Pig was a name known far and wide, a sensational idol group that had taken the world by storm in recent years, with each member being a beloved icon to millions. Lin Wei, being Lin Chi's biological brother, possessed striking features thanks to their formidable family genes. At just 28, he had already made a name for himself as a renowned fighter in UCF and was one of the prominent figures in Daxia's mixed martial arts scene, holding the 9th position in the official world rankings. He had triumphed over significantly heavier opponents in underground fights, earning the nickname Handsome Wolf. His girlfriend, a blonde with striking blue eyes, further added to his allure. With his remarkable prowess and idol-like appearance, coupled with his sister's high profile, he was indeed a major star in Daxia. Was any introduction truly necessary? Virtually everyone knew them. As Li Zixuan shook hands with the Black Pig members, her arms trembled with excitement, nearly leaving her in a daze. She was overwhelmed. To have so many world-class celebrities attending the opening of a supermarket was nothing short of miraculous. The astonished expression of the earlier staff member was indeed no exaggeration. The 4 members of Black Pig scrutinized Wang Ming's muscular physique, then glanced at Lin Wei, finding no disparity in their impressive builds. Wang Ming greeted each of them in turn until he reached Lin Wei, who suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. Little brother, you are my sister's savior. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Wang Ming found himself momentarily awkward in Lin Wei's strong embrace. Lin Chi, Black Pig, and Li Zixuan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. Despite Li Zixuan's unwavering feelings for Wang Ming, she could hardly suppress her enthusiasm for BL. Hey, let go. We have things to discuss, Wang Ming exclaimed, startled by the sudden hug. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene. Lin Wei playfully planted a kiss on Wang Ming's cheek before releasing him. Wang Ming stared wide-eyed at Lin Wei. Are you from Chengdu? Don't sweat the small stuff, brother. We are all just genuine men here, Lin Wei replied with a grin. Lin Wei spoke as he took Wang Ming's hand, gripping it tightly. Without you, I would have no sister. I may lack other talents, but I can fight. Just let me know if you need someone dealt with. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Ming. With Lin Wei's strength and reputation, he could easily bring him into the mixed martial arts world. His physical abilities could continually improve, and combined with the top-notch fighting techniques of Daxia, he could undoubtedly make a name for himself in the UFC. Seeing Wang Ming deep in thought, Lin Chi hurriedly approached to chide her brother. All right, look at how scared he is. Saving Sister Chi was merely a coincidence. Anyone would have done the same. Lin Wei released Wang Ming's hand and said earnestly, do not speak so lightly. Our meeting is fated, and kindness should be reciprocated. Though we are both men, we can still forge a brotherly bond. What say you? Let us become sworn brothers, I as the elder and you as the younger. Wang Ming felt conflicted. Why not be a brother instead of a brother-in-law? Lin Wei was taken aback, surprised that an ordinary person would hesitate at his words. Lin Chi crossed her arms and scolded Lin Wei. No, he cannot be your brother. Why not, sister? Lin Wei furrowed his brow at Lin Chi. Because he. Lin Chi began to stammer. Forget it, no matter what, from now on, we are brothers, Lin Wei declared solemnly to Wang Ming. At this, Wang Ming nodded. To refuse would be pretentious. All right, I have some frozen native chickens at my shop. Would you like me to thaw one for you? Meanwhile, Li Zixuan was engaged in a lively conversation with the members of Black Pig. The Black Pig members showed great respect to Lin Chi and did not underestimate Li Zixuan in the slightest. As fate would have it, at the upcoming Daxia Night Golden Melody Awards, they would be nominated alongside Li Zixuan, who was still an ordinary person at that time, ultimately losing. Just as the crowd was animatedly discussing, two black armored cars slid into the intersection and parked beside the supermarket. 5 bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses disembarked simultaneously from the vehicles. Before the crowd could react, the electric running board of one car slowly extended, and a bodyguard opened the door. The tip of a golden Nanmu cane touched the ground first, followed by the appearance of an elderly gentleman before the crowd. "Old Chen, it's Mr. Chen Yinhong," someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a wave of excitement. The crowd erupted into cheers once more. The Blackpig members immediately straightened their backs, and Lin Wei stood at attention. Li Zhixuan and Wang Ming widened their eyes in astonishment. Those in the crowd broadcasting live on Douyin saw their viewer count soar by 10,000 every second, truly a phenomenon of the times. A bodyguard next to Chen Yinhong cradled a black ebony gift box, which bore the inscription celebrating the supermarket's grand opening. The crowd was pushed back by the bodyguards to create a passage, and Chen Yinhong was escorted toward Wang Ming and Lin Qi. A member of the public near the supermarket gazed at all the stars and at Chen Yinhong. His Douyin followers surged from 3,000 to 500,000, and the live chat was flooded with messages. "Oh my God, the living Chen Yinhong. He actually came." Last year, the Longwan Group, under the leadership of Elder Chen, acquired numerous chain brands. One might wonder how many territories his shares could procure, yet here he is, attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony of such a modest establishment. Indeed, has he not retreated from public life? His cane, rumored to be crafted from a millennium-old wood from Zhonghua Mountain, is a rarity in the world. The barrage of comments on the screen flickered by rapidly, with Elder Chen's arrival instantly dominating the trending topics on Douyin. Lin Qi invited esteemed guests to partake in the ribbon cutting, landing second on the hot search list. The presence of Blackpig's entire team at 4 Horizontal Road claimed the 3rd spot, while the sibling duo Lin Qi and Lin Wei graced the 4th position. The mysterious owner behind Super Happy Days Plus captured the 5th. At this moment, the top 10 trending topics were all occupied by these few individuals. Wang Ming was astonished. Lin Qi had managed to invite this legendary figure from the business world. She approached swiftly, a perfectly measured smile adorning her face, greeting him warmly. Elder Chen inclined his head slightly, his profound gaze sweeping over the supermarket signboard before he spoke leisurely. "It appears to be quite impressive. You flatter me, Elder Chen. Your hard work is commendable," Wang Ming quickly interjected, extending a hand to assist Elder Chen. Upon contact with Wang Ming's bicep, Elder Chen visibly reacted, turning his gaze toward him. "You must be the supermarket owner Lin Qi mentioned. You are quite formidable, young man." "Thank you for your kind words," Wang Ming replied politely. Although he possessed a fortune in the millions, he felt like a mere feather in the presence of such a titan. Elder Chen noticed Lin Qi gazing intently at Wang Ming, her eyes sparkling with a hint of affection, subtle yet perceptible. He tightened his grip on his cane, casting a fierce glare at Wang Ming, filled with bitterness. Chapter 65, Official Opening. After assisting Elder Chen to the entrance, Wang Ming raised his hand to signal the commencement of the ribbon cutting. "Let us begin." "Patience," Lin Qi smiled, gently shaking her head. She clapped her hands, calling out to the audience, "Sisters and brothers, it's time for your promised performance." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei immediately raised his arms high, shouting to the group of young men clad in black sportswear, "Brothers, show us your skills." 7 or 8 young men burst onto the grand red carpet, bursting with laughter. Lin Qi took the microphone from the store staff, officially commencing the ribbon-cutting ceremony, inviting everyone to enjoy a special performance. Lin Wei had already taken his stance at the center of the red carpet. The muscles along his spine and shoulders formed a striking line beneath his black tank top. With a dramatic drop, he unleashed a combination of punches, executing a whirlwind kick. The young men joined in, brandishing their weapons. The female viewers in the live stream began flooding the comments section once more. "Oh my, those muscle lines. Lin Wei, marry me. Mom asks why I am drooling at my phone." The trending topics of WWA, mixed martial arts, and Daxia Kung Fu swiftly ascended the charts. In a remarkable turn of events, the live stream of a certain individual with an initial following of 5,000 has surpassed 30 million viewers, with the barrage of comments flooding in like a torrential downpour. Is this truly a top-tier fighter? I'm in love. That brother with the sidekick is so handsome. I want to meet him. Lin Wei is a crowd pleaser for all ages. My grandmother tossed aside her cane to grab my phone. As Lin Wei's performance concluded, the music transitioned from traditional martial arts tunes to pulsating electronic dance music. The 4 members of Blackpig ascended the red carpet in rhythm. The leader, Jingmi, microphone in hand and one hand on her hip, flashed a sweet smile. Next, please enjoy our new song, Making Lover. The moment the prelude began, the atmosphere in the venue and the live stream reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, all the employees at Lu Guohua's supermarket, reveling in his newfound happiness, were glued to the Douyin live broadcast, their expressions one of astonishment. One employee, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Chen Lao, Lin Wei, and the Black Pig Group are all here." Another man, filled with regret, lamented, "If I had known, I would have gone over sooner. There's no room now. I really want to see the Black Pig Group up close." A young woman, her gaze fixated on the screen, swallowed hard and murmured to herself, "Lin Wei is right across from me. I want to go see him." The male manager, his face flushed with anger, gritted his teeth and barked, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a celebrity before? Back to work, all of you." One employee sighed helplessly, his tone filled with grievance. "There are no customers in the store. Everyone is over there." Those acquainted with Wang Ming were scattered across various locations, each in a state of shock. Zhou Shuqing sat at her home office desk, her eyes glued to the Douyin live stream, her brow furrowed tightly, teeth biting down on her lip to the point of drawing blood, as she observed the multitude of beautiful starlets surrounding him. Zheng Shushuang, leisurely scrolling through Douyin at her grandmother's home, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment upon spotting Wang Ming on the screen. It's Wang Ming. Who exactly is he? Zhang Yao, fully immersed in expanding her business and recruiting talent, was too preoccupied to glance at Douyin. Far away in Nanzhou City, Zhou Sherman sat in a chair, her body trembling slightly, hands gripping the armrests tightly as she stammered, "My cousin, he knows so many stars. This is simply unbelievable." Lu Guohua, having been discharged from the hospital and recuperating at home, had Zhou Mingming seated in his living room, casually popping grapes into her mouth. Upon catching sight of the Douyin live stream and realizing the store manager was Wang Ming, her mouth fell agape, and a grape she had just placed in her mouth tumbled out. Zhou Mingming, her voice trembling with disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could it be him?" Her friend, Chen Yusen, watching the live stream in her rental apartment, wore a similarly bewildered expression. "Mingming, you have truly evaded happiness perfectly." On the red carpet of the supermarket, the Black Pig Girl Group concluded their performance after singing 3 hit songs. As the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced, Chen Yinhong was surrounded by a throng of admirers at the center of the red carpet. He subtly gestured to Lin Qi, wishing for her to stand beside him. But the oblivious Lin Wei rushed forward instead. With a broad grin revealing a set of pearly whites, he exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hear your group has also invested in UCF. Let us stand together." Lin Qi hurriedly retorted, "Hey, the store manager should stand next to Mr. Chen. He is the guest of honor today." Though Lin Wei exuded a masculine charm, he appeared as a tamed creature before his sister. He scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. All right, brother, you take your place." Wang Ming quickly waved his hands in dismissal. "No worries, it matters little where we stand. The fact that you all are here is what counts." Lin Wei thumped his chest. "See, my brother doesn't he mind." Lin Qi shot him an exasperated glance and retreated to Wang Ming's side. Chen Yinhong cast Lin Wei a piercing glare, striking his cane against the ground twice with a thud, yet Lin Wei remained oblivious to his displeasure. Once Wang Ming had settled, Li Zhishuan promptly joined him, wedging herself between him and Lin Qi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Shuqing watched the live stream, her lips bleeding from biting them in anxiety. The 4 members of Black Pig positioned themselves on Chen Yinhong's other side. 7 bodyguards, along with the entourage Lin Wei had brought, and over 20 store employees swiftly formed a human barrier, creating a safe distance from the throng of people. According to their agreement, Li Zhishuan would speak on behalf of the store manager during the opening ceremony. As she grasped the microphone, her fingertips trembled slightly, gazing at the sea of faces before her, amidst the cacophony reminiscent of peak travel seasons, and observing the formidable presence of the stars and dignitaries beside her. It felt as if her throat was stuffed with cotton. Noticing her unease, Wang Ming gently placed his hand on her back and whispered, "It's all right. Just think of it as one of our gatherings where we raise a toast, and imagine these people don't exist." Li Zhishuan swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Even as she brought the microphone closer to her lips, her voice quivered slightly. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for attending today. Sister Lin Qi, Mr. Chen, the Black Pig Group, Mr. Lin Wei, and everyone who has taken the time out of their busy schedules to be here for the grand opening of Super Happy Day Plus. Seeing that her speech was still shaky, Wang Ming took the microphone from her, smiling as he invited Mr. Chun to share a few words. He handed the microphone to Chen Yinhong, who accepted it with a benevolent facade plastered on his face. Today, I am here at the invitation of my granddaughter's good friend, Miss Lin Qi, he began, so do not feel obliged to buy out of respect for me. Purchase wisely, avoid unnecessary expenditures, pay attention to expiration dates, and assert your rights when necessary. Lin Qi suddenly furrowed her brow. Wang Ming grimaced inwardly at Chen Yinhong's remarks, questioning, is he really promoting himself? Li Zhishuan took the microphone back, feeling that Chen Yinhong's speech was somewhat inappropriate. With an awkward smile, she stated, all products in our store have been meticulously screened. There are no concerns regarding nearing expiration or expired items. Now, without further ado, let us officially declare this store open. Promotions of free eggs with purchases over 100 and substantial refunds upon recharging have attracted a throng of eager customers. Quickly, everyone, take your positions. Li Zhishuan commanded her staff. Chun Haonan and Shanji, you two guard the entrance and keep count. If the number exceeds 300, direct those in line to wait. The crowd surged forward, prompting Lin Wei to rally his associates to help maintain order at the entrance. Lin Qi escorted the guests into the supermarket, while Wang Ming observed the bustling crowd, reflecting on the overwhelming success of the promotional event. I never anticipated such a fervent turnout, he mused. Li Zhishuan leaned closer to him, suggesting, we must find a suitable place to treat these stars. We can't let them leave without proper hospitality. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us go. In the manager's office, Chen Yinhong sat comfortably in his chair, while members of Blackpig touched up their lipstick in front of the mirror. Upon Wang Ming's arrival, Lin Qi stood up to adjust her dress, stating, we shall take our leave now that the opening ceremony went smoothly. Wang Ming interjected, don't rush off. We must have a meal together first. Lin Wei chuckled as he patted Wang Ming on the back. Brother, with the number of people I brought, we could easily deplete half your supermarket. We'll gather another time. My sister has given me your WeChat. Make sure to add me. He waved his phone, displaying a screenshot of himself knocking out an opponent at the UCF arena. Chen Yinhong rose with the aid of his cane, and the 4 members of Blackpig were eager to depart. Lin Wei clapped Wang Ming on the shoulder. We're off, brother. As everyone exchanged farewells with Wang Ming and Li Zhishuan, Lin Qi was the last to exit the office. Wang Ming called out, Sister Qi, I will come find you in the next few days to discuss your friend's matters. Lin Qi turned, smiling warmly. You don't need a reason to visit me. Come anytime. Li Zhishuan, remember to come play with me, she added, waving goodbye. Amidst the escorting bodyguards, luxury vehicles departed in various directions. Li Zhishuan pouted. Sister Qi is truly remarkable. She glanced at Wang Ming's arm, placing her hands on her hips. It's getting chilly. From tomorrow, wear a jacket and no exposing muscles. Wang Ming instinctively looked at his attire, responding with discontent. But I'm hot. Can you cool me down every day? Li Zhishuan frowned slightly, realizing she could not. And being near him would likely only exacerbate his warmth. It seems it's not the weather that's cold, but rather your heart, she quipped, exhaling with a hint of exasperation. Choosing not to argue further, Wang Ming, having kept his phone on silent during the opening ceremony to avoid distractions, retrieved it now to find over 30 missed calls. A multitude of calls had been made by Zhou Shuqing, along with several from Zheng Shushuang and Qin Yusin that went unanswered, with the remainder attributed to Zhou Mingming. Li Zhishuan noticed Wang Ming frowning at his phone and, peering over, immediately placed her hands on her hips and stamped her foot, exclaiming, Why are all these names women? Wang Ming set down his phone and smiled at Li Zhishuan, teasingly remarking, It seems your jealousy has escalated. Li Zhishuan sighed again, perplexed by her own infatuation with Wang Ming. She was not the type of woman to be easily swayed. When Zhang Jian pursued her, he spent a full year in his endeavors, whereas Wang Ming seemingly captured her heart with little effort. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by him. Her desire to earn money diminished in comparison to her wish to devote herself to him, rendering financial matters inconsequential. She was not alone in this sentiment. Zhou Shuqing, equally enamored, felt the same. Zhou Shuqing believed her only talent lay in sewing, feeling utterly inadequate in supporting Wang Ming in any other way. Lately, aside from the joy she found in his presence, she was beset by worries. Wang Ming, attuned to Li Zhishuan's emotions, firmly closed the door. muffling the cacophony of the supermarket outside. He guided her to sit in the manager's chair while he took a seat across the desk, gazing at her earnestly as he spoke. Do you remember when I mentioned wanting to transform you into a singing star? Li Zhishuan nodded yes. You always make me sing after our tasks. I truly do not grasp your interests. Wait, I have a gift for you, Wang Ming said with a mysterious smile, and entered the system. Selecting a talent voucher from his inventory, he designated it to Li Zhishuan and chose the vocal talent option. In an instant, the voucher dissipated from his inventory. Suddenly, Li Zhishuan felt as though her throat was constricted, her hands clutching her neck, her body contorting as she emitted a series of painful sounds. Wang Ming rushed to her side, anxiously inquiring, "What's wrong?" Li Zhishuan then relaxed, exclaiming, "My throat felt itchy, and it was as if my chest was resonating with my brain, a peculiar sensation. But I feel fine now." As she spoke, Wang Ming's pupils widened in astonishment. He had known the capabilities of the talent voucher, yet her voice, sweeter than that of Zhou Shuqing or Lin Qi, resonated like honey. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Your voice." Li Zhishuan furrowed her brow, finally realizing something was amiss with her voice. Was I just? What happened to my voice? Wang Ming embraced Li Zhishuan, his excitement palpable. "It's so sweet. Your voice is even sweeter than the leader of Blackpink. Sing a song for me." Still reeling from the shock, Li Zhishuan swallowed hard, nodded, and began to sing her favorite song. "I met you. What a fine day. Look at the sky." Her voice flowed like a crystalline stream in the mountains, pure and free of impurities, enchanting Wang Ming with every note that escaped her lips. Wang Ming stood there, his mouth slightly agape, utterly transfixed by the enchanting melody that had just graced his ears. It felt as though his very soul had been extricated from his body, drifting into a realm of ethereal beauty, populated solely by delightful maidens. Li Zhishuan, having sung only halfway, found herself rendered speechless by the power of her own voice. Overwhelmed by astonishment, she recalled Wang Ming's earlier words. Could it be that he had transformed her in such a manner? Indeed, it was he. But how had he accomplished this? Gazing intently at Wang Ming, she stammered, "How did you manage to do this?" As Wang Ming's spirit returned from the realm of enchanting maidens to his corporeal form, he enveloped Li Zhishuan in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Let me savor your voice a little longer. I shall tell you everything afterward." He released her and approached the door, locking it securely before turning back towards her. Li Zhishuan, captivated by the predatory glint in Wang Ming's eyes, thought to herself that this was certainly a precarious situation, especially within a supermarket. Chapter 67. Unable to remain under the radar, the supermarket buzzed with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere in utter disarray. Every corner of the establishment had devolved into a battleground. An elderly woman, armed with her cane, waved it wildly to protect her prized cabbage. A gentleman in his 60s, unable to carry any more eggs, resorted to calling for reinforcements. In the produce section, an elderly lady tightly grasped a man's collar, exerting force to execute a shoulder throw. Her face flushed with fury, she pointed at him and shouted, "I spotted that last cabbage first. You shan't seize it from me." Though the man was dazed, he did not succumb to defeat, struggling to rise despite trembling in fear of her wrath. He retorted defiantly, "You old hag, do you have a mark on your eyes? I clearly stated that I wanted it first." Their mutual obstinance led to a heated exchange, their faces flushed with indignation. The produce manager, wielding a megaphone, bellowed, "Stop the squabbling. There is ample stock of all items." Not only the vegetable section, but the fruit and household goods areas were also engulfed in chaos. Shoppers jostled one another, their disputes echoing throughout the store. Over 20 employees, visibly overwhelmed, scurried through the throng, striving to maintain order. An hour later, Wang Ming emerged from the manager's office. Observing the pandemonium before him, a smirk crept across his face. He calculated in his mind that, given the fervor of the rush, they could sell hundreds of thousands worth of goods by day's end. The merchandise would return to normalcy, yet he would bear the losses from rent and employee expenses. Inside the office, Li Zhishuan lay atop the desk, sweat matting the short strands of hair at the nape of her neck. Breathing heavily, with her gaze cast downward towards the ceiling, fatigue was etched across her features. Wanting to restore order, she attempted to rise but stumbled, utterly exhausted. Approaching the door, she locked it once more, intending to steal a brief respite. Upon returning to her seat, she laid her head on the desk and before long, succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the bustling supermarket, Not a single customer remained, leaving the employees to stand idly at their stations, longing for the return of business. Wang Ming departed from the supermarket, driving his rugged vehicle to Zhou Shuqing's home. Seated at her desk in the living room, Zhou Shuqing heard the sound of the door opening and turned to look. Upon seeing Wang Ming enter, she sprang up and rushed to the doorway, embracing him tightly. Wang Ming found himself enveloped in her warm embrace, gently caressing her back as he softly inquired, "What is the matter? Why such excitement?" Releasing Wang Ming, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of jealousy. "How come you are surrounded by so many stars, especially those stunning women, including your friend's girlfriend, who seems to be constantly by your side?" Wang Ming instantly comprehended that Zhou Shuqing had seen a live broadcast on Douyin and was feeling envious. He took her hand and led her to the sofa, sitting down beside her and affectionately stroking her face. "I'm merely doing this for financial gain. These individuals will be invaluable to me in the future. Earning more will also allow us to provide for our future children." At his words, Zhou Shuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned against his shoulder. "But I feel utterly unworthy of you, especially since I am 16 years older and lack remarkable talents." Wang Ming secretly chuckled to himself, pondering, lack of talents? You are the only woman capable of giving birth to twins with absolute certainty. How can that not be a remarkable gift? He refrained from revealing this secret, instead playfully ruffling her hair and teasing her nose, offering comforting words. "I've promised to help you create a Qipao brand that merges traditional attire with contemporary elements. When the time comes, I will be the investor and you will be the CEO." Zhou Shuqing shifted away slightly, gazing at him with earnestness. Wang Ming had previously made similar declarations, always with utmost sincerity. "Are you truly serious? This isn't just a jest?" Wang Ming responded with a smile. "Of course. I am serious. How could my woman be anything but extraordinary? I will commence this endeavor immediately. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly devise a brand name and create clothing designs. You will focus on product research, while I will handle production and brand promotion." Zhou Shuqing indeed had little time left. Only Wang Ming was aware that she was on the verge of conceiving twins. The fertilized eggs may have already implanted. Observing the serious expression on Wang Ming's face, she believed he was not jesting, yet her heart remained uneasy. Establishing a brand company required a considerable amount of capital. Whether for factory space, employee expenses, or promotional costs, it was a significant burden. "This will certainly require a lot of money," she mused. Wang Ming, reclining on the sofa with his hands supporting his head and his legs crossed casually, replied nonchalantly, "The most expensive hire will be the top design director. Given your exceptional abilities, you can easily save on that expense by simply hiring a few elite designers. As for promotion, don't forget I know Lin Qi. With our relationship, I can have her endorse us and promote across various platforms, which will also save us a substantial amount. The costs for space and assembly line employees are relatively minor, so you need not worry at all." After hearing this, Zhou Shuqing's concerns about brand building were significantly alleviated. However, she seized upon a particular phrase from Wang Ming's words. "You mentioned your relationship with Lin Qi. What? Is your bond extraordinary?" Wang Ming found it amusing that Zhou Shuqing's jealousy mirrored that of Li Zixuan. It was utterly charming. At that moment, he was brimming with energy, feeling no fatigue despite a 40% increase in exertion. He abruptly stood up, lifted Zhou Shuqing into his arms, and headed towards her room. "Let me explain our relationship properly. Can it be compared to anyone else's? I trust your injuries have healed considerably." Zhou Shuqing was taken aback, then nodded, burying her head in Wang Ming's embrace. She drove to her two-story detached house in Longwan Baodi, situated in Community Number 9. Coincidentally, it was merely 6 households away from Zheng Shushuang's grandmother's residence. Upon entering the house, he collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. Zhou Mingming incessantly called Wang Ming. Every 10 minutes without fail, Wang Ming cursed under his breath. "That wretched girl is clearly not at home. She must be with Lu Guohua." It was evident that she had seen the video online and regretted her earlier actions. He vowed not to grant her even the slightest opportunity. He would not touch a single strand of her hair again, just as she had decisively done before. Wang Ming opened Weixin, perusing a multitude of unread messages. "Zhou Sherman, little brother, I'll come to see you next month. Chen Yusin, boss. My esteemed boss. When can I start working? Are all those top-tier celebrities your friends? Zhou Mingming wants to meet you. Jiang Yao. I've expanded the business department and recruited quite a few employees in the design department. We VE signed a fixed renovation team, a well-known company in Shiguan. All the department managers are in place, and I've even found several streamers. I'm preparing for a combined online and offline push. The company is bound to thrive. Zheng Shushuang. So you have such an extensive network. Do you have any feelings for me? Why haven't you taken the initiative to reach out? Chapter 68. The cat of kinship. Wang Ming began to respond to the messages one by one. He first replied to his cousin. Why wait until next month? Come quickly. I'm in urgent need of manpower, especially trustworthy individuals. Next was Chun Yusin's message. I'll call you. Don't dawdle. He then responded to Jiang Yao. Thank you for your hard work. I'll visit the company tomorrow. When it came to Zheng Shushuang's message, Wang Ming pondered briefly before replying. Of course I have feelings for you. I adore the carefree image of you in a JK uniform, donning sheer stockings and chewing bubble gum. Just as he finished responding, he noticed a friend request from Lin Wei and clicked to accept. A minute after the connection, Lin Wei's message arrived. Bro, you've got a great physique. Your girlfriend must be all over you, right? Wang Ming smirked, tapping the screen with his fingers. I can relate. Lin Wei sent a triumphant expression along with a message. My foreign girl is like a thoroughbred, but lately her competition results have been unsatisfactory, and I blame her. Upon seeing the word competition, Wang Ming suddenly recalled the matter concerning WWA and eagerly replied, Brother Wei, can you take me along? I wish to participate in the UCF competition. Lin Wei responded, Your physique is indeed robust, and you could handle a few ruffians. But the UCF competition is not so simple. It requires more than just muscle. Wang Ming gazed at his phone screen, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Given the current societal constraints, it was a pity that his martial skills and physical prowess had no avenue for expression, making participation in a world-class event all the more desirable. I will first secure the championship in Shiguan City to show you, he declared. Lin Wei, upon reading this message, shook his head in amusement, chuckling at how his brother was just as boastful as he was. Each year, he proclaimed he would defeat the top-ranked Black Lion of WWA, yet managed only to scrape into the top 10. The Shiguan City champion ranks 5th nationally. Even I would need to exert my utmost to defeat him. If you can win, I shall call you father. Wang Ming replied instantaneously. I don't want you to call me father. Would it be acceptable for your sister to call me father instead? Lin Wei's peculiar thought process quickly connected. I could have her call you hubby instead. Wang Ming smirked, realizing that this brother could certainly keep up with him. He typed swiftly on the screen, It's a deal. Wang Ming set down his phone, crossed his arms, and leaned back on the sofa, his gaze growing pensive as he began to contemplate seriously. With the enhancements from the previous session, combined with the Daxia fighting technique, dealing with a few petty thugs would undoubtedly be manageable. However, facing professional fighters left him feeling uncertain. These athletes trained year-round, their experience and technique far surpassing that of an ordinary person. To gain a solid assurance of victory against such seasoned practitioners, he needed to acquire more system coins for further enhancements. He accessed the system, only to find a mere 200 system coins remaining. Zhou Shuqing and Li Zhishuan had already received their coins. Presently, only Jiang Yao, Lin Qi, and Zheng Shushuang's coins were left. Lin Qi's task required him to achieve full adoration without any intimate contact, an impossible feat in the short term. Jiang Yao always insisted on forming a household with him at critical moments, making it difficult to reach full affection at all times. It appeared that Zheng Shushuang was the only viable option. She had openly expressed her feelings for him, and her affection would surely increase rapidly, especially since she was still a novice. With this in mind, Wang Ming gritted his teeth, resolving to take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold, turning enemies into lovers, transforming conflict into harmony. He picked up the phone and dialed Zheng Shushuang's number. At that moment, Zheng Shushuang was giving her grandmother a back rub. When her phone rang and she saw it was Wang Ming calling, her eyes brightened instantly, and she hurriedly answered. Hello, can you come out? Wang Ming asked. Zheng Shushuang's voice carried a hint of surprise. Does this mean you are taking the initiative to invite me? Wang Ming replied with certainty. Of course. Let us forget it. Come to pick me up. I am at Longwan Baoqi. Call me when you arrive. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuang was momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed in surprise, What? Wang Ming clarified, My home is right here. Zheng Shuang, still in disbelief, could hardly fathom the coincidence of her favorite boy living in the same community as her grandmother. I'll be right out, she said before hanging up. Turning back, Grandma Zheng asked with concern, What's the matter, granddaughter? Is it your boyfriend? Zheng Shuang shook her head. I broke up a while ago. It's someone else. I'll be back soon. Grandma Zheng nodded gently, saying, Go on, a little distraction wouldn't hurt. The weather was cool after the rain, and Zheng Shuang donned fitted leather pants and a supportive bodysuit, topped with a trendy denim jacket and stylish shoes, hurrying out. At that moment, Wang Ming had reached the southern entrance of the community. He pondered, since there was no need to avoid Zheng Shuang any longer, he might as well seize the opportunity. By engaging in romantic escapades, he could significantly enhance her affections, especially since the system's task was to cohabit for a month, with his home so nearby. Failing to act now would be a disservice to his system companion. No, rather, his system sister. As the streetlights flickered to life, he noticed a figure approaching. Upon seeing Zheng Shuang walking towards him, her expression still held traces of astonishment. I really didn't expect you lived here, she said, looking up at him with a slight smile. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow and gently brushed aside the wind-tousled strands of her hair, replying, The world is indeed small. At the moment their hands brushed, Zheng Shuang instinctively took a step back. Would you like to come to my place for a bit? Wang Ming asked softly, his gaze intensely fixed on her eyes. Zheng Shuang's ears flushed a delicate pink. She hadn't anticipated his straightforwardness. Was this truly how a first date unfolded? At his home? Although her personality was generally lively and carefree, she held reservations regarding romantic affairs, believing men to be creatures driven by base instincts. And she was determined not to let them succeed. Yet, in Wang Ming's presence, her heart raced. She found herself wondering why she felt such a strong pull toward him when her previous boyfriends had never even earned a kiss from her. Ever since parting ways with him after their mountain hike, thoughts of him had plagued her. Wang Ming secretly smirked. Both Zheng Shuang and Lin Qi had affection levels of 76. Even Lin Qi was fiercely competitive, so how could this girl possibly resist his advances? Wang Ming spoke again. I have a cat at home. She is very gentle and obedient. Does she do backflips too? Want me to come see her? Your flirting skills are outdated. Zheng Shuang teased lightly. Wang Ming shook his head. My cat cuddles and kisses me. Oh, then I definitely want to see that. But remember, no funny business. She warned playfully. Wang Ming nodded lightly, and together they walked towards the independent house number 9. Wang Ming turned his head to glance at her, his arm subtly inching closer to Zheng Shuang's waist. Zheng Shuang's body tensed suddenly. Instinctively, she recoiled, lowering her head while gripping the fabric of her denim jacket in her pocket. She pondered, if her previous boyfriend had acted this way, she would have certainly slapped him. Why, then, did she find Wang Ming's provocation so appealing? This was unlike her. Was it true love? As they approached the standalone house, Wang Ming retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Once inside and the door shut, Wang Ming deliberately moved a bit closer to Zheng Shuang, their noses nearly touching. What would you like to drink? He asked. Zheng Shuang hurriedly stepped back. No need. I just want to see your cat that only shows affection. As she spoke, her gaze darted around the living room. That affectionate little cat is you. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, gently grasping Zheng Shuang's chin. Chapter 69. The truth is singular. Zheng Shuang was taken aback by his sudden proximity, rendered speechless. Their noses brushed against each other, warm breaths mingling in the air. Why are you doing this? I'm leaving. Wang Ming chuckled lightly, releasing her and taking 2 steps back. Don't go. I'll get you something to drink. As she watched him turn towards the kitchen, Zheng Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief, pressing her hand against her racing heart, which was already slick with perspiration. She moved towards the sofa and sat down. The sound of glass clinking echoed from the open kitchen. Zheng Shuang took several deep breaths, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions. She muttered to herself, questioning why she didn't resist Wang Ming or slap him, even feeling that he should be more audacious. Wang Ming poured her a glass of Sprite while he prepared a drink of Red Bull mixed with liquor and goji berries, a concoction taught to him by his mother. Zheng Shuang lifted her eyes towards the bar, observing Wang Ming as he leaned against it, his profile captivating under the light. Ding! Binding subject, Zheng Shuang's affection level has surged to 83. Triggering hidden task. Bind subject must conceive within 3 months. Wang Ming, startled by the system notification, spilled some goji berries across the table. Make Zheng Shuang a mother? Within 3 months? System, you inhuman being. Do you look down on people? Is 3 months not too demeaning? He scooped the spilled goji berries back into his glass, contemplating. If Zheng Shuang were to discover one day that the object of her vengeance was indeed the biological father of her child, what would her reaction be? Surely, she wouldn't want her child to grow up without a father. It seemed the system had put considerable thought into this. In that case, Zheng Shuang's main and hidden tasks would proceed in tandem. Although her personality resembled Jiao Feng's, she was quite cautious in this regard. Just as Wang Ming was deep in thought, he felt two delicate arms encircle his waist, causing the glass in his hand to tremble and spill some of the drink. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of Zheng Shuang embracing him. The sensation was nearly unbearable. She longed to be an open and candid couple with him. At that moment, Zheng Shuang's voice was sweet and delicate, devoid of the previous chill and clarity. Wang Ming turned, contemplating how to win her over. Unaware that the allure of the system combined with her forthright nature would spark such a profound chemistry. Zheng Shuang nestled her head against Wang Ming, her hair brushing against his chin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. He tightened his embrace, pressing her firmly against him. After a soft gasp from Zheng Shuang, Wang Ming leaned in to kiss her. The kiss began fervently but gradually softened in that fleeting moment. Initially taken aback, she soon closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wang Ming's neck in response. Time seemed to slip away until Wang Ming finally released her, his voice hoarse, suggesting they ascend to the upper floor. Zheng Shuang was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated progressing to this step so swiftly. Her gaze fell upon the overturned Red Bull cans and the bottles of strong liquor behind Wang Ming, with a handful of goji berries resting in a cup. Her mind drifted back to the day of her mother's incident, recalling the same arrangement of bottles on their dining table. Her mother had a penchant for such beverages, specifically for that man. Wang Ming, noticing Zheng Shuang lost in thought, mistakenly assumed she was hesitating about going upstairs with him. Don't just judge me by my appearance. I can be quite gentle, he mused. Zheng Shuang's eyes narrowed, demanding, who taught you to drink like this? Wang Ming instinctively glanced back at the Red Bull, the liquor, and the black goji berries. It was her mother who had imparted this knowledge. How astutely had she perceived this detail? My men all drink this way, don't they? Zheng Shuang raised an eyebrow, folding her arms, recalling her grandmother's words. That boy mentioned a birthmark on your mother's lower back. At first, I was confused. I never considered the implications of his words. Later, I asked your father, and it turned out your mother had never been involved with any charitable organization. Looking back now, that man must be him. He was muscular, standing at around 178 centimeters, handsome but not in a delicate way. His facial features were quite rugged. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, fitting the description perfectly. Furthermore, considering Wang Ming had previously rented an apartment in her building and was acquainted with her mother, it was perplexing why someone of his stature, capable of running a supermarket, would choose to rent in her family's building. The truth was undeniable. That man was indeed him. He had come to her home for convenience, causing turmoil for her parents. And now, he sought to ensnare her as well. As realization dawned, Zheng Shuang trembled, the intensity of her shivers increasing. Her expression turned fiercely vengeful as she pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Ming, exclaiming, You are my enemy. Wang Ming was taken aback by her furious outburst, momentarily bewildered by how swiftly she had unraveled the truth. He opened his mouth to explain but found himself at a loss for words, his throat dry, unable to utter a single syllable. In Zheng Shuang's eyes, hatred burned like a fierce flame, her finger unwaveringly pointed at Wang Ming, her voice sharp. You have harmed my parents and destroyed my home. Today, I shall ensure that you do not escape unscathed. With a sudden whirl, Zheng Shuang dashed to the side table beside the refrigerator, seizing a glass bottle and hurling it fiercely at Wang Ming. He instinctively sidestepped, and the bottle shattered against the floor with a resounding crash. Zheng Shuang then sprinted to the kitchen area, grasping the broadest and sharpest knife from the rack, and spun around like a whirlwind, charging towards Wang Ming. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ming was gripped by fear, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as his back collided heavily against the cabinet. Internally, he lamented, This girl is serious. Her words hold weight. She truly seeks vengeance. In an instant, Zheng Shuang lunged, the knife aimed directly at his chest. Wang Ming's pupils constricted. In a split second, he deftly evaded the blade and swiftly seized her wrist. With his other hand, he applied a technique from the Daxia Special Forces combat skills, gripping her neck and pulling her towards him. He refrained from applying lethal force, instinctively softening his grip upon contact with her skin. Yet, even with only 20% of his strength, Zheng Shuang found herself immobilized. With a thud, the knife clattered to the ground as Zheng Shuang's wrist was twisted behind her back, her legs thrashing in protest. Wang Ming stifled a grunt. using his weight to pin her against the table, restraining her arms. He could feel the furious pulse in her wrist, a testament to her rage. Tears shimmered on Zheng Shuang's eyelashes, and for a fleeting moment, as their gazes locked, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. How can you be so sure it's me? If I were truly your enemy, why would I still meet with you? Chapter 70. Whose child is it? Zheng Shuang's voice trembled. If you are so wealthy, why do you rent an apartment? Why reside in a building instead of a standalone house? Moreover, your physical features match exactly what my grandmother described. Wang Ming, unwilling to concede easily, noted that Zheng Shuang's infatuation level stood at 83, with her emotional state brimming with affection. He reasoned that if he could take their relationship a step further, even if he couldn't secure her unwavering devotion, her infatuation would likely soar to 90. He hastily retorted, "How can you conclude it's me based on mere speculation? I only recently acquired wealth, just 2 months ago. I was an ordinary person earning a mere 4K a month. Haven't you seen the news? I was the one who saved Lin Qi." At his words, Zheng Shuang paused to ponder, her taut body and furrowed brow gradually relaxing. The high infatuation level sparked hesitation within her as she murmured, "Not you? Have I wronged you?" Noticing her wavering resolve, Wang Ming cautiously released her, swiftly kicking the knife away to a distant corner. "Calm down. Something still feels amiss." Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, causing Zheng Shuang to instinctively shrink her neck. Wang Ming seized the moment, pulling her tightly into his embrace. He brushed his chin against her hairline, his voice soft as if soothing a child. "Shall we go upstairs and discuss this slowly?" "No way. Are you brave enough to come home with me, so my grandmother can confirm whether you are indeed the one who knows where my mother's birthmark is?" Wang Ming was taken aback. After all this time, would his grandmother have forgotten what he looked like? No, he could not take that risk. He had originally planned to be cautious about living in the same neighborhood to avoid running into her grandmother. Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder roared outside, reverberating like a bolt of lightning. Zheng Shuang was startled, instinctively shrinking into Wang Ming's embrace. He raised an eyebrow and looked down at her. "Are you afraid of thunder?" "No, it's just that the sound was so sudden." Zheng Shuang shook her head, clutching his shirt tightly. Wang Ming chuckled lightly, wrapping his arms around her and heading up the staircase to the second floor. "Don't be afraid. Let us talk things over in the bedroom. Let go of me. As long as my grandmother says it isn't, I can stay here every day." Zheng Shuang struggled, but in front of Wang Ming's physique, she felt like a mere kitten. Upon entering the upstairs bedroom, Wang Ming turned on the light and gently placed her on the bed, leaning down to gaze at her, his fingertips lightly tracing her cheek. "Shuang, the moment I first saw you, I was captivated by your rebellious spirit. I hope you can show me that unrestrained side of you soon." Zheng Shuang shook her head. "No, you must come home with me. Every family is different." Boom, boom. Another 2 claps of thunder echoed. Zheng Shuang gasped in fright. Wang Ming smirked, amused by how such a forthright woman could still be afraid of thunder. He embraced Zheng Shuang and kissed her. Though she initially attempted to push him away, her heart raced, and her strength gradually waned. On Wang Ming's system panel, her infatuation level rose by another point. Outside, the rain intensified, yet it could not overshadow the enchantment within the room. 5 hours later, Zheng Shuang lay soundly asleep in the upstairs bedroom. 8 missed calls from her grandmother had accumulated. Wang Ming sat at the dining table on the first floor, sipping a Red Bull mixed drink. On the system panel, Zheng Shuang's infatuation level climbed from 84 to 92. Emotional status, infatuated. Wang Ming's mind replayed Zheng Shuang's gaze filled with animosity. The death of Jia Fong was not his fault, yet he could not deny his involvement in the events that led to it. Perhaps, once she became a mother, she might be able to let go of her hatred. He mused. He continued to contemplate. Zheng Shuang, despite her substantial family background, seemed to possess wealth comparable to his own. However, his fortune would continually grow due to the system, and with Jiang Yao maintaining the company, he felt a sense of assurance. He tightened his grip on the glass, resolving to make amends with Zheng Shuang. In the future, he would connect with some formidable individuals through Lin Qi to help ensure her father would serve fewer years in prison. "Jia Fong, I shall strive to make amends." Contemplating this, Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh, raising his head to take a swig of Red Bull. The mildly spicy bitterness mingled with sweetness cascading down his throat. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 11 o'clock. He opened WeChat and left a message for Chun Yusen. "Meet me at the south gate of Longwan Baodi at 9 tomorrow morning." After sending the message, He returned to the interface and noticed an unread message from his cousin. I will be participating in the Nan Prefecture City Miss Pageant this month, so I will come to see you next month. Please pray for me. I hope to place in the top 3. Wang Ming replied, wishing you all the best. Let me know if you need financial support. After responding to his cousin, he saw an unread message from Li Jixuan. I am so exhausted. By the way, the vegetable section, fresh meat section, and daily necessities inventory are all depleted. The stock of other goods is also running low. A large shipment will arrive tomorrow morning, so please allocate funds. Wang Ming transferred 500,000 to Li Jixuan, sufficient for 2 days' worth of inventory purchases. He gazed at his mobile banking balance, which stood at 22,500,000. At this moment, it became evident that Lu Guohua's wealth was truly insignificant. Wang Ming calculated his current assets, cash amounting to 22,200,000 system coins, a standalone unit on the second floor of Longwan Baodi, a Hummer sports car, a Volkswagen Beetle, a bouquet of fragrant flowers, and the monthly dividends from Jiang Yao's company. Meanwhile, in Building 2, Room 1101 of Feitsue Huading, Zhou Mingming had just returned from Lu Guohua's home and had been deep in conversation with Zhou Shuqing for 2 hours. She curled up on the beige sofa, her fingertips anxiously twirling the ends of her hair. Mom, you haven't seen how glorious he is now. His image appears in the videos of Lin Qi, Chen Lao, Black Pig, and Lin Wei on Douyin, each casually garnering over 1 million likes. I truly regret it. Wang Ming must be incredibly wealthy now, yet he completely ignores me. Humph. After more than 3 years of relationship, he refuses to meet me. What a heartless wretch. All my countless sacrifices have been for naught. Zhou Shuqing shook her head in exasperation, sighing. You were the one who ended things. It's time to let go. He has a girlfriend now. Speaking of the girlfriend, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Is it Li Jixuan? That wretch seduced my ex-boyfriend. Zhou Mingming gritted her teeth in frustration. Lu Guohua's parents promised me 2 million to buy a decent car and to purchase a new house for us outright, adding my name to the title. They are gradually conceding to me, yet I remain unsatisfied. Lu Guohua is a useless man, while Wang Ming has become so wealthy. I just want to secure the money first, then break up with Lu Guohua and seek out Wang Ming. Zhou Shuqing could no longer tolerate her complaints. The tenderness she once displayed vanished without a trace. She abruptly rose to her feet, pointing at Zhou Mingming, her arm trembling with indignation. Her voice sharp and quivering. How can you entertain such thoughts? You must either terminate the pregnancy and sever all ties with Lu Guohua, or marry him and lead a proper life. As for Wang Ming, he has moved on and found a new girlfriend. How can you shamelessly pursue him? Zhou Mingming was taken aback by the sudden fury of her usually gentle mother, Zhou Shuqing. She quickly stood up, grasping her mother's arm in an attempt to soothe her. Mom, don't you realize? After all your hard work, you have only achieved a modest level of comfort. You cannot afford luxury cars or live in lavish villas. I am doing this for my own sake. I admit I am being pragmatic. I must strive to win Wang Ming back. As for Lu Guohua, I have calculated carefully, and the child in my womb is not his. What? Zhou Shuqing's mind buzzed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 71. It's time for breakfast. She slumped onto the sofa, overwhelmed. The child Mingming carried was not her boyfriend's. It belonged to Wang Ming. Oh my. Zhou Shuqing felt as if the very ground beneath her was collapsing. Her unwavering devotion to Wang Ming seemed utterly shattered. She had committed to him, convinced that no one else would ever occupy her heart. Yet, Mingming was pregnant with his child. Clenching her teeth, her eyes reddening, she remained frozen in place. Seeing her mother's distress, Mingming anxiously called out, "What's wrong? Don't frighten me. Are you unwell?" Zhou Shuqing, engulfed in profound anguish, seemed to have lost her hearing. Mengming's voice barely penetrated her consciousness. In her turmoil, she pondered, what will Mengming's child call her? Grandma? Or stepmother? Why? Why is it Wang Ming's child? Mingming, noticing her mother's dazed mutterings, paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Ha, Mom. Do you really think the child in my belly is Wang Ming's? Ha, it's definitely not his. Zhou Shuqing's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock. What did you say? It's not Wang Ming's. Mingming continued to chuckle, sitting beside her mother with a smug expression. 2 months before we broke up, we weren't intimate anymore. Zhou Shuqing hurriedly wiped away her tears, her brow unfurling as she urgently asked, "Is that true?" After her question, a thought struck her, and she was immediately taken aback. If it's neither Lu Guohua's nor Wang Ming's, have you been juggling 3 relationships? Ming Ming immediately pouted, looking displeased. Oh, you're being too harsh. Why are you so worked up? It seems you're not quite right with my news about the child not being Guohua's. Zhou Shuqing immediately realized her loss of composure and endeavored to calm herself. With a fleeting gaze, she exclaimed, You have not confided in me at all. I remain in the dark about whose child is growing within you. How can I not feel anxious? Zhou Mingming, deep in thought, nodded slightly, then broke into a grin and replied, I didn't want you to worry. Zhou Shuqing's heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm just moments before, now resumed its normal pace. And she silently rejoiced at having avoided a confrontation with her daughter. Zhou Mingming crossed her arms, smirking. Humph, but I intend to exploit the situation with this child. First, I will extract some funds from Lu Guohua, and then I will tell Wang Ming that the child is his. He will undoubtedly reconsider and make amends. And at that point, I shall have the upper hand. Just wait and see. Zhou Shuqing felt her previously relaxed nerves tighten once more. Her body trembling with anger as she shouted, Zhou Mingming, you have gone too far. Startled by her mother's outburst, Zhou Mingming asked, Mom, what is wrong with you today? If it's not Wang Ming's child, are you still contemplating deceiving him? That is fraud. Extortion. The fury that Zhou Shuqing had suppressed for decades erupted today. Her beautiful eyes now devoid of warmth. Zhou Mingming found herself momentarily speechless, pondering her mother's words, which seemed to carry a weight of truth. With a sullen expression, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Zhou Shuqing rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at her daughter. Her brow furrowed in disapproval. Your avarice is a reflection of my poor upbringing. This is my fault. Yet now you dare to extort others, using the reputation of the unborn child to procure your ill-gotten gains. Speak. Whose child is it truly? Zhou Mingming bit her lip fiercely, a tempest of emotion brewing within her, her teeth chattering. Zhou Shuqing continued to shout, You wretched girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Speak up. Zhou Mingming suddenly stood up, raising her voice. To tell you the truth, there is a third, unsuspecting victim. The child belongs to an older man. One even older than you. I met him during my internship in my 4th year, and we have been seeing each other weekly. In just 3 months, I earned 60,000 yuan. He contacted me again a few months ago, and we have maintained our relationship since. Zhou Shuqing felt as if the world was spinning around her. Her daughter's words struck her heart like a hammer. The child she had raised had become so consumed by greed. Observing her mother slump back onto the sofa, Zhou Mingming lowered her voice in an attempt to soothe her. Mom, the few thousand you give me each month is hardly sufficient. The money Wang Ming saves from his dinners and the earnings from his part-time jobs during the summer and winter holidays do not even amount to what the older man has given me. Do you think my orange phone and orange laptop were acquired through mere chance? Moreover, please be quiet. Tears cascaded down Zhou Shuqing's cheeks, no longer merely welling in her eyes, accompanied by a choked sob. It seemed that misfortune was indeed poised to strike. Zhou Mingming did not sit down to comfort her mother, but merely shook her head, saying, Are you not the same? After waiting all these years, you finally latch onto a wealthy stepfather whom you've never met. If you can, why can't I seek happiness through my beauty? Noticing her mother's silence, only weeping in sorrow, Zhou Mingming clenched her teeth and declared fiercely, I must arrange to meet Wang Ming and confront him with the child I carry. With that, she walked to the entrance, changed her shoes, grabbed an umbrella, and stormed out the door. Wiping her tears away, Zhou Shuqing gazed at the entrance, feeling an increasing chasm between herself and her daughter. Perhaps Wang Ming was right. It was time to sever ties with her. Outside, the thunderstorm had begun to abate. Yet Zhou Shuqing felt no inclination to rest. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Wang Ming on WeChat. Let us meet tomorrow to discuss Ming Ming as a couple. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Wang Ming awoke and glanced at Zheng Shiruang, who was still sound asleep beside him, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. Having learned from Zhou Shuqing's painful experience, he had become considerably gentler. He opened WeChat and saw Zhou Shuqing's message, surprised that she seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. Desperate to avoid seeing Ming Ming's face again, he was indifferent to whether she was aware of his relationship with Zhou Shuqing. However, since Zhou Shuqing had spoken, he would acquiesce to her wishes. He replied, All right, you decide the time and place. I'll find you after I finish my tasks. Just after sending the message, his phone rang. It was Ming Ming's friend, Chen Yusen. Hello, boss. I've been waiting for you for ages. I arrived at 8:30. It's the first day of work. And you must be on time. Why haven't you come out yet? Stop urging me. I'm finishing my morning exercise. Oh, okay. Then do your thing. I'm at the south gate. Wang Ming ended the call and observed Zheng Shuruang breathing steadily, showing no signs of waking. He gently nudged her. Zheng Shuruang slightly opened her eyes, irritated, and said, I plan to sleep until the afternoon. Don't disturb me. Wang Ming smirked and replied, all right. But it's time for breakfast. Chapter 72, The Explosive Purity. 40 minutes later, Wang Ming drove his luxury sports car out of the garage and arrived at the south gate of Longwanbaodi. The gate rose slowly, and he parked alongside the road. With a casual demeanor, he opened the car door and immediately spotted Chen Yusin standing on the stone steps near the entrance, idly kicking pebbles. He strolled towards her at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing his footsteps, Chen Yusin looked up abruptly and quickly approached him. Wang Ming, you took so long for your morning workout? Call me boss. Wang Ming chided playfully. His gaze fell on Chen Yusin's attire. Despite the cool weather, she wore a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress, the deep V-neckline plunging nearly to her collarbone, revealing her fair skin and a hint of her curves. The hem of her skirt was cut to mid-thigh, swaying gracefully with each step, her feet adorned in black, chunky-heeled leather shoes. Wang Ming mused to himself about the peculiar attire of someone's driver. Chen Yusin bent down to adjust her sheer stockings, flashing a flirtatious smile. You see, Ming mentioned that you have a fondness for women in stockings. Upon hearing her mention Zhou Ming, Wang Ming, who had initially found the conversation delightful, suddenly crossed his arms in irritation, retorting, Are you a model or a driver? Look, I intentionally wore flat shoes. Chen Yusin playfully lifted her foot, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, Have you had breakfast yet? I finished ages ago, she replied. Care for a bit more? He asked, raising an eyebrow while scrutinizing her from head to toe. Chen Yusin froze momentarily, quickly grasping his insinuation, and then gently nodded, inwardly cursing him. This guy? He was sobbing like a child when he broke up with Ming, and now that he's wealthy, he's turned rogue. I heard from Ming that he has a new girlfriend. It can't possibly be Li Jixuan, can it? Impatiently, Wang Ming urged, What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. With that, he strode toward the imposing vehicle. Chen Yusin obediently followed. Although she knew beforehand what kind of car she would be driving, she couldn't help but gasp in awe upon seeing the rugged beast. Wow, it's really a Hummer. The latest model of this year. My goodness, is this really yours and not a rental? Wang Ming handed her the keys, stating, This one has been specially modified to a manual transmission. Can you handle it? Chen Yusin feigned a flirtatious smile. Of course, but I might accidentally shift into the wrong gear. Wang Ming silently lamented that Chen Yusin was indeed a good friend of Zhou Ming, not shy about her boldness in this regard. Drive boldly, get in, he commanded. After unlocking the car door, Chen Yusin took her place in the driver's seat, while Wang Ming settled into the passenger side. As she engaged the gear, gently lifting her foot from the clutch and brake, she inquired, Where shall we go for breakfast? We can't just stay here, can we? Just as her words faded, Wang Ming suddenly raised his hand and struck Chen Yusin sharply across the face. Taken completely off guard, her feet slipped from the clutch and brake in shock, but fortunately, the car's performance was impeccable, and it surged forward without stalling. Wang Ming swiftly engaged the handbrake and turned off the ignition. At that moment, Chen Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, a stinging pain radiating from the slap. Realizing what had happened, tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, Wang Ming, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? Wang Ming scoffed, You wretched woman, always out gallivanting with Ming during school, and mocking me as a loser in front of her. You bear half the blame for my breakup with her. Now that I've become affluent, you've changed your tune. What a performance you're putting on. Chen Yusin wiped her tears, feeling aggrieved. Life is unpredictable. Had I known you would come to this, I wouldn't have dared to speak ill of you. You're being rather petty. I was merely trying to remind you that if you wish to continue as my driver, refrain from airing everything out in the open. I will give you 20,000 yuan for this mouth of yours. If you wish to leave, you may do so now. If you choose to continue, drive to the underground parking lot for breakfast. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Chen Yusin's eyes as she sobbed. Wang Ming retrieved a stack of tissues from the storage box and coldly handed them to her, stating, Wipe your tears. If you cry any further, you can leave immediately. Chen Yusin accepted the tissues, mentally calculating. With a monthly salary of 20,000, all expenses covered, including year-end bonuses, she could net over 30,000 each month. Moreover, Wang Ming was quite handsome, embodying a rugged charm. In a time when the Eastern Hemisphere favored delicate, youthful men, a figure like Wang Ming was indeed rare. Though she felt unworthy of him, the prospect of sharing breakfast with him each day brought her a measure of happiness. Should she leave the car or continue as his driver? Wang Ming urged, "Make your decision." After wiping her tears, Chen Yusin took a deep breath, placed her feet back on the clutch and brake, ignited the engine, and the car began to move slowly. Wang Ming noted that Chen Yusin seemed somewhat subdued now. He had anticipated this reaction. Like Zhou Mingming, driven by material gain, how could she possibly turn her back on money? As he pondered, a question arose. If such a mercenary woman were to be bound to the system with 100 points of infatuation, would she ultimately choose money over him? Where are we going? Wang Ming pointed into the distance. The entrance to the parking garage is over there. Chen Yusin sniffled again, steering the car towards the garage. 2 hours later, Wang Ming drove towards the new company shared with Jiang Yao. The new address was in the same complex as the office he rented in Longjun building. Separated by only one building. Wang Ming glanced at the co-pilot seat where Chen Yusin had fainted, frowning in thought. Why hadn't the system triggered the binding yet? Both he and Chen Yusin were 22 years old. She was attractive and well-proportioned. Just as he contemplated, the system's alert sounded. Chen Yusin, age, 22, attractiveness, 89, figure, 88, purity, 90, infatuation, 80, trigger task, object to slap her friend Zhou Mingming 10 times. It appeared that the system's standards aligned closely with his own. However, in terms of status, Chen Yusin paled in comparison to Li Zhishuan, far beyond the likes of money-driven women like Chen Yusin and Zhou Mingming. He silently prayed that the system wouldn't mistakenly bind Zhou Mingming. As Wang Ming continued to scrutinize the binding subject's information, he was taken aback, almost causing the vehicle to collide with the greenery. Purity, -90, 19 men. Goodness, this could be bound. Wang Ming turned to Chen Yusin, recalling how Zhou Mingming had spent her university days constantly with her. She too must be in the negatives at this point. It dawned on him just how precious the untouched status of Zhou Shuqing and Zheng Shuruang truly was. Finding someone like Li Zhishuan, with a score of 90, was equally elusive. He shook his head, uncertain whether it was permissible to sever the binding connection. At the very least, a score of 60 was required. Sighing, Wang Ming cast another glance at Chen Yusin, realizing he was merely the 20th flower in her garden of suitors. It was utterly laughable. He seemed to be playing a more flamboyant role than one endowed with a system. He felt overly cautious, especially when compared to a natural seductress like her. He was tempted to strike her in frustration. Chapter 73. The two bosses turning his attention to the task assigned to Chen Yusin, which involved delivering 10 hard slaps to Zhou Mingming. He thought that could indeed incite a rift between friends. However, the purity of the act failed to ignite his enthusiasm. Since he was already bound, he might as well pursue some rewards. Wang Ming glanced at the still unconscious Chen Yusin, sighed, and exited the vehicle, striding towards the building. Just as Wang Ming stepped into the elevator, Chen Yusin, still in the car, stirred awake with a soft moan. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes. "Ah!" she cried out, realizing her left arm and right leg were immobile, beset by agonizing pain. Her cheeks burned, and despite the excruciating discomfort, she managed to prop herself up with one hand to sit upright. Opening the passenger side mirror, she caught a glimpse of her reflection and burst into tears. Her face was swollen and bruised. In that moment, memories flooded back. Wang Ming had dealt her several harsh slaps during their encounter. "Beast!" she yelled amidst her sobs. Chen Yusin recognized that her left arm and right calf were severely dislocated. Though she had faced pain before, this level of injury was unprecedented. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her right arm, trembling as she attempted to realign her left arm, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Then, grasping her right leg, she exerted force. "Ah!" she screamed, collapsing back into the seat, gasping for breath. "Mingming, you are truly ruthless. This agony is unbearable. Even with my battlefield experience, I have never faced such a fate. To think you could juggle Wang Ming and others simultaneously. Impressive." Chen Yusin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with admiration. Where's Wang Ming? Suddenly, she came to her senses and peered out of the car window. It struck her as odd. She felt he was excessively overstepping boundaries during their earlier encounter, yet now she found herself thinking of him uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was in the elevator, reviewing the information panel of his binding target. Chen Yusin's infatuation level surged from 80 to 93. A smile crept onto his lips. It appeared Chen Yusin had awakened. She must be reminiscing, and coupled with the system's emotional enhancements, her infatuation had deepened. As the elevator reached the 19th floor, Wang Ming stepped out, and the system's consciousness manifested abruptly. "Hey, master," it chirped. "You brat, explain this situation," he demanded. "I told you, I'm a girl," the system replied in a playful tone. "What else with the rage? Is a purity level of -90 even acceptable for binding? Do you think I'm a trash collector? Even they have standards. What if I fall ill? The treatment could be quite troublesome," Wang Ming grumbled with evident frustration. "Fear not, my master. Why do you always fret? Do you recall what I said during our first encounter? I do not. Whether old or young, pristine or afflicted, deranged or innocent, as long as one possesses beauty and allure, all shall be acquired." It was then that Wang Ming experienced a moment of clarity. "Ah, now it rings a bell," he exclaimed, crossing his arms and gritting his teeth. "Do you wish for my demise? Afflicted, you say? What are you thinking? This system is bound to you, granting immunity to toxins and pathogens. No virus or bacteria shall affect the host. Ebola, masks, tuberculosis, are they all immune? Indeed. But immunity does not extend to the waters of the Hindustan. The bacteria there are beyond this system's current capabilities. Remember, do not consume it. All else, however, is immune." Sighing, Wang Ming felt a twinge of discomfort. He longed to expunge her from the system. "Is it not true that you are the master and I the servant? Whatever you desire, I shall provide." This time, a function has been developed to delete the bound entity by clicking on the avatar of the bound object. An option to remove them will appear, provided that the target's affection level reaches 100 and at least one system task triggered by them has been completed. Moreover, a deduction of system currency will occur, equivalent to the purity level of the individual. Wang Ming's eyes darted around as he pondered. So, if I were to unbind an object with a purity level of 100, I would lose 100 system coins? And for a purity level of -90, I would gain 90 system coins? Precisely. Feeling somewhat reassured, Wang Ming nodded slightly. "Farewell, master. I shall continue developing new treasures." The system's consciousness faded away. Wang Ming clicked on Chen Yusin's avatar within the system and confirmed the deletion. To his dismay, a message appeared. "Deletion conditions not met. I shall surely eradicate you from this system." He seethed, closing the interface and making his way to the company. He discovered that half a floor was now occupied by his own company. Has Jiang Yao really orchestrated such a grand affair? He muttered, surveying the department plaques adorning the office doors: design, operations, business, and even a dedicated human resources space. Reflecting on the past, when there was merely one HR and only 7 employees, he felt a wave of admiration for Jiang Yao and proceeded towards the office marked as the general manager's. Just as he was about to pull the door open, an employee emerged from the operations department. Spotting Wang Ming, she immediately shouted, "Hey, you can't just barge in without knocking." Startled by her outburst, Wang Ming instinctively turned and smiled. "I am also a boss." The woman stepped forward briskly, smirking. "You a boss? Huh. Have you mistaken this for another company? This is Yunzhu Decoration." "I am indeed here for Yunzhu Decoration. That is correct. It seems I have not encountered you in the company before. Are you one of our employees?" Wang Ming shook his head, asserting that he was the boss, not an employee. The woman, upon hearing this, impatiently struck Wang Ming's arm with the folder she held, saying, "Our boss is General Manager Jiang. Go to Human Resources for the interview." How absurd. Ignoring her, Wang Ming shot her a glare and continued to reach for the door. The woman immediately raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Hey, are you deaf? The interview is at Human Resources. Can't you read? This is our boss's office." Wang Ming huffed through his nostrils and turned to ask, "Which department are you from?" The woman proudly replied, "I am the deputy head of the operations department." At that moment, Jiang Yao, who had overheard the woman's sharp voice, opened the door and fixed her gaze on Wang Ming. "You're here. Didn't you say you would come in the morning? Why did you arrive during the lunch break?" "I had some matters to attend to. Just finished," Wang Ming replied with a smile. Jiang Yao then turned to the woman. "Shaoli, what are you shouting about in the corridor?" The woman paused, then quietly responded, "I really thought he was one of the interviewees since he was about to knock on your door." Jiang Yao chuckled. "What interview?" "This is the boss." The woman swiftly turned to Wang Ming, her eyes wide with astonishment. You are also the boss?" Wang Ming laughed. "You just hit me with that folder. I might have to hit you back." Chapter 74. The third unwavering commitment, the woman appeared slightly embarrassed and quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, boss. I truly didn't know. Jiang Yao gently patted the woman's shoulder, kindly saying, it's not your fault. I haven't had the chance to gather everyone to announce it yet. Now that all departments in the new company are running smoothly, it's time for a general meeting. After lunch break, please inform each department to assemble in the conference room. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, boss. And then bowed to Wang Ming. Goodbye, boss. She let out a sigh of relief and walked towards the restroom. Jiang Yao playfully tapped Wang Ming's arm, her eyes sparkling with amusement. What are you staring at? Are you envious of her youth? Wang Ming turned his head, frowning. She's about my age and has already become the deputy head of operations. This young lady possesses remarkable professional skills. If she continues to persevere, she will undoubtedly ascend to the position of head of the operations department in the future, Jiang Yao remarked. Noticing a large wet patch on Wang Ming's pants, she continued, hey, didn't the rain stop this morning? How did your pants get so wet? She took Wang Ming's arm, leading him towards the office. There's a dryer on the 10th floor. Let me help you dry them. Wang Ming sighed in disdain. No need. These are beyond saving, too dirty. I'll buy a new pair and have someone deliver it. Jiang Yao shot him a disapproving look. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can carelessly discard things. Are you going to throw me away as well? Wang Ming chuckled helplessly. You've been the one rejecting me. As Jiang Yao turned to close the door, she suddenly leaned in close to Wang Ming and embraced him. He was taken aback by this unexpected display of affection. Although she had feelings for him, she had always resisted intimate gestures. The woman who always maintained her composure in front of him now nestled into his embrace. Jiang Yao's brow was furrowed with worry as she gently parted her lips. So, you've been working at my company, a privileged young man experiencing life. I am aware that I am not worthy of you, yet Xiaozhi truly adores you. And I need you too. On the day the 10 million arrived, Jiang Yao had come to a realization. Like Zhou Shuqing, she feared that if she continued to hold back, Wang Ming would slip away from her world. Wang Ming tightened his embrace, confessing, I also have feelings for Xiaozhi. He leaned down. Suddenly, Jiang Yao pushed him away, exclaiming, no, this is the office. She took Wang Ming's hand and led him towards the glass partition in the office. Upon entering the partition, Wang Ming's gaze was captured by an excessively large walnut wardrobe in the corner. What is the purpose of such a large wardrobe in the office? Jiang Yao smiled with pursed lips and remained silent, retrieving a pearl-white remote control from her desk drawer. With a soft beep, the wardrobe doors slid open, revealing clothes that suddenly shifted to the sides, exposing a hidden panel that began to rotate. Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a secret room. Jiang Yao playfully smiled. Come, this is our private world. Step inside. Her voice was alluring as she pulled the stunned Wang Ming into the secret room, and the panel behind them closed. In the 30 square meter space, a projection screen hung on the wall opposite the large bed. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, with an embedded bathtub faintly visible behind the frosted glass. You've created a couple-S suite at the office, Wang Ming exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. The soundproofing here is excellent. You can't even hear firecrackers from outside, Jiang Yao boasted. Wang Ming composed himself, exhaling deeply, and remarked, you possess such capability and diligence. Your husband truly is a fool for abandoning you and your child. Jiang Yao's smile froze on her face. Do not mention that beast. When we divorced, he took everything, leaving me even without a single chopstick. I had to learn to eat with my hands like an outsider. She then embraced Wang Ming with emotion, adding, yet you, who have invested so much in me, I would be wrong to remain aloof. Wang Ming wrapped his arms around Jiang Yao's waist, leaning down to inquire, have you truly thought this through? Are you not afraid of being hurt again? Jiang Yao smiled softly. I will not insist that you become Xiaozhi's father, nor will I interfere too much. As long as you can spare some time to accompany us, I will be content. I have come to understand that you are not someone I can control. Jiang Yao realized that as long as the other party cherished her, the concept of status was trivial. What did it matter to have a title when the outcome was the same? Just as Wang Ming pondered her sudden transformation, she rose on her toes and kissed him. An hour later, Wang Ming lay on the bed, gazing at the system panel. Jiang Yao's infatuation level had reached 100, earning him 1,000 system coins. At that moment, he possessed a total of 1,200 system coins, and he was in no hurry to make a purchase. Deciding to first consult a professional boxer before determining which enhancements to procure, Jiang Yao emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel and addressed Wang Ming. who lay languidly on the bed. The afternoon break is over. Let us dine. You ought to properly introduce yourself to the employees as their esteemed boss. At that moment, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming fatigue. He propped himself up, his voice slightly feeble. What shall we eat? Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, hello? On the other end, Chen Yusin complained. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. Lunch is long over. It dawned on Wang Ming that Chen Yusin was still in the car. I'm coming down now. If you're hungry, just go ahead and eat. I've already eaten. Otherwise, would I still be waiting for you? I'm waiting for you to reimburse me. Are you not wealthy? Go ahead and spend. We'll settle it at the month's end. Before Chen Yusin could respond, he abruptly hung up. By this time, Jiang Yao had changed into her attire. She retrieved a pair of men's trousers from the wardrobe in the secret passage and tossed them onto the bed. See, the clothing I prepared for you is indeed useful. Wang Ming marveled at Jiang Yao's thoughtfulness, affirming her competence as a mother. Who called just now? Were they inviting you to lunch? He inquired. Wang Ming shook his head. It was my driver. Ah, indeed. Even a tall, wealthy man has a dedicated driver. Given my current status, I ought to hire one too, preferably a female driver, Wang Ming remarked with a serious tone. Jiang Yao chuckled, covering her mouth. I shall not concern myself with you. Yet you seem quite strict with me. After Wang Ming was ready, he and Jiang Yao descended the elevator. Upon exiting the building, Chen Yusin, who was leaning against her rugged vehicle in the parking lot, immediately spotted Wang Ming. Upon noticing the woman entwined in his arm, she straightened up, her gaze intense. So, this is his new girlfriend? A wave of jealousy washed over her as she pouted, noting the middle-aged woman's remarkable figure. Biting her lower lip, Chen Yusin observed how Jiang Yao's professional attire accentuated her curves far more delicately than her own. She kicked the tire in frustration, huffing. At that moment, Chen Yusin's infatuation with Wang Ming stood at a staggering 93, her emotional state one of singular devotion. Just earlier during lunch, she had mysteriously deleted all ambiguous male contacts from Wei Xin's phone, blocking their numbers as well. Chapter 75. This scene feels like a dream. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao approached the rugged vehicle, Jiang Yao confidently linking her arm with his, her eyes brimming with trust. Chen Yusin, standing beside the car, was almost ablaze with jealousy. Watching the couple draw near, she lowered her previously crossed arms. Boss, is this your new girlfriend? Wow. She is indeed more beautiful than Meng Meng, albeit older, Chen Yusin remarked sarcastically, her scrutiny fixed on Jiang Yao. Wang Ming raised a hand in a mock gesture of slapping, causing Chen Yusin to instinctively shield her face in fright. He refrained from actually striking her, merely intending to frighten her. In the future, speak less. You needn't use your mouth to drive, understand? Just be a diligent driver. Jiang Yao furrowed her brow at the scene before her. The girl in front of her had a flushed complexion and bruises scattered across her body. Did Wang Ming assault the driver? He had hired a female driver. That seemed rather reasonable. Chen Yusin's eyes were red, struggling to hold back tears. She had just severed ties with all her ambiguous relationships for his sake. How could he treat her this way? Chen Yusin felt a pang of sorrow. Jiang Yao broke the awkward silence with a polite smile, extending her hand. Hello, I am Jiang Yao, Wang Ming's business partner. Chen Yusin responded with a handshake. Business partner? Just now, you were linked to his arm. Wang Ming frowned. Chen Yusin, I've told you to mind your words. Or shall I suggest you resign? Chen Yusin was taken aback by his words, her eyes welling up again. Once upon a time, Wang Ming had acted like an infatuated puppy. Begging her to speak well of him when Zhou Mengmeng dismissed him, he nearly knelt before her. In just 2 months, Wang Ming had established a company, met celebrities, and was now driving a sports car with women on his arm. How could it be that she had fallen for him? Truly, the wheel of fate turns. Sparing no one, Jiang Yao gently patted Wang Ming's arm, questioning his harshness towards women. At that moment, a large sedan slowly parked nearby. The door swung open, and a woman emerged from the driver's seat. Clad in a smoky pink silk dress and black heels, she donned a cream-colored cashmere short coat, with 50D thick warm tights enveloping her legs against the cool weather. Sister Zhou, Jiang Yao exclaimed upon spotting Zhou Shuqing, waving in greeting. Shuqing? Wang Ming was taken aback. Auntie? Chen Yusin gasped. You know each other? Wang Ming and Jiang Yao in unison replied. Auntie is the mother of his ex-girlfriend. Chen Yusin quickly added. What a coincidence, Jiang Yao remarked, pursing her lips. Wang Ming shot a fierce glare at Chen Yusin, commanding, shut your mouth. Just be quiet. Chen Yusin, startled, immediately covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Zhou Shuqing approached the group and was equally astonished to see Wang Ming beside Jiang Yao. "Hello, Yusin. What happened to your face?" she asked, noticing the redness akin to that of someone scalded with boiling water. "At the zoo, I was struck twice by a wild gorilla," Chen Yusin replied. Wang Ming glared at her, thinking, is she insulting me as a primitive man? He nervously turned to Zhou Shuqing, swallowing hard. "Shuqing, what brings you here?" Chen Yusin's gaze flitted between Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing. Shouldn't she be calling her auntie? Zhou Shuqing frowned. "I was about to ask you the same. I sent you a message at noon, and you didn't reply." "Ah, I was busy." Wang Ming's mind was racing. How could Jiang Yao know Zhou Shuqing? "Sister Zhou, my partner is Wang Ming." Zhou Shuqing's face turned to one of utter astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Wang Ming, asking, "Is it you who invested 15 million in Jiang Yao?" Wang Ming nodded subtly. 15 million? Chen Yusin was taken aback, nearly staggering. Zhou Shuqing nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. "Wang Ming, it seems you have many secrets from me." Wang Ming gently clarified, "You have been troubled lately. I feared burdening you with more concerns." Zhou Shuqing still felt a hint of suspicion, but suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit, her furrowed brow relaxing. She retrieved a neatly folded document from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yao. This list contains the most renowned figures in the home design sector of Shiguan. Jiang Yao, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "You could have just sent me the electronic version. There's no need for you to come in person. This list was procured through a contact, and I couldn't risk any mistakes with private headhunting. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer, so I printed it out and brought it to you." "Thank you, Sister Zhou. I was just busy with work. Have you had lunch yet?" "I had it earlier." Wang Ming then realized that Jiang Yao had asked Zhou Shuqing to inquire about which companies the most celebrated designers in Shiguan were affiliated with. Zhou Shuqing, being a former fashion design instructor at a top design academy, was well acquainted with various design moguls, making it easy for her to gather such information. She then turned to Wang Ming, reminding him, "I've sent you the time and location for tonight's appointment." "Yes, I will arrive on time." Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh, surprised at how small the world was, discovering that Wang Ming was the former boyfriend of Zhou Shuqing's daughter. Zhou Shuqing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. It's all in the past. I must be going now." Upon hearing that Zhou Shuqing intended to leave, Jiang Yao quickly grabbed her arm. "Sister, don't go. It's been ages since we last met. Join me for a meal, and later, I'll show you my new company upstairs." Wang Ming silently prayed, "Please don't agree. Just leave quickly. I am not prepared for the impending drama." Zhou Shuqing pondered for a moment, then smiled gently. "All right." After saying this, she walked over to Wang Ming and linked her arm with his. Wang Ming flinched slightly, while Jiang Yao and Chen Yusin stared in disbelief. Both were baffled, wondering how close the two had become. Not to mention that Zhou Mingming had already broken up with Wang Ming. Even if they hadn't, their relationship shouldn't be this intimate. Wang Ming sighed in resignation. "Then let us go?" He turned to Chen Yusin and said, "You wait here." Chen Yusin nodded. However, Zhou Shuqing interjected, "Yusin, come along. It's been a long time since I last saw you." Chen Yusin timidly glanced at Wang Ming, who nodded in acquiescence. The four of them proceeded to a Chinese restaurant across the street. Zhou Shuqing sat beside Wang Ming, while Jiang Yao and Chen Yusin sat opposite them. They ordered 4 dishes, which were gradually served. During the meal, Zhou Shuqing continuously served Wang Ming food and poured water for him, leaving Jiang Yao and Chen Yusin utterly astonished. Chen Yusin's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She harbored a conjecture within her heart, yet it seemed too far-fetched to contemplate. She hastily shook her head to clear her mind, murmuring to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm. All of this is but a dream." 15 million had fallen for Aunt Wang Ming, who was now linked arm in arm with him. "Yes, it is all a dream." Jiang Yao, having lived over 30 years and experienced marriage and motherhood, began to see the truth unfold. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, gripping her chopsticks tightly. Devoid of appetite, it dawned on her that Wang Ming had consistently rebuffed her advances due to Sister Zhou. Zhou Shuqing, with her exquisite beauty and enviable figure, not to mention her unmarried status, left Jiang Yao feeling inadequate in comparison. Noticing the redness in Jiang Yao's eyes, Zhou Shuqing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" Jiang Yao quickly collected herself, turning her head to wipe away the tears from her eyes, forcing a faint smile. "It's nothing. The autumn mosquitoes are fierce, and one just bit my eyelid." Zhou Shuqing nodded and continued to serve Wang Ming food. Meanwhile, Wang Ming chewed his meal, finding it tasteless. Although he had anticipated this day of confrontation, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Internally, he marveled. Typically, with Chen Yusin present, Zhou Shuqing would exercise discretion. Clearly, she was determined to confront Zhou Mengmeng tonight, no longer caring about the ramifications. Chapter 76. Can we not boast? As they were nearing the end of their meal, Zhou Shuqing's phone rang unexpectedly. She answered, all right, I will send it to you as soon as possible. After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Yao, her face filled with apologies. I am truly sorry. I can no longer visit your company and must head back immediately. What is the sudden urgency? Jiang Yao asked. The client is eager to see the design, but I haven't finished it yet. I have other commitments this evening and can only rush it out this afternoon. Jiang Yao nodded in understanding. All right then. Goodbye, Auntie. Chen Yusin sweetly addressed Zhou Shuqing with courtesy. During their meal, Zhou Shuqing had learned that Chen Yusin was Wang Ming's driver. With a significant look, she said to Chen Yusin, Yusin, if Wang Ming bullies you, you must tell Auntie. Chen Yusin, glancing timidly at Wang Ming, quickly shook her head, her face brimming with excitement. Auntie, being Wang Ming's driver is a wonderful experience. I was so thrilled this morning that I nearly fainted. She turned to Wang Ming, right boss? Wang Ming, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled lightly before asking Zhou Shuqing. Didn't I ask you to brainstorm the brand concept quickly? Why are you still preoccupied with custom orders? This is the last batch of clients. I won't be taking any more after this, Zhou Shuqing replied, gently planting a kiss on Wang Ming's cheek. See you tonight, my dear. Wang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. This scene pierced Jiang Yao's heart like a dagger. Just an hour ago, she had been enveloped in happiness while spending time with Wang Ming. Now, she was forced to witness his intimate interaction with another. Chen Yusin felt as though she were suffocating, her outrageous thoughts confirmed by the reality unfolding before her. Zhou Shuqing, with a gentle smile, observed Chen Yusin's dazed expression and remarked, Yusin, you must be quite surprised. We have fallen in love. Chen Yusin, choked with emotion, turned her gaze to Wang Ming, who shrugged his shoulders, remaining seated. At this juncture, he felt utterly indifferent. Well, you two carry on with your conversation. I shall take my leave, Zhou Shuqing declared, standing up with poise, entirely unconcerned with the opinions of others. Wang Ming rose as well, intending to accompany her to the door. Jiang Yao, suppressing her inner turmoil, managed a faint smile and stood to bid farewell. Goodbye, Sister Zhou. Chen Yusin, still wearing an expression of disbelief, waved her hand like a beckoning fortune cat, saying, Goodbye, Auntie. After escorting Zhou Shuqing out of the restaurant, Wang Ming returned to his seat, only to be met with Jiang Yao's sudden tears. She covered her face with her hands, lamenting. Why did it have to be Sister Zhou? I had no chance at all. Chen Yusin stared blankly at the restaurant entrance, murmuring to herself, Goodness, what on earth is happening? Once Wang Ming returned to his seat, Chen Yusin immediately stood and announced, I need to use the restroom. She sought to splash cold water on her face to regain composure. Upon entering the restroom, the water felt scorching against her skin. She gazed into the mirror above the sink, touching her flushed cheeks, pondering, could it be that Wang Ming has left me bewildered? Or am I still asleep in the car? How could Annie be with Wang Ming? Goodness, from Wang Ming's recent demeanor, it seems she is still unaware of this situation. Chen Yusin muttered to herself, hastily pulling out her phone. Just as she prepared to dial a number, she abruptly hung up. Touching her face again, she chided herself, No, I must restrain my tongue. I must comply. She stared vacantly at her reflection, inspired to compose a verse. Wang Ming has a flower-picking boat, engaging with the young while reminiscing with the old. I hope to embark and forge some connections, only to narrowly escape calamity. At that moment, only Jiang Yao and Wang Ming remained seated at the table, facing one another. Wang Ming awkwardly pushed his forehead and, filled with guilt, said, I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Jiang Yao interrupted, wiping her tears with a tissue, and looked up at Wang Ming. I reiterate, when you have time, please spend it with Xiao Ji. I do not impose any further demands. Wang Ming nodded gently, affirming, I will. Let us go back to the office. I'll introduce you to the new employees. Just then, Chen Yusin returned from the restroom. She followed the two as they left the restaurant, making their way back to the building. By 1 o'clock, the conference room on the 19th floor was filled with employees from various departments, numbering around 60 or 70. Chen Yusin sat in the HR office, waiting. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao entered the conference room, making their way to the podium beneath the projection screen. Jiang Yao handed Wang Ming a mini microphone and donned one herself before addressing the gathered audience. Today, during our inaugural all-hands meeting, I would like to introduce another of our company's esteemed owners. Wang Ming waved to the crowd, prompting a murmur among the assembled employees. Do we actually have a boss? He appears so youthful, almost like a university student. Why does he look so familiar? Several individuals who had previously worked alongside Wang Ming were utterly astonished. One person, covering their mouth, whispered to a nearby colleague, Wang Ming is actually the new company owner? How did he become a boss? I suspected the relationship between the owner and Wang Ming was quite special. Back in the day, whenever Wang Ming entered the boss's office, the blinds would be drawn, and the boss would emerge with a flushed face. Silence. Maintain discipline. We are in a meeting, Jiang Yao admonished loudly, allowing her jealousy to manifest slightly as frustration. Once the crowd quieted, Jiang Yao continued, let us allow another owner of our company to say a few words. Wang Ming had not prepared a speech, but after a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and began, I am Wang Ming. And Yunju Decoration is a company co-founded by Jiang Yao and myself. In the future, we will gradually phase out outsourcing and cultivate our own renovation team. Eventually, the entire building may become our company's territory, and we might even have an independent company building. By then, we will establish a cafeteria to provide free lunches for everyone, and will also construct employee dormitories, allowing those from outside the city or without housing to stay free of charge. Jiang Yao, listening intently, felt her irritation grow and quickly tugged at Wang Ming's hand, signaling him to stop. She positioned the microphone closer to her mouth and leaned in to whisper in Wang Ming's ear, stop dreaming big. I can hardly bear it. I asked you to introduce yourself, not to boast. Wang Ming scratched his head. I'm not boasting. This is my ambition. Jiang Yao shot him a disapproving look. Are you going to arrange romantic partners and organize weddings too? Wang Ming pondered for a moment. If that day ever comes. Jiang Yao, fearing he might elaborate further, swiftly brought the microphone back to her mouth, interjecting, all right, let us conclude Mr. Wang's ambitious plans here. Applause erupted from the audience. This boss sure knows how to boast, thinking he's like Lu Qiangdong. We'd be satisfied with just overtime pay, let alone a free cafeteria and dormitory, they murmured. At that moment, Wang Ming raised his voice again. I have one more thing to add. In the future, there will be a 30 yuan hourly subsidy for overtime, and we will reimburse dinner and travel expenses. Jiang Yao, alarmed, quickly covered Wang Ming's mouth. We are a business, not a charity. The crowd erupted into chatter once more. Wow, is that really true? I want to apply for overtime, exclaimed one. Hey, we in Human Resources don't have overtime, another replied. A beautiful host clasped her hands tightly, gazing intently at Wang Ming on stage. If we hosts work overtime every day, we could earn an extra 100 a day? Wow, this boss is handsome and has a good heart. Wang Ming brushed aside Jiang Yao's hand, the scent of nail polish lingering in the air. He spat and continued. How can we muster enthusiasm when even this minimal benefit is withheld? A soldier willing to brave the flames for you is worth 10 who lack the drive. Jiang Yao sighed. Having heard Wang Ming's words, she could not rebuke him. Addressing the crowd below, she announced, well, as Mr. Wang has stated, the overtime pay and return expenses will be duly addressed by the company. Everyone has gained a preliminary understanding of our new boss. Now, let us proceed to the next segment of the meeting, where each department will report on their recent work progress. One by one, the department heads took the stage to present their reports via the projected PowerPoint slides. Wang Ming sat to the side, his mind wandering, utterly disengaged from the proceedings. With Jiang Yao managing the company, he felt at ease. He pulled out his phone, searching for renowned fighters or boxing gyms in Shiguan City, eager to find challenge matches. He sought practical experience to identify areas in need of improvement, ensuring a decisive victory when confronting Shiguan's finest. Meanwhile, Chun Yusen sat in the Human Resources office, still reeling from recent events. Thoughts of Zhou Shuqing and Wang Ming's closeness, along with Zhou Shuqing's proclamation of love, haunted her. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was a call from Zhou Mengmeng. Hesitating, she swiped to answer. Mengmeng, what's up? Are you at work? Yes, I'm at work today, Chun Yusen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng's excitement bubbled over. So, how is it? Is his car really a Hummer? Aren't you thrilled? The car is indeed a Hummer, but I've already sustained injuries on the first day. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Mingming inquired, "What's wrong? You drive a Hummer. Earn 20,000 a month, yet you sound so down. Is it Zhao Gang, Li Chun, or Wang Jiaxing ignoring you?" "No, I've blacklisted them all." On the other end, Zhou Mingming's brows furrowed in concern. "You've blacklisted them? What is going on? I think I've fallen in love with someone. Let us not discuss this further. All right, let us meet up when you have time. Help me analyze this situation. Go ahead." Wang Ming owns a supermarket, and today, Lu Guohua only managed to sell a lighter, while half of yesterday's meat and vegetables went to waste. His supermarket is filled with near-expiry goods. At this rate, it will surely go under. I believe Wang Ming is retaliating against Lu Guohua, trying to win me back. As for Li Jixuan, he is definitely trying to provoke me. Humph, I'll use the child in my womb as leverage. He'll surely return to my side. Ming, you really are quite bold. Your hometown is being taken over. And you're still dreaming. Huh, what do you mean by that? Chen Yusin recalled Wang Ming's attitude towards her, her heart racing. But she refrained from mentioning Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing. Never mind, just be prepared with some adrenaline. Keep it handy. You're acting strangely today. Forget it. Don't forget to inform me of any updates on Wang Ming. I have plans tonight. Tomorrow, you can drive him to meet me. Zhou Mingming ended the call. Chen Yusin helplessly shook her head. In the conference room, after the department managers had concluded their work reports, employees began to exit in succession. Jiang Yao stood at the doorway, engaging in conversation with several managers. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, engrossed in his phone while awaiting her. At that moment, a few former colleagues of Wang Ming passed by, one of whom stopped to greet him. Wang Ming, I never expected you to become a boss." Wang Ming looked up with a smile, responding, "Work hard. I will definitely arrange the company dormitories and cafeteria." The employees nodded in acknowledgement. "We're off to work. Goodbye, boss." As they walked towards their offices, they whispered, "It feels like Wang Ming has changed a bit. Some qualities are innate, while others are acquired through wealth. He now possesses both. Surely there is a transformation." Once Jiang Yao finished her discussion with the managers, she turned to Wang Ming, asking, "So, what do you think of our new company?" Wang Ming put away his phone, gazing intently at Jiang Yao, his expression turning serious. Before he could mention Zhou Shuqing, Jiang Yao leaned closer and gently kissed him on the cheek, then managed a smile, saying, "May the will-o'-the-wisps illuminate your path, as I willingly accompany you like a delicate willow." What does that mean? Wang Ming was taken aback. She was neither crying nor making a scene. Instead, she was quoting poetry. Jiang Yao chuckled softly. "If you don't understand, just take your time to figure it out. By the way, come play with Xiao Ji this weekend. He has been nagging about you for days." "Sure, I'll make time for it," Wang Ming replied. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao began to tour the various departments of the company. In the operations department, several beautiful hosts were engaging in live streaming within their respective studios. Wang Ming was momentarily captivated, silently admiring how Jiang Yao had indeed kept pace with the times, perfectly integrating beauty with interior design. The hosts in the studios posed charmingly for the camera while initiating a captivating sales pitch. "Our design philosophy is avant-garde, utilizing top-tier materials, from design to construction. All are handled by talented women. Your home design is penned by an intellectual sister, and your flooring is laid by maids in stylish attire. Thanks to Boss Daewoo Steel for the generous tip on Douyin. You are entitled to a discount of 10,000 on your deposit. Daewoo Steel, no need. I'm not renovating, just want you to dance." "All right, boss." The live streaming beauties began to dance energetically. Clients who came through the live stream could earn a 10% commission on the renovation fees, while the company only took 10% of the gifts, leaving the rest for the hosts. Comments flooded the screen. "Is this renovation company legitimate? My dad has been watching live streams these days, saying he wants to demolish the house and renovate. I'm here to see what is going on." The neighboring live stream has also started dancing. All the hosts are from Yunzhu Decoration World. Wang Ming turned to Jiang Yao, his brow furrowed. "Why don't you set up a poll in the live stream room? Are we running a renovation company or an entertainment network? Even my son knows how to scroll through Douyin. We must keep up with the times," Jiang Yao replied with a smile. "Our outsourcing team truly don-made outfits for the task." "Certainly not." Wang Ming nodded continuously, affirming that it was undoubtedly you, truly deserving of your surname Jiang, as you are indeed astute. Chapter 78. A tinge of regret. Jiang Yao accompanied Wang Ming on a tour through various departments before they bid each other farewell. As Wang Ming descended the stairs with Chen Yusin, his phone rang, It was Zheng Shuang. Where are you? I can hardly get up. My body feels weak. I took a trip to the restroom, and it took me 10 minutes to return. When will you be home? What? Are you planning to stay at my place indefinitely? The system task required him to share a roof with Zheng Shuang for a month, and Wang Ming perceived that the pure-hearted Zheng Shuang was indeed unique. He contemplated prioritizing the task. Zheng Shuang pouted. Who wants to stay at your house indefinitely? I just want you to come back and take care of me. I'm quite busy today. I'll be home later. Are you still planning to introduce me to your grandmother? Of course. It's only natural for my future partner to meet the family. Upon hearing Zheng Shuang's words, Wang Ming felt a sense of reassurance. Her growing affection had dispelled her doubts about him, and for the moment, the situation appeared stable. Then you focus on what you need to do. I'll catch a bit more sleep, Zheng Shuang said before hanging up. Chen Yusen, a seasoned player in the realm of romance, had absorbed every word Wang Ming uttered. It was evident that the voice on the other end was not that of Zhou Shuqing. She turned to Wang Ming, who instinctively glanced back at her, frowning seriously. I feel that your presence is somewhat inconvenient for me. Should I consider eliminating the driver position? Chen Yusen hastily waved her hands. No, Wang Ming. I mean boss. I didn't hear anything. A smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. His 2 hours with Chen Yusen had elevated her affection level to 93. She was more obedient now. Yet, to remove her from the system, he needed to work harder to bring her infatuation to a perfect 100. Wang Ming fastened his seatbelt and began to drive. Where to? Your home. Zhou Mingming had prepared for a three-pronged approach. First, to receive gifts from Lu Guojia's parents. Second, to have the uncle compensate her, as the child was his responsibility. And third, to leverage the child to win Wang Ming back, seeking at least some form of recompense. Zhou Mingming reflected on her 3 years with Wang Ming. How could he forget her now that he had flourished? She deemed it reasonable to request a sum of 1 million. At that moment, Zhou Mingming sat in a tea cafe, waiting for a considerable time before a man entered. He wore a casual jacket, black trousers, and relaxed shoes, his short hair neatly styled, appearing to be in his early 40s. Mingming, he approached her. Zhou Mingming remained seated, exuding an air of composure. How rare it is to meet. Please, have a seat. After the man sat down, he gazed meaningfully at Zhou Mingming for a few moments before glancing at her abdomen. How far along are you? 9 weeks. Are you certain the child is mine? You did have a boyfriend at that time. Nominally, we are in a romantic relationship, yet in reality, we have long since parted ways. Do you wish to deny it? The man shook his head and chuckled softly. It is not that I deny it. I simply refuse to be a fool. Let us discuss matters once the child is born. In a fit of anger, Zhou Mingming stood abruptly, grasped her bag, and feigned an intention to leave. If you refuse to acknowledge it, then let us terminate the pregnancy. The man swiftly seized Zhou Mingming's wrist. Sit down. His expression was stern and forbidding, compelling her to return to her seat. Gradually, his demeanor softened as he expressed concern. It is not advisable to drink coffee during pregnancy. Zhou Mingming scoffed coldly. If the father of the child does not care, why should I? I will transfer you 20,000 yuan as nutritional support for your pregnancy. In a few months, we shall conduct a paternity test. If the child is indeed mine, I will certainly have something to say. Zhou Mingming slammed her hand on the table, causing the coffee in the cup to splash everywhere. Lu Jiping, are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? Do you have any idea what my boyfriend's family does? Would I be concerned about your mere 20,000? How much do you want then? Start with 500,000. And we shall discuss further once the test results are in. Lu Jiping chuckled lightly. You truly have the audacity to demand so much. Honestly, what kind of decent offspring can a woman like you produce? I will offer you 100,000 as nutritional support. If you refuse, then you may proceed with the termination. Lu Jiping stood up, prompting Zhou Mingming to rise immediately as well. Transfer the money. Zhou Mingming felt helpless. For now, securing the 100,000 seemed essential, as the child was undeniably his. Once the test was completed, the initiative would still rest with her. By obtaining funds from all 3 men, if she were to terminate the pregnancy, it would not matter if Wang Ming chose not to reconcile. She could simply use the money to start anew with a more dependable partner. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at Chen Yusen's residence, Wang Ming observed the system panel, noting that Chen Yusen's infatuation level had reached 97. Consequently, apart from Lin Qi, whose infatuation level stood at 76, all other bound subjects had surpassed 90, with 3 of them reaching maximum capacity. Noticing Chen Yusen lacked the energy to continue as a driver, Wang Ming opted not to awaken her. He descended alone and drove to the rendezvous point. Zhou Shuqing had been waiting in a private room of a high-end Chinese restaurant. She had reapplied her makeup, which appeared far more exquisite than before, and donned a light green qipao of her own design. She aimed to present her most beautiful self to publicly affirm her relationship with Wang Ming. Unperturbed and composed, she even looked forward to clarifying matters with Zhou Mingming. As the door to the private room swung open, Zhou Mingming entered with a beaming smile and took a seat. "Oh, he has not arrived yet. By the way, mother, Lu Guohua's parents have arranged to meet with you on the 27th to discuss the dowry. I have declined. I no longer intend to be with him, and I feel there is no need for you to intervene." Zhou Shuqing was filled with agitation. Zhou Mingming's obliviousness was utterly exasperating. "Why are you not speaking?" Zhou Mingming furrowed her brow. Zhou Shuqing, too weary to part her lips, softly remarked, "If you do not heed my words, what more is there to discuss?" Zhou Mingming let out a light hum, her expression one of indifference. "What is wrong with my pursuit of happiness?" She glanced at her watch. "Oh, my future father is late. At long last, I get to meet him. He is my age, isn't he? To this day, I remain oblivious to his profession. Is he handsome? Why hasn't anyone shown me his pictures? Is he as dashing as Wang Ming? Not bad." Zhou Shuqing offered no explanation, instead picking up her phone to call Wang Ming. "Darling, where are you? I'll be there in 5 minutes." Zhou Mingming pouted, murmuring to herself, looking back. "Wang Ming is truly quite exceptional. Who would have guessed you would become so affluent? Whoever marries you now would be exceedingly fortunate." Chapter 79. What are you all doing? Wang Ming's muscular physique, his prowess. Wang Ming had previously given her massages to help her relax. The poignant lyrics of love songs were not mere expressions of anguish. At this moment, she felt a profound resonance. She had anticipated that her desires would be quelled during her pregnancy, yet at 9 weeks along, an overwhelming sense of emptiness pervaded. The elder gentleman did not touch her, and Guohua had turned into a mere facade of masculinity. "Mother, do you think Wang Ming will continue to love me? Whether he loves you, I cannot say, but he will certainly care deeply." Just as Zhou Shuqing was about to finish her sentence, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Mingming, who had been fiddling with the menu, immediately set it down and turned with a beaming smile. "You finally arrived." But as she recognized the visitor's face, her words faltered. Wang Ming." Wang Ming removed his jacket, his gaze gliding past the astonished Zhou Mingming to settle on Zhou Shuqing, the primary guest. A smile graced his lips. "Darling, have you been waiting long? Who agreed to reconcile? Calling someone darling already?" Zhou Mingming's voice unexpectedly rose, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She deliberately arched her belly, her fingertips poking at her thigh. "First, give my legs a massage, if your technique is as satisfying as before." Before she could finish, Wang Ming walked past her without a glance. Zhou Mingming frowned. Wang Ming took a seat beside Zhou Shuqing, his movements casual. Zhou Mingming straightened her posture, her gaze darting back and forth between the two. After a moment's contemplation, her brain provided an answer. "Mother, did you call Wang Ming here because I expressed a desire to reconcile with him?" Zhou Shuqing felt a flush creep up her neck. "I did indeed invite Wang Ming over, but you cannot reconcile." She took a deep breath and continued. "Do not even think of using the child that does not belong to him as leverage. I will not allow it." "Leverage me? The child is mine." Wang Ming's back instantly stiffened. Zhou Shuqing had never mentioned Zhou Mingming's intent to leverage him, and the shock in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. But wait. We had ceased to meet even before parting ways with Zhou Mingming. The information struck him like a thunderclap, causing his temples to throb. He truly wished to sever any ties with Zhou Mingming. In that moment, Zhou Mingming found herself ensnared by Zhou Shuqing's words. The chill emanating from her mother rendered her speechless, and the carefully prepared remarks intended for Wang Ming lodged firmly in her throat. Zhou Mingming was taken aback. She never anticipated that her mother would expose her in front of Wang Ming, leaving her feeling acutely embarrassed. Her lips trembled as she attempted to clarify, "Mom, I did not intend to coerce Wang Ming." Zhou Shuqing managed a wry smile, knowing that without her preemptive warning, Zhou Mingming would undoubtedly have made an extravagant display. Her well-maintained hand delicately rested upon Wang Ming's robust hand, her face inching closer to him. Zhou Mingming felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body freezing in place, her eyes wide as saucers. Her mouth gaped open, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her hands clutched the armrests of her chair so tightly that her manicured fingertips nearly broke. A tumult of emotions surged within her, anger and shame intertwined. disbelief settling in as Wang Ming released Zhou Shuqing, a gentle expression adorning his face. "You look truly lovely today. I will dress like this for you often," he remarked. Zhou Mengming's lips quivered, repeatedly uttering two words, "You too." Wang Ming felt a sense of delight. He had anticipated Zhou Mengming's reaction, chuckling softly. "When you said over the phone that you would wholeheartedly support my relationship with your mother, I hope you meant it." Zhou Mengming was still unable to articulate a coherent response. She felt her body spiraling out of control, engulfed by a wave of humiliation. She trembled so violently that it seemed she might lose control at any moment. Zhou Shuqing linked her arm with Wang Ming's and tenderly said, "Mengming will bless our union." Upon noticing the jade bracelet on Wang Ming's wrist, Zhou Mengming nearly slipped from her chair. She swallowed hard, eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned Zhou Shuqing. "Your boyfriend is Wang Ming? You gave him Grandma's bracelet. Though it may not be valuable, it was her treasure." Zhou Shuqing's tone turned slightly harsh, devoid of any lingering affection. "Otherwise, should I have given it to you? If I had mentioned that this bracelet is worth millions, you would have likely sold it for money, wouldn't you?" Zhou Mengming's body jolted. She recognized the truth in her mother's words. Not to mention millions. Even a few thousand would have tempted her to trade it for a bag. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment they had shared a kiss. Her voice on the verge of breaking. "So, is it true? Are you two in a relationship?" Wang Ming shrugged, feigning provocation with a smile. "Why not join us tonight and see how we love each other?" Zhou Mengming shuddered again, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face, the force of it bringing a flush to her cheeks. She murmured to herself, "It's fake. It's not real." Wang Ming slowly produced a red envelope, sliding it across the table to Zhou Mengming, offering it as a small gesture from an elder upon their first encounter. The envelope was thin enough to slice through vegetables, containing a mere 38 yuan. At this moment, had Zhou Mengming opened the red envelope, she would have comprehended the true meaning of betrayal. It was then that Zhou Shuqing noticed the marks on Wang Ming's neck. They appeared to be scratches, for long streaks of blood, with several red impressions at the back of his jaw resembling strawberry marks. A pang of unease gripped Zhou Shuqing's heart as she immediately crossed her arms, her face flushed with jealousy. "Wang Ming, where have you been wandering off to? What happened to your neck?" Wang Ming instinctively touched his neck, inwardly cursing the situation. It must have been Chen Yusen. How could this be? With a 40% enhancement, could he not feel pain? He wore a look of shame, unable to admit it was a cat scratch. Rather, it was a dog scratch. Zhou Shuqing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle in a playful yet reproachful manner. "You little rascal, wait until I've recovered for a few days, and I will deal with you." Listening to their affectionate exchange, Zhou Mengming could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within her, her eyes bloodshot. With a forceful clap of her hands on the table, she rose abruptly, overturning it. The sound of crashing dishes echoed as fragments scattered across the floor. "Ah!" Zhou Shuqing exclaimed in shock. Chapter 80. Are you trying to kill me? Wang Ming reacted swiftly, leaping to his feet and extending his arms to catch the table before it fell onto him, and Zhou Shuqing, gently setting it back down. "What madness is this?" he scolded loudly. "It is you who are mad." Zhou Mengming's eyes were red, her hair disheveled. She cried out, "Mom, how could you be with my ex-boyfriend? Do you have no shame?" Startled by Zhou Mengming's fury, Zhou Shuqing quickly composed herself and replied softly, "Shame? I would forsake everything for Wang Ming." With her heart fully ensnared, a woman can be utterly devoted. Wang Ming understood the tyranny of the obsession system, yet to Zhou Mengming, it was utterly incomprehensible. "You've truly become something else, scolding the one who raised you for 17 years without shame," Wang Ming retorted, raising a finger at Zhou Mengming. "Cease your tantrums. If you harm Zhou Shuqing even slightly, I shall repay you tenfold." Zhou Mengming swayed, nearly losing her balance. She pointed a trembling finger at Wang Ming, her voice quaking. "You scoundrel beast. No, worse. You are beneath even a pig or a dog. Have you forgotten the incessant calls you bombarded me with after our breakup? Have you forgotten weeping at Chen Yusen's door, begging her to intercede for you? And now, you are with my mother. How disgusting." After hurling her accusations, she turned to Zhou Shuqing. "You are equally repugnant." Wang Ming's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Zhou Mengming. "I will say this once more. Show some respect to Zhou Shuqing. I do not recommend a premature lesson in manners. I genuinely love your mother, and in the future, we shall have a brother or sister for you." Upon hearing the mention of siblings, Zhou Mengming felt the fuse of her anger ignite. She lunged at Wang Ming, her fingers curling into claws aimed at his face. Wang Ming seized her wrist, forcefully tossing her back, causing Zhou Mingming to tumble to the ground. Wang Ming spoke sternly. To be honest, your life after being adopted has been rather fortunate. You have a mother like Xu Qing who has endured so much for you. And now there is Lu Guohua, who has stepped in. Zhou Mingming collapsed onto the ground, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. A desperate scream escaped her lips as she frantically tugged at her hair, crying out, "Why? Why is this happening? All of this is a lie. Zhou Shuqing looked at her daughter in disarray on the floor. Although her heart ached, she steeled herself and said, "Regardless of your acceptance, the fact remains that Wang Ming and I have become lovers." Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhou Mingming slowly raised her head, her eyes vacant. Suddenly, she stood up, tidied her hair, and a strange smile crept across her face. "Very well, I bless you both." Zhou Mingming turned and staggered toward the door of the private room. As she reached the entrance, she abruptly halted, glancing back at Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing with a cold stare. "You will not have a good ending. I curse you both. I will make you regret this." Zhou Shuqing bit her lip in anger and approached Zhou Mingming, her jaw trembling as she spoke. "How can you speak to me like this? I have raised you all these years. I owe you nothing. Now that Wang Ming is someone you do not want, am I not entitled to pursue him?" Zhou Mingming responded with a peculiar smile. The pursuit is truly remarkable. I applaud you." After a few claps, she continued, "How much have I cost you over the years? Keep a tally, and I shall return every penny. From now on, we are no longer mother and daughter." With that, she strode out, disappearing through the door. Zhou Shuqing stood frozen in place, having mentally rehearsed this conclusion, yet her heart still throbbed with pain. Wang Ming noticed her distress and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Leaning against him, Zhou Shuqing asked with concern, "She wouldn't do anything foolish, would she?" Wang Ming gently patted her back. With her temperament, would she harm herself? Zhou Shuqing nodded, then quickly looked up at Wang Ming, jealousy flickering in her eyes. "What happened to your neck?" Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Oh, I was practicing boxing, and my sparring partner is a girl with quite the sharp claws." Zhou Shuqing pulled away from his embrace, her eyes glistening with bitterness. "You and Jiang Yao have something going on, don't you?" Wang Ming was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Is a woman's intuition truly that strong? This afternoon, Jiang Yao saw us being intimate and nearly cried. Wang Ming stammered, wanting to defend himself, but Zhou Shuqing placed her finger on his lips, signaling him to remain silent. "About Chen Yusin's injury, you've gone a bit overboard. I hope you handle these matters before we marry." Wang Ming was once again caught off guard, realizing that she had even noticed Chen Yusin. He marveled at how the system of infatuation could make women so magnanimous. Both Jiang Yao and Li Zixuan were willing to invest in him, content to remain as shadows behind him. Zhou Shuqing, with a hint of sternness, contemplated the importance of managing her relationships with others before marriage. The desire to soar to great heights and become a renowned UCF competitor necessitates the relentless completion of systematic tasks and the cultivation of infatuation. Wang Ming, hesitant to acquiesce to Zhou Shuqing, merely pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, vowing, "I shall ensure your happiness." Zhou Shuqing suddenly enveloped her ample bosom with her arms, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Are you still contemplating equality and sharing? I meant you and your mother. What were you thinking?" With a playful roll of her eyes at Wang Ming, she softened her tone. "That's more like it." Wang Ming, recalling a pressing matter, asked seriously, "How is the brand planning coming along?" "I have contacted a few designer friends who have promised their assistance. The brand name is decided, and I have a preliminary design concept, though it is not yet finalized. Once I handle the customer orders, I will make a thorough plan." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "I will provide you with the necessary funds. You have a better grasp on venue selection and equipment. Put in the effort, and once we are on the right track, I shall take care of the promotional aspects." Zhou Shuqing smiled warmly. "Thank you. This brand belongs to both of us, and I will pour my heart into its creation." Wang Ming gazed at the exquisitely made-up Zhou Shuqing, her every expression more enchanting than before, captivating to the core. Lin Qi was undeniably beautiful, yet lacked the mature charm that Zhou Shuqing possessed. The fitted Qi Pao accentuated Zhou Shuqing's curvaceous figure, making her alluringly irresistible. "Darling, you look stunning today." Zhou Shuqing chuckled at Wang Ming's intense gaze, then approached the door, locking it behind her. Turning back, She began to unbutton her qipao at the collar, saying, "It's time to eat. I'm famished." Meanwhile, at Swan Lake in Jiangxin District, Zhou Mingming stood by the water's edge, tears cascading down her cheeks, her chest heaving violently. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling moments spent on the lake with Lu Guohua. It was here, at the heart of the lake, that she had first encountered her mother and Wang Ming. Zhou Mingming suddenly realized that they had been involved even then. "You betrayed me. May you both meet a wretched end," she screamed in despair. At that moment, a man strolled along the lakeside path with a woman, startled by Zhou Mingming's anguished cries. "Why don't you call your mother? If you wish to die, jump into the lake, but don't disturb our date." The man spat angrily, pointing at her retreating figure. Chapter 81. The Bamboo House Conference. Zhou Mingming disregarded the man's harsh words, not even glancing back. She crouched down, gazing into the lake, her sobs gradually diminishing into quiet whimpers. Reflecting on the 3 years spent with Wang Ming, she remembered how he would sip only the broth of the spicy hot pot she had left, and how he would pick out fish bones and peel shrimp for her, while he himself consumed the fish bones and shrimp heads. Although they led a frugal life, he truly cared for her. Every time Zhang Jian invited him to go out, he would consider the expenses. Most importantly, the 7 times she had once feared had transformed into a rare happiness. "If only I could endure for a few more months. The best times would belong to me." Zhou Mingming wiped her tears fiercely, declaring, "I will not let you have it easy. And you too, just give me the money, and it would suffice." She recalled the uncle and Lu Guohua. An hour later, Wang Ming and Zhou Shuqing had finished their meal in the private dining room of a Chinese restaurant and returned home, each carrying a sense of satisfaction. As Wang Ming emerged from the basement, he noticed the bright lights illuminating the first floor of his standalone house. Upon opening the front door, he saw 2 suitcases placed to the right in the foyer, while from the distant living room came the lively chatter of Zhang Shishuang. "Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Can you give me the lights, Chuisher? Do you even know how to play?" Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Zhang Shishuang had claimed she wouldn't be living here, yet here she was, even having moved her computer in. He let out a helpless sigh. Although she had previously complained of feeling weak, at this moment, she was as energetic as ever, playing games with fervor. One could say she was invigorated. A true gaming enthusiast. At this rate, her future children would likely be groomed for the esports arena. Wang Ming changed his shoes and walked over to where Zhang Shishuang was engrossed in her game. She was wearing headphones and was completely unaware of his return. He quietly observed her, just as he had during their first encounter, legs crossed, chewing gum, occasionally shouting commands. "Not a couple. I have a boyfriend." Hearing her resolute declaration, Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle, then gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Ah!" Zhang Shishuang was startled and quickly turned around. Upon seeing Wang Ming, she hurriedly removed her headphones, stood up, and leaped into his embrace, playfully pouting. "Why did you come home so late? Is this considered late?" "I fear it will only get later," he replied. "Indeed, you have both the supermarket and the company to attend to," she acknowledged. Wang Ming teased, "So, why did you bring your luggage and computer?" Zhang Shishuang shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "I just think your home has fast internet. Is it not because once the floodgate is opened, it cannot be closed?" Wang Ming chuckled. Initially worried about how to convince her to stay for a month, she had taken the initiative to move in. "What about your classes?" he inquired. Zhang Shishuang nodded. "Well, I took a month off from my parents' matters. I'll find time to catch up on my studies. So there's no need for you to worry." Wang Ming was indeed untroubled. After all, her family was well off, and school was merely a formality for her. He had taken note of Zhou Shuqing's complaints about him, and he had already raised the collar of his jacket to cover the scars on his neck. The injury on his face was concealed with a band-aid. Zhang Shishuang gently raised her hand to touch Wang Ming's face. "What is this injury?" Wang Ming quickly brushed her hand aside. "It's nothing. Continue playing." After saying this, he turned to head towards the stairs. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to sleep." Wang Ming did not look back. This day had been exhausting, even more so than working during the holidays. Zhang Shishuang frowned and mumbled. "How can you come back from a day out looking like you've been trampled by a camel? Your back is bent, and you look utterly drained." That night, the two of them coexisted peacefully. On the following morning at 9 o'clock, within a bamboo cottage nestled in the mountains of Shiguan City, an elderly gentleman sat leisurely at a tea table, meticulously arranging his tea set and teapot. The sound of high heels echoed, growing nearer, as 2 pairs of slender, fair legs stepped into the quaint bamboo dwelling. Grandfather Chun greeted Lin Shi along with a young woman in her 20s. The young woman hastened to the tea table beside Chun Yinhong, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I didn't expect to see you here." Chun Yinhong's expression darkened momentarily. He had only invited Lin Shi to the cottage, unaware that his granddaughter would accompany her. With a smile, Lin Shi approached the center of the cottage and explained, "I mentioned to Xian that I was coming here, and she expressed a desire to see you, so we came together." Chun Yinhong nodded, though a hint of displeasure lingered on his face. He turned to his granddaughter, Xian, "Why don't you spend some time in the bamboo grove? Lin Shi and I have matters of business to discuss." Discontented, Chun Jixin crossed her arms and pouted, "You just got here and you're already sending me away. It seems you don't want to see me at all. I won't come to visit you anymore." With that, she strode toward the exit, calling back, "Qijia, come find me in the bamboo grove later. I'll show you around." "Very well, do come and sit," Chun Yinhong said, pouring a cup of tea for her. Lin Shi approached the table, settling onto the plush cushion. "Grandfather, is this where you reside in seclusion? The environment is truly lovely." Chun Yinhong lifted the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip before replying, "Lin Shi, since you hold such affection for this place, have you considered leaving the entertainment industry to live here?" Lin Shi's gaze sharpened as she straightened in her seat. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" With a sardonic smile, Chun Yinhong stood, hands clasped behind him, pacing within the bamboo cottage. "You know, I invested in your immensely popular The Fierce Empress and the now banned The Human Skin Colorful Cage. Indeed, it is through you that I became good friends with Xian," Lin Shi acknowledged, though the mention of the human skin colorful cage pricked at her heart, a reminder of her own humiliation. "I invested in you because of that connection. Otherwise, I would not have done so casually," Chun Yinhong remarked with a raised brow. Noticing Chun Yinhong's pacing, Lin Shi decided to rise, but he gently pressed her back down. "Remain seated. I have much to discuss with you today." Lin Shi sensed something odd about Chun Yinhong's demeanor. He continued his pacing. "Have you uncovered any leads regarding the incident that harmed you?" "Not yet. There is currently no evidence to be found," she replied. "That cannot be overlooked. A mere producer dares to harm someone I care for. How audacious," he scoffed. Lin Shi shivered at his words, feeling unsettled by the underlying tone. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove, Chun Jixin idly fiddled with the lengthy bamboo stalks, mumbling to herself, "I wonder how long Grandfather and Qijia will talk. It's so boring. Had I known, I wouldn't have come." She occasionally glanced toward the cottage, hoping Lin Shi would come to find her soon. Chapter 82. Lin Shi's fury inside the bamboo house. Lin Shi found herself unsettled by Chun Yinhong's cryptic demeanor. Rising from her seat, she addressed him directly, "You summoned me to this secluded place for a significant reason. Please speak plainly." With a knowing smile, Chun Yinhong's expression quickly turned serious as he faced Lin Shi and asked, "Do you have someone you care for?" Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, sensing the direction of his thoughts, though she dared not confirm them. Instead, she replied coolly, "My romantic affairs are not suitable for discussion with you, Elder Chun." A flicker of coldness crossed Chun Yinhong's features. "Is it that young man who runs the supermarket?" Lin Shi felt a jolt within her. Indeed, he was astute. No one else could discern her fondness for Wang Ming. Maintaining her composure, she responded, "Elder Chun, you should refrain from making assumptions about others. Every individual's emotional life is private, and I hope you can respect my boundaries." Chun Yinhong scoffed, "Respect? Lin Shi, you must understand. Every film you make has the backing of my Longwan Group. Your esteemed position in the industry at such a young age is not merely due to your talent. I have often chosen you as the lead. In a sense, I am your employer. I will not allow you to become entangled with a supermarket owner." A flash of anger crossed Lin Shi's eyes, though she kept her emotions in check. "I cannot repay your kindness, but feelings are distinct from professional matters. Furthermore, I harbor no intentions toward him." Chun Yinhong's expression darkened further. "Given your status, to publicly confront him, to invite a popular girl group, and your gaze upon him, you're not fooling me. That young man is merely an ordinary person. Should your relationship become public, you are well aware of the consequences." Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi endeavored to calm herself. "I fail to understand. Did you summon me merely to issue this warning?" Suddenly, Chun Yinhong approached her with quick strides, feigning a stumble to discard his cane. Observing this, Lin Shi rushed forward to assist him. Once steady, he placed his left hand on the back of her hand while his right arm encircled her waist. Lin Shi felt an electric shock and instinctively withdrew, stepping back hastily. With a loud thud, Chun Yinhong fell heavily to the ground. attempting to prop himself up and reach for his cane. Lin Chi stood by, refraining from helping, merely watching him struggle to regain his footing, stunned into silence. She never anticipated that the 70-year-old titan of the business world would lay hands on her. Once he steadied himself with the cane, Chen Yinhong glared at Lin Chi but quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a smile that failed to mask his intentions. Do not be alarmed. Let us sit down and talk. Lin Chi coldly stated, there's no need. Let us get straight to the point. I must leave as soon as our conversation concludes. A smirk of intriguing significance played at the corners of Chen Yinhong's mouth. Miss Lin Chi, I hold you in high regard. You bear a striking resemblance to the youthful visage of Grandma Xinxin. I wish to love once more. Grant me this opportunity. Lin Chi felt a wave of nausea wash over her. 70 years old. His granddaughter was a sister to her. And he could barely stand without a cane, let alone profess love. In that moment, Lin Chi longed to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet she could not deny the many favors he had bestowed upon her, contributing to her current success. However, how could she betray her integrity for personal gain and become this old man's mistress? Noticing Lin Chi's twisted expression, Chen Yinhong chuckled softly. With your standing in the film industry, you could easily retire in triumph. You could spend your remaining years here in this bamboo grove with me. I don't have much time left, and I intend to bequeath half of the group's shares to you and Xinxin. I shall pretend I never heard your words today. Let us act as though nothing has transpired. Farewell. As Lin Chi turned to leave, Chen Yinhong forcefully raised his cane against the ground and called out loudly, Lin Chi. She halted immediately, but refrained from turning back. Chen Yinhong spun around, his tone menacing. If you refuse me today, it is tantamount to trampling my dignity into the dirt. I will utilize my connections to blacklist you, and that insufferable brat will not escape my wrath. With his words hanging heavily in the air, Lin Chi could no longer suppress her emotions. She pivoted, letting out a cold scoff. Who would have thought the venerable Mr. Chen, admired by millions, is nothing but an old lecher? Beneath your kind facade, perhaps you should first ensure you can stand upright before making demands. With that, Lin Chi strode out of the bamboo house. Not long after she had left, Lin Chi heard the hurried footsteps approaching from behind. She turned to see Pan Qing, Chen Yinhong's trusted steward in his 40s. Renowned for both his work ethic and physical prowess, he quickly positioned himself in front of her. Miss Lin, please return. Lin Chi's eyes widened defiantly as she glared at him. I will not go back. Let him abandon this futile hope. Pan Qing let out a cold laugh. Miss Lin, it would be wise not to provoke him. You are aware of old Chen's temperament. Angering him would not serve you well. Lin Chi trembled with fury. I have made my position clear. If he wishes to blacklist me, so be it. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If you block my way again, I will call the police. She brandished her phone. Pan Qing hesitated, but then a furious shout emanated from the bamboo house. Let her go. Hearing Chen Yinhong's command, Pan Qing stepped aside. Lin Chi glared at him fiercely, stowed her phone away, and left without a backward glance. Once she had exited the bamboo grove, Lin Chi paused, glancing back as she murmured, Xinxin, it seems your penchant for lasciviousness is inherited. She felt a sense of frustration and took out her phone, contemplating whom to converse with. The first name that came to mind was Wang Ming. Her fingers hesitated on the screen for a moment before she ultimately decided to dial. After a few rings, Wang Ming's warm voice resonated through the line. Sister Chi, what can I do for you? It was nothing urgent, merely an inquiry about how the supermarket was faring. It's thriving, of course. With your attendance at the ribbon cutting and the pricing under my management, demand has far exceeded supply, and we've had to restrict the flow of customers. The market regulators have approached us several times. Ah, that sounds splendid. Wang Ming continued, I was just thinking of reaching out to you. When will you meet with your friend? Could you bring me along? Lin Chi pondered briefly. Well, there's a gathering in the film industry tomorrow, and some individuals from other sectors of entertainment will be present. I can take you with me. On the other end, Wang Ming snapped his fingers in delight. Great. We'll touch base tomorrow. After hanging up, he smirked, feeling that his scheming might finally bear fruit. Even if he couldn't bring Lin Chi's friend to justice, he could uncover her innermost thoughts and future plans. Chapter 83. Lu Guohua's breakdown beside Wang Ming. Zheng Shuang stirred awake. Her hair tousled and sprawled across the pillow. Her eyelids drooped intermittently, presenting a picture of sleepy languor. What time is it? She mumbled, her arms and legs draped over Wang Ming. He glanced at his phone, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zheng Shuang gasped softly. I slept so well. Come on, get up. Let us go to my house for a meal. To your grandmother's? Yes. Is that appropriate? Wang Ming hesitated, unwilling to intrude. Zheng Shuang considered this. Well, it's true. At her age, she should not have to cater to me, let alone you. Let us just eat out instead. After a restful night, Wang Ming felt rejuvenated. Raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin, let us have a little something at home first. Zheng Shuang inhaled sharply. Her initial plan to see her father today now seeming impossible. It appeared she would have to rest the entire day. She swallowed hard, rummaging beneath her pillow for her hair tie, and began to gather her hair. Meanwhile, within the bustling supermarket on 4 Horizontal Road, Lu Guohua and his mother wore expressions laden with worry. Lu Laodao impatiently addressed Zhou Mingming. Haven't I already given you 500,000? I assure you that what I promised will be fulfilled. Stop incessantly nagging me. You're not even married yet, and you're already demanding such a sum? Zhou Mingming crossed her arms defiantly. No way. Lu Mu supported Lu Laodao's rebuke, given the current state of the supermarket, rather than helping to find solutions. You're only causing more trouble. Lu Guohua gently reassured. Mingming, don't worry. You won't lose a single penny. I will compensate you generously. Zhou Mingming, seeing that the family was unyielding, fell silent, exhaling sharply through her nostrils. Internally, she resented Wang Ming. Were it not for his meddling, Lu Guohua's parents' supermarket would have continued its operations without a hitch, and they would have been able to wholeheartedly consider the matter of the betrothal gifts. Lu Laodao sat in his chair, gritting his teeth. I have been meaning to settle the score with you. How dare you open a supermarket right under my nose and undermine me? Today, we will address both old and new grievances. He picked up the phone and began contacting people. Hello, Zhao Laosan. Gather your little brothers to my supermarket. Hello, Ahao. As Lu Laodao made one call after another, a man entered the supermarket. An employee, noticing a customer finally arriving, immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Welcome. Lu Guohua looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Second uncle. Upon seeing the man, Zhou Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief, and her heart raced at Lu Guohua's call. Second uncle? She questioned her own hearing. The man nodded in response to Lu Guohua, then noticed Zhou Mingming, his body jolting as his eyes widened in astonishment. Mingming? Lu Guohua glanced at Zhou Mingming and chuckled. Second uncle, you know each other. The man referred to as second uncle was Lu Jiping, Lu Laodao's younger brother and the biological father of the child in Zhou Mingming's womb. Zhou Mingming stood frozen in place, while Lu Jiping furrowed his brows and asked her, What are you doing here? Zhou Mingming's breath quickened with anxiety, but Lu Guohua quickly interjected, She is my girlfriend. Mingming, greet second uncle. Zhou Mingming swallowed hard. Uncle. Lu Jiping, somewhat taken aback, felt his heart race as well. Guohua's girlfriend was unexpectedly Mingming. Were the uncle and nephew being manipulated by a woman? He felt both anger and frustration. Although the child in her womb belonged to the Lu family, its paternity was uncertain. Lu Jiping suppressed his fury, struggling to articulate his relationship with Mingming. Zhou Mingming trembled, and Lu Guohua turned to Lu Jiping, asking, Uncle, what brings you to the supermarket? Lu Jiping quickly turned his head, feigning calmness as he replied, Your father said there was an issue at the supermarket, so I came to check. Lu Guohua moved closer to Zhou Mingming, pulling her towards his second uncle. We are about to get married. You both know each other, right? Lu Jiping's expression instantly hardened. His voice filled with disbelief. What? Married? Lu Guohua nodded, puzzled by his uncle's reaction. No. Lu Jiping exclaimed sharply, turning to Zhou Mingming with a face full of contempt. How could Lu Guohua, the only male heir of the Lu family, marry such a woman? Zhou Mingming bit her lip, wishing she could vanish into the ground. At that moment, Lu Laodao finished his calls and approached Lu Jiping, asking, What's wrong? Lu Jiping glanced at Zhou Mingming, then at Lu Guohua, his heart racing with trepidation. Guohua could not marry her. Lu Mu looked on in confusion. What is wrong with you today? Are you enemies with Mingming? Lu Jiping clenched his teeth and replied, Not enemies, but lovers. She has been with me. The supermarket fell silent, and employees in the distance stared in shock. Lu Guohua was stunned, while Lu Laodao and Lu Mu fixed their gaze on Zhou Mingming, who covered her face, unable to lift her head. Lu Laodao endeavored to compose himself, gripping Lu Jiping's collar. What do you mean? A lover? Clarify your words. Lu Jiping abruptly freed himself from Lu Laodao's grasp. His voice seething with rage, She has shared my bed. The child she carries, we do not even know who the father is. Surely she has used the child to blackmail you, has she not? Upon hearing this, Lu Laodao's fists clenched tightly, while Lu Mu gasped in horror. Oh, heavens. She commanded the employees, all of you, to the staff lounge. Reluctantly, the employees shuffled away, grumbling about missing this spectacle. Lu Guohua, in a daze, shook his head vigorously. What are you saying, uncle? Have you lost your mind? Lu Jiping gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze as he glared at the cowering Zhou Mingming. Do not blame my uncle. I was unaware she was your girlfriend. We have shared rooms on numerous occasions. Just 2 months ago we were still together. She is not innocent. Regardless of the child's paternity, it cannot be kept. Treat her as my uncle has, a mere mistress. We must swiftly sever ties with her. The notion that the child could belong to anyone else seared through Lu Guohua's heart like a burning ember. At that moment, all the pain he had endured, both physically and emotionally, erupted within him. He bellowed, "It is you who must be severed from me, you wretched creature. Mingming is my girlfriend." With a furious shout, he dashed toward the kitchen area, seizing a knife and rushing back toward Lu Jiping. Lu Laoda, initially frozen in place, instantly sprang forward. Lu Guohua, fueled by an unknown strength, forcefully pushed Lu Laoda aside, plunging the knife directly into Lu Jiping's chest, leaving him paralyzed with shock. A cry of horror escaped from Zhou Mingming and Lu Mu, who covered their mouths in disbelief. In Chapter 84, Lu Jiping gazed in disbelief at the wild-eyed Lu Guohua before him. His body swayed as his hands instinctively sought to cover the wound that had been inflicted. Crimson blood streamed through his fingers, soaking his clothes. Guohua, he managed to croak, his voice laced with despair, unable to fathom that his nephew would commit such an act against him. The madness in Lu Guohua's eyes intensified with each thrust of the blade. Gripping the handle tightly, he forcefully withdrew the knife from Lu Jiping's chest, blood spraying forth, splattering across his face and body. He raised the knife once more, stabbing frantically at Lu Jiping. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Each puncture caused Lu Jiping's body to convulse, tortured whimpers escaping his lips as his gaze began to fade. Zhou Mingming and Lu Mu had already collapsed in terror nearby. Lu Laodao rose abruptly from the ground, his previous pain from striking his head against the shelf utterly forgotten. He dashed forward, seizing the knife from Lu Guohua's hand. Without hesitation, he lunged at the fallen Lu Jiping, shouting, "Jiping!" Turning to his mother, he bellowed, "Quick! Call for an ambulance!" Lu Mu, flustered, nodded and scrambled to retrieve her phone to dial for help. Lu Guohua stepped towards Zhou Mingming, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Mingming, you promised you would love only me." Overwhelmed with fear, Mingming wept and protested, "Yes, yes, I love only you. Your uncle is deceiving you. The child in my womb is yours." Lu Laoda laid his brother flat on the ground and approached Zhou Mingming, raising his foot to stomp on her abdomen. "Damn you, you bringer of misfortune." Mingming cried out in agony, clutching her belly. Another kick followed, then another. Lu Guohua urgently pushed Lu Laoda away, exclaiming, "How dare you harm Mingming? She carries your child." Lu Laoda, trembling with rage, pointed a finger at Lu Guohua. "You worthless fool, you would betray your second uncle for this wretch. You're nothing but a disgrace." Zhou Mingming curled up on the floor, writhing in pain. "Help me, please." Lu Mu was in shock, paralyzed by fear. Employees in the lounge peered through the doorframe, witnessing the chaotic scene unfold in the supermarket, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "A murder? I've only been here for 3 months. Can this store survive this?" One exclaimed. "Call the police." 10 minutes later, Li Jixuan stood at the entrance of her store, observing a crowd gathered outside the Happy Days Mall across the street. 3 police cars and 2 ambulances were present. Soon, 2 stretchers emerged, carrying the injured. Lu Laoda and Lu Guohua were escorted into a police vehicle. What on earth happened? Such a scene, Li Jixuan mused. Hands on her hips, frowning. An employee beside her remarked, "Is the boss self-destructing due to a lack of business?" "No. Based on my experience from watching countless episodes of Detective Conan, this is not as straightforward as it seems." "Look, the police have arrived," the manager offered wisely. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jixuan snapped, "Hey, everyone, get back to work. Restock the shelves." The employees reluctantly returned inside, glancing back nervously. A powerful SUV pulled up at the entrance of Super Happy Days PAUS. Chen Yusin and Wang Ming emerged from the vehicle. Li Jixuan, pleasantly surprised, called out to Wang Ming, "Darling." Chen Yusin shot an intense glance at Li Jixuan. "Ah, Wang Ming," she suddenly corrected herself. "They must be involved in something." Chen Yusin thought anxiously. As Wang Ming walked towards the store, he turned to gaze at the commotion in the distance. Isn't that the mall belonging to Lu Guohua's family? Why are there so many people gathered? It seems even busier than our store. Li Zixuan hurriedly descended a few steps to greet Wang Ming, exclaiming, "It seems something has happened. Several ambulances and police cars just arrived." Wang Ming, with a look of confusion, crossed his arms and paused to observe. Chen Yusin scrutinized Li Zixuan, her heart swelling with jealousy. In terms of femininity, appearance, and figure, she could not possibly compare to Meng Ming's mother. But what was Li Zixuan? After all, she was no less than her. Why was Li Zixuan the shop manager while she was merely a driver? Unconsciously, Chen Yusin pouted. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from Chen Yusin, Li Zixuan asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Yusin quickly composed herself and forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Your professional outfit looks beautiful today." Li Zixuan's face lit up with happiness, right? Wang Ming took me to the mall to pick it out for a long time. Chen Yusin's lips curled downwards, knowing Wang Ming's temperament. The fitting room must have been filled with tension. At that moment, Wang Ming walked diagonally across to the entrance of Lu Guohua's supermarket. He gently tapped a bystander's shoulder and inquired, "What happened here?" The man replied, "It's chaotic. The father-in-law is fighting the daughter-in-law, and the nephew is fighting the uncle. It seems someone has been seriously injured." Just then, an employee emerged to close the glass door of the supermarket, locking it behind him. Wang Ming returned to the entrance of his own shop, where Li Zixuan approached him, asking, "What is going on?" "Ming Ming has been assaulted. It seems there is some trouble at her boyfriend's house." "What?" Chen Yusin immediately tensed. "How is Ming Ming?" Wang Ming shook his head. "I don't know. The store is closed." Li Zixuan thoughtfully nodded. "Oh, so one of the ambulances that just left was for Ming Ming." "An ambulance?" Chen Yusin grew increasingly anxious, pulling out her phone to call Zhou Ming Ming. After several rings with no answer, she tried again with the same result. Pleadingly, she looked up and said, "Boss, may I take a leave? I can't pretend to be unaware that Zhou Ming Ming is in trouble." Wang Ming nodded. "Go ahead. Consider today as pay as yours." Chen Yusin dashed to the street, raising her hand to hail a taxi. "Take my car," Wang Ming called out. "Thank you, boss." Chen Yusin sprinted toward the rugged vehicle, which roared to life. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan entered the shop and made their way to the manager's office. "Shouldn't we consider raising the prices of our goods, given that the opposite store is closed?" Wang Ming suggested. "Let us set that aside for now. Tomorrow, Qi Jie is taking me to a banquet where many celebrities from the entertainment industry will be present. I plan to help you find a suitable manager." "You don't actually intend to turn me into a pop star, do you?" Li Zixuan replied, then with a beaming smile added, "By the way, not only has my singing improved, but I've also been trying my hand at composing during my free time, and it sounds delightful." She took out her phone and played a segment of her composition. Wang Ming straightened in his seat. "Is this your own composition?" He was astonished, suddenly realizing that the vocal talent granted by the talent voucher not only endowed Li Zixuan with exceptional singing abilities, but also enhanced her skills in songwriting. Beep beep. "Hey, master," the system's consciousness unexpectedly emerged. Chapter 85. Iron Fist Hall. Are there new products available? This is exhilarating. I have developed a special potion, Heartfelt Revelation Elixir. Just like last time, this was an accidental creation, and it will vanish from the store upon purchase. Indeed, I have brought you 400 system coins, a complimentary gift. All right, I shall continue to develop new products. Farewell, master. Wait, why the rush? Wang Ming opened the system mall panel and was astonished to find that the system coins in the upper right corner had increased to 1,600. It had previously been 1,200. The system had indeed gifted him 400 coins. If he could receive 400 coins daily, it would be splendid. That would allow him to enhance his abilities twice a day. Wang Ming clicked on the special products section, where the Heartfelt Revelation Elixir was now listed. Product description. The user will passionately express their innermost thoughts until they are parched and breathless, unable to continue. Wang Ming felt a surge of joy. So, if he administered this potion to Lin Qi, she would directly confess her feelings for him? Wasn't he that akin to a declaration of love? Similar to the voice of the heart potion, it also required 500 system coins. Being a single-use item, he decided to purchase it first. After the transaction, he had 1,100 coins remaining. Wang Ming felt that his expenses had been considerable during this period. He had initially thought that enhancements would allow him to navigate life with ease. Truly, the saying holds, there is no land that cannot be cultivated. Moreover, while the land may be plentiful, he had but a single ox. He resolved to purchase the kidney strengthening and stamina enhancement again. After all, increased endurance would prove useful in future competitions. Stamina enhancement X1, purchase successful. Kidney strengthening X1, purchase successful. Wang Ming distinctly felt a transformation in his physique. Hey, why are you dazed? Li Zixuan stood up from the manager's chair and walked over to Wang Ming. I'm asking you, what have you done to me to make such a significant change? In Li Zixuan's heart at that moment, Wang Ming was almost like a demigod. When you have a child or two, I will tell you. By the way, have you bought that house yet? Not yet. The landlord, seeing my interest, has raised the price. I refuse to be taken advantage of. Should I transfer the money to you? No need. You're about to enter the entertainment industry. How could you live in an old neighborhood? As Wang Ming spoke, he picked up his phone and transferred 2 million to Li Zixuan. Staring at the transfer notification, Li Zixuan was left speechless. Oh my heavens, why are you sending me so much money again? Wang Ming reclined lazily in his chair and replied earnestly. The community where I reside has smaller units in the apartment buildings. With the money Lin Qi previously gave you, plus mine, you should now have 4 million. You ought to move to my neighborhood. Li Zixuan gazed at the balance on her phone, swallowing hard. You know, I never imagined I could receive this from you. Wang Ming understood perfectly. Those besotted with a fervor of 100 would unconditionally pledge their unwavering loyalty. Our community boasts a pleasant environment. Once you relocate here, we can look after each other. With her hands on her hips, Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. I see you're just looking for convenience. Wang Ming chuckled in response. Don't you wish to be a little closer to me? I promise to take care of you. And being nearby ensures I can do so more attentively. All right, I'll consider it. When I have some free time, I'll check out the apartments. Li Zixuan pulled her chair beside Wang Ming and watched as he opened his browser to look up information on the Shiguan boxing gym. Hey, are you interested in learning to box? I'm just checking which gym has open challenge events. What sparked your sudden interest? I recall your previous passion was merely working part-time. Wang Ming furrowed his brow sharply. I worked not for the sake of it. Let's not discuss that anymore. You'll be entering the entertainment industry soon. Zhang Yao and Zhou Shu interjected, eager to prevent any jealousy from surfacing. He paused before continuing. In any case, I also aspire to make a name for myself within the same industry. Li Zixuan nodded, somewhat understanding, but her expression shifted to one of concern. But boxing seems quite perilous. What if you were to get injured or disabled? What would I do? Wang Ming grasped Li Zixuan's hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I will ensure you never have to experience being a widow again. What are you talking about? We aren't even married. At the mere mention of marriage, Li Zixuan's face flushed crimson, and a wave of anticipation surged within her. What should we name our child? If it's a boy, perhaps Wang Xiaoming? If it's a girl, then Wang Xiaoxian. Just as Li Zixuan was lost in her daydreams, Wang Ming noticed a familiar package peeking from beneath a price inquiry sheet on her desk. He stepped closer, brushing aside the documents to reveal a box labeled 001. Wang Ming smirked, lifting it and waving it in front of Li Zixuan. What is this doing in your office? Li Zixuan quickly regained her composure, snatching it away and hiding it behind her. It's because of you. Fooling around in the office. Just keeping it on hand for emergencies. Wang Ming approached the door, locked it, and turned back to Li Zixuan with a knowing smile. My shoulder blades are quite sore. Come help me massage them, and afterward, I'll return the favor. Li Zixuan playfully huffed. Just be gentle when you massage me. I don't want to be yelping in pain again. An hour later, Wang Ming brought a glass of water to Li Zixuan, who was resting her head on the desk. As she took a large gulp, she fixed him with her wide, watery eyes and complained, I don't want to move to your community anymore. I wish to stay far away from you. Wang Ming, now clad in a jacket, teased. As soon as you step away from the desk, you start speaking in contradictions. Just a moment ago, you were clamoring to have a bed in the office. He waved goodbye to Li Zixuan, suggesting she keep an eye on the rising prices of goods in the supermarket, and then turned to leave the office. Li Zixuan, still pouting, watched his retreating figure and muttered softly, if I were to move next door to him, I might never step out of the community again. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the unopened box on the desk, and her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, oh my goodness, it's unused. This isn't even the safe period. After exiting the supermarket, Wang Ming instinctively glanced in the direction of Lu Guohua's home, a frown creasing his forehead. He pondered the situation, wondering what could have transpired. Did Ming Ming get into trouble? Did she inadvertently provoke someone? He shook his head in exasperation. recalling how Chen Yusin had driven off the imposing bull. He hailed a cab and made his way to a boxing gym in the Southport district. Upon arriving at the gym, Wang Ming looked up at the sign that read Iron Fist Hall. Southport boasts the most boxing gyms in the region. An Iron Fist Hall is quite renowned. The owner, Zhao Xinyang, is celebrated for his formidable and vigorous boxing style and is one of the 8 prominent gym owners in Southport. As Wang Ming stepped inside, a young man clad in traditional attire greeted him with a broad smile. "Are you here to learn boxing? Is there a particular master you admire?" Wang Ming shook his head. "I wish to spar with a skilled practitioner in your esteemed gym." "Well, not exactly sparring. I merely seek to test my skills against an expert." The welcoming young man burst into laughter. "It's been ages since anyone dared to challenge us. Today, we have such a bold one." Wang Ming hurriedly waved his hands, anxious to clarify. "I'm not here to challenge anyone. I simply wish to engage in some friendly practice. If that is not possible, I'd be willing to pay for a sparring partner." The young man scoffed, crossing his arms. "What do you take Iron Fist Hall for? Here, we don't accommodate sparring partners. You either stay to learn boxing or take your leave." At that moment, a man in his 40s approached, looking puzzled. "What is all this commotion about?" The welcoming young man replied solemnly, "Master Chen, this fellow wants to challenge our gym." Upon hearing this, Master Chen raised his eyebrows, intrigued. Wang Ming sighed in resignation. "I've already stated I'm not here to challenge anyone. You truly have a flair for exaggeration." He then politely bowed to Master Chen. "I have long heard of your gym's illustrious reputation. I came today merely to seek a sparring partner, with no ill intentions. Isn't that a challenge in itself?" Master Chen retorted, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Wang Ming before disdainfully huffing. "You young people truly lack awareness of your limits. Do you have any idea of the prowess at Iron Fist Hall? One punch could leave you incapacitated." Wang Ming shrugged. "Very well. Then I shall visit the Steel Leg Gate." Master Chen bellowed, "Halt." As Wang Ming turned halfway, his body suddenly stiffened, and he glanced back to inquire. "What is the matter? Are you aware of the dojo's rules? You come in to challenge, and now you wish to leave without a fight?" Wang Ming found himself pondering. Master Chen exuded a fierce aura, his robust physique accentuated by calloused knuckles prominently displayed as he crossed his arms. Uncertain of his own current abilities, he wondered if such rules truly existed within the dojo. He had no intention of challenging anyone. Master Chen stepped forward, his muscles impressive yet seemingly lifeless. Skill is cultivated through relentless practice over time, not merely through a few boxes of protein powder. "If you think you can leave, what do you propose?" With a cold smirk, Master Chen declared, "You shall only leave horizontally today." A sense of trepidation gripped Wang Ming. It was clear that not engaging would prevent his exit. Originally there to test his skills, he thought, "Let us do this." He removed his jacket and tossed it aside. "Come on," he beckoned. Master Chen turned to a man who welcomed guests, instructing, "Go summon my disciples." "Understood, Master Chen," replied the man as he hurried into the dojo. Wang Ming furrowed his brow and asked, "Am I not supposed to fight Zhao Xinyang?" Master Chen's expression darkened, his anger palpable. "Impudent! How dare you openly speak my master's name?" Wang Ming was taken aback. His intention was merely to spar with the dojo's head. "I wish to compete with your master." "You insolent brat, unaware of your limitations." Master Chen surged forward, reaching for Wang Ming's collar. In an instant, Wang Ming raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting Master Chen's thick, powerful arm. Momentarily stunned, Master Chen thought to himself, "This is no ordinary muscle. This lad possesses genuine skill." He realized that Wang Ming's swift motion was beyond the strength of a mere bodybuilder. "Who are you? Which dojo do you belong to?" Wang Ming smiled. "I have no dojo." Master Chen narrowed his eyes. "I've seen many like you, who, after a few years of training, become arrogant. Our disciples will show no mercy. Those who challenge us are destined to leave on their backs." Wang Ming felt a tightening in his chest. Master Chen's demeanor clearly indicated an intention to bring him down. However, with the superior martial arts of the great Xia at his disposal, his proficiency was at its peak. His former strength was now nearly doubled, with enhanced bones and stamina, so even if he could not win, he certainly would not be leaving prone. Wang Ming smirked, but the sight of his expression only fueled Master Chen's desire to land a few punches. At that moment, the welcoming man returned, accompanied by several agile individuals. They swiftly surrounded Wang Ming. "This is the one who wishes to challenge our dojo," the welcoming man pointed out. The young men, eager to show their prowess, rubbed their hands together, murmuring, This fool will learn the might of the Iron Fist Hall today. Let me take him on. No, I shall. It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge us. Master Chen interjected sternly, bring Zhou Xing forth. He was aware that Wang Ming was no ordinary individual and decided to send forth his most accomplished disciple. Yes, Master, Zhou Xing replied with a grin. His fists clenched in anticipation. Today, I shall give you a thorough lesson. Later, I will recommend a dental clinic where implants are quite affordable. Wang Ming glanced around, noticing the disdainful smirks on the faces of those present. I mentioned that I seek a skilled opponent for a friendly duel. Such ordinary disciples cannot hope to match me. You. Master Chen felt a surge of indignation, struggling to suppress the torrent of expletives bubbling within. Zhou Xing stretched his neck and flexed his arms. Master, do not be upset. Watch me extract his tooth shortly. Realizing that he would not be able to convince Master Chen's disciple, Wang Ming grew increasingly forthright. By the way, in the event of a mishap leading to a loss of limb, I shall cover your medical expenses. But what if you accidentally kill me? Do you have a wife? Provide me her address. I will ensure she is taken care of. I possess quite the expertise in that regard. My senior brother resides in the charming Yijing Garden in the Bay Area, and my sister-in-law is quite impressive. Zhou Xing, infuriated, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Has your brain turned to mush? What is the issue? He is merely being considerate. Master Chen shouted, Silence. Zhou Xing, bring him down today. Zhou Xing turned to Wang Ming. Let us proceed to the arena. Wang Ming followed Zhou Xing into the martial arts hall, with the others trailing behind. Zhou Xing leaped onto the stage with agility, fists raised and ready. Wang Ming ascended the platform at a leisurely pace, stretching his wrists and ankles. Apart from Master Chen and his disciples, several other masters and students emerged from various training rooms surrounding the arena. What is happening, Brother Chen? A reckless young lad has come to challenge us. Haha, it has been ages since anyone dared to confront us. Ah, it's Zhou Xing. This challenger is in for a rough time. The disciples exchanged whispers. Reckless indeed. He shall find himself severely punished. One disciple, recognizing Wang Ming from a viral video of a recent supermarket opening, murmured, He looks familiar. At that moment, a disciple approached the stage, carrying a pen, paper, and an ink pad, and presented himself before Zhou Xing. Without a glance, Zhou Xing took the pen and signed, pressing his hand onto the ink pad. The disciple then made his way to Wang Ming. What is this? Wang Ming inquired. This is the life-and-death contract of the Great Xia, protected by its laws. To challenge without understanding the consequences, truly a foolhardy endeavor, the disciple explained. Wang Ming took the pen, scrutinizing the words on the paper. Zhou Xing, growing impatient, urged, Hurry and sign. Afterward, make a farewell call to your family. Wang Ming shot him a glare. You still haven't informed me where your wife resides. Zhou Xing retorted. The messenger of the life and death contract is urging you. Just sign. What is there to contemplate? Wang Ming inscribed his name and pressed his hand onto the ink pad. Chapter 87. Where does my sister-in-law live? As the disciple bearing the death notice descended from the stage, Master Chen bellowed, Begin. In an instant, Zhou Xing lunged towards Wang Ming, his right fist slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming merely shifted his body slightly, deftly evading the blow. Zhou Xing's punch met only empty space, causing him to lose his balance momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming extended his left hand, grasping Zhou Xing's right arm, and with a swift motion, sent Zhou Xing tumbling to the ground. Wow, Zhou Xing has been knocked down. Senior brother, get up. Combat skills. Master Chen's eyes widened. This resembles the martial arts of the Daxia Special Forces. A fellow master, who appeared equally seasoned, sighed in acknowledgement. The Daxia Special Forces stand as one of the pinnacle elite squads of the Blue Star, with each member honing their craft through a synthesis of the finest martial arts from Daxia. This unit comprises only 500 individuals, selected through a rigorous annual process of elimination. Master Chen scoffed. No, that's impossible. This young lad couldn't possibly be a retired member of the Special Forces. Zhou Xing regained his footing, seething with indignation. He had not anticipated Wang Ming's agility. He had exerted full force in that initial punch, yet had completely missed his target. Taking a moment to compose himself, he resumed his stance. Don't get too cocky. That punch was executed with merely 10% of my strength. Oh, is that so? Then where do you reside? How old is your wife? My sister-in-law is 36C. I already told you. We live in Yijing Garden. A disciple shouted from the audience. Zhou Xing glared at the crowd, cursing, "Just wait until I come down. Also your mouth shut. Why is senior brother so fierce?" "They meant well." A voice piped up from the audience. After hurling insults, Zhou Xing charged at Wang Ming, unleashing a flurry of 3 powerful punches, each imbued with formidable strength. Wang Ming, however, skillfully sidestepped each blow. In the moment Zhou Xing continued his assault, Wang Ming swiftly grasped his wrist with his right hand. Simultaneously, he lifted his left leg, driving his knee harshly into Zhou Xing's thigh. Zhou Xing's body twisted, and Wang Ming seized the moment to deliver a forceful chop to Zhou Xing's shoulder. Ah! The strike sent shockwaves through Zhou Xing's shoulder nerves, causing him to stagger backward, still trying to regain his balance. Before he could steady himself, Wang Ming sprang forward, clasping Zhou Xing's arms and using the finesse of combat techniques to slam him down onto the stage. Zhou Xing lay on the ground, flailing his arms in confusion, uncertain whether to massage his leg or shoulder. "Ah!" he cried out. "Senior brother, have you lost? That was only a few moves. What kind of martial arts is this?" In the midst of their confrontation, Zhou Xing felt Wang Ming's strength was considerable, yet his techniques were far from mere brute force. Each move was executed with a graceful precision that rendered Zhou Xing's iron fists utterly ineffective. Master Chen stood in stunned silence, having previously dismissed the notion that Wang Ming, being so young, could possibly be a retired or eliminated member of the Special Forces. At this moment, he clearly discerned that Wang Ming's skills were indeed the unparalleled combat techniques of the top Special Forces of the Great Xia. The movements were exquisitely intricate, each action embodying profound mastery. How could one so young possess such remarkable proficiency? He pondered in confusion. Another master furrowed his brow, expressing his lingering apprehension. If that young man's knife-hand strike had landed on Zhou Xing's neck, Zhou Xing might have already lost consciousness. Master Chen, feeling indignant, leaped onto the martial arts platform and shouted at Zhou Xing, "Get down." Zhou Xing struggled to rise, casting an unwilling glare at Wang Ming before limping off the stage. Standing atop the platform, Master Chen's demeanor radiated coldness as he fixed a steely gaze upon Wang Ming. "You've some skill, lad. Regardless of who you are, I shall not allow you to depart unscathed." Wang Ming, brimming with confidence after easily defeating Master Chen's eldest disciple, believed that Master Chen would not easily overpower him. A smirk graced his lips as he jested. "Shall we sign a death warrant? By the way, Master Chen, do you have a wife?" Master Chen, infuriated by Wang Ming's words, charged towards him in an instant. A master in the audience stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. This youth is no simpleton. He provokes with words, unsettling his opponent's composure. A disciple murmured in reflection, "Isn't he merely being mouthy?" The disciple who had previously revealed Zhou Xing's home address contemplated aloud. "I perceive him as quite benevolent, unconcerned about his own potential injuries, instead showing concern for others' families." "The senior brother is correct. You are simply a fool," he added. On stage, Master Chen unleashed a powerful punch, a culmination of his pent-up energy, aimed squarely at Wang Ming. The speed of the blow was astonishing, leaving Wang Ming little time to evade. He swiftly extended both palms to absorb the impact, the tremendous force propelling him backward. Retracting his arms, Wang Ming coiled like a serpent, leaping to the side of Master Chen. The two became entangled in a fierce contest, exchanging punches and kicks, neither able to gain the upper hand. Each time Wang Ming blocked Master Chen's iron fists, he felt the immense strength behind them, acknowledging the prowess of Zhao Xinyang's disciple. As the bout progressed, Master Chen found himself on the defensive, unable to launch a counterattack. However, his years of martial arts experience rendered his defense impenetrable. Wang Ming's strikes came like shadows, yet Master Chen's lower body remained steadfast, his arms continuously thwarting Wang Ming's advances. After nearly 10 minutes of this intense exchange, Master Chen was left panting. "Your body isn't holding up. Can your wife truly love you?" Wang Ming, sensing that Master Chen was struggling to contend with him, grew increasingly audacious in his taunts. "Do not get too cocky." Master Chen, enraged, steadied his stance, eager to transition from defense to offense. Seizing an opportunity, Wang Ming sidestepped Master Chen's punch, swiftly grasping his arm and executing a shoulder throw, sending Master Chen crashing to the ground. Following this, he delivered a downward elbow strike, the tip of his elbow perilously close to Master Chen's face, just 2 centimeters away. Master Chen felt a sudden chill enveloping him, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. "Ah, it hurts," Wang Ming exclaimed, rising to clutch his elbow. Silence fell over the audience. All were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Suddenly, a disciple stammered, breaking the stillness. "Master, he actually got hit." "No way. How could the master be defeated?" They mused, recalling that if that elbow strike had landed squarely on the face, Master Chun would have either died or suffered grave injuries. Fuming with indignation, Master Chun swiftly regained his composure and retaliated with a punch. Wang Ming, too, gathered his strength and launched a strike. Their fists collided, both feeling an excruciating pain in their knuckles, as a powerful force coursed through their arms, sending tingling sensations throughout. "The young man's skills are not something you can compare to," a deep voice resonated, prompting the crowd to turn their heads. "Master! Grandmaster! Grandmaster!" Chapter 88. The elegant and capable Zhao Xiangning as Master Chen prepared to throw another punch. Zhao Xinyang bellowed, "Stop!" Master Chen abruptly turned his head. "Master, come down now. Do you wish to humiliate yourself before the disciples?" Master Chen felt a sense of reluctance. He could concede in other aspects, but how could he possibly be bested by such a young man in martial arts? Humph. He gritted his teeth at Wang Ming, descending from the combat stage. Filled with discontent, Wang Ming grimaced as he cradled his elbow. "Had I known you would be so obstinate, I would have struck your face." Zhao Xinyang ascended the stage. Addressing Wang Ming, "Young man, were you once a member of the Special Forces?" Wang Ming recognized him as the dojo master, bowing slightly in reply, "Not exactly. I would say I am largely self-taught." Zhao Xinyang furrowed his brow. At such a young age, it was indeed improbable for him to have been a Special Forces member. The selection process was rigorous, requiring years of training followed by real combat to become an official member. It seemed that his father, a retired soldier, had privately trained him. Given his youth and the clandestine training, it was indeed remarkable that he had achieved such proficiency. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head, chuckling. "I merely wished to spar a little, to gauge my own abilities. My disciples may not stand a chance against you. I have witnessed your techniques. Your skills are already on par with mine, though you still lag slightly in speed." Without needing Zhao Xinyang to articulate it, Wang Ming was aware of the areas he needed to improve. While he was technically adept, his muscle strength and speed required enhancement. "Master, I was careless earlier. I didn't evade, he ambushed me." Zhou Xing fumed, stepping beside Zhao Xinyang. Zhao Xinyang wore a serious expression. "With your current capabilities, you can only execute 3 punches of the lightning 5 strikes. Stop talking and dedicate more effort to your training." "I told you, his skills are not vastly inferior to mine." A group of disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, "This kid is so skilled." Of course, Master Chen couldn't even defeat him. At that moment, Wang Ming cupped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Xinyang. "Thank you for allowing your disciples to spar with me." Zhao Xinyang discerned that Wang Ming had shown restraint, sparing anyone from severe injury, and a smile crept across his face. "It appears you are not here to challenge us. Why not join me in the inner hall for a chat?" Wang Ming, with a slight bow, replied, "I would not wish to intrude. I shall pay you a visit another day." Yet, Zhao Xinyang grasped Wang Ming's hand firmly, exclaiming, "It is rare to encounter a young man as accomplished as you. If our Donggang produces more individuals like you, the martial arts of Shiguan shall surely reclaim its former glory." The martial traditions of Guangnan and Guangbei have been passed down through generations, yet now they languish. Youngsters today prefer esports and live streaming over learning martial arts. Even if they do learn, they merely end up as security guards. Only a select few manage to work for top-tier bodyguard companies, akin to gaining admission to prestigious universities. Master Chun and Zhou Xing observed Zhao Xinyang's emotional demeanor, their expressions revealing a mixture of admiration and envy. Suddenly, the door to the gym creaked open, and a young woman entered with exuberance, calling out, "Dad, what performance is underway today?" Wang Ming turned his gaze toward her. The woman, in her 20s, wore snug jeans paired with a sleeveless black top, carrying a simple canvas bag. Her waist was slender, yet her arms displayed a strong physique, and her figure was impeccably proportioned. Her fair skin and striking features exuded an air of elegance and beauty. Zhao Xinyang responded to the young woman with a smile. "This impressive martial artist has just sparred with our disciples." As she approached, she casually tossed her jacket toward a distant locker. Curiously, she scrutinized Wang Ming, then glanced at Zhou Xing, who was nursing an injury, and Master Chun, who bore a look of discontent, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? Even Master Chen has met his match? Zhou Xing leaned closer to her, attempting to curry favor. Had it not been for my oversight, I surely would not have lost to him. Master, you look particularly lovely today. The woman shot him a bemused glance, replying, You are the most verbose among us at Iron Fist Hall. A loss is a loss, no excuses. Wang Ming found amusement in her forthright nature. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Zhao Xinyang, with his hair turned white, contrasted sharply with the young woman, who appeared no more than 20. Could she be his daughter? Zhao Xinyang harbored two significant regrets. First, a lack of disciples capable of sustaining the gym in the future. Though his daughter possessed exceptional talent in martial arts, tradition dictated that only males could lead the hall. With no sons and having fathered a daughter late in life, his second regret was the absence of a suitable son-in-law. Noticing Wang Ming's rapt attention towards his daughter, he chuckled and took her hand. This is my daughter, Zhao Xining, 25 years of age. She has an affinity for blue and white, and besides martial arts, she enjoys rescuing stray animals. Her skills are unparalleled, and I assure you, she has never had a boyfriend. Wang Ming was taken aback. Zhao Xinyang's disciples were equally stunned. Was he truly being so forthright? Was it solely because of her prowess in martial arts that he would so openly offer her? Dad, what are you saying? Zhao Xianing's delicate brow furrowed slightly. Zhao Xinyang shot a glance at Zhao Xianing, urging her to remain silent. Just listen. Wang Ming, somewhat flustered, exclaimed, This happiness has come so unexpectedly. What do you mean? How old are you? 22, she replied. Just the right age to embrace fortune. I calculated, and it seems destined. I dreamt last night that a year from now, my future girlfriend would give birth to twins. Zhao Xianing glanced at Wang Ming, then quickly turned her head, her eyes wide. Hey, the person I seek must at least be able to hold their own against me. Wang Ming leaned closer to Zhao Xianing, whispering, I too wish to find someone who could best me in a spar. Zhao Xianing felt her cheeks flush, abruptly turning her head to retort, You shameless scoundrel. Just as she raised her fist, Zhao Xinyang interjected with a wave of his hand. Stop. I told you to be quiet. I can't control you anymore, can I? Fuming, Zhao Xianing stamped her foot. Dad, do you know what he just said? Endure whatever nonsense he spouts. This lad has a kind heart. He showed mercy during your spar, and besides, you cannot defeat him. Zhao Xinyang immediately flashed a smile at Wang Ming, saying, My daughter is not usually like this. She is very gentle. Wang Ming's lips twitched. Gentle? Not at all. Given her demeanor and the apprehension from her fellow disciples, she resembled a young tigress in need of taming. Zhao Xianing shot a glare at Wang Ming, unimpressed by his enhanced appearance and demeanor, only feeling disdain for his earlier levity. Humph. Beep, beep. Identifying potential binding target. Identifying mutual admiration from the host's father. Direct binding initiated. Binding target. Zhao Xianing. Age, 25. Beauty, 95. Figure, 95. Purity, 100. Fascination level, 20. Chapter 89. Arriving at Zhou Xing's residence promptly, Wang Ming was taken aback. A negative fascination level. Recalling his previous relationship with Zhou Shuqing, despite his initial disrespect towards her, he had still started with a fascination level of 5. Now, with his elevated charm and capabilities, her fascination level remained in the negatives. Truly a fierce woman. However, her beauty and figure could certainly rival the trio of Zhou Shuqing and Lin Qi. Binding target, Zhao Xianing triggers system task. The other party willingly becomes the host's personal bodyguard. What are you staring at? Dig your eyes out. Zhao Xinyang admonished. Oh, they are merely taken aback by your beauty. Wang Ming closed the system interface and smiled at Zhao Xianing, introducing himself. I am Wang Ming. Our story begins now. Zhao Xianing clenched her fist. With her father present, she longed to send Wang Ming flying with a single blow. Seeing Wang Ming's boldness, Zhao Xinyang chuckled. When fate is not ripe, one cannot force it. When it is ripe, it cannot be obstructed. Wang Ming recalled the bouquet of heart-pleasing flowers in his system inventory. If the fascination level of a binding target is below 60, acceptance would directly increase it by 30 points. He directly retrieved a handful of colorful flowers from his inventory, which suddenly appeared in Wang Ming's hand. The magic was astonishing. Where did it come from? With exceptional skills, an impressive physique, and the ability to perform magic tricks, I do not envy him. My master should indeed be paired with such a young man. Zhao Xinyang's disciples immediately clapped in approval. Only Master Chen and Zhou Xing exchanged disdainful glances at Wang Ming. Zhao Xianing abruptly turned to glare at the chatty crowd, silencing them with a fierce warning. Wang Ming took a couple of steps forward, presenting the bouquet to her with both hands. Zhao Xianing scoffed, Such a trivial trick. Put it away. Frustrated, she thought. How could he be so forward? Is he trying to infuriate me? Dad? Zhao Xianing reluctantly accepted the flowers, leaning forward to warn Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Ming slightly leaned in as well, whispering before she could speak, "Don't say a word, just kiss me." Zhao Xianing was taken aback, throwing a punch, but Wang Ming swiftly grasped her fist. Zhao Xinyang stepped in, admonishing her, "If you continue to be rude to Wang Ming, I won't spare you." Zhao Xianing, begrudgingly deflating her anger, shot Wang Ming another glare. A sudden warmth surged within her, dissipating her animosity towards him. Looking at his face, he seemed less intolerable. Wang Ming noticed the subtle change in her expression, and with the affection meter on his system panel now reading 10, he smirked. He was quite taken with Zhao Xianing's unusual beauty. If only what Zhao Xinyang said were true, she would bear him a pair of twins in a year. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Ming gestured to Zhao Xinyang, indicating he needed to take a call. He stepped aside to answer Jiang Yao's call. "Hello? Wang Ming. Should the dividends be calculated at year-end or distributed quarterly? Why are you calling me by my full name? What about a nickname? Oh, there are people around me. Let us keep it serious. Year-end calculations are fine. I'll go to the company to withdraw if I need cash. All right, we've nearly spent what we needed to. And the company still has over 4 million left. I'll return it to you. I mentioned that the renovation outsourcing team can be phased out gradually, allowing us to build our own team and establish a construction department. But with another department, I'll have more work. You must reward me generously. Of course, I'll ensure you receive plenty of protein." After hanging up, Wang Ming returned to the group, waving to Zhao Xinyang. "Zhao Guanzhu, I'm leaving now. Could you share your daughter's contact information with me?" Zhao Xinyang cheerfully took out his phone. "Add me, and I'll send you her WeChat." Zhao Xianing raised an eyebrow at Wang Ming, her tone icy. "Even if you add me, I won't accept." Zhao Xinyang shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xianing. "Then I'll block both you and your mother. I'll go to the mountains to become a monk. You don't listen to me at all." Zhao Xianing felt a surge of blood rising in her chest. How had her elderly father become so childlike? What sorcery had Wang Ming cast upon him? Wang Ming scanned Zhao Xinyang's QR code, then raised his phone towards Zhao Xianing, gesturing that they would connect later. "Goodbye, Master Zhao," he said, turning to leave. Zhao Xianing offered no response, merely turning her head away, while Zhao Xinyang waved at Wang Ming, encouraging him to visit often. As Wang Ming navigated through the crowd, he passed by Zhou Xing and Master Chen. Zhou Xing, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Kid, don't get too cocky. I will eventually bring you down." Despite being married, he harbored an unspoken affection for Master Zhao Xianing, recognizing he was unworthy of her love, yet secretly adoring her. Wang Ming abruptly halted and turned to face him, his voice low and threatening. "You dare utter another word?" He continued, "Can you cease pretending? You practice a style devoid of sectarianism, yet perform childish tricks, thinking you're impressive?" Wang Ming observed Zhou Xing clutching his injured shoulder, the joint visibly swollen and bruised. With a dismissive smirk, he advised, "You should visit the hospital. With an injury like that, how many nights will your wife have to spend in an empty room?" Zhou Xing's eyes widened in fury, ready to charge at Wang Ming, but was restrained by Master Chen. "Zhou Xing, do not act rashly. The master is present. There will be ample opportunities for revenge." Zhou Xing glared at Wang Ming with malice, muttering, "Today I was careless. Just wait." Wang Ming ignored him, casting a menacing glance before continuing on his way. Having lost his parents at a young age, he despised anyone who insulted his family, but refrained from physically confronting Zhou Xing in front of the master. He vowed to take him aside to settle the score in a secluded alley when the opportunity arose. He checked Zhao Xianing's binding information. Her infatuation level had risen to 12. At that moment, Zhao Laowan was explaining to Zhao Xianing how Wang Ming had easily defeated Zhou Xing in just a few moves. With a single elbow strike that had intimidated Master Chen, he had observed everything from the shadows, only stepping forward to conclude the matter for his disciple. A sense of admiration welled up within Zhao Xianing, hence her infatuation level increased by 2 points. Proud and obstinate, she retorted, "Perhaps it was merely luck." Master Chen was careless. Zhao Xinyang exhaled heavily. "You, my girl, Wang Ming is not only handsome and skilled, but also performs magic tricks. Can't you give him a chance? Look at my disciples. They pale in comparison." Zhao Xianing's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her face away, insisting, "I do not want him. I intend to marry someone I truly like." Wang Ming stepped out of the martial arts hall, donning his jacket. Just a few steps away, Someone clasped his shoulder from behind. Turning, he found Zhou Xing's insufferable disciple. What do you want? Wang Ming inquired. My senior brother is definitely going to the hospital. His wife cannot cook. You must take responsibility. What do you mean? Wang Ming asked. You need to cook for her. The disciple retorted. A gentleman's word is his bond. You promised to look after his wife. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. This person was truly a rare genius. What is the address? He asked. Yijing Garden, Building 7. Apartment 1702. Thank you. You are destined for greatness. You flatter me, my friend. I should be the one expressing gratitude on behalf of my senior brother. Your loyalty is commendable, and I hold you in high regard. Farewell for now. Wang Ming opened the ride-hailing app and summoned a Dami SU-8 Ultra vehicle. At 10 yuan per kilometer, he felt no remorse. The car could accelerate from 0 to 100 in merely 1.68 seconds. Sister Zhou must be quite hungry. I must hasten to my friend's residence. With a 36C cup waiting to be catered to, every penny spent on acceleration is justified. Chapter 90. The graceful Wang Jie. 20 minutes later, Wang Ming arrived at Yijing Garden. The residential buildings appeared somewhat antiquated, nearly as old as Wang Ming himself. He made his way to Building 7 and ascended to the 17th floor. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 30s, curvaceous and clad in sleepwear. Wang Ming mused that Zhou Xing's Jr. had not misled him. Indeed, a 36C cup was evident. The sleepwear clinging to her form. While her features may have been unremarkable, her presence exuded an enchanting allure merely by standing there. During the day, appearance may hold significance, but at night, it is the figure that reigns supreme. Who are you? She inquired. Wang Ming smiled politely, already aware of her identity from Zhou Xing's Jr. Are you Wang Jie? You can call me Xiao Wang. I am also from the martial arts school and a friend of Zhou Xing. He is hospitalized due to an injury, and I have come to prepare a meal for you. Cooking for me? Yes, I purchased some beef. I shall prepare a beef dish for you. Wang Ming lifted the bag in his hand. Wang Jie seemed taken aback for a moment, her expression softening. Zhou Xing had not mentioned a friend would come to cook for her. Please wait, I shall give him a call. Sister, did he mention he was injured and went to the hospital, but would return later? Wang Jie nodded. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that Wang Ming was indeed from the martial arts school. As Zhou Xing had indeed said, he would visit the hospital and return later. She glanced at Wang Ming's muscular physique, but remained unperturbed, her intellect intact. I should call that rascal, though. We are two unmarried individuals. And he sent you to cook for me? At that moment, Wang Ming felt a surge of panic. If this were to unravel, it could spell trouble. His mind raced. And suddenly, he recalled Master Zhao. He hastily placed the bag on the ground and pulled out his phone to initiate a video call with Master Zhao. Master Zhao answered almost immediately. Ah, Wang Ming. His warm, benevolent voice resonated. Master, I have arrived. I wanted to inform you that I am safe. Haha. You truly consider us family. Even sending a video call to report your safety. Xia Ning is preparing a meal for me. You must come and taste her culinary skills sometime. Of course, Master. I shall end the call now. Wang Ming hung up the video call. See, you know Master Zhao, right? Wang Jie nodded, casting another glance at Wang Ming's physique. Now, give me your coat. I will hang it up for you. She reached for the jacket draped over Wang Ming's arm, and then smiled, saying, Please, come inside quickly. As Wang Ming sidled through the doorway, he deliberately slowed his pace, his shoulder grazing against Sister Zhou's casually. The fabric of her nightgown was delicate, and he could feel the warmth of her skin beneath it, akin to touching a freshly steamed glutinous rice cake. Wang Jie shivered slightly, instinctively lowering her gaze to gather the loose collar of her nightgown, the buttons straining against her form. The entrance of Sister Zhou's home was indeed quite narrow. Wang Ming lowered his voice intentionally, his tone lingering with an ambiguous undertone. I almost bumped into you just now. Ah, yes, it is indeed rather cramped, Wang Jie replied, her cheeks flushing. She reached out to take the bag of vegetables from Wang Ming, her fingers brushing against his strong wrist, feeling as though she had been scalded. His muscles were far more robust than Zhou Xing's. She watched as Wang Ming changed his shoes, and the discontent she had harbored for 3 long months due to Zhou Xing's neglect began to blossom quietly within her heart like the first signs of spring. Sister, where's the kitchen? Wang Ming inquired. This way, Wang Jie responded, hastening towards the kitchen, her swaying hips drawing a perfect arc beneath her loose-fitting pajama pants. As Wang Ming followed her inside, He caught sight of her on tiptoe reaching for a pot in the cupboard. The hem of her nightgown rose slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist, the soft flesh gently swaying with her movements. He swallowed hard and stepped forward to take the pot from her. "Oh!" Wang Jie exclaimed, turning just in time to collide into Wang Ming's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her. "Be careful, your upper body is unsteady. What are you doing? Let go of me." Wang Jie chided as she pushed him away, yet her gaze held no real anger, instead glimmering with an undercurrent of warmth. "Why are you so clumsy?" "I apologize, sister. I just instinctively wanted to protect you," Wang Ming replied, shrugging his shoulders and deliberately showcasing the definition of his biceps. Being heavy-handed isn't necessarily a flaw, she mused internally as she turned to walk towards the living room, adding, "I'm not hungry yet. Why don't you come and sit for a while?" She beckoned Wang Ming. He followed her into the living room, intentionally sitting beside her, their knees barely a fist's distance apart. "It's so warm," Wang Jie remarked, forcing a slightly stiff smile. "It is somewhat stifling. The heat has been intense lately." She had been married to Zhou Xing for 4 years without demanding a dowry, a car, or a house. The modest 50-square-meter apartment in this old community had been purchased with a loan after their marriage. However, Zhou Xing's affections had entirely strayed from Wang Jie. He kept his phone's password from her and spent any spare money on gifts for Zhao Xianing, behaving like a devoted admirer. Wang Jie was acutely aware of this. All his energy was devoted to boxing, and with no intimacy for months, they would have parted ways long ago if not for the child. Wang Ming noticed the sorrow lurking in Wang Jie's eyes and tentatively asked, "Sister, you seem unhappy." "Not at all. How could I be unhappy with a guest?" Wang Ming glanced around the room, noting the children's toys scattered about, the tin of formula on the shelf, and the takeout packaging still resting on the coffee table. "What do you usually do at home?" "Watching television, taking care of the children, tidying up the house, I suppose." "Zhou Gu is truly something, leaving you alone at home, relying on takeout for your meals daily." Wang Ming turned sideways, resting his elbow on the back of the sofa, leaning toward her. "I see that your pajamas need changing," he remarked, pointing to the button on her chest that was about to burst. "The fabric is so thin. What if you catch a cold?" Wang Jie's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively covered her chest, chiding, "Why do you concern yourself with everything? Zhou Xing is just busy. Even if he is busy, he shouldn't neglect his wife. Look at this house. It lacks any warmth." Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, the sorrow in Wang Jie's eyes deepened. Eating takeout. She received not a single cent from Zhou Xing each month. The money for baby formula and living expenses came solely from her handmade crafts, and she had to rely on her family to manage the mortgage. Her eyes began to redden. "Don't even mention that guy. I absolutely cannot continue living with him." Wang Ming's voice dropped lower, imbued with a husky magnetism. "With such a splendid figure, it's a pity to be cooped up at home. It's a sheer waste." Wang Jie shot her head up, her gaze sharp. "Precisely. He is squandering my fine figure and my time." Chapter 91. Successful invasion. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. His suspicions confirmed. Zhou Xing was utterly neglectful of his family, failing even to provide for his wife. He continued his assault. "Sigh, I wonder what Zhou Xing is thinking, failing to cherish such a wonderful woman. This fellow, does he not know he is secretly in love with your master uncle?" "You mean Zhao Xianing?" Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, receiving unexpected news. Wang Jie's chest heaved with anger as she hugged her shoulders. "Don't cover for him. Everyone knows about this." "No. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I absolutely cannot continue." Wang Ming hurriedly moved closer, pressing tightly against Wang Jie, his hands soothing her back. "Sister-in-law, do not be upset. With your figure, you can have anyone you desire." Wang Jie did not reject Wang Ming's intimate gesture and shyly turned to ask, "Do you really think my figure is good?" "Of course, sister-in-law. With a figure like yours, it would be a pity not to be a model. Just like me." "Being a model? I'm rather ordinary in appearance," Wang Jie countered, yet the corners of her mouth could not resist lifting. "Zhou Xing has never praised me like this before." Her voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of grievance. Wang Ming felt a stir within him and naturally took her hand. Her hand was soft and warm. "It's merely that he does not appreciate you." He gently traced circles on her hand with his thumb. "Look at this hand. It's so skilled. You must make delicious dumplings." "Sister-in-law, I wish to eat dumplings." Wang Jie trembled all over, wanting to withdraw her hand, but found it gripped tighter. "Why you let go?" Her gaze flickered, yet she could not free herself, instead being pulled into Wang Ming's embrace. The air in the living room suddenly thickened. Wang Ming swallowed hard, his other hand yearning to encircle her waist. Just then, Wang Jia's phone rang abruptly. She abruptly withdrew her hand, pushing Wang Ming away in a flurry as she fumbled for her phone, the screen flashing with Zhou Xing's name. "Hello?" She answered the call, her voice trembling. Wang Ming, seated nearby, distinctly heard Zhou Xing's gruff voice on the other end. "I've just left the hospital. The injury is nothing serious. I'll be back later. My junior brother is treating me to drinks." "Got it, drink up. Come back later, bye." Wang Jia hastily ended the call. "Zhou Gu is coming back." Wang Ming feigned ignorance. Observing Wang Jia's flustered demeanor, he found it unexpectedly amusing. "No, he's not." Wang Jia lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. "Why don't you leave first?" "I'm afraid." Wang Ming remained still, merely smiling. "Afraid of what?" He leaned closer to her ear, his voice laced with mischief. "Afraid that we might develop feelings for each other?" Wang Jia suddenly looked up, her gaze colliding with Wang Ming's amused eyes. His stare was intensely fervent, as though he could engulf her entirely. Her heart raced, and instinctively, she shifted to the side, only to be ensnared by Wang Ming's arm in the corner of the sofa. He observed the flush at the corners of her eyes, his fingertips gently brushing her cheek. "Zhou Gu doesn't know how to cherish you. While he is out, he leaves you at home with takeout." After uttering this, his gaze fell upon her lips as he slowly leaned in. Wang Jia's breathing quickened, her eyes half-lidded, her body trembling slightly. Just as their lips were about to meet, she jolted awake, shoving Wang Ming away. "Why you should go?" Wang Ming stood up. "Sister-in-law, let us go make dumplings." Wang Jia stumbled slightly, her curvaceous figure nearly colliding with him again. "Who wants to make dumplings with you?" Before she could finish her protest, Wang Ming tugged her towards the kitchen. In the cramped kitchen, as they stood side by side at the counter, Wang Ming's arm nearly brushed against her. Initially, Wang Jia was somewhat distracted and awkward, watching Wang Ming wash vegetables, chop, and prepare meat filling while the pot simmered with intestines, stirred a wave of nostalgia within her. It had been ages since their home kitchen felt so alive with culinary warmth. "Sister-in-law," Wang Ming suddenly paused, turning to her. "In this life, one must be a bit selfish and savor the joys of the present. If someone treats you well, it's only right to reciprocate. If their heart isn't with you, why continue to endure?" Just months ago, he had been the one pining after her. Now he was imparting lessons to others. Wang Jia pressed her nails into her palm. "Isn't it because I look so ordinary?" Her voice was hoarse as her gaze fell upon the unwashed cucumbers in the sink. 3 months without paying rent. Zhao Xianing is young and beautiful, and the daughter of a restaurant owner. If it weren't for the fact that I was once pregnant with Zhou Xing's child, his standards would truly be lacking. Wang Ming set down the knife, leaning closer to Wang Jia. "Zhao Xianing's temperament is like a volatile ice cube. Where is the warmth of a sister-in-law like you?" He paused, deliberately elongating his words, filled with a sense of life. "The warmth of life? Huh." Wang Jia laughed self-deprecatingly. "My warmth consists of daily takeout, paying the mortgage, and not even splurging on a new nightgown." She deftly flipped her wrist to grasp the knife on the cutting board, fiercely chopping the beef, her frustrations pouring out onto the surface. Wang Ming remained silent, stepping behind her to gently take the knife from her grasp, his chest pressed against her back, his arm encircling her side as he held the knife, the tension of his muscles pressing against Wang Jia through the thin fabric, causing her some discomfort. Chopping requires strength from the wrist. Wang Jia reminisced about her earlier days of learning to cook, when Zhou Xing criticized her clumsiness after she accidentally cut her finger. Suddenly, she turned and buried herself in Wang Ming's embrace, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat as the grievances accumulated over 4 years erupted uncontrollably. During her pregnancy, she had needed companionship, yet he had chosen to spar with Zhao Xiaoning at the dojo. When their child had a high fever in the middle of the night, he had gone to deliver supper to Zhao Xiaoning. Each month, living expenses were tight, forcing her to seek financial assistance from her parents. As she spoke, tears began to flow, her sobs growing louder. Wang Ming gently cradled Wang Jia's face, urging her to lift her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were red from crying, and her lips trembled slightly. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Ming leaned down and pressed a soft kiss against her lips, instantly silencing her cries. Wang Jia was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by shock. Chapter 92. The frantic Zhou Mengmeng. As soon as Wang Jia's legs touched the ground, she nearly stumbled. Wang Ming quickly stepped forward and swept her into his arms, teasing her about her difficulty in walking. "Humph, Wang Jie playfully pounded on his solid chest. Thus, cradled in his arms, they made their way to the living room, where she caught sight of their reflections in the mirror. Her hair was disheveled, while Wang Ming stood tall and straight. This image sent a shiver through her heart, making her wistfully ponder how wonderful it would be if she were truly Wang Ming's wife. Wang Ming gently set her down on the sofa in the living room and turned to head towards the kitchen. Before he could take a step, she abruptly grasped his wrist. "I told you I would cook. You should take a break. You've worked hard." Wang Ming turned back to see the earnest expression on Wang Jie's face and, without further objection, nodded and sat on the sofa. Wang Jie steadied herself using the armrest and rose, suppressing the discomfort as she made her way into the kitchen. Wang Ming opened the system panel, his gaze sweeping over the bound character avatars. Zhao Xiaoning's task was to willingly serve as her bodyguard, but given her temperament, it was unlikely that money would sway her. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Zhou Shuqing's task had yet to trigger, while the progression of Jiang Yao and Li Zhishuan's tasks would be slow. Zheng Shushuang's task was ongoing, with a reward expected in a month. At this point, it seemed only Chen Yusin and Zhao Xiaoning's tasks could be completed swiftly. Wang Ming's thoughts shifted back to Wang Jie, and he found himself puzzled. Why had she not yet triggered the binding? In terms of age, she fell within the range of 18 to 70. Her figure was nearly as voluptuous as Zhou Shuqing's. And in his heart, she certainly scored above 80 in attractiveness. Could it be that in the system's eyes, her beauty did not meet the 80-point threshold? The system's standards were indeed stringent. Is appearance truly of such paramount importance? Even someone as pure in essence as Chen Yusin, with a purity rating of -90, is bound, yet women who tend the home are overlooked. It is an injustice. Wang Ming feels a pang of discontentment. Yet he is powerless to choose whom to bind himself to. He opens the system's marketplace and selects agility enhancement. After purchasing a double enhancement for agility, he pays with system currency and opts for direct enhancement to his host. A peculiar sensation courses through his body, but it soon subsides. The 8 masters of Nangguang district are on par with his abilities. With his agility significantly improved, it is time to challenge the foremost competitor in free fighting from Shiguan. Wang Ming scrolls through his phone and discovers that the entry fee for the challenge in Shiguan's free fighting competition is 100,000 daxia coins. Fame truly profits in reverse. If one were to accept 100 challenges, a cool 10 million could be at hand. The registration fee is to be paid online, and Wang Ming proceeds with the payment. Meanwhile, Chen Yusin returns to the hospital, carrying food she had packed from a restaurant. Upon entering the ward, Zhou Shuqing rises with a smile, greeting her. "Yusin is here." Chen Yusin nods gently. "I've been here all day. I just stepped out to buy lunch for Ming Ming." Her gaze falls upon several takeout boxes on the bedside table, presumably brought by Zhou Shuqing. At this moment, Zhou Mingming's pale face is twisted in anger as she fiercely exclaims, "Shameless! I don't want to see you. Get out." Zhou Shuqing stands resolute, declaring, "I will sever our ties. Between you and Wang Ming, I can only choose Wang Ming." Zhou Mingming, consumed by rage, shouts with all her might, "Just leave." Zhou Shuqing glances at Chen Yusin before striding out of the ward without looking back. Zhou Mingming struggles to prop herself up, angrily knocking over the takeout boxes, spilling their contents onto the floor. Chen Yusin hurriedly approaches her, gently advising, "Please don't act this way. She has raised you, and while there may be no merit, there is certainly toil." Zhou Mingming, like a lit powder keg, bellows, "Nonsense. She has stolen my man." She bursts into tears. "Do you know that this woman has taken him away?" "I know," Chen Yusin replies calmly. Zhou Mingming suddenly turns to stare at Chen Yusin with intensity. "You know?" "Yes, I know everything." "Do you know she is in a relationship with Wang Ming?" "When did you find out?" "On the very first day of work. I was aware of Auntie's connection with Wang Ming." Zhou Mingming is momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over her as she exclaims, "Are you even my best friend? Aiding that harlot in concealing her actions? Everyone has kept this from me. I was the only one left in the dark." Zhou Mingming's emotions spiral out of control, her anguish palpable. Chen Yusin, resigned, begins to tidy up the scattered food, then pulls out a chair to sit before Zhou Mingming. She opens her takeout box, saying, "Let us eat." Zhou Mingming defiantly turns her head away. "I want to eat." "Mingming, you must eat a little. Your health is paramount. How can you recover without nourishment?" Zhou Mingming's eyes shimmer with stubborn defiance. "I must reclaim Wang Ming. He surely still harbors feelings for me. Do you recall that during our breakup, He implored you to persuade me? He must still have me in his heart. Chen Yusin shook her head in resignation. Meng Meng, the circumstances are no longer as they once were. Wang Ming is no longer that insignificant person. He is now affluent and successful. What kind of woman does he not have by his side? You think he is surrounded solely by older women? The words lingered on her lips, but she abruptly halted, fully aware of her own deep entanglement. Zhou Mengmeng, perceptive as ever, pressed for clarity. What do you mean? Please elucidate. Chen Yusin furrowed her brow and spoke earnestly. In any case, Wang Ming has completely moved on from you. His world has transformed. There are countless alluring options. So you must cease this delusion. Zhou Mengmeng shook her head vehemently, her emotions surging. No, that cannot be. He still loves me. I am the only one who can withstand him. I refuse to believe he can sever ties with me entirely. Mengmeng, for reasons unknown, he has grown increasingly formidable, far beyond what you can endure. Zhou Mengmeng, taken aback, retorted loudly. What did you just say? Chen Yusin's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly shifted the topic. Let us eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. Zhou Mengmeng stubbornly shook her head. Call Wang Ming and tell him I am in the hospital. He will surely come to see me. Chen Yusin, growing impatient, raised her voice. Mengmeng, why are you so obstinate? Wang Ming knows you are in the hospital and is aware of your situation, yet he has no intention of visiting. Why can't you grasp this? Stop deceiving yourself. Zhou Mengmeng, in a frenzy, began to pound the bed with her fists. No, he is merely feeling wronged. If I sweeten the deal just a bit more, he will certainly reconsider. Chen Yusin could no longer contain her emotions. She abruptly raised her arm and slapped Zhou Mengmeng across the face. Wake up! Zhou Mengmeng covered her face, lost in her feelings, biting her lip fiercely. I will eliminate all the vile women around Wang Ming. Li Jixuan, Zhou Shuqing,